The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 664 to Chapter 735. If there were only 4 or 5 of them, they might not be able to defeat a 6th-class spirit beast. However, when 5 super martial kings unleashed their strongest martial skills, their power was extremely terrifying. Boom, 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 all kinds of lights hit the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King again, forcing it to retreat step by step until it finally fell to the ground. Whoosh, Zhou Hong jumped into the air and grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh. Whoosh, dense sword chi burst out like sharp blades, tearing the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King's body apart. Whoosh, blood spurted out like a fountain. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others continued to attack with Crimson Heaven's Raging Flame Slash and 7 Profound Sunglow Break. Boom. 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 In the end, the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King, which was comparable to 6th-class Wu Huan, was killed by the combined efforts of the disciples of the Sect of All Times. This was extremely terrifying. Even if they were ordinary martial kings, even if there were so many of them, they might not be able to defeat a high-level spirit beast that specialized in defense. Others could not, but the disciples of the Sect of All Times could. Although they were only low-level martial kings, their strength and martial skills were extremely terrifying. When they gathered their strength together, they would definitely explode. Jun Changshao was very satisfied. Although my disciples' strength is not high, they can rely on their numbers to defeat their opponents. When Elder Wei and the others planted more herbs, refined more martial king elixirs, and cultivated more martial king disciples, they could really do whatever they wanted. The death of the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King terrified the remaining dozens of Earth Spirit Bears. They twisted their huge bodies and ran away. Heh. The transformed spirit beasts actually knew fear, Jun Changshao said. Kill them all. Whoosh, whoosh, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji rushed over with cloud-treading steps. In a very short time, the group of spirit beasts comparable to martial kings were all killed. Buzz, when the last Earth Spirit Bear Beast fell to the ground, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. Everyone appeared in the yellow sand area. It's not over yet? Jun Changshao said in surprise. Sha sha sha, the sand on the ground trembled, and pitch-black scorpion beasts crawled out. In a short period of time, there were tens of thousands of them. Looking down from above, it was a dark mass. People with trypophobia would definitely feel dizzy. Jun Changshao stood in the air and muttered, "This should be a new trial." Shoo-shoo-shoo, shoo-shoo-shoo, the densely packed scorpion beasts crawled over along the sand and dust on the ground. The tip of their tails shone brightly, and in an instant, they shot dark green needles at the Sect of All Times disciples. Whoosh. 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 Be careful. Li Qingyang said, "This light is poisonous." Buzz. Buzz. The disciples did not dare to be careless. They activated their spirit armors one after another, forming a defensive armor around their bodies. Ding. Ding, the needle shot out explosively and blasted onto the armor, leaving behind a lot of dark green juice that emitted a pungent stench. It was indeed poisonous, however, it was still difficult to shake the armor formed by the disciples' martial skills. They're all wiped out. Jun Changshao said. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were the first to rush over again. The two of them did not rely on their legs. Instead, they unleashed their fire attribute and merged it with the scorpions, releasing it without restraint. Whoosh whoosh, the scorching flames spread and burned the scorpion beasts into ashes one by one. They were large in number and poisonous in their own right. However, they were not very strong and could not withstand the intensity of Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's flames at all. Seeing that, the other disciples followed suit. In an instant, the yellow sand region was enveloped by scorching flames, as though it had turned into a flaming mountain. Moments later, the tens of thousands of black scorpion beasts in the desert were completely burned to ashes. Shoo-shoo-shoo. When the last one was burned, 6 gigantic scorpions that were 30 to 40 feet tall crawled out from the ground. They had a circle of eyes on their heads and looked extremely sinister and strange. Their strength was at the level of a middle second-grade spirit beast. In other words, they were comparable to 6th second-grade Wu Huan. Go. Li Qingyang and the rest spread out without hesitation. The 50 inner disciples of the Sect of All Times instantly surrounded the 6 gigantic scorpions. Bang, bang, dazzling lights flashed frequently. Given the strength of the disciples of the sect of all times, although the 6 gigantic scorpions were quite strong, they were still killed one by one within an hour. Phew! After it was done, many disciples began to pant. They had fought 2 consecutive battles with emperor-level beasts and had consumed a lot of their spirit energy. If there were any left, they were afraid that, at this moment, the scene changed again. The originally boundless desert turned into a boundless sea. The disciples of the sect of all times were on an extremely small island. It's not over yet? Xianxia frowned. After 2 battles, the disciples' physical strength could not keep up. If they were to fight at a higher level, they would definitely not be able to keep up. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Waves rolled up in the sea and ferocious beasts that looked like flying fish shot out like arrows, without a doubt. A new round of life and death training had begun. Although the disciples of the sect of all times were slightly tired, they still had the strength to fight. Thus, they all unleashed their cultivation to fight. Half an hour later, the 3rd stage of the training had ended. Many disciples sat on the ground, panting heavily. The number of flying fish was more than the scorpions. They had to defend and fight at the same time, so the consumption of spirit energy increased rapidly. It should be over. Seeing that the scene did not change again, Xianxia muttered. As expected. After waiting for a while, a notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for leading the disciples through the simple mode of the life and death secret realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the disciples of the sect of all times in the secret realm erupted with the aura of a breakthrough. What's going on? Su Xiaoma was stunned. Although Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were surprised, they hurriedly sat down and began to stabilize their minds to adapt to the rhythm of the breakthrough. Whoosh, whoosh, the others sat down one after another. Whoosh! Whoosh, the aura of a breakthrough became stronger and stronger. After reaching the peak, it began to converge. Song Xianzhou, Li Tian, and the other disciples smoothly broke through from 1st grade martial king to 2nd grade. I broke through. I broke through too. How did I break through so easily? The disciples were excited and confused. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also broke through. Not to 2nd grade, but to 3rd grade. They were the first batch of inner disciples to become martial kings. Later, when they went to challenge the Lily Saint sect, they also broke through 1 grade. Whoosh! After the disciples broke through, a whirlpool appeared on the island. Xianxia said, the training in the life and death secret realm is over. Follow me back to the sect. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma grinned and said, can we enter again? Wait for 3 months. Xianxia said. According to the manual, each person could only enter the life and death secret realm once every 3 months. Of course. It was not like one could break through every time they entered. The further they went, the less rewards they would get. In the end, there would be nothing at all. To put it bluntly, the purpose of the life and death secret realm was for the disciples to gain experience. The experience points would decrease with the number of times they entered. Whoosh, whoosh, all the disciples walked out of the secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 5,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 245,432,0000. Ding! 50 disciples have passed the life and death secret realm. Host has received 50 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 245,932,0000. Ding! Contribution points overflow. Hearing the notification, Xianxia almost fell to the ground. 50 disciples had entered the life and death secret realm and only received 50 contribution points. 1 point per person was too little. It's already quite a lot. The system said, when all the disciples have passed, the host will receive more than 10,000 contribution points. Xianxia's eyes lit up and said, that makes sense. P.S. Kid Boots said that 10 is to make up for the shortfall. Once again, since the day it was posted, I have updated at least 3 times a day. If there are fewer updates, I will explain and make up for it as soon as possible. If anyone has doubts about this and thinks that 10 is too little, they can join the group. I will use the daily update schedule to slap them in the face. Skirt, 70270547. This is definitely not a recruitment advertisement. 10 is a big deal. Here, Jianghu Godan sincerely wishes the readers a happy year of the pig, a family reunion, and all the best. Every time a disciple passed the trial, they would give Jun Changxiao some contribution points. Although the reward was not much, there were many disciples in the sect of all times. If they took turns to enter and pass the trial, they would get more than 10,000 contribution points, not to mention, life and death secret realm could be entered once every 3 months, which was equivalent to having a fixed income of contribution points. There was no need to rely on missions. Awesome, super awesome. No. Jun Changxiao said, the disciples who went in all broke through. Why didn't I get any experience points? The system said, because the host didn't do anything. The rule of life and death secret realm was that if there was effort, there would be rewards. If the warriors who entered did not do anything, they would not get any experience points. Alright. Jun Changxiao was helpless. Qingyang. Let the disciples enter the life and death secret realm in batches. Remember, you must enter as a group and choose the easy mode. 50 inner disciples, all of whom were martial king level, were almost exhausted. If the disciples with lower cultivation base chose the normal mode or higher, they would definitely enter. After receiving the order, Li Qingyang immediately acted. On the same day, thousands of disciples gathered at the entrance of the life and death secret realm, discussing how to form a group. As an experienced person, Li Qingyang told the situation inside to his junior brothers and suggested that they should enter in batches of 50. Go, go. Chu Shonan, Huo Ling, and the other students from the gathering hall formed a group and entered first. Their strength was not as high as Li Qingyang and the others. After choosing the easy mode, although there were many beasts, their levels were not very high. Even so, after passing all 3 trials, they all collapsed on the ground. Huo Ling breathed heavily and said, I thought I was going to die. Hoo. Suddenly, a surge of majestic energy gathered in his dantian. He was startled at first, but then he said with joy, I'm going to break through. No one paid attention to him. This was because everyone was bursting with the power of advancement. After a while, Chu Shonan and the others all broke through 1 level. The whole process could be said to be easy. This was the awesome part of the life and death secret realm. As long as one passed and participated, one's level would increase unreasonably. However, if there were advantages, there would naturally be disadvantages. Once one failed to enter the life and death secret realm, one would have to bear the side effect of weakening. The 2 batches of disciples that entered in succession were strong enough to clear the stage without any mishaps. However, some of the groups that entered after that were not so lucky. Roar. Roar. Inside the secret territory, a group of 50 Sect of all times disciples was surrounded by hundreds of beasts. They had already made it to the 3rd stage, but their physical strength was clearly running out. Senior brother, a disciple said weakly, we can't go on, damn it. The leading senior brother gripped his cold-edged sword tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. Even if we die, we have to kill a few more. Roar. Roar. The beast roared and rushed over. Kill. Kill. The disciples of the sect of all times who still had strength raised their weapons and charged forward. None of them were afraid of death. Be an unyielding person and walk with an unyielding momentum. These disciples who were in dire straits perfectly exemplified the motto of the sect of all times. Boom, boom, light flashed and energy overflowed. It was a pity that because their physical strength was gradually running out, the 50 disciples who entered were unable to withstand the attacks of the beasts in the 3rd stage and all died. They did not really die, but were teleported to the outside world and laid on the ground like mud. Not only did they fail, but they also deeply experienced death. That feeling made their hair stand on end every time they thought about it. No, how could they still be alive? Didn't the patriarch say that they would die if they failed the challenge? The news that no one would die in the life and death secret territory gradually spread in the sect, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, the disciples who continued to challenge the levels would not relax. This was because they hoped to clear the stage and increase their realm. They did not want to fall into a state of weakness and were unwilling to experience death. Whether they could clear the stage or not depended on their strength. Next, the groups that entered one after another were either annihilated or had insufficient physical strength and did not make it to the end. As for the disciples who were eliminated, they would enter the space-time secret territory and use time acceleration to offset the side effects. When they came out, they would be alive and kicking. We must clear it next time. Many disciples who failed the challenge were not discouraged. Instead, they cultivated even harder, and so on. The cultivation atmosphere in the sect of all times became even stronger. And this was what Xianxia was most happy to see. Because if the disciples did not give up, the sect would become stronger day by day. As for the excess contribution points, he had spent them all on the sect's infrastructure and aptitude elixirs. However, as more and more disciples succeeded, there was also a chance. Every once in a while, he would receive a notification of contribution points. It's a little annoying. Xianxia said, "Can you block it?" In the past, this kind of notification sound was like the sound of nature to him. But now, he found it annoying. Dog. You're too arrogant, the system said. I can help the host to accumulate the contribution points obtained from the life and death secret territory temporarily and then give it out at a fixed time. Okay. Xianxia said, let's accumulate it first. The notifications were too frequent, and the rewards were not much. It was better to accumulate them and give them out all at once. Under the system's operation, there were no more notifications when disciples passed the life and death secret territory. After Xianxia's ears were clear, he began to think about how to refine the various weapons and pills rewarded by the epic mission in the shortest time possible. Especially the beginner-grade soul molding pill. Weapons and equipment were after all just supplementary items. The pills to increase one's cultivation were the key. Xianxia made a list and handed it to the procurement hall. The next day, Xianxia returned. This guy had challenged many Earth-class geniuses in a short period of time, and the process was completely one-sided. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma said, there's another secret territory at the back of the mountain. After passing it, you'll increase your realm. Do you want to try it? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He changed his route and headed to the back of the mountain. He stopped at the life and death secret territory and walked in without hesitation. It can't be. Senior brother, you went in alone? This is too intrepid. The disciples who were forming groups were all dumbfounded. The difficulty of the secret territory was extremely high, and it was obviously a group type. It was really inconceivable for one to go in alone. Disciple Xianxia has chosen the hell mode. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the secret territory and resounded throughout the entire sect of all times. Hell mode? Oh my god, is senior brother Yi crazy? Let's go and take a look. In a short while, thousands of people gathered outside the life and death secret territory. Xianxia was also alarmed. He walked out of the main hall and said with his mouth twitching, this guy is really courting death. A few minutes back in time. After Xianxia entered the life and death secret territory, he saw the various modes listed in the sky and chose the hell mode without hesitation. As a former martial emperor, his dignity did not allow him to choose a low-level mode. If he wanted to play, he would play something exciting. Xiao, the scene in front of him changed. Xianxia was in an area similar to a volcano, and his surroundings were filled with a scorching aura. Rumble, after a short while, the ground shook and quickly cracked open. Roar, at this moment, a deafening roar came from the cracked ground, and a huge creature covered in flames slowly appeared. How big was it? Xianxia was like an ant in front of it. Huff. Huff, the explosive flame aura became even more restless with the appearance of the flame beast. Even the space was instantly scorched and shattered. This is, Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in shock, Saint Beast. Huff, the scorching flames instantly pressed down. Night Emperor thought in his mind, I'm finished. How terrifying hell mode was, the Saint Beast comparable to a martial emperor was the best proof. This was worthy of Yi Aojia's identity in his previous life, and also worthy of the dignity of one of the 9 martial emperors. Come. Fight fair and square. Put on. At the entrance of the life and death secret realm, Xianxia was thrown out. He lay on the ground like a pile of mud, occasionally twitching. A martial king facing a saint beast. Even a fool would know that it would be cold. The most tragic thing was that the saint beast didn't even make a move. Just the flames it spread out had instantly killed Xianxia. Night Emperor, don't cry. Let's stand up and continue. Qingyang. Jun Chongxiao said, carry him back and bury him properly. Bury him? Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. He hurriedly carried Xianxia and placed him in his room. The next day, Xiao Ziji personally brought the nutritious porridge that Lu Wancher had specially prepared to feed him. Their relationship was like that of brothers. Junior brother. Before Xiao Ziji left, he said, don't be discouraged. After you recover, let's challenge the easy mode together. Damn it. Night Emperor said to himself, when I return to my peak, I will definitely trample that saint beast under my feet. Consecutively challenging the earth geniuses should have been the time to show off, but in the end, he died in hell mode, which definitely made him unhappy. Xianxia challenging hell mode was just a small interlude. However, it was also a warning to the disciples of the sect of all times, so they would all obediently choose the easy mode. Just like that. Every day, there would be disciples forming groups. Every day, there would be people passing and increasing their cultivation, and there would also be people who failed and suffered the side effects. Half a month later, more than 10,000 disciples entered the life and death secret realm. According to Li Qingyang's calculations, there were 6,000 to 7,000 disciples who successfully passed, and the rest all failed. The elimination rate is a bit high. Jun Chongxiao shook his head. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, according to this disciple's analysis, the juniors who passed the trial have all undergone rigorous training in the Tower of Trials. The juniors who were eliminated either did not enter or just started. If you haven't experienced the extreme refinement of your body, you'd better not enter the life and death secret realm. Jun Chongxiao said. The purpose of the secret realm was to increase one's strength. If one kept failing, although the time acceleration could offset the side effects, it would still be a waste of time. Pass down the order. Jun Chongxiao said, disciples who have not trained in the training tower for more than half a year are forbidden to enter the life and death secret realm. Yes. Li Qingyang received the order and left. When this rule was spread out, the disciples who had just entered the sect could only obediently start strengthening their bodies in the molding room and the training tower. Because they could only enter once every 3 months, Xiao Ziji and the others continued to focus on their cultivation. However, along with the appearance of the life and death secret realm, the missions in the mission pavilion had also changed. Many of the more difficult missions required one to enter the life and death secret realm to hunt. Jun Chongxiao said, this is quite up to date. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, the purchasing hall's members have already bought the list given earlier. Is that so? Jun Chongxiao hurried to the purchasing hall and threw the various materials he bought into the spatial ring. He opened the pill pavilion and weapon pavilion one by one and matched them automatically. High-grade True Yang sword 50. High-grade cloud piercing blade 30. Mid-grade black iron shield 15. He chose all 3 types of equipment and began to refine them automatically. At the same time, Jun Chongxiao took out the True Yang sword that he had refined long ago and didn't have time to observe. Clang! The sword was unsheathed and sword light flashed. The True Yang sword was no different from ordinary swords, but the body of the sword was thicker and the blade didn't look very sharp. It gave people a feeling of a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Shua! Shua! Jun Chongxiao brandished his sword, creating sparks of sword light. After testing it, he said with satisfaction, it's much stronger than the cold ray sword. Nonsense. The system said, this is a high-grade sword. Jun Chongxiao withdrew the sword and said, if disciple is equipped with all of them, it will definitely be easier to pass through the life and death secret realm. Back mountain, grassland. Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and said with a serious face, Senior Brother Su, are you ready? Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched and said, Patriarch, I think you should raise the shield and let Junior Brother Xiao test it with the sniper rifle. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Chongxiao said, hurry up and raise it. Su Xiaoma could only raise the heavy shield. This was a black iron shield. This shield was much bigger than the hard iron shield and was very heavy. The shield was carved with complicated patterns, which was quite the style of the European Middle Ages. If Xianxia activated the spirit armor at this moment, coupled with the black iron shield, he would definitely look very handsome. Who? He took a deep breath and said, "I'm ready." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia condensed his psionic energy and punched the black iron shield. As a representative of the extreme tempering of his body, the power of his punch was extremely strong. However, Xianxia stood in place without moving an inch. He did not even feel the fluctuations caused by the impact of the external force on the shield. Continue. Xianxia said. Bang! Bang! Xiaozuiji did not hold back anymore. Not only did he exert his physical strength to the extreme, he also used the mountain-collapsing and earth-shattering fist. The sound of explosions was like the sound of firecrackers during the Spring Festival. However, no matter how he attacked, no matter how much he exploded, Xianxia, who was holding the shield, stood in place without moving an inch. Patriarch! Xianxia said in surprise, "This shield's defense is so strong. Let me give it a try." Xianxia walked over, his right fist immediately filled with materialized psionic energy, and immediately punched out. Don't, bang, thump. Thump. Thump, Xianxia held the shield and frantically retreated. In the end, he fell dozens of meters away. His eyelids rolled back, and he fainted while foaming at the mouth. Xiaozuiji, I used too much strength. Xianxia shook his head. After breaking through the sword and martial emperor realm, even if it was a casual attack, the strength would definitely be more than 10 million pounds. Even with the support of the black iron shield, Xianxia would not be able to withstand it. However, to be able to withstand a punch without breaking, the defense of the black iron shield was quite high. We can mass produce it so that everyone can have one. Xianxia touched his chin and said. It was possible, but he lacked the ores to refine the black iron shield, so he had to find a way to buy more. Dong dong dong, a regular sound came from the cafeteria. Ma Yoning stood in front of the stove, waving the kitchen knife skillfully. Wasn't it the new year? Lu Wancher was preparing to make dumplings for her fellow disciples. Ma Yoning, who had broken through the Saber King realm, was more skilled in using the saber technique. His seemingly casual movements contained profound meanings that even I was not clear about. Hey! Xianxia leaned against the door and said, I have a newly refined blade here, do you want it? Dong, Ma Yoning stopped and said proudly, Patriarch, I will use my own blade. The blade of a swordsman. It was not something that could be changed easily. For example, this kitchen knife of his, even if it was broken, it would still accompany him. Plop! Xianxia threw the newly refined cloud-piercing blade over and turned to leave, but he also reminded, the meat must be chopped up, this way the dumplings will have a soul. Understood. Ma Yoning continued to control the kitchen knife to chop. However, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the cloud-piercing blade that fell to the side, emitting a heavy aura. At this time, if he accidentally chopped off his hand, then it would be a divine work. Shwa! Ma Yoning finally couldn't help but grab the hilt of the cloud-piercing blade, and then brought it in front of him. He licked the surface of the blade with his tongue, and his eyes immediately burned. This blade is not bad. Lick the blade, judge the quality. This was definitely the unique skill of the kitchen knife king. Lu Wancher walked into the kitchen and found Ma Yoning's kitchen knife on the chopping board, but he was nowhere to be seen. She was puzzled. Uncle Ma, didn't you say that the kitchen knife is your life, and you have to carry it with you? On the martial arts arena. Ma Yoning waved the cloud-piercing blade, and the blade chi filled the sky. Shwa, after a while, he withdrew his blade. He caressed the surface of the blade lovingly, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. The kitchen knife never left his body. That was in the past. Now, he officially announced that he had fallen in love with someone else. It wasn't that Ma Yoning wasn't firm enough, but that the cloud-piercing blade was just too much to his liking. That modified kitchen knife had deep feelings for him, but if he met a better knife, how difficult would it be to establish a sincere relationship? Men. It was normal to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. Patriarch. Zhongyi also tried out the cloud-piercing blade, and said, the quality of this blade is much higher than the cold light sword. You are the owner of this blade. Jun Changxiao said. Zhongyi was the captain of the wolf cavalry, so giving him the cloud-piercing blade was also in hopes that he would be able to charge through the enemy lines. Moreover, the effect of a blade in battle was better than that of a sword. Thank you, Patriarch, for giving me the blade, Zhongyi said excitedly. A total of 20 cloud-piercing blades were refined. Jun Changxiao did not give them to the disciples, but instead sent them into the weapon machine and set a price for the disciples to exchange for them with their contribution points. If there were enough of them, he would distribute one to everyone. Now that there were few of them, they could only use their contribution points to exchange for them. This way, they could also increase the enthusiasm of the disciples to do missions. Ores. Jun Changxiao returned to the main hall and kept muttering. The weapon and equipment formulas given by the epic quest were undoubtedly excellent, but without enough ores to mass-produce them, it would definitely cause one to collapse. What was even worse was that the ores needed for these weapons and equipment were not of a low level. Not only would it be difficult to buy them from the market, it would also cost a lot of money. If only there were veins that could produce all kinds of different ores. Jun Changxiao muttered. The system said, the host's imagination is good. Don't tell me that there's one in the mall? No. Jun Changxiao was immediately disappointed. He opened the pill pavilion and looked at the high-grade qi-gathering pill and the low-grade soul-shaping pill. These two were not bad. However, there were also a lot of medicinal ingredients. Jun Changxiao had no shortage of medicinal herbs. After all, he had inherited all the seeds of the medical sage of all faces, but it would take time to grow them. Elder Wei. Walking over to the herb hall, Xianxia passed the list of medicinal herbs over and said, divide another area and plant the seeds of these medicinal herbs. Yes. Elder Wei took the list and said, the quality isn't too high. It should mature in a month or two. 1 or 2 months? Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, it's still acceptable. Huyang City. When Jun Changxiao walked in again, the cultivators and commoners in the city lined the streets to welcome him. Now, he was no longer the Iron Bone sect leader who was despised in the past, but the patriarch of the sect of all times who was revered by everyone, needless to say. It felt good to be looked at with such respect. They walked straight. Jun Changxiao stopped at the AI family's medicine store. This medicine store had just been refurbished, and the entrance was even more magnificent than before. The AI family had always maintained the rule of auctioning pills every month. As the heal pill and body-shaping pill spread more and more, their wealth also accumulated. The pills were provided by Jun Changxiao, and they were only responsible for auctioning them. Every month, they would earn a huge profit. It would be strange if they didn't become rich. Moreover, the AI family was also gradually expanding their business. The 8 counties of the Azure Sun County had also opened branches of medicine stores. Jun Patriarch. AI Shang rushed over in a hurry. The AI family's business was getting bigger and bigger, and they couldn't do without Jun Changxiao, so they naturally didn't dare to be negligent. AI family head. Jun Changxiao laughed. When was this medicine store renovated? A month ago. AI Shang hurriedly made a gesture of invitation, and then ordered the servants of the medicine store to brew the best tea. Jun Changxiao sat down, looked at the magnificent interior decorations, and went back to the main topic. AI family head, I came here this time to ask, where is the place that produces ores? AI Shang didn't even think about it, and said, Northern Desert State. This was the northernmost state of the Falling Star continent. Although most of the land was desert, the ground was rich in minerals. It's a bit far. Jun Patriarch needs ores? Not only do I need them, I need a lot of them. AI Shang said, if that's the case, I suggest that Jun Patriarch make a trip to the northern desert state. If you're lucky, you might be able to find an ownerless mine. Yes. Jun Changxiao also had this plan. Besides, let's just treat it as a trip. Jun Patriarch. AI Shang handed over a few space rings, and said, these are the herbs and seeds that my AI family has recently collected. Thank you for your trouble. Jun Changxiao took it, gave him 2 bottles of heal pill and 1 bottle of body-shaping pill, and then took his leave. Xiao, After leaving the city, he didn't hide anything, and directly flew up. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, June Patriarch's strength was unknown for now, but the ability to fly was very convenient. When he was about to fly into the sect, June Xianxia noticed that many ordinary people in plain clothes had gathered at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't the day to recruit disciples, so what were they doing here? Village chief. In the crowd, a pretty girl said, "Let's go, Brother Anyo should have forgotten about me." Even if this girl was wearing ordinary clothes, it couldn't hide her natural beauty. No. A gray-haired old man in his 80s said with a walking stick, "Since we're here, we have to find that kid and ask him why he left without saying goodbye, why he abandoned you." Humph. A rough-looking man standing next to him stared and said, "Don't think that you're so great just because you joined the sect of all times. If you really let my sister down, I'll be the first to stand up for you." The girl said, "Village chief, brother, maybe he just looks like Anyo." "Impossible." The rough-looking man said solemnly, "I've already asked around, that guy must be Anyo." "Anyo?" June Xianxia stood in midair and said, "The sect of all times doesn't have such a disciple." "Brother." The girl said, "If it's really Brother Anyo, it's also a great opportunity for him to join such a sect. If we come here recklessly, we might bring him trouble." "That makes sense." The village chief frowned. "That bastard said that he would marry my sister, a man should keep his promise." The rough-looking man said angrily, obviously determined to find Anyo for his sister. "That's right. A man should keep his promise." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling everyone. They all turned their heads to look and saw a young man who had appeared behind them without them noticing. The rough-looking man said, "Who are you?" His tone was much gentler, obviously knowing that this guy who was younger than him was not to be trifled with. June Xianxia said, "The patriarch of the sect of all times." "He's the patriarch? I didn't expect him to be so young." The villagers started whispering among themselves. The village chief hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I'm the village chief of Tuer village. I'm here today to look for a disciple called Peanyo." "Peanyo?" June Xianxia shook his head, "Sorry, my sect doesn't have such a disciple." Hearing this, the girl's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly concealed it and smiled. "I told you that you got the wrong person. Lord Patriarch." The village chief said, "Is there really no disciple called Peanyo?" "No." June Xianxia said. Although many disciples might not appear in the main text, June Xianxia remembered their names clearly, even enough to write a full chapter. "Village chief, brother." The girl said, "Since Brother Anyo isn't here, let's go back." "We can't go." The rough-looking man said firmly, "Peanyo must have changed his name, we can go in and look for him, we can definitely find him." "Okay." June Xianxia raised his hand and said, "Please follow me to the sect." These people were just simple and honest people. Since they came to the sect to look for someone, they had to cooperate. Moreover, June Patriarch was also very curious. This rough-looking man was so confident that Peanyo was in the sect of all times. Who could he be? P.S. Happy New Year. The villagers from Tuer village had entered the sect of all times. Such a spacious courtyard, such a luxurious building. To ordinary people like them, it was like a palace. They had to thank Li Qingyang properly. After his many renovations and improvements, the sect of all times had been upgraded several times. If it was still the same as before, ordinary people might think that this was a dilapidated temple that had been abandoned for a long time. It's so big. The stone slabs under our feet must be very expensive. How much silver did this cost? The villagers of Tuer village stared with their eyes wide open, looking around as if they were Granny Lu taking a stroll in the Grandview Garden. Our June Patriarch was close to the people. If it were any other sect, they would definitely not allow outsiders to enter as they pleased. The girl's brother stared at the disciples of the sect of all times the entire time, looking for Peanyo. He only had this one sister. No matter what, he had to find that heartless man. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked over and asked in surprise, "They are?" His arrival made the coarse man look carefully, then shook his head and said, "It's not that heartless man. They're here to look for someone," June Xianxia said. "Who are you looking for?" Peanyo. Peanyo? Li Qingyang said blankly, Patriarch, we don't have such a person in our sect. Impossible. The course man said, that guy must be here. Jun Changxiao said, Qingyang, go and gather all the disciples here. Let them identify them one by one. Yes. Li Qingyang received the order. Soon, more than 10,000 disciples gathered in the training field. There are so many people. One look and I can tell that they're very powerful warriors. The aura that the disciples of the sect of all times unintentionally revealed made the villagers of Tuer village tremble. Although the course man was also afraid, he still brought his sister to identify them one by one. In the first row, there were Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and others. However, Pei Aniu was not among them, so he continued to look at the second row. Unfortunately, after spending a long time looking through all the disciples present, he still couldn't find the heartless man he was looking for. He Wudi, the last disciple, had already seen Pei Aniu before he entered the door. He was not looking for Pei Aniu. Brother. The woman said in a low voice, I told you, you must have mistaken me for someone else. That's impossible. The course man scratched his head and said, someone said that they've seen it before. Lord Patriarch. He looked at Jun Changxiao and asked, are all your disciples here? They're all here, Jun Changxiao said. Patriarch. Li Qingyang replied, Junior Marshal Brother Yi is still recuperating in the spacetime secret realm. Jun Changxiao's expression froze. Just now, the village chief of Tuer village said that Pei Aniu had left without saying goodbye. Back then, he seemed to have forcefully brought Yi Xingchen back to the sect. Damn, Pei Aniu couldn't be this guy. No, no. Jun Changxiao denied in his heart, he still has some self-restraint. How could he be a country bumpkin? Especially the name Pei Aniu, it's too degrading. Everyone. He said, there's still one disciple in seclusion. You can wait for a while. Counting the time, Yi Xingchen had been in the spacetime secret realm for more than 2 days. He should be automatically sent out soon. Okay. The course man said. Even if there was only one person left, he would not give up. The girl tugged at the corner of his clothes and whispered, Brother, let's go. Don't disturb him anymore. She was afraid of finding Pei Aniu in the sect of all times because with her brother's personality, he would definitely not let it go. Fortunately. There were so many disciples, but there was no one they were looking for. Although it was inevitable that they would feel disappointed, it was also the best result. Brother Aniu. I know you must have your difficulties. Maybe one day, you will come back to Tuer village to look for me. The girl comforted herself with such words every day. Every day, she would go to the stream outside the village to wait. Although she waited in vain every time, she never gave up. If her brother had not found out that his sister seemed to be possessed and ran out of the village every day, he would not have asked around. After learning about Pei Aniu, he would not have brought the villagers to the sect of all times to look for him. No. The course man said firmly, we have to see all of them before we leave. Brother, the girl bit her lip, and her eyes gradually turned red. The old village chief said, after seeing this last one, we will return to the village. Yes. Jun Changxiao said, since it's so far away. At this point, he stopped because the girl, her brother, and all the villagers were looking in one direction. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, Junior Brother Yi has come out. Jun Changxiao activated his spiritual senses and naturally saw that Yi Xingchen had already appeared at the entrance to the back of the mountain. He also saw the tears in the girl's eyes and the endless anger on her brother's face. If he guessed correctly, this Pei Aniu, it's him. The course man said angrily, it's him, the heartless man. As he spoke, he strode over with a look that clearly said, I'm going to beat you up. Yi Xingchen, who had just walked out of the back of the mountain, saw a man rushing over and said calmly, where did this vulgar mortal come from? Bang, as soon as he finished speaking, the course man punched him in the face. Thump. Thump, thump. Yi Xingchen staggered back a few steps, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said, you dare to hit me? You heartless man. The course man strode forward and waved his fist. You have cheated my sister for so long. Today, you must pay the price. Heartless man, Yi Xingchen looked at the patriarch blankly. Jun Changxiao also looked at him blankly, as if to say, this is your own romantic history. Why are you looking at me? Bang, bang, Yi Xingchen was punched twice more. He said angrily, trash, you are courting death, bang. Bang. He was punched a few more steps back. Speaking of which, why was Night Emperor so weak? How could an ordinary person hit him? Sigh. Don't mention it. It was not even hell mode. If others were weak, they would recover quickly after entering the spacetime secret realm. However, after 3 days, he only had the ability to walk and was still in an absolutely weak state. Otherwise, even a martial king might not be able to touch the corner of his clothes, let alone an ordinary person. Brat. The coarse man raised his fist again and said angrily, you deceived my sister with your sweet words and left without a word. My sister waited for you for so many years. If I don't beat you up today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Brother. The girl rushed over from behind and grabbed her brother's hand tightly. She cried, Anyo must have his reasons. Sister. The coarse man said angrily, don't believe him anymore. Don't protect him anymore. Brother Anyo. The girl hugged her brother and looked at Yi Xingchen. Run. Why should I run? Why should I run, also? Who the hell is Brother Anyo? Patriarch. Xianxia said, what's going on? What else could it be? Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, that girl is Yi Xingchen's fiancée. He dumped her later and came to find us today. The disciples of the sect of all times widened their eyes. Oh my god, this girl is actually, junior brother Ye's, senior brother's, fiancé, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the disciples either sat down or sat on small benches. At this time, each of them was given a piece of watermelon. They were the perfect audience to watch the show. Phew, the coarse man panted, his eyes flashing with anger. Yi Xingchen stood a few meters away. Although he had been punched a few times, his body was strong, and there were no bruises on his face. It had to be said. Even if he had no cultivation, even if he was abnormally weak, our Night Emperor was more resistant than a punching bag. The girl called Hui stood in front of him, protecting him with her weak body. Although there were tears in her eyes, there was determination. Trash. Yi Xingchen said angrily, when I recover my cultivation, I'll tear you to pieces. To be beaten up by an ordinary person was a great humiliation. Sister. The coarse man pointed at him and said, get out of the way, I'll teach him a lesson. Brother. You can beat a martial emperor, I'll give you a thumbs up. Brother. Hui cried and said, I beg you, don't hurt Anyo anymore. Because his sister was protecting him, the coarse man did not dare to rush over. He could only glare at Yi Xingchen with the most angry eyes. Crack. Xianxia cracked a melon seed and said, Patriarch, I didn't expect junior brother Yi to be this kind of person. Yes. Li Fei said, he has a fiancée, and he hasn't gone back for so many years. This is too much. They more or less understood the reason from watching the melon seeds, and they despised Yi Xingchen's behavior of abandoning his fiancée. Sigh. We're all standing on one side. He actually has a beautiful fiancée, and he even dumped her. He's utterly heartless, at that moment, not to mention Hui's brother, Xianxia, Li Fei, and the others all wanted to beat Yi Xingchen up. That's strange. Li Qingyang was puzzled. Junior brother Yi is always so proud and aloof. How can he have a fiancée? Maybe he's faking it. Xianxia said, he must be a flirtatious person in private. These words made the disciples' imagination run wild. Yi Xingchen, who was usually serious in speech and manner, was actually a playboy who was secretly seducing young ladies. The scene immediately became vivid. Jun Changxiao remained silent. He could tell from Yi Xingchen's eyes that he really didn't know this girl called Hui. Could it be, Jun Changxiao said, did this guy lose his memory after being hit by a happy soccer ball? He clearly remembered that after participating in the intersect tournament, when he brought the disciples back, he kicked the ball out and coincidentally hit Yi Xingchen's head, causing him to faint. In the middle of nowhere, in order to prevent this fellow from being taken away by the wild wolves, he could only bring him back to the sect and kindly accept him as a disciple. Good intentions? The system asked, does the host's conscience not hurt? Xianxia's mind raced. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this kind of melodramatic plot that only appeared in idle dramas really happened to Xianxia. As the instigator, he immediately felt guilty. There was no denying it. His unexpected action allowed the sect to have a disciple with unlimited potential. But if he didn't knock him unconscious and cause him to lose his memory, he would have already gotten married and wouldn't have let a girl down for so many years. Sorry. Xianxia said to himself, I'm the one who delayed the two of you. It was not too late. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. Xianxia stood up and said, Xianxia, a man should be responsible. Explain to this girl properly. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. I don't even know her. What's there to explain? However, Night Emperor was not a fool. At this moment, he gradually realized something. He nurtured his incomplete soul in the earth's core, then broke through the earth and was reborn. He took over the body of a woodcutter youth. He should be Anyo, the girl's fiancé. Xianxia transmigrated and inherited the original owner's memory. Night Emperor's possession was a simple and violent method. The original owner's soul vanished into thin air and his memory was not synchronized. Yes. As he guessed. The original owner of this body was called Anyo. He was an orphan who grew up without parents and relied on others to feed him. Later, Xianxia took away the possessed Xianxia. The villagers searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. They thought that he was eaten by wolves in the wild. If Night Emperor hadn't been flying around recently and was accidentally discovered by the villagers of Tuer village, they probably wouldn't have come looking for him. Village chief. Xianxia said, the disciples of the sect of all times are definitely not people who go back on their words. Yi. Since Anyo and Miss Hui Er are engaged, I will uphold justice. Pft, haha. Su Shama couldn't help but laugh. Anyo. This name was too down-to-earth. No, his waist muscles were almost stiff from laughing. The disciples of the sect of all times also couldn't help but laugh. After all, Xianxia was their senior brother. They gave him some face and didn't laugh out loud. Jun Patriarch also wanted to laugh. As a patriarch who had to maintain his poise, no matter how funny it was, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Xianxia put his hand on Li Qingyang's shoulder and laughed until tears flowed out. He said, should I call him Xianxia or Yi Anyo? Seeing the patriarch and his fellow disciples laughing so hard, Xianxia was so angry that every hair on his body was about to stand up. All right. Xianxia stopped laughing and returned to the topic at hand. Miss Hui Er can stay in the sect. Anyo. Pfft. He was also injured during cultivation and needs someone to take care of him. Ah. Hui Er hurriedly turned around and said in a panic, Brother Anyo, you're injured? It could be seen. This was genuine concern, and it was definitely not an act. Xiao Ziji's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Back then, his fiancée brought the elders of the Lily Holy Sect to break off the engagement and brought him great pain. On the other hand, junior brother Ye's fiancée was like heaven and earth. Woman. Xianxia pointed at the door and said coldly, Scram. Although he had already guessed that this girl was involved with the original owner, he, who was wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts, would definitely not be troubled by love. Not to mention, in his previous life, he was injured by a woman. This was the most heart-wrenching pain in Xianxia's life. He would never be able to get over it. It could be said that Night Emperor's heart. Night Emperor's feelings. At the moment of his death in his previous life, he had completely sealed himself off. In this life, he only wanted to return to the peak, to reach a new height and personally kill that woman. Anyo. Xianxia reprimanded, what are you talking about? Jun Patriarch, who didn't know what was going on, thought that he had broken Xianxia's head with a ball. In order to make up for his mistake, he had to matchmake this couple. Lord Patriarch. The village chief cupped his hands and said, thank you for your deep understanding. At first, he was very worried when he came to the sect of all times to look for Anyo. But after he came, he realized that Jun Patriarch was actually so approachable. He had seen too many rich and powerful people acting recklessly. It was really unexpected to meet such an amiable patriarch. Elder Xianxia said, please don't worry. If Anyo dares to bully Hui I will be the first to not let him off. Xianxia. Lord Patriarch. The rough-looking man said, can I stay? He was still worried that Pei Anyo would bully his sister, so he wanted to stay. Brother. Hui said, you can go back. She was afraid that if her brother stayed, he wouldn't be able to resist beating up brother Anyo again. Xianxia definitely couldn't let the rough-looking man stay because he wanted to give Anyo and Miss Hui a chance to cultivate their relationship. Thus, he waved his hand and said, Qingyang, send the guest off. You may not have experienced despair, but Xianxia was in deep despair now because a woman he did not know was standing in front of him with a bowl of porridge. Brother Anyo. Hui said, let me feed you. Xianxia clenched his fist and said, can you leave and close the door? Because the patriarch had ordered him not to treat this woman rudely, he would have pointed at the door and told her to get lost. Brother Anyo. Hui bit her lip and said, you've changed, you've become a stranger, don't call me brother Anyo. Xianxia said coldly, he's already dead. I know. Hui said, you're now Xianxia, you're a disciple of the Sect of all times, you've been reborn. Xianxia was speechless. He was obviously telling the truth, this stupid woman must have misunderstood. Brother Xianxia. Hui said with tears in her eyes, you said before that you'll treat me well forever. Is it because you've achieved great success now that you're despising me? That's right. Xianxia said coldly, you're not worthy of me. This woman was too annoying. He could only pretend to be Pei Anyo, a heartless man, so that she would leave tactfully, Night Emperor. You're so cruel, no poison, no great man, no wine, no banquet. Drip, drip. Hui stood by the bed with a bowl in her hand, tears rolling down her cheeks. She firmly believed that brother Anyo would not forget her. She waited outside the village for 3 years until she found him today and realized that everything had changed. He was now a disciple of the Sect of all times with a bright future. Why would he care about a poor commoner like her? Hui put the bowl on the table and said dejectedly, brother Anyo, I'm leaving. Go, go. Xianxia said, don't bother me in the future. He knew that the girl liked Pei Anyo, but after he took over her body, they were destined to be separated by life and death. Speaking of which, wouldn't Night Emperor feel guilty for possessing an ordinary person's body for no reason? The idea was laughable. In his previous life, he had stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Why would he care about an ordinary person, Miss Hui Xianxia stood at the entrance of the inner courtyard and looked at Hui who was walking over with her head lowered. He said, I have something to tell you. Actually, Anyo's head was seriously injured and he lost some important memories. He also forgot some important people. Hui who was originally disheartened, suddenly widened her eyes. So, Xianxia comforted, his indifference to you is not because he has a change of heart, but because he really doesn't remember. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Hui came to a sudden realization, and the pain in her heart lessened quite a bit. It's not that brother Anyo has a change of heart, but he has forgotten everything. I should understand him, Xianxia said, from your eyes, I can see that you and Anyo were once very much in love. Unfortunately, God played a joke on you. Lord Patriarch. Hui pleaded, what should I do? It's very simple. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and said, let him fall in love with you again. The system was speechless. Who would have thought that this guy who was destined to be alone for the rest of his life was quite good at teaching others about love? Let me say this again, I, Xianxia, am not single. I just don't want to pick up girls. Hui was silent for a while. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said firmly, Lord Patriarch, I understand. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Today, I will make an exception and accept you as a disciple of the Sect of all times. From now on, you can cultivate together with Anyo. Xianxia said. Thank you, Lord Patriarch. Just like that, Hui became a disciple of the Sect of all times without going through the assessment. Sigh. Sitting in the main hall, Xianxia said, not only does he care about the disciple's cultivation, but he also cares about the disciples' marriage. Where else can I find such a patriarch? After becoming a disciple, Hui changed into the sect's uniform. Her aura instantly improved. She was not as beautiful as Xianxia, but she was still a pretty girl from a humble family. She was the kind of wife and mother who would lead a good life. Hui did not approach Xianxia. Instead, she took the initiative to talk to her senior brothers and sisters to understand Brother Anyo's personality after he lost his memories. In the cafeteria, Xianxia sat down. When he saw Hui walk in wearing the sect's uniform, his entire face froze. This woman had not left yet and was even wearing the sect's uniform. Could it be junior brother Anyo? Su Xiaoma leaned over and said with a smile, "She's also a member of our sect now. Let me say this. If you dare to bully junior sister Hui, I won't let you off easily." That's right, that's right. Li Fei echoed. Li Qingyang walked over and said in a meaningful tone, "Junior brother Yi, junior sister Hui is such a good person. You can't let her down. Kid." Elder Wei sat next to him and said, "Do you want me to teach you a few moves?" Sigh. The entire sect was worried sick for Anyo. Xianxia clenched his fists. Forget it, forget it. As long as that woman doesn't come to bother me, it doesn't matter even if she's in the sect. After Hui joined the sect, she really did not bother Xianxia. Instead, she learned about his habits and so on through her fellow sect members. Brother Anyo likes to cultivate martial arts. I have to work hard too. Brother Anyo likes to eat senior sister Lu's dishes. I can go and ask her for advice. Therefore, when Hui was not cultivating, she would go to the cafeteria to ask Lu Wancher for advice. She even took the initiative to help out in the kitchen. One day, Xianxia ate a mouthful of food. He frowned and said, "The taste is not right." Hee. Lu Wancher suddenly appeared in front of him. She rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "Senior brother Yi, this is junior sister Hui's food. How does it taste?" Pa. Xianxia put down his chopsticks and walked out of the cafeteria. Is it not good? Hui who was standing in the kitchen, said with a face full of frustration. The entire sect of all times knew that Xianxia had lost his memory. Everyone was actively helping Hui so that the two of them could develop a relationship that could move one's heart. However, only Xianxia knew. It was not that he had lost his memory, but that Pei Anyo was already dead. However, he could not take the initiative to say it out loud. After all, his reincarnation was the biggest secret in his heart. So annoying. Xianxia stood on the peak of the back mountain, his emotions extremely unstable. Anyo. Jun Changxiao appeared behind him, and said, "Don't pursue martial arts too much, and don't pretend to be cold-blooded and heartless. Experiencing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and enjoying life is actually another kind of cultivation. Patriarch, can you not call me Anyo?" Alright, Pei Xingqian. Xianxia almost couldn't hold back and jumped down from the mountain peak. Jun Changxiao could only try his best to provide opportunities for the emotional problems between disciples. Whether or not they could succeed would depend on themselves. A few days later. After arranging everything, Jun Patriarch brought little Long Long and left the sect. What for? He was going to the northern desert state to look for ores to forge equipment. Before leaving, he sent a sound transmission, "Anyo, I hope that when I return, you and Hui can get back together." Get back together. Your sister, the Night Emperor, who had always been proud and aloof, almost couldn't help but curse out loud. On this day, Jun Changxiao went to the northern desert state. The entire sect of all times continued to worry about Anyo and Hui. Shua, Jun Changxiao carried little Long Long and flew toward the northern desert state. It was a very long distance from the southwest to the north. If they didn't fly, they would have to walk for several years. The system said, "Host, Xianxia is not simple." Jun Changxiao said, "He must be hiding a secret." He had been thinking about Xianxia all this time and felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. First of all, why would Pei Anyo from Tuer village say that he was Xianxia? If he lost his memory, shouldn't he ask me who I am and where I am? What is this place? Why would he make up a name, moreover? Jun Changxiao guessed that Yi Xingchen should know a martial art above the divine grade, which was why he could surpass Li Qingyang and the others. This was definitely not something an ordinary villager could do. There were some things that could be found with just a little thought. Especially when it came to Yi Xingchen, there were just too many flaws. Could it be that he didn't lose his memory and didn't recognize Hui Er and the villagers of Tuer village? Jun Changxiao said. The system said, did he recognize the wrong person? Impossible. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, there are so many people here. How could he recognize the wrong person? The system said, then there is only one possibility. His memory didn't disappear, but it was erased by an external force. Continue, Jun Changxiao said. The system said, I guess that a strong person might have met Yi Xingchen and taught him a cultivation technique above the divine grade, forcefully erasing all his memories. Then how do you explain the name Yi Xingchen? Jun Changxiao said. The system was silent. If it was someone who lost his memory, how could he come up with such a name? Even if he made it up, it couldn't be so meaningful. Jun Chang smiled and said, will it possess a body like me and then replace it? The host's imagination is really wild. The system said. Jun Changxiao said, didn't I also transmigrate and reincarnate? Since this happened to me, perhaps others can do it too. If the Night Emperor was reincarnated through possession and did not inherit the memories of the original owner, it makes sense that Hui Er and the villagers of Tuer village are not involved. At the same time, it also explains why there is a mental cultivation method above the divine tier. It's because it wasn't taught to him by someone else. He brought it with him. The system said, that makes sense. Jun Changxiao continued, Yi Xingchen's way of doing things is clearly different from his peers. In my opinion, he's not a transmigrator, but the system said, the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said. The system said, it's not impossible for a powerhouse to be reborn in such a high-level realm. Actually, Jun Changxiao did not only suspect Yi Xingchen, but also He Wudi. This was because this guy was also more experienced than his peers. His cultivation speed was just too frightening. If Yi Xingchen is really a powerhouse reborn, then he and Pei Aniu are two different people. It's naturally impossible for him and Hui Er to be together, the system said. I can't be sure now. Jun Changxiao said, so I hope Hui Er can be more proactive and make that guy confess to me. The system fell silent. At this moment, it finally understood. Matchmaking Yi Xingchen and Hui Er was more like this guy's elaborate scheme to force the other party to confess the secret in his heart. Judging from the past few days, Yi Xingchen was indeed very irritable. Perhaps he would take the initiative to confess in order to get some peace. Haven't you been searching for information on the Starfall continent? Jun Changxiao said, have you found any powerhouses related to Yi Xingchen? No. The system said, Yi Xingchen is very rare in the Starfall continent. Various historical documents do not have a character named Yi Xingchen. Could it be that the name is fake? Jun Changxiao said, what cultivation base does a powerhouse need to be able to be reborn? It's hard to say. The system said, some people might not have a high cultivation base. They might be struck by lightning by chance and inexplicably reborn in someone else's body. Jun Changxiao broke down. Are you talking about that? I forgot. The system said, you were struck by lightning. Damn. Jun Changxiao said. Right. The system said, in my search, among the 9 great martial emperors who look down on all living things, one of them is called Night Emperor. Night Emperor? Jun Changxiao said, isn't that very common? In his opinion, Night Emperor, Emperor Ming, Emperor Qing, and Emperor Qi were the most commonly used titles of Xuanhuan powerhouses, just like Xiao, Chu, Long, and Yi. It is very common. The system said, but this Night Emperor has already fallen. Oh? Jun Changxiao became interested and said, how did he die, when did he die? He's been dead for a few thousand years, no one knows how he died. The system said. Jun Changxiao said, after being dead for so long, if he could be reborn, he would have already been reborn. What's interesting is. The system said, Night Emperor had a close female friend called Lingyao. Not long after he fell, she ascended to the higher realms. Jun Changxiao was not interested in the martial emperor's romantic history, so he said, search more. If you find any information related to Yi Xingchen, tell me immediately. Shua, a streak of light flew across the sky, covering over 10 miles in a breath. Northern Desert State. It was a state that was 70% desert. In just a day, Jun Changxiao brought little Long Long and flew over, landing in a desert that was filled with yellow sand. The air here was extremely dry, the sun was strong, as if they were in a furnace. There's no one. Jun Changxiao did not see any martial artists along the way. 1,000 miles north, there is a city called Yellow Sand City. If the host wants to buy ores, you can go there to take a look. The system said. After upgrading to version 2.0, its understanding of the falling star continent became more and more comprehensive. Okay. Jun Changxiao continued to fly and saw a blurry building in the north. Although the walls of Yellow Sand City were made of stone, they were covered in a layer of golden yellow after being swept by the yellow sand for many years. Shua. Jun Changxiao landed far away from the city and chose to walk. Yellow Sand City was very big, but because of the environment, there were not many locals living here. The whole city seemed empty. Hey! As soon as he entered the city, a middle-aged man with a headscarf wrapped around his head to block the sun said, "You look unfamiliar, are you here to buy ores?" "Yes." "You came at the wrong time, a few big sects are in conflict because of ores. They have been fighting for half a year, and now all the ore shops in the city are out of stock." Phew, he released his spiritual sense and covered the whole city. As expected, many ore shops were closed. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He came personally to the northern desert state to buy ores, but there was no stock. "Friend," Jun Changxiao asked, "are there any ores in other cities?" Yellow Sand City is the biggest ore delivery point in the northern desert state. If there is none here, there won't be many in other cities. The middle-aged man said, "Let's wait. The ore market will only recover after the big sects have finished." "How long will the fight last?" Jun Changxiao asked. The middle-aged man said, "These sects are on par with each other. Based on the previous fights, it will take at least 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years, what a scam, Jun Changxiao asked, "What sects are they?" The middle-aged man said kindly, "Friend, I advise you not to ask about it, or you will be in trouble." Huff huff. At that moment, a thick and heavy qi filled the air and completely restrained him. Jun Changxiao looked at him coldly and said, "If you don't tell me, disaster will descend from the sky." Most of the mineral veins in the northern desert state were controlled by the major sections. Usually, everyone minded their own business and developed their own resources. However, it was nothing more than peace on the surface. Sometimes, a little friction would escalate into a fight. For example, half a year ago, a small exploration team of a sect found a small mineral vein. Then, another sect came and said that they found it first. So, both sides started fighting. At first, it was a small fight. But who didn't know some people? Who didn't have allies? As a result, the two sects called one after another to summon people. The small-scale battle instantly evolved into a large-scale battle. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, there were as many as 10 sects involved in the fight, and all of them mainly operated mineral veins. They had been busy fighting for the past half a year and didn't do business. So, Yellow Sand City's mineral veins were seriously out of stock. Of course, there were also forces from other provinces who came to mediate, hoping to restore the supply. But the sects in the northern desert state were as violent as the environment here. They wouldn't stop until there was a winner. It was fine if they fought until their heads bled. But Jun Patriarch was in urgent need of mineral veins. He couldn't wait for 2 or 3 years. "No." Jun Changxiao said, "I have to mediate." The system said, "Judging from the host's hidden attributes, there's an 80% chance that he will be a troublemaker." After so many years, it had a good understanding of Jun Patriarch's character. "I can't help but want to say, together." Swoosh, Jun Changxiao was in a hurry. He took off directly from Yellow Sand City. Plop. The middle-aged man who almost got into trouble fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He is Wu Huang. Boom, boom, on a sunken sand dune, thousands of martial artists were fighting. Judging from their clothes, they were from at least 10 different forces. Humph. On a high ground far away from the sand dune, dozens of middle-aged and old people stood. Judging from their auras, they were all martial kings. There was even an emperor. The leader was the patriarch of the fourth-rate Xianxia sect, Xianxia. Humph. An old man sneered. How dare they fight with our Xianxia sect for mineral veins? Did the wind-riding sect eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? This person was a grand elder of the Azure Sand sect. Originally, he was in seclusion. Later on, the sect and the few forces led by the wind-riding sect fought for a long time without a clear victor, so he specially came out of seclusion to help. Opposite them was another group of people, led by the wind-riding sect's sect master. Wu Huang had also come out of closed-door training. Since the beginning of the fight between the disciples, and now, even an emperor-level expert had been alerted. They had truly developed feelings for each other. Boom, boom, thousands of people were still fighting fiercely in the sunken sand dunes. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows and then parted while panting. It was unknown how many times they had fought. Although each of the 10 sects had lost a lot of disciples, they were still evenly matched. Old Monster Su. The great elder of the Azure Sand sect coldly said, "Why don't you and I have a contest? Whoever loses will give up the mine." Bullshit. The Wind Rider sect's Emperor Realm expert called Old Monster Su said, "That mine was discovered by our Wind Rider sect first. Why did your Grey Sand sect have to come and cause trouble?" Humph, the Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder said indifferently, "My Azure Sand sect was the first to discover this vein." Both sides had their reasons. There was no other way. They could only use their fists to speak. Old Monster Su. The Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder said indifferently, "It's meaningless for you and me to argue about this. Why don't we have a fight?" "All right." Old Monster Su said in a deep voice, "Then let's fight." Swoosh, swoosh, the two of them flew out at the same time and then hovered in the air. Their powerful auras spread out from each other. The eyes of the martial artists who came to cheer for them immediately lit up. It was rare to see an emperor-level battle. The thousands of martial artists in the sunken sand dunes took the opportunity to return to their respective camps. After all, it was easy to get involved in a fight between experts of this level. Whoosh whoosh, the two powerful emperor-level chi domains were like two huge ferocious beasts colliding in the sky, causing the space to gradually distort. Judging from this situation, the two of them were evenly matched. If they continued to fight like this, it would be difficult to determine the winner without fighting for 3 to 5 days. Once experts of the same strength fought, the scene would be exciting, but it would take too much time. There were records. The two Wuxing had fought for more than 10 years. Not only did their son and daughter get married, but they also had many children and grandchildren. Whoosh whoosh. They were still releasing their chi domains and squeezing the space. Old Monster Su. The Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder said coldly, "Your cultivation hasn't improved at all these years." Humph, Old Monster Su said disdainfully, "Same to you." The Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder raised his hand and said, "I've been comprehending the yellow sand palm all these years. Now that I've comprehended it to the extreme, I'll let you see its power." Yellow sand palm? My God, that's a Saint-grade martial technique. Everyone exclaimed. Old Monster Su smiled coldly and said, "I've also comprehended the 10-direction Rakshasa fist to the extreme. Today, I'll use you to test it." Another Saint-grade martial technique. The two Wu Huangs both used Saint-grade martial techniques. They were going to fight for real. Retreat. Retreat. Many martial artists were afraid of being affected and retreated a few hundred meters. At this moment, the Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster Su withdrew their chi domains in tacit understanding. They were surrounded by thick spiritual energy. Whoosh whoosh, for a moment, the violent spiritual energy spread for thousands of meters and rolled up the rolling yellow sand, covering the sky and the sun. Yellow sand palm. 10-direction Rakshasa fist. Two vigorous sounds rang out in the yellow sand, and the whole space seemed to be shattered. Whoosh whoosh, the cultivators who had hidden far enough away looked up and saw that in the midst of the dust and sand, A huge killer beast had instantly gathered and then suddenly raised its palm and slammed down. At the same time, light appeared below, and a dazzling golden fist went up to meet it. Crack crack crack, under the interference of the two Saint-grade martial techniques, the space instantly collapsed. Many cultivators watched with rapt attention. They could even imagine the shocking scene that would occur when the two powerful martial skills collided. Wait, what's that? Many martial kings suddenly realized that a young man in white had appeared in the middle of the palm and fist. Damn it, who is he? Why did he appear in the battlefield? Huh? The Azure Sand Sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster Su also realized that someone had appeared, but they had already released their martial techniques. Whoosh whoosh, two different forces pressed down from above and below, forming an impact that was still attacking the space barrier. Whoosh! At this moment, the man in white suddenly opened his arms. His left finger met the Sandman palm, and his right palm met the fist. Bang, bang, two loud sounds were heard. The martial artist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was because the young man in white's right finger had gently blocked the Sandman palm, and his left palm had firmly caught the fist. The two majestic forces were rampaging around him, but he was safe and sound. How is this possible? The Azure Sand Sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster Su were dumbfounded. The martial technique that they had painstakingly comprehended had been easily caught by this guy. The most intolerable thing was that in the area where the wind was howling, the other party's hair was not messed up at all, as if it had been drawn with a pen. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the man in white's arms were filled with powerful spiritual energy, which turned into a large net that covered the Sandman and the fist. Bang, bang, the power contracted, and there was an explosion. The palm print and fist print were instantly crushed to pieces. You too. The man in white grinned, revealing two white teeth, and said, "Give June some face and stop fighting." Although the Grand Elder and Old Monster Su were only first stage Wu Huang, the power of their martial techniques was still quite explosive. The man in white who suddenly appeared not only easily caught it but also crushed it easily. He was really powerful, that's right. To do such a thing, he must be the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Gosheng. He rushed to the scene of the fight as quickly as possible. Coincidentally, the Grand Elder and Old Monster Su were about to fight. At first, Jun Patriarch planned to wait for the two of them to finish fighting before appearing. But seeing that the power of the gathered martial techniques was not bad, he decided to test his strength at the last minute. The sect testing machine could no longer satisfy Jun courting death. He needed something more exciting, unfortunately. The Saint-grade martial techniques condensed by the two first stage Wu Huang did not have any lethality. Sigh. How disappointing. Puff. Puff. The backlash caused by their moves being broken made the Grand Elder and Old Monster Su vomit blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. This young man could casually receive and break their moves. He must be very strong. You too? Jun Xianxia said, "Can you give Jun some face?" Under normal circumstances, the irritable Northern Desert State martial artists would definitely say, "Kid, who are you? Why should we give you face?" But it was different now. Jun Patriarch easily broke the moves of two emperor-level powerhouses, which deeply shocked everyone. They had to give him face. Old Monster Su suppressed the boiling blood in his body and said, "Who are you?" "The patriarch of the sect of all times," Jun Xianxia said. Although his words were calm, they revealed an extremely strong pretentious aura, which directly suppressed the desolation of the Northern Desert State. This was the strongest pretentious realm. He did not want to be pretentious, but his pretentious aura was as bright and outstanding as a firefly in the dark night. Old Monster Su was stunned and said, "You are Jun Xianxiao." "That's right." Jun Xianxiao smiled even more brightly. Someone in such a remote place had heard of him. He was really full of satisfaction. "So it's Jun Patriarch." The Azure Sand Sect's Grand Elder clasped his hands and said, "Excuse me." "Excuse me." From the look in his eyes, it was clear that he wasn't just being polite. Instead, he truly admired him. Sect of all times? The top 3 sects of southwest Yangzhou that recently defeated the Lily Sacred Sect? Why is he in the Northern Desert State? The news of him challenging the Lily Saint sect and beating up the disciples of the various sects in the eastern vast state had long spread throughout the continent. Even the warriors of the northern desert state had heard of it. Everyone. Xianxia said, isn't it just a mine? There's no need to make such a fuss. Wouldn't it be better if everyone sat down and talked peacefully? As he spoke, he landed on the sand dune. He was here to stop the fight, and also to be the peacemaker. The great elder of the Azure Sand Sect and Old Monster Su gave him face and flew down, but neither of them looked at the other. If not for Xianxia's appearance, the two of them would definitely have fought it out. Xianxia said, there's no problem in this world that can't be solved. If there is, then let's talk about it over wine. Shwa. Shwa, a table, chairs, and a few jars of wine appeared out of thin air on the sand. In the desolate desert, drinking to one's heart's content and singing Desert Camel was really carefree. Please sit. Xianxia waved his hand. The great elder of the Azure Sand Sect and Old Monster Su's mouths twitched, but they could only sit down. June Patriarch. Old Monster Su said, why did you come to the northern desert state? He definitely did not think that this guy came from southwest Yangzhou just to stop the fight. Xianxia opened the mud seal and gave each of them a jar of wine. He said, try my southwest Yangzhou specialty wine first. What kind of show was this guy playing? Although the great elder of the Azure Sand Sect and Old Monster Su were depressed, they could only pretend to be polite because they were afraid of Xianxia's strength. Both of you. Xianxia said, the conflict between the two of you originated from the mine. If you give it to me, all the problems will be solved. Pft, pft. The great elder of the Azure Sand Sect and Old Monster Su spat out their wine. Give the mine to him, why not go to the sky and stand side by side with the sun? June Patriarch. Old Monster Su's mouth twitched. Please don't joke around. Gulp. Xianxia drank a mouthful of wine and said with a very serious look, I'm very serious. He needed ores. Instead of going to the ore store to buy, it was better to dig from the mine. However, to be so thick-skinned and ask someone to give the mine to him, wasn't it too shameless? The system was already used to it and was too lazy to complain. June Patriarch. The great elder of the Azure Sand Sect said in a deep voice, you're going too far. The sects of the northern desert state relied on the mine to become rich, and they did not hesitate to fight. How could they give it to someone else? Of course. Xianxia said, I won't take it for free. I'm willing to pay the two sects a fee. Hearing this, the great elder of the Azure Sand Sect and Old Monster Su's eyes turned gentle. This kid was very strong, and they definitely did not want to provoke him. If he gave them the same amount of money, they could still accept it. June Patriarch. Old Monster Su said, how much do you plan to give? That depends on what kind of mine it is and how much there is, Xianxia said. Old Monster Su said, according to the preliminary exploration of my sect's disciples, this should be a sand sculpture stone mine, about 300,000 caddies. Sand sculpture stone, it happened to be one of the necessities for refining equipment. There were many refining materials for the true Yang sword, cloud-piercing saber, and black iron shield, and sand sculpture stone was among them. This item was quite rare in the southwest Yangzhou, and it was mainly imported from the northern desert state. Both of you. Xianxia said, what's the market price of sand sculpture stone? 10,000 taels per caddy. 10,000 taels? Xianxia's mouth twitched. If he wanted to buy the mine at the market price, he would have to spend 3 billion. Of course. The great elder of the Azure Sand Sect said, June Patriarch wants to buy this mine. He definitely won't buy it at the market price. Particular, Xianxia said, both of you, please give me a straightforward price. This, the great elder of the Azure Sand Sect and Old Monster Su looked at each other. Obviously, in terms of money, the conflict between the two seemed to have been resolved. The two sects were not willing to submit to each other for the sake of the mine. It was not a solution to continue like this. It was better to take a step back and sell the mine to Xianxia, then split the money equally. Since June Patriarch wants it so much, we'll give him 1 billion, Old Monster Su said. That's right. The Azure Sand Sect elder agreed. 1 billion for a sand sculpture stone mine of 300,000 caddies was really not expensive. It was mainly because of Xianxia's strength and the fact that he was the patriarch of the sect of all times. If it were any other sect, they would definitely not be able to take it away without one. 5 billion. It's too expensive. Too expensive? The Azure Sand Sect elder and old monster Sue's mouths twitched. June Patriarch. 1 billion for a mine, we're already giving you a lot of face. How about this? June Xianxia raised a finger and said, I'll give you 10,000. Shua. The great elder of the Azure Sand Sect stood up, unable to suppress his irritable temper, and said angrily, June Patriarch, you're sending a beggar away. Old monster Sue's face also darkened. 10,000 taels for a sand sculpture stone mine, did he think he was a fool? Don't misunderstand. June Xianxiao put his hands together on the table and said, the 10,000 I'm talking about is not silver, but 10,000 natural spirit stones. 10,000 taels for a load. The Xianxia Sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster Su thought that this was an insult to their intelligence, however. When June Xianxiao explained that the 10,000 taels were not silver, but 10,000 natural spirit stones, they all widened their eyes. June Patriarch. Old Monster Su thought he had heard wrongly and said, you mean, that's right. June Xianxiao said, 10,000 natural spirit stones. These calm words revealed a pretentious aura of wanting to beat him up. The expressions of Old Monster Su and the Xianxia Sect's Grand Elder changed, and then they looked at each other. 10,000 natural spirit stones were not much. But in terms of value, it was far more than 10,000 artificial spirit stones. As for the price. In the Falling Star continent, no one dared to casually use natural spirit stones as a currency, because this was the most precious martial arts resource in cultivation. An artificial spirit stone was worth around 10,000 taels. Natural spirit stones were many times more effective than the former, so it was possible to estimate the price. The two of you. June Xianxiao said, I don't like to waste time. If you feel that it's appropriate, quickly reach an agreement. Suitable, suitable. Old Monster Su and the Xianxia Sect's Grand Elder said in unison. Both of them were Emperor stage experts, so they naturally knew that the value of natural spirit stones was far greater than money. Draw up the agreement. After doing business with AI Xiangyao for a long time, June Patriarch also went through the proper procedures. Old Monster Su and the Xianxia Sect's Grand Elder were both experienced businessmen. They quickly took out a piece of paper and began to write a business contract. Shua. Shua. June Xianxiao threw over 2 space rings and said, in order to prevent the two of you from arguing about the distribution, I will make the decision on my own. Each of you will have 5,000 natural spirit stones. Old Monster Su and the Xianxia Sect's Grand Elder naturally did not care. After receiving the ring, they sent their consciousness into it and confirmed that the 5,000 spirit stones inside were pure natural. Then, they happily signed and stamped their names. Such a small amount of spirit stones was enough to make the two Wu Huang overjoyed. The sect of all times could occasionally receive a certain amount of spirit stones to cultivate. How enviable was that, seriously? The reason why the sect of all times was able to rise in such a short period of time was largely due to the discovery of the spirit stone vein in Mount Ironbone. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for them to achieve what they had today just by relying on the spirit gathering formation and other martial arts facilities. June Patriarch. Old Monster Su pointed ahead and said, the mine is just a few dozen miles away. Yes. June Xianxiao nodded. Before coming to this area, he had already captured the existence of the mineral vein in advance. The two of you. June Xianxiao said, since the deal is done, there's no need for you to make such a big fuss. Why don't you all go back? June Patriarch. The great elder of the Xianxia Sect and Old Monster Su stood up and cupped their hands. We'll take our leave first. I won't see you out, June Xianxiao said. Soon, the Azure Sand Sect and Wind Riding Sect left with their disciples and helpers. Along the way, they would definitely talk about how the patriarch of the sect of all times had come to the northern desert state from southwest Yangzhou just to buy a mine with natural spiritual stones. Rich people are really capricious. With the departure of the martial artists from the various sects, the originally tense atmosphere in the area gradually returned to normal. TSK. The system said, it's hard to imagine that the host would use resources of equal value to buy a mine. Otherwise? June Xianxiao said. The system said, I thought that the host would use his strength to make them willingly give up the mine for free. I thought about it too. Xianxia shook his head and said, but the consequence of doing so would be to attract more trouble. With his current strength of the double emperor of sword and martial arts, it was not impossible to threaten the two sects to give up the mine, but it would also incur the wrath of the northern desert state, making enemies everywhere. That was not a wise move. The system said with emotion, the host has grown up and is sensible. To be exact. Xianxia said, I have money. This made the system speechless. Fine. You have money, you are amazing, you can do whatever you want. Whoosh, Xianxia flew up and landed in front of the newly opened mine entrance dozens of miles away. With a large amount of sand sculpture stones and other ores, I can mass produce all kinds of weapons and equipment. He muttered as he walked into the mine. The mine was very deep. After walking for about a few hundred feet, he saw pieces of sand sculpture stones embedded in the cave walls. If not for the fact that the northern desert state had enough professional prospectors, even with strong spiritual senses, it would be impossible to find the ores underground. Whoosh, whoosh, Xianxia released his spiritual senses, which seemed to have turned into a large hand, gently peeling off the sand sculpture stones and storing them in the interspatial ring. Mining ores was a technical job. Even Xianxia, who was the double emperor of sword and martial arts, could not do it casually. Therefore, it took a few days to dig out all the sand sculpture stones in the cave. Just as Xianxia was about to abandon the mine, he suddenly found a three-colored ore at the bottom of the mine. Tricolor stone, the system said. Xianxia dug it out and found that there were many more. He asked in surprise, is there more than one type of ore in this mine? The system said, the northern desert state's underground ores are very rich. It is not surprising that there are many types of ores in this mine. Xianxia laughed. 10,000 natural spirit stones for two types of ores did not seem to be a loss. The tricolor stone is of the holy grade, the system said. Holy grade? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Then I must have made a fortune. Although the tricolor stone was not a material needed to refine equipment. Like the true Yang sword, it was still a very high grade ore at the holy grade. Dig. Xianxia continued to mine. 3 days later, he had dug out 50,000 pounds of tricolor stone. Xianxia thought that was the end. However, he continued to mine downwards and to the left and right. He found a few more ores of different grades. Among them, there was an ore that happened to be compatible with refining equipment. The system said, the two sects probably did not expect that this seemingly small mine actually hid so many different types of ores. If they had thought of it, how could I have picked it up with just 10,000 spirit stones? Xianxia laughed. The main reason was that the sand sculpture stone was at the top, successfully hiding the aura of the other ores. The two sects' exploration teams did not find any other types of ores. Sect Master Jun could be considered to have picked up a bargain when it came to a small mineral vein that actually hid a profound mystery. A few days later, this small mine was completely dug out. Xianxia tried to search for a while more. After confirming that there were no more ores, he left reluctantly. After a round of inventory, he found a total of 6 types of ores in the mine. The sand sculpture stone was the most abundant. The other ores weighed around 50,000 to 60,000 pounds. The tricolor stone was of the highest grade. If he bought it, he could make up for Jun Patriarch's loss of 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, he would definitely not sell it. Maybe in the future, he would need this kind of holy grade ores for equipment recipes. It's been half a month. After walking out of the mine, Xianxia touched his chin and said, the sects that fought before should have recovered their ore supply. I can go to Yellow Sand City to take a look. Whoosh, using the power of flight, he headed to Yellow Sand City at the fastest speed. When Xianxia first came to Yellow Sand City, there were very few martial artists in the city. The streets were covered with yellow sand, as if it was an abandoned ancient city. When he came the second time, there were many martial artists in different clothes walking on the main street, and the closed-door shops were already overcrowded. The Azure Sand Sect and the Wind Riding Sect had been fighting for so long that the entire ore industry was paralyzed. Now that the conflict had been resolved, it was natural for business to resume as usual. The forces from the other provinces had always been short of supplies. Knowing that everything had been restored, they would definitely spare no effort to purchase. Every ore shop was filled with forces from other provinces. They were currently bargaining with each other, and their faces were flushed with anger. Those who did not know would think that there was going to be a conflict, and that there would be a fight at any time. It's quite lively. Xianxia stopped at an ore shop. Before he walked in, the passers-by all looked at him with disdain. Xianxia was in a hurry to come to Yellow Sand City to purchase ores, so he did not pay attention to his appearance. At this moment, he was covered in dust and looked like a miner. In fact, he was a miner. After all, he had been mining alone for half a month. In this world, miners were the same as servants and maids. They belonged to the lower 9 classes. Suddenly appearing in a high-end business street, they would naturally be ostracized. Xianxia did not care about the gazes of others. He walked into the ore shop with his head held high. Hey, this little miner is quite arrogant. Everyone muttered in their hearts. Shopkeeper. After entering the ore shop, Xianxia took out a list of materials and said, "Does your shop have these ores?" The shopkeeper looked up and said, "Do you not know how to look?" The shop had just opened, and there were too many martial artists from the other provinces who came to purchase ores. It was too busy, so it was naturally difficult to pay attention to a miner. As expected. Clothes make the man, saddle makes the horse. If June Patriarch changed into decent clothes and used magic hair gel to make his hair shiny, he would definitely be recognized as a rich young master from a large family. Alright. Xianxia looked around the shop. There were many ores of different quality on the shelves, and there were some that he needed. Shopkeeper. Xianxia picked up a piece of ore and asked, "How much of this ore do you have?" The shopkeeper said, "A total of 20,000 caddies." 20,000 caddies is fine. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "I want all of them." These words were spoken very loudly, and the cultivators from the various provinces who were present to pick the ores heard them clearly. All of them. Everyone looked over. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Brother, the level of this ore is not low, can you afford it?" Brat. At this moment, a man who had just entered said, "My Scarlet Fire Sect will take all of these 20,000 kilograms of spiritual starstones." Scarlet Fire Sect? The warriors in the shop immediately showed respect in their eyes. The Crimson Fire Sect was a 4th-rate sect in the northwestern He province. Their overall strength was about the same as the Azure Sand Sect. It was said that they were inextricably linked to the 2nd-rate Crimson Flame Sacred Sect. Elder Chui. The shopkeeper hurriedly walked out of the counter and said with a trembling smile, "How come you have the time to personally purchase ores?" From being neither cold nor indifferent to grinning from ear to ear, the speed at which he changed his expression could be said to be super fast. Xianxia was speechless. F***ck, this is too realistic. Sorry. Xianxia said, "I saw the spiritual starstones first. If you want to buy them, go to another shop and look around." Heh. This brat was quite arrogant. Elder Chui of the Crimson Fire Sect's face instantly darkened. If it were other sects or forces, he might give in. However, a dirty miner was actually so uncooperative. He really could not tolerate it. "Dear customer," the shopkeeper said, "my shop has a contract with the Crimson Fire Sect. We have the priority to purchase any ores." Xianxia said, "If that's the case, why are you putting the ores out for sale?" Don't explain. Xianxia said, "Since it's on the shelf, it's for everyone. It has to be first come, first served." Spiritual starstones were one of the necessities for refining equipment. He would not give in. Brat. Elder Chui said in a low voice, "Are you looking for trouble?" "I'm looking for trouble?" Xianxia shrugged and said, "Everyone, you can judge who's looking for trouble." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The agreement between the ore shop and the Crimson Fire Sect for the priority to purchase the ores was made up by the shopkeeper. His goal was to sell the ores to Elder Chui. In theory, it was reasonable to sell the ores to this dirty fellow since he came first. However, to snatch ores from a 4th-rate sect, wasn't that just courting death? Brat. Elder Chui's face darkened. Which sect are you from? Elder Chui was worried that this fellow's background was not ordinary since he dared to go against him. Hence, he asked in advance. Jun Changxiao seemed to have seen through his intentions. He did not say that he was from the sect of all times. Instead, he said indifferently, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. Elder Chui pointed at the door and said coldly, Scram. With that one word, the aura of a martial king spread out. The shop was instantly filled with killing intent. Elder Chui, calm down. Calm down. The shopkeeper hurriedly calmed down. Then, he looked at Jun Changxiao and urged, Dear customer, why aren't you leaving? Jun Changxiao said, Sell these spiritual star ores to me and I'll leave immediately. Brat. Elder Chui said coldly, You're challenging my temper. Whoosh whoosh, the aura of a martial king intensified. The Wuzone-level customers in the shop were shaken to the core. The shopkeeper was afraid that Elder Chui would really destroy the shop. Hence, he hurriedly said, Dear customer, if you don't leave now, no one in this world can save you. Shopkeeper how? Elder Chui said coldly, Please prepare the spiritual star ores. All right. The shopkeeper said, I'll go now. Wait a minute. Jun Changxiao stopped him. He looked coldly at Elder Chui and said, I saw these ores first. Do you dare to take one? Heh. Was this brat threatening an elder of the Crimson Fire sect? He had guts. Elder Chui sneered and waved his hand. The aura of a martial king spread out and enveloped the spiritual star ores on the shelf. Then, he pulled them over. Do you think I don't dare to? Boom. There was a loud explosion, a ripple visible to the naked eye exploded from the ore shop. The martial artists passing by were so frightened that they retreated. Some even staggered and fell on their butts. What was going on? The crowd calmed themselves down and looked at the ore shop. Inside the shop, Jun Changxiao stood in front of Elder Chui and punched him in the chest with his right fist. Elder Chui's eyes were wide open. The pain from his chest was disturbing his consciousness. He could not form any words at all. Plop. His body fell to the ground and his eyes gradually lost focus. He died just because he tried. Elder Chui. The shopkeeper's eyes were filled with shock. He's dead? Oh my God. This guy killed an elder of the Crimson Fire sect. The martial artists in the shop exclaimed. Jun Changxiao retracted his fist and looked coldly at the shopkeeper. I want all these spiritual star ores. Are you selling them or not? Plop. The shopkeeper was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He took out an item from his space ring and said in a trembling voice, Ma. Patriarch, something big has happened in the shop. Please bring people over. The fact that Jun Changxiao was willing to spend money to buy the mineral veins meant that he did not like to use violence to solve everything. However, this did not mean that he was honest. Elder Chui of the Crimson Fire sect did not care about who came first and insisted on using his status to buy the mineral veins that he wanted. Therefore, he could only reveal his brutal side. To be honest, from the beginning, Elder Chui had been challenging Jun Changxiao's temper. No one in the world could save him. It was very accurate. However, Elder Chui was the one who could not be saved. He wanted to try and get the spiritual star stone. He had to die immediately. The martial artists present did not see Jun Changxiao's attack as it was too swift and decisive. However, this did not stop them from feeling shocked and terrified. He killed a martial king in one move. This guy who looked like a miner was actually a hidden expert. It was no wonder he dared to go against the elder of the Crimson Fire sect. It was no wonder he could remain so calm after releasing the aura of a martial king. In the outside world, when the martial artists saw Elder Chui lying on the ground without any signs of life, they all widened their eyes. I've long heard that the northern desert states' martial artists are hot-tempered and would fight at the slightest disagreement. Today, I've seen that they live up to their reputation. The one who died was an elder of the Crimson Fire sect. His cultivation had reached the level of a martial king. It can't be? Who is this young man? He doesn't look familiar. He shouldn't be from the northern desert state. Not from the area? Shopkeeper Hao has already used a voice transmission jade to inform the Azure Sand Sect Patriarch. He should be here soon. An elder of the Crimson Fire Sect was killed in his own shop. This is definitely going to be a big deal. The martial artists from the various states who were here to purchase the mineral veins gathered at the entrance of the shop. They had forgotten the purpose of their visit and were all spectators. This matter was not over yet. When the Azure Sand Sect Patriarch arrived, it would definitely be more lively. Call for help? Sure. Xianxia sat at the counter in the shop and said, then let's wait and see if the sect in charge of the shop is willing to sell my mineral veins. He was still so arrogant after killing someone. The martial artists who were watching the commotion were full of admiration. As for shopkeeper Hao, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. A Crimson Fire Sect elder had died in the store. If they were to pursue the matter, losing their positions was a small matter, but losing their heads was a big matter. Shua, not long after, the patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect, Xianxia, hurried to the scene of the incident with several disciples. The ore store opened once again, and many big customers came to purchase from it. He just so happened to be busy socializing in Yellow Sand City. It's not. At noon, he even had a drink with a few big shots from other counties. He had already woken up, but he couldn't understand why shopkeeper Hao would suddenly send a message saying that something big had happened. What was it? Could it be that the people from the Wind Riding Sect were here to cause trouble? The Wind Patriarch is here. The cultivators gathered outside the door to watch the excitement quickly opened up a path. Xianxia walked straight ahead. Before he even entered the ore store, his spiritual senses were the first to spread out. He caught a glimpse of a person lying inside, and his expression changed drastically. Wasn't this the Scarlet Fire Sect's elder Cui? Why is he lying on the floor of my shop? Did he drink too much? No, there was no sign of life. Dead. Xianxia almost jumped up in shock. The Azure Sand Sect and the Crimson Fire Sect were old business partners. Now that Elder Cui had died in the ore store, this was a very serious problem. Shua. Xianxia quickened his pace and stepped into the store. He said angrily, Hao Jianzhong, what is going on? Seeing this, the cultivators outside the door immediately realized that the show was about to begin. The perpetrator didn't take the opportunity to slip away and even sat on the counter in a high-profile manner. He was truly an admirable man of steel. The Patriarch. Shopkeeper Hao instantly revived on the spot with full health and said, it's him. He killed Elder Cui. Him. Xianxia looked in the direction of the finger, and his eyes immediately locked onto Xianxia, who was sitting on the counter. He said angrily, brat, how dare you in my shop? He spoke very quickly at first, but when he saw the person's face, he suddenly slowed down and exclaimed, June Patriarch. Half a month ago. He was also at Concave Sand Dune, so he naturally recognized the Patriarch of the Sect of all times. The Patriarch? That guy is the Sect Master? The cultivators outside who were watching the show were all surprised. Xianxia said, if I remember correctly, you should be the Patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect, right? That's right. Xianxia hurriedly smiled and said, this humble one is Xianxia, the Patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect. The originally furious face suddenly turned into a cheeky smile, which made shopkeeper Hao and the other cultivators widen their eyes. Could it be, this brat is very capable? Xianxia said. June would like to ask Patriarch Feng if the sect has set up a preemptive right with the Crimson Fire Sect? Preemptive right? Xianxia said with a blank face, no. Shopkeeper Hao suffered another blow to his soul. He was paralyzed on the ground, and his face was extremely pale. The fact that the Patriarch was so afraid of this young man meant that not only was he powerful, but he was also very capable. Shopkeeper Hao was most likely doomed today. Big brother, if you are so awesome, why don't you dress up nicely and come in looking like a miner? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Since there is no preemptive right, June would like to ask if the two of us have taken a liking to the ores. Is there a first come first serve? Xianxia asked. Of course, Xianxia said. Xianxia pointed at Elder Cui and said, June came first, so he came later. Who should the ores be sold to? This, Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, I will definitely sell it to June Patriarch, who came first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have gained 2,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 198,992,0000. Nice, Xianxia said to himself. When Elder Cui forcefully bought the ores, the system had already given him a side quest. The content was, let the Patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect come and judge who should buy the Spirit Star ores. This quest was a little tricky. Jun Patriarch was stunned for a moment before he took action to deal with Elder Cui. When he came in, he already knew that the shop was run by the Azure Sand Sect, so he made a big deal out of it and alarmed the Patriarch. However, wasn't he too heavy-handed? Hearing Jun Xianxia's words, Feng Feixia also realized that Elder Cui must have had a conflict with him over the purchase of ores and was killed. Brother Cui, you could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke the Patriarch of the Sect of all times. If he could come back to life, Brother Cui would definitely cry and say, King didn't know that he was the Patriarch of the Sect of all times. Jun Xianxia said, the Spirit Star ores were first seen by Jun, are you going to sell it to the Patriarch? Buy. Feng Feixia said without hesitation. Since the Grand Elder and that old monster Su were so respectful, he definitely did not dare to be negligent. Your shopkeeper lied and said that he had the right to buy the ores first, and did not want to sell them to Jun. This is a bit of a bully. Jun Xianxia said. Feng Feixia anxiously said, this Feng will definitely deal with it seriously. Shopkeeper Hao's face became even paler, and he realized that he was really unlucky today. Jun Xianxia said, Jun is not a person who holds grudges. The corners of the martial artist's mouths twitched. That's right, you don't hold grudges, because the Elder Cui you have a grudge with has already been killed. How about this? Jun Xianxia said, 20,000 kilograms of Spirit Star ores, Jun will buy it for 10 silver taels. Does Patriarch Feng have any objections? 10 taels, everyone almost fell. With this price, it wouldn't even be enough to go out and drink a cup of tea. Pa. Jun Xianxia put 10 silver taels on the counter and said, if Patriarch Feng cannot make the decision, you can invite the Grand Elder over. Jun does not mind having a chat with him at the table. Although these words were said gently, Feng Feixia could hear that it was a warning. If he did not agree, he would call the Grand Elder over for a discussion. Jun Patriarch. Feng Feixia said seriously, talking about money will hurt feelings. 20,000 kilograms of Spirit Star ores, this Feng will give it to you for free. Feng Feixia was also a smart person. Jun Xianxia was covered in dust and looked like a miner. Shopkeeper Hao must have looked down on him, which was why he purposely said something about priority purchase. As for the conflict with Elder Cui, it must have been because of this. 20,000 caddies of spiritual star stones wasn't too expensive. In order to appease Jun Xianxia, Feng Feixia was naturally willing to give it away for free. The martial artists outside were dumbfounded. Who exactly was this kid to make the Patriarch of the Xianxia sect be so careful and even give away the stones for free? Thank you. Jun Xianxia took back the 10 taels of silver. Look. Didn't he just earn back a little of the 10,000 natural spiritual stones he lost earlier? System, using the system's mission as an excuse to extort ores from others, was this guy's face made of stone? Hurry up and prepare the spiritual star stones. Feng Feixia glared at Shopkeeper Hao. Yes. Yes. Shopkeeper Hao went to prepare the stones in fear. Soon, he handed over the ring with the spiritual star stones. Remember. Jun Xianxia took the ring and said, we are all customers. Don't treat them differently. Remember, remember. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Shopkeeper Hao's forehead. His hands were trembling violently. If he could survive and still be a shopkeeper, he would never dare to look down on customers who came to buy things. Patriarch Feng. Jun Xianxia said, where is the Riding Wind Sect shop? The one with the best decoration in the north is the Riding Wind Sect's or shop. Feng Feixia said. Goodbye. Jun Xianxia cupped his hands and left the ore shop under everyone's gaze. Phew. Feng Feixia raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Losing a few spiritual star stones was nothing. As long as he didn't provoke that guy, he was lucky. Patriarch. Shopkeeper Hao said with a trembling voice, what about Elder Cui's body? speaking of Elder Cui, Feng Feisha's face turned ugly. Although he was killed by Jun Changxiao, he died in his own shop. How was he going to explain it to the Crimson Fire sect? Don't care about him. I will take care of you first. Feng Feisha angrily said. Since this had happened, the person responsible must be found. Shopkeeper Hao was about to cry as he said, Patriarch, whoosh, just then, a ray of light flew in from outside and hit Elder Cui with great precision. Feng Feisha's expression changed drastically. The sudden stream of light was too fast for him to catch. If it was a hidden weapon attacking him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wow. Suddenly, Elder Cui spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he gasped for air as if he had almost suffocated to death, feeling his life force gradually emerging. Feng Feisha was shocked. You're still alive? That's right. Elder Cui was still alive. It was nothing more than Jun Changxiao's fist hitting the vital meridian, binding his entire body into a state of suspended animation. Now that the side quest was completed and he didn't have to spend any money to get the ore, this guy who had nothing better to do could be considered to have completed his mission. Phew, Elder Cui regained his composure. Enduring the excruciating pain, he asked, Feng Patriarch, who is that guy? He still had his hearing even when he was dead. It was undeniable that the kid was very strong, but he couldn't take a punch for no reason. Feng Feisha saw the hatred in Elder Cui's eyes. He shook his head and said, Elder Cui, I suggest that you and your sect don't mess with him. Otherwise, even if you have the support of the blazing holy sect, it won't do. This sentence surprised the martial artists who had not left. Even a second-rate sect couldn't do it. This guy called Jun Patriarch, did he have a lot of power? Patriarch Feng. Elder Cui was stunned. Who is he? The patriarch of the sect of all times. Feng Feisha said with a serious expression, Jun Changxiao. What? Elder Cui almost jumped up in shock. He's the sect leader of the top 3 sects, he asked in shock. Oh my god. That young man just now was Jun Changxiao. No wonder Patriarch Feng was so polite when he saw him. The martial artists on the street widened their eyes. Who in the northern desert state hadn't heard of the sect of all times? They especially remembered that not long ago, they had trampled the Lily Holy sect under their feet. The anger on Elder Cui's face disappeared instantly. Even a second-rate sect had been defeated. His fourth-rate Crimson Fire sect didn't have the courage to face the sect of all times, therefore, he was almost killed by a punch. He had suffered a loss. While everyone was still in shock, Jun Changxiao was already sitting in the VIP area of the Riding Wind Sect's or store. A beautiful woman handed him a cup of tea with a smile on her face. Jun Patriarch. The Riding Wind sect master smiled. What or do you lack? As long as we have it, we'll sell it to you first. He was also in Yellow Sand City. Knowing that someone had committed a crime in the ore store next door, he came to watch the show. To be exact, he came to laugh at the Azure Sand sect. But he never expected that the perpetrator was Jun Changxiao. When he walked out and said that he wanted to come to his own store, he was very enthusiastic. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he went to the Azure Sand sect store first. Otherwise, his own shopkeeper wouldn't have treated him well. Sect Master Song. Jun Changxiao handed over the list and said, Do you have these ores? Sect Master Song took it and looked at it carefully, then said, Jun Patriarch, we have all these ores, but there aren't many of them. I'll take all of them, Jun Changxiao said. Sect Master Song said, Please wait a moment. I'll order people to prepare them. With Feng Feisha as an example, when all the ores were prepared, he took the initiative to say, Jun Patriarch is in charge of a large sect at such a young age. I admire you, so I'll give all these ores to you for free. Please don't mind. He knew how to do things. Thank you. Jun Changxiao didn't stand on ceremony and shamelessly accepted all the space rings. He cupped his hands and said, Patriarch Song, Jun needs more ores. Why don't our 2 sects establish a partnership? He would only need more ores in the future. He couldn't come to the northern desert state to buy every day, so he had to find a business partner like the AI family to stabilize the ore supply. Sure. Sect Master Song said. To be able to take out 10,000 natural spirit stones so casually, this June patriarch definitely didn't lack money. If they really established a business relationship, it would definitely be very profitable. June Xianxia pointed at the list and said, "Soon, my sect of all times will open branches in the northern desert state. At that time, if there are business dealings, I'll let them take the initiative to contact me. You're welcome at any time." Sect Master Song said so, but in his heart, he was stunned. He actually wants to open a branch in the northern desert state. Is he trying to build a network across the entire continent? Not only did Jun Changxiao want to build enough branches in the various states and counties, but he also wanted to open up beast material stores everywhere. Actually, beast material stores could also be used as intelligence points. However, the branches could not only obtain intelligence, but also recruit many itinerant cultivators. Therefore, he made a separate division. Those in charge of intelligence would continue to do so, and those making money would continue to make money. He had to do both. "I'll take my leave." Jun Changxiao left the ore store and went to a few other stores. The other ore stores were called over by the Azure Sand Sect and the Wind Riding Sect. Therefore, when he visited them one by one, he was treated as a VIP. "June Patriarch, don't talk about money." "June Patriarch, these ores can't be sold anyway. Since you need them, I'll give them all to you." "June Patriarch, please take back the money." June Patriarch, Gosheng visited a few ore stores and accumulated a lot of materials needed to refine weapons and equipment in his interspatial ring. How wonderful. Sigh. Walking on the street, June Patriarch said awkwardly, "The sects in the northern desert state are too polite. They don't want money for this and that. I'm a little embarrassed." "Just a little?" The system couldn't take it anymore. Tui. It wasn't that the sects of the northern desert state were being courteous, but that Jun Changxiao had gone to mediate the fight. The shock of fighting two Wu Huang Saint-level martial arts was too great. If the previous rumors about the Eternal Sect were just hearsay, then the experts of the 10 great sects, including the Azure Sand Sect, saw it with their own eyes. As long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, they would definitely try their best to curry favor with them. Furthermore, the ores Jun Changxiao bought were rare in other states, but very common in the northern desert state. The sects naturally wouldn't care. Using ores to gain favor with the top 3 sects was definitely worth it. Of course. Jun Patriarch wasn't really shameless. At night, he held a banquet in the best restaurant in Yellow Sand City, inviting the sect leaders who gave him the ores. Some of the patriarch weren't in the city. After receiving the news, they immediately put down everything and came to the banquet. At that moment, on the 3rd floor of the brightly lit restaurant, the leaders of the top 10 sects who mainly dealt in ores gathered. It was a bit funny. Half a month ago, they were still divided into 2 camps, fighting over ores. But now, they were sitting together peacefully. The banquet began. Jun Patriarch raised his cup to thank them one by one. At the same time, he hoped to establish business relations with the top 10 sects and send different ores to the sect of all times every once in a while. Sect leader Song was a bit depressed. He originally thought that it was only his sect doing business with the sect of all times. He didn't expect the other sects to have a share as well. "No problem," Feng Feixia said straightforwardly. The other sects all agreed. In their eyes, the benefits of doing business with the sect of all times were secondary. The real benefit was to establish a relationship. Top 3 potential. Currently in the limelight. They would definitely curry favor with such a sect instead of offending them. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, "Jun won't mistreat anyone. No matter how much ores there are, I'll buy them at market price." He sincerely wanted to do business because the sect of all time still needed to develop in the future. If others could give him face and give him free ores, why would they give him free ores every time? Fists would only make others submit, not convince others, so he had to follow the rules. "Come. Let's do it. Come, come." Jun Changxiao and the upper echelons of the northern desert state were drinking and having fun. If the elders of the various sects in the Northwest He Prefecture, the Northeast Lu Prefecture, and even the Eastern Hao Prefecture saw this, they would definitely have the urge to cry. In our Earth domain, he was either causing trouble or challenging others. Even his disciples dared to flaunt their prowess in the royal city. Why is it that when he is in the northern desert region, he is indulging in debauchery with the elders of the various sects? I thought this guy would be a troublemaker, but I guessed wrong, the system said helplessly. Based on its understanding of Xianxia, if it were to recklessly mediate the fight, the most serious consequence would be that it would become the enemy of the entire northern desert state. Going to Lu Prefecture in the northeast and eastern Haozhou in the east were examples. And the result, not only did he get along well with the sects of the northern desert state, he even almost became sworn brothers on the spot. This man is too hard to guess, the system said. Ding. Ding. After a round of drinking, Jun Changxiao heard the notification that the equipment had been refined. The ores he obtained for free from the various ore shops could be used to refine quite a few true yang swords, black iron shields, and other equipment. Phew. Jun Changxiao used his spiritual energy to force out the alcohol and said to himself, "It's time to return. Everyone." He swallowed his dantian and shouted, "Jun will be leaving first." His voice pierced through the clouds and reverberated in half of the northern desert state, waking up many martial artists who were in deep sleep. Who left? Many people were confused. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao flew through the sky with the little dragon in his arms. There was a smile on his face as he faced the wind. Feng Feisha and sect leader Song watched him leave and said, "That guy finally left." They were very familiar with Jun Changxiao's matters and had also concluded from their experience. That was, as long as he went to other regions, something bad would definitely happen. In Lu region in the northeast, he caused trouble for the Extreme Coldness Palace. In eastern Hao region, not only did he cause trouble for the Lily Saint sect, but he also caused trouble for other sections. Therefore, when he appeared in the northern desert state and Yellow Sand City, Feng Feisha and the others immediately became nervous. They were afraid that if they did not treat him well, something would happen again. The Crimson Fire sect's elder Cui was almost killed. All in all, the sects that understood Jun Changxiao firmly believed that this guy should not be provoked, in the sect of all times. The most irritated person was Xianxia. In the past half a month, Hui did not pester him and was completely transparent. The main reason was that Night Emperor had a fiancée for no reason, which made him really unhappy. In his previous life, he was hurt by a woman. In this life, he would not make the same mistake again. Huff huff. Xianxia was in the 5th level of the training tower, enduring the torture of his soul to maintain absolute calmness and cold-bloodedness. Don't deliberately pursue martial arts, and don't pretend to be cold-blooded. Experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires and enjoy life is actually another kind of cultivation. Jun Changxiao's words suddenly rang in his ears. 7 emotions and 6 desires? Xianxia clenched his fist and said with a cold gaze, "I don't need it." The corrosion of his soul reached its peak, and he finally could not hold on any longer. He let out a tragic cry. The next day, Jun Changxiao returned to the sect. As for the matter between Xianxia and Hui, he chose to wait and see. In fact, after guessing that this disciple might be a reincarnated expert, Jun Patriarch could understand why he did not choose to accept this additional fiancé. Xianxia was Xianxia, not Paanio. Since there were no feelings between the two, there would naturally not be any results. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao sat in the hall and said, "Did anything happen while I was gone?" Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Everything is normal." Oh. Jun Changxiao responded and said, "Oh right, I remember that you also have a sweetheart?" Yes. Li Qingyang said. His sweetheart was also an ordinary girl. Her father and family had never accepted her, and had always tried their best to stop them. "Now that you're a martial king, why don't you look for her?" Jun Changxiao said. "I'm not strong enough." Li Qingyang said, "I hope to break through to a higher level." Jun Changxiao walked down and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Work hard." After returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao called Li Luoqiu over to discuss plans to continue expanding the branch, especially the northern desert state. The northern desert state is too far from the southwest Jiangzhou. "This will take some time," Li Luoqiu said. "Yes." Jun Changxiao said, "The beast material store also needs to be expanded." The sect needs more funds. After making a deal with the sect in the northern desert state, buying ores would definitely require a large amount of money, so there must be an absolute guarantee in this regard. Yes. Li Luoqiu nodded. Li Qingyang was in charge of internal affairs, and she was in charge of external affairs. Xianxia, the Ning brothers, and the other F4 members of the sect of all times focused on teaching disciples. Speaking of teaching, it reminded me of Shangguan Xinyao. This 100,000 wise, while studying formations, she also studied martial arts. During this time, she also created many martial skills. Jun Changxiao told her to save up first. When she had enough, she would help to perfect them all and then exchange them for martial skills in the cultivation technique pavilion. Ding! Ding! Inside the martial skill pavilion, the refined True Yang sword, cloud-piercing blade, and black iron shield were all placed inside. There were quite a few of them, at least 1,000 of them. Jun Changxiao set the price and told the disciples that if they wanted to obtain them, they could exchange for them with the contribution points from completing missions. Just like that. Everyone was even more motivated to do missions. Sigh. After everything was done, Jun Changxiao leaned on the chair in the main hall and stretched. It's still a long time before the dragon and tiger fight for hegemony. Are we just going to wait like this? Jun Changxiao stuffed all the weapons and equipment into the weapon machine and marked the price. If the disciples wanted to get them, they could only do sect missions to earn contribution points. The sect of all times was now on the right track in terms of sect missions. There were disciples going in and out of the mission pavilion every day. Because they were not related to sect construction missions, even if they were completed, they would only be rewarded with contribution points. Jun Changxiao did not get any rewards. It did not matter. As long as the disciples could benefit from the missions, he did not care. Junior brother Xiao. Su Xiaoma said, let's go do the missions? High-level inner sect disciples like them would occasionally go to the mission pavilion to clear the high-level missions. Because the difficulty was too high, ordinary inner sect and outer sect disciples could not solve it. Let's go. Xiao Ziji agreed. After settling the grudge with Murong Xian, although he was still cultivating desperately, his mentality was much more relaxed than before. Should we call junior brother Yi? Su Xiaoma said. Xiao Ziji said, he's not in a good mood recently. I think we should forget about it. Su Xiaoma said helplessly, he has such a beautiful fiancée, but he always has a sour face. Junior brother Yi doesn't know how lucky he is. Maybe he has his reasons. As the two talked, they had already entered the mission pavilion. At this moment, many disciples were gathered in front of the mission board, looking at the dazzling variety of missions. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma shouted, you're here too? Yes. Li Qingyang crossed his arms and said, there's a 6-star mission recently. Do you want to do it together? 6-star? Su Xiaoma hurriedly looked at the mission board. Usually, the most difficult mission on the mission board was only 5-star. It was very rare for a 6-star mission to appear. As expected. At the top of the list, a 6-star mission was listed. The mission was to eradicate the Black Dragon evil sect at the border of the southern Barren state. Black Dragon evil sect? Su Xiaoma touched his chin and said, evil forces? Do you want to go or not? Li Qingyang asked. Go. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma said in unison. All right. Li Qingyang clicked on the button to accept the mission, but it indicated that the difficulty of the mission was very high and required 5 disciples to accept it. 5 disciples? Su Xiaoma said in surprise, looks like this mission is a bit unusual. I'm going too. He Wudi walked over from behind. Jun Changxiao placed all kinds of weapons in the weapon machine. When he saw them, he felt an itch in his heart, so he decided to do missions to earn contribution points to exchange for them. Sure. Li Qingyang said, we're still missing one. Second senior brother. Yao Menjing raised her hand and shouted, can I go with you? This, Li Qingyang furrowed his brows. Is that okay? Yao Menjing's big eyes were pleading, and her small appearance made it hard for anyone to refuse. Junior sister, you can go. Thank you, second senior. However, Li Qingyang added, you must control your aura and not release it casually. Yao Menjing said, I will control it. Let's go. After gathering 5 people, Li Qingyang accepted the mission to eliminate the evil Black Dragon sect. However, as he was a steady person, he didn't immediately go down the mountain. Instead, he went to the Drizzle Hall to collect information about this evil sect. Evil Black Dragon sect? Li Luoqiu rubbed her chin and said, a 5th-rate evil sect in the southern desolate province. The patriarch is a rank 5 martial king. He has 4 elders under him, and they are all martial kings. As for disciples, they have about 4,000 to 5,000 people. Li Qingyang said, there are actually 5 martial kings. No wonder it's a 6-star mission. This evil sect is not simple. Li Luoqiu said, as far as I know, they cultivate a special evil technique that can rapidly increase their cultivation. Is that so? Li Qingyang frowned. Moreover, Li Luoqiu said, the evil technique they cultivate is mainly to extract human blood. Xianxia said in surprise, so cruel? More than just cruel. Li Luoqiu said, in recent years, many villagers in the southern desolate province disappeared overnight. Their whereabouts are still unknown. Li Qingyang frowned, is it the evil Black Dragon sect? Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, there is not enough evidence to prove it. However, many sects in the southern desolate province guessed it was them. TSK. Xianxia said, this is truly a cruel evil sect. So. Jun Chongxiao walked into the Drizzle Hall and said, that's why it appeared on the mission board as a mission. Patriarch. The disciples hurriedly bowed. Jun Chongxiao said, the sects in the southern desolate province do not have evidence and do not dare to take action. Let the sect of all times do it for the heavens. I'll leave this mission to you guys. You must eliminate them. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiaozueji, and the others said in unison. They walked out of the Drizzle Hall and called the Hurricane Wolf over. Before leaving, Jun Chongxiao said, when dealing with the evil sect, there is no need to be open and aboveboard. As long as you can get rid of them, you can use any method. For example, he looked at Xiao Ziji and said, field cannon. Li Qingyang and Xiaoma's mouths twitched. The overbearing field cannon that the patriarch gave Xiao Ziji almost blew up the 4th-rate extreme cold palace. Dealing with a 5th-rate evil sect would be a piece of cake. Patriarch, I understand. Xiao Ziji said. Go and come back quickly. Jun Chongxiao said, do not waste time. Yes. Li Qingyang ordered and left the sect of all times on the Hurricane Wolf with his 4 junior brothers. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu, who was standing behind, said, Menjing is also going. I'm afraid it is a bit inappropriate. Jun Chongxiao said, the day will come when a baby eagle will leave its mother's embrace and learn to use its own wings to fly in the sky. All right. Li Luoqiu did not say anything else. Jun Chongxiao said, how are the preparations for the Northern Desert Province branch? They have arrived and are choosing locations in the various provinces, Li Luoqiu said. Okay. The border of the southern desolate province was a long stretch of deep forest. Because of the environment, it was very damp and dark. Whoosh, whoosh, 4 silhouettes flew over and landed on a large tree like ghosts. Not far in front of them, there was a group of buildings by the mountain. It was brightly lit and there were occasional noises. The signboard hanging on the buildings was engraved with the words Black Dragon Evil Sect. Second senior brother. Xianxia said telepathically, this is the place. Li Qingyang released his spiritual sense. As soon as it entered the sect, it was bounced back by a force. He frowned and said, there is a sect protecting formation. Eh? Yao Menjing said, where is senior brother Xiao? Li Qingyang, Xiaoma, and Yiwudi were present. Xiao Ziji was the only one missing. Junior sister. Xiaoma pointed in a direction behind and smiled. He is there. Yao Menjing looked over and saw senior brother Xiao on the high slope. She was puzzled. Why is he not coming over? Junior sister. Xiaoma said, you must cover your ears later. If you can't, then seal your hearing temporarily. Yao Menjing was puzzled. Whoosh, Xiaoziji, who was behind them, waved his hand and summoned the field cannon. He then put his foot on the barrel and aimed the cannon at the evil dragon evil sect. Everyone, seal your hearing, Li Qingyang said telepathically. Su Xiaoma had already completely sealed his hearing before he said that. He even subconsciously covered his ears. Yao Menjing was puzzled, but since her senior brother said so, she would definitely do it. So, she sealed her hearing and covered her ears, staring at the field cannon. What is that? He Wudi was also looking at the field cannon. Bang, F*ck, my ears. Jun Chongxiao handed the field artillery to Xiaoziji. This 2nd Battalion commander fully utilized the highly lethal weapon, especially when he put his foot on the barrel. He was so handsome that no one could compare to him. After a simple check, he fired the artillery. It was extremely fast, the artillery shell was condensed by a high-grade crystal core, and its power was even stronger than the explosion at the extreme cold palace. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and Yao Menjing had blocked their hearing, so they were not affected. He Wudi, who was unprepared, was so shocked that his ears were buzzing, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, when he saw the light shooting out of the cannon, shaking the space and leaving long traces in the air. He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. What kind of treasure is this? It can burst out such a strong power. Although he had been cultivating in the sect for a long time, he had never seen such a high-tech product from another civilization. Boom, the artillery shell drew an arc and blasted into the sky above the evil black dragon sect with a thunderous force. The space shook violently, and the invisible protector sect was instantly shattered into nothingness. Even the 4th-rate extreme cold palace's array could not withstand it, let alone a 5th-rate evil sect. However, the first artillery shell only shattered the array and did not affect the evil black dragon sect. Whoosh, 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 in an instant, streams of black light flew out. They were the 5 martial king experts led by the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect. If a terrifying force suddenly broke the formation, they definitely wouldn't be indifferent. What a strong evil aura. Yao Menjing's eyes lit up, and she was eager to fight. During this period, she had been cultivating the Bloody Cloud scripture and had become a genuine evil cultivator. She was very sensitive to martial artists with similar attributes. In theory, evil cultivators were actually a branch of evil cultivators. Because their path was not so extreme, they were able to survive in the falling star continent. Li Qingyang saw the fighting spirit in Yao Menjing's eyes and said, "Junior sister, you just need to watch. Leave these people to me." Okay. Yao Menjing nodded. Even if she really wanted to fight with the heretic cultivator, she would still listen to her senior brother and suppress the urge to do so. Go. As soon as Li Qingyang opened his mouth, He Wudi, whose ears were buzzing, rushed over. After training in the sect of all times for so long, he rarely had the chance to fight. Today, he had to have a good fight. Shua, Shua, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma followed closely behind, taking out their cold ray swords. When the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect and the 4 elders saw the 3 martial practitioners flying out from the dark, their eyes immediately filled with intense killing intent. There was no one else in the forest, so they must have been the ones who attacked the sect protecting formation. Kill him. The patriarch of the evil black dragon sect said coldly. Hoo. At this moment, He Wudi had already rushed in front of him. His right fist suddenly pierced through the void as he performed the landslide fist. This speed, this power. Even Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were stunned. Not good, the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect's expression changed greatly. He subconsciously condensed a wall of air in front of him, but it was too late. He only saw the iron fist penetrate the condensed spiritual energy and directly hit his face. Fast, ruthless, accurate, bang, the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through rocks and trees in succession before finally falling on the stairs in front of the sect gate. Die. At this moment, an elder circled around like a ghost. He condensed a pitch-black attribute in his hand and stabbed at him in the shape of a cone. Shua, He Wudi suddenly turned around and threw a punch. The back of his hand collided with the tip of the black cone and tyrannically shattered it. What? The elder's face turned pale with fright. The evil martial technique he condensed was focused on sharpness, but this guy shattered it with just his fist. How hard was he? Bang, at this moment, He Wudi's fist, which had never failed before, smashed heavily on his chest. The explosive force of millions of kilograms sent him flying hundreds of meters away. He sent 2 martial kings flying with 2 moves, powerful. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma's mouths twitched. They didn't expect this last disciple's strength to be so explosive. He was not inferior to junior brother Yi at all. Bang! After correcting himself, the 2nd Battalion commander Xiao Ziji fired the field cannon again. With a loud bang, the cannonball turned into a stream of light and accurately landed in the outer courtyard of the evil Black Dragon Sect. The disciples of the evil Black Dragon Sect who were ready to kill their way out, saw the stream of light that represented death, and despair appeared in their eyes. At this moment, they realized that they were going to die. Boom, the cannonball landed and exploded on the spot. At this moment, if Shen Dejuan was here, he would definitely feel very comfortable. Because what he liked most was to use explosions to express what art was. Whoosh! Whoosh! The explosion's energy rubbed against the air, giving rise to a dazzling light. The darkness in the forest was instantly dispelled. When everything dissipated, there was a huge pit in the ground. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and blood mixed with the mud. It was a tragic sight. Without the protection of the sect's grand array, the outer courtyard of the evil Black Dragon Sect was directly razed to the ground. Thousands of disciples died on the spot. As for those who survived, they were paralyzed with fear in the inner courtyard. Just what kind of terrifying power was this to be able to cause such terrifying lethality? No. The patriarch of the evil Black Dragon Sect was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. The elders' eyes were red. They didn't care how many disciples died. What they cared about was that the symbol of the sect, the main hall, was gone. You destroyed my sect. I won't rest until you're dead. The patriarch of the evil Black Dragon Sect roared angrily. All the bones in his body crackled and his skin quickly turned black. He Wudi frowned slightly. Whoosh, the patriarch of the evil Black Dragon Sect suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes emitted a gloomy light, and his completely black hand suddenly attacked. It was extremely fast. He Wudi was caught off guard and was directly sent flying. Junior brother He. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma exclaimed. Whoosh, at this time, the 4 elders of the evil Black Dragon Sect also appeared in front of the 2. Their skin was all black, and their eyes were shining with gloomy light. They looked like 4 demons from hell. Not good. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma felt that something was wrong. They instantly condensed their spirit armor and armed themselves with a solid armor. Boom, boom. At this time, the 4 elders condensed their gloomy power and blasted the 2 down like cannonballs. Brush. Brush, Xiao Ziji used cloud walk and flew over. His arms suddenly opened, and a strong spiritual energy burst out and turned into 2 big hands. He firmly caught the 2 senior brothers who were about to fall to the ground. Die. The 4 elders rushed over, and their dark palms seemed to be blessed with armament hockey. They suddenly bombarded the void and suddenly formed a powerful streamer cannonball. Ta! Xiao Ziji stepped on the ground and stretched out his arms. The thick earth attribute instantly erupted, forming a huge and hard wall in front of him. Not only to protect himself, but also to protect Li Qingyang and others. Boom, 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 the black cannonballs bombarded the earthen wall that Xiao Zui had conjured. Immediately, an extremely gloomy and eerie aura gushed out. The area was filled with terrifying attributes, as if it was hell. Senior brother. Yao Menjing became nervous. She wanted to help, but she could only watch the battle with her fists clenched. Hold it in, senior brother is very strong, he will be fine. Boom, boom, the black cannonballs were still blasting, and Xiao Ziji, who was behind the earthen wall, became more and more serious. Crack, the sturdy earthen wall couldn't withstand the powerful bombardment, and cracks appeared on it. Then, it collapsed with a bang. Xiao Ziji took 2 steps back, and the blood in his body boiled. As a meat shield of the sect of all times, his defense had been broken. Fortunately, the enemy's bombardment had ended, or else he wouldn't have been able to protect himself and Li Qingyang and the others. Whoosh, He Wudi jumped out of the pit and said, "Is this an amplification ability?" The patriarch and the 4 elders of the evil Black Dragon Sect had turned black, and they were obviously much stronger than before. They were at least rank 8 or 9 martial kings. As a rank 4 martial king, it would be difficult for him to fight against them. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his chest. Wudi quickly looked down and saw that his clothes had rotted, and his exposed skin was dark. He said, "Demonic aura has entered my body." Whoosh! As soon as he said that, an extremely sinister aura spread in his body like a virus, crazily corroding his meridians, causing his expression to become ferocious. Damn it! Wudi forcefully suppressed the demonic aura in his body with his spiritual energy, and said hatefully, "I was careless." Whoosh, whoosh, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma stabilized their bodies. Although they had condensed their spiritual armors in advance, the armor on their bodies had a black palm print, and the demonic aura had a strong penetrating power. It instantly drilled into their bodies. "Not good," Li Qingyang said in shock, "they are poisoned." Shua. With a wave of his hand, Su Xiaoma retrieved an antidote from his interspatial ring and swallowed it. However, the effects of the pill were unable to dissolve the demonic aura that was spreading through his body. He could only use his spiritual energy to forcefully suppress it. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma collapsed. "The antidote pill is not working." Wudi said with a solemn face, "This is devil qi, not poison. It can't be neutralized with antidote pills." "Then what should we do?" Su Xiaoma asked. Wudi said, "You can only suppress it with spiritual energy and force it out of your body." Su Xiaoma's face turned ugly. The demonic qi in his body was so powerful that he could only suppress it temporarily. How could he force it out of his body? "Sorry to trouble you." Li Qingyang furrowed his brows. At first, when he saw the higher-ups of the evil Black Dragon sect rushing out, he thought that the 6-star mission would be easy to complete. Now that they had used some kind of martial arts to increase their cultivation, and he was disturbed by the demonic qi, it would be difficult to complete the mission. As the second disciple of the most stable sect of all times, Li Qingyang did not lose his composure. He said telepathically, "While we can still suppress the demonic qi, let's retreat." At this moment, he had to divide his spiritual energy to suppress the demonic qi, so he could not fight anymore. Leaving was the wisest choice. "You guys go." Xiao Ziji stood in front of the three and said, "I'll cover you." He was not affected by the demonic qi, so he could still fight. As a qualified meat shield, it was his duty to cover the retreat of his fellow disciples. Li Qingyang said, "Let's go." With the current situation, they could not afford to be indecisive. They had to retreat as soon as possible. Once they were surrounded, they would not be able to escape. "Today, all of you will die." The patriarch of the evil Black Dragon sect and the 4 elders attacked from different directions. The surrounding trees and flowers were corroded and withered, losing all signs of life. Not only did their strength increase, but their strange aura was also very strong. With Li Qingyang and the others' current state, they would be courting death if they tried to fight them. Boom, boom, the 5 evil Black Dragon sect experts struck the air with their hands. The demonic qi turned into huge fists and smashed down on the group. Wang, Xiao Ziji materialized armor around his body. The black iron shield was also placed in front of him. Wang, a defensive barrier appeared in the air in the shape of an arc. It was the perfect combination of rich spiritual energy, earth element, and various equipment. It could be said that Xiao Ziji's current defense was the strongest. Every one of the sinister energies was not inferior to a rank 9 martial king. The patriarch had even reached the peak. This battle. To Xiao Ziji, it was definitely a test, and he had to block it no matter what, because his fellow disciples were behind him. Huff huff, boom, 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 all kinds of violent energies smashed onto the barrier, creating ripples that spread wildly in all directions. Everywhere they passed, the living things with signs of life withered rapidly, whoosh, whoosh, while Xiao Ziji was resisting the attacks of the 5 evil Black Dragon sect experts. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma retreated. However, with every step they took, the demonic qi in their bodies would fiercely attack their defenses, making them more and more powerless. Pfff, Su Xiaoma couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Junior sister. Li Qingyang was still able to stabilize the demonic qi. He landed in front of Yao Menjing and said with an ugly expression, "Let's go." Second senior brother. Yao Menjing said, "Are we going to abandon senior brother Xiao?" "It's too late." Li Qingyang didn't bother to explain. He put one hand on his junior sister's shoulder and was about to take her away. Huff huff, however, just as he touched Yao Menjing, the demonic qi in his body suddenly erupted and broke through all defenses like a hot knife through butter. Pfff, Li Qingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, it's over. In the next second, his eyes widened. Because the demonic qi that broke through his defenses didn't attack his meridians, but rushed out along his arm. That arm happened to be connected to Yao Menjing. Not good, demonic qi is contagious. Li Qingyang's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly wanted to let go, but the palm that was in contact with his junior sister seemed to be stuck and couldn't be separated at all. Li Qingyang, why are you so stupid to touch Yao Menjing with demonic qi? At that moment, Li Qingyang was full of self-blame. He decisively took out the cold light sword and slashed at his arm, trying to stop the demonic qi from disturbing his junior sister. Pa! Yao Menjing raised her hand and stopped her senior brother. Swoosh, demonic qi surged into her body like surging water. Junior sister, Li Qingyang closed his mouth as soon as he opened his mouth. Because after the demonic qi entered Yao Menjing's body, the corner of her mouth raised into a smile. She's smiling, junior sister is actually smiling, swoosh. At this moment, all the demonic qi in his body was guided out, and the pain suddenly weakened a lot. Swish, Yao Menjing shook off Li Qingyang with one hand, and the latter suddenly hit a stone. Swish, the little girl rushed to Yi Wudi and Su Xiaoma who landed in front of her. Her two small hands directly clasped their shoulders. Huff huff, the demonic qi of the two senior brothers was immediately guided and integrated into her body. After the two violent demonic qi entered, not only did it not cause any damage, but it was like a docile kitten, integrated into her dantian and was gradually absorbed. So comfortable. Yao Menjing's eyes suddenly lit up, and the smile on her face became wider. This, Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. Demonic qi was extremely destructive to the body, but little junior sister had absorbed it all. Not only was she fine, but she was also smiling happily. This was unbelievable. Wait a minute, everyone instantly realized that Yao Menjing had awakened the connate demonic body. It seemed normal that the demonic qi, which was extremely penetrative, could not harm little junior sister. I forgot. Li Qingyang slapped his forehead. The situation had been too chaotic just now, so he had forgotten about it. However, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma did not know that not only could Yao Menjing ignore the demonic qi, she could also absorb it and turn it into energy. This was undoubtedly very satisfying. It was no wonder that the little girl was smiling so brightly after absorbing it. Boom! Boom! At that moment, another series of explosions rang out in the distance. Xiao Zuiji, who had opened up all his defenses, had to withstand the attacks of 5 martial kings who were close to the peak of the martial king realm. Crack, crack, crack. After taking another round of attacks, cracks began to appear on the materialized defensive barrier. Boom, boom. The attacks continued, and the gloomy aura became even more intense. Bang, the defensive barrier completely shattered into nothingness. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that the attacks of the 5 evil sect experts contained demonic qi that could corrode his defenses. Thump. Thump. Thump, Xiao Zuiji spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. He did not have time to care about his injuries. When he looked back, he saw that Li Qingyang and the others were still in a daze. He shouted, I can't hold on any longer. Why haven't you left yet? Senior brother, don't panic. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Leave them to me. Xiao Ziji was stunned and turned his head stiffly. Little junior sister was already standing in front of him. Her hands were clawed, and a strange gloomy aura spread out. Her eyes were shining with intense killing intent. This, Xiao Ziji could not help but shudder. In his opinion, his little junior sister had lost her usual naivety and cuteness, as if she had turned into a little devil from hell. The patriarch and 4 elders of the evil Black Dragon sect were shocked when they saw the little girl appear out of nowhere. Especially when they sensed the devil qi that was even purer than their own. Demonic cultivator, she was a demonic cultivator. Yao Menjing clenched her fists and said with a cold face, you hurt my senior brother. Today, all of you will die. Huff huff, demonic qi whizzed out from behind him and turned into a huge net that pressed down on the 5 heretical experts. Genuine devil chi, the evil black dragon sect's martial artists simply couldn't compare. Retreat! The patriarch of the evil black dragon sect exclaimed. However, the demonic chi net had already rushed over. It covered an extremely wide area and quickly surrounded them. At the same time, a strong suction force burst out, causing the demonic chi in their bodies to be pulled madly. It's over, it's over. The eyes of the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect were filled with despair. At this time, one of the elders was enveloped by the demonic aura, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. That scream was as though he was in hell. Crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering could be heard as pieces of flesh were crushed by the demonic chi. The mouths of Xianxia and the others twitched. The sinister aura that spread out was like a meat grinder. Swoosh, swoosh, an elder was dismembered, the demonic chi in his body was completely absorbed by Yao Menjing, and the sinister glint in her eyes intensified. Huff huff, the demonic chi was still shrinking and pressing over. No, the remaining 3 elders were trapped together and could not escape at all. In the end, they were devoured by the demonic chi and their energy was absorbed by Yao Menjing. Huff huff, the wind howled and her black hair was blown up. Yao Menjing's slightly tender face was replaced by a sinister one. Li Qingyang and the others felt their hair stand on end. It was especially so for Xiao Ziji. He was the closest to Yao Menjing and could sense the violent demonic chi. Instantly, he had a feeling that his junior sister before him seemed to have changed into a different person. She was no longer human. She was more like a demon. Li Qingyang and the others saw with their own eyes that the 4 heretical experts were killed by Yao Menjing with just the aura she released. To be honest, in their state at that time, they might not have been able to defeat her alone. This was the innate demonic body, this was a demonic cultivator. Terrifying, truly terrifying. No wonder the righteous sects would issue a demon-slaying order 10,000 years ago. Huff huff, the sinister demonic chi was still pressing down on the terrified patriarch of the evil black dragon sect. Perhaps it was because his mind was greatly stimulated, but he saw the demonic chi behind Yao Menjing gradually turn into a huge black shadow with an aura that could not be disobeyed. Whoosh, the black shadow suddenly opened its eyes, which flashed with red light, as if a demon king sleeping in the darkness had suddenly awakened. The supreme aura it released suppressed the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect so much that he almost stopped breathing. Plop, his legs went soft and he knelt down, begging with a trembling voice, I'm willing to be a servant. Please spare my life, you hurt my senior brother. Yao Menjing's black hair fluttered, as if she had entered a berserk state. You must die. Huff huff, the demonic chi rushed over from all directions and directly enveloped the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect. Before his death, the sinister power seemed to come from hell. You are not qualified to be this emperor's servant. The demonic chi pressed over, producing a strong crushing force. The patriarch of the evil black dragon sect screamed miserably in the forest. Kacha, kacha, whoosh, whoosh. After killing the patriarch of the evil black dragon sect, spiritual energy flowed into Yao Menjing's body. At the same time, the demonic chi that pervaded the mountain began to frantically withdraw and soon disappeared. Sigh. Yao Menjing shook her head and said, their attributes are too weak. The corner of Xiao Ziji's mouth twitched. She killed 5 martial kings just by spreading her attributes. Little junior sister was too terrifying. Let's go. Li Qingyang flew over and said in a deep voice, eliminate the evil black dragon sect as soon as possible. Leave no one alive. Little junior sister's demonic chi eruption was very serious. Whoosh, whoosh, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and He Wudi hurriedly flew to the ruined sect. With the patriarch and the elder dead, the remaining thousands of disciples had no strength to fight and were quickly slaughtered. While cleaning up the battlefield, Su Xiaoma found a huge dark room. Inside, there were countless corpses that had been drained of blood. There were young people, old people, and young children. They must be the missing villagers of the village. Li Qingyang said. Damn it. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and said angrily, they won't even let the children go. What a bunch of bastards. Huff huff, scorching flames rose. Not only did it burn the entire evil black dragon sect, but it also burned the sins they had committed when they were alive. Yao Menjing's demonic chi eruption was not known to outsiders because those who knew were all dead. Are you sure? Jun Changxiao asked in the main hall. Li Qingyang said, as long as all the disciples of the evil Black Dragon sect are killed, no one will know. That's good. Jun Changxiao was not worried about his second disciple. Indeed, Yao Menjing's demonic qi was not known to outsiders. But the evil Black Dragon sect's destruction could not be hidden. In just a few days, the news spread throughout the southern barren state, and all the major sects rushed to the scene. Who did it? How could a fifth-rate evil sect be destroyed just like that? This is unbelievable. All the experts stared with wide eyes as they watched their sects turn into ashes under the great fire. At the area where Yao Menjing and the 5 evil sect experts fought, a monk in his early 20s stood. He emitted a strong sandalwood fragrance. Whoosh, he picked up a rotten leaf and placed it in his palm. Immediately, it shone with golden light. Hiss hiss hiss, the leaf gradually trembled, and then a black aura rose. Clap, the monk clenched his fist and said firmly, a demonic cultivator must have been here. Wang, he waved his hand, and the Buddhist beads in his hand flew up and hovered in the air. Golden light poured out and covered the area that was corroded by demonic qi. Hiss hiss, the withered plants were covered by the holy light. Strands of black aura flew out and were purified. Ba. The monk put his palms together and said, this demonic cultivator's demonic qi is very strong. I must find him and convert him to prevent him from continuing to harm the world. The handsome monk walked out of the forest where the Black Dragon evil sect was located. He didn't tell the sects of the southern barren state about the appearance of the demonic cultivator because he had to do it himself. Swoosh, a fluffy white kitten scurried over and landed on his shoulder. It asked, where are we going? It could speak human language. Could it be a spirit beast comparable to a martial king? Not really. The little guy's strength was only at the low level. It could speak human language because it had this ability. Speaking human language meant that it was at least a spirit beast, but mutated beasts could gain intelligence in advance. The psychic cat was one of them. This kind of pet-like little guy wasn't very strong. It could even be described as a weakling, but it could communicate normally with humans not long after it was born. The heavens gave it a cute appearance and the right to speak, but they also took away its combat power. Of course. The psychic cat's greatest advantage was its extremely developed sense of smell. Eh? The little guy standing on the monk's shoulder sniffed lightly and said in surprise, you have demonic energy on you. Could it be that a demonic cultivator appeared in the forest? The nose was a true spirit. You didn't smell demonic energy outside? The monk asked. No. The psychic cat said. Maybe it didn't come from here. The monk led it around the forest, but there was still no result. Strange. The psychic cat was puzzled. There's demonic energy, but why aren't there any clues nearby? Could it be that that guy flew away? The monk said, the other party's demonic energy is very strong. His strength might have reached the emperor realm. TSK. The psychic cat said, a demonic cultivator of this level isn't something you can deal with. Why bother looking for him? Because. The monk's eyes were firm. This is my responsibility. All right. The psychic cat scratched its face and said, you are a qualified Buddhist cultivator, but you are too obsessed with sacrificing yourself to save others. Sooner or later, you will die in the hands of a demonic cultivator. Ba. The monk put his palms together. If I don't enter hell, who will? The psychic cat said, what should we do next? Search. Where should we search? Falling Star Continent. When your hair reaches your waist, you might not be able to find it. The monk didn't say anything and walked forward. Eh? That guy is wearing a kasaya. Could he be a Buddhist martial cultivator? 10,000 years ago, in the war between the righteous and demonic paths, the Buddhist sects lost a large number of peak experts. Later on, they gradually declined. I didn't expect that someone would take this path. Strange, why does that guy have hair? Shouldn't he have shaved his head? Could it be a fake? The monk stopped and turned to roar at the warriors in the distance, this penniless monk cultivates with hair. Cultivating with hair. Cultivate with hair. Huff huff, his voice contained some kind of power that resonated with space, instantly forming an extremely strong penetrating force that shook the blood and chi of the cultivators several thousand feet away. A middle-aged man exclaimed, "Lion's roar technique." Ba. The monk controlled his emotions and said apologetically, "This poor monk was rude." Schwa, he waved his sleeves and left. Night fell. The monk sat cross-legged in the cave, holding Buddhist beads in his hand as he silently chanted scriptures. 10,000 years ago. After the demon-slaying order was issued, the Buddhist martial cultivators took the lead. After that battle, although the demon emperor was destroyed, the vitality of the Buddhist powerhouses was greatly damaged, and there was a serious gap. Until today, there were very few Buddhist cultivators. It was rare and commendable for this person to be a Buddhist cultivator. Aha, the spiritual cat lay beside him and yawned. It had known this monk for a long time. Every day, he would chant scriptures before sleeping. It had long been used to it. The monk's dharma name was Dunan. According to him, it was given by an old monk. It meant to help all living beings survive the calamity. Dunan did not belong to any sect. He was an itinerant cultivator. After he became a Buddhist cultivator, what he had to do every day was to cultivate Buddhist dharma and to purify evil spirits and heretics. He wanted them to return to the right path and no longer harm the world. The spiritual cat followed Dunan. It could be said that it did not know the next meal. Its life was very miserable. However, their relationship was cultivated. Therefore, it would not leave him. They relied on each other for survival and did not have a fixed place to stay. After chanting the scriptures, Dunan opened his eyes and said, "I heard that there are many evil sects in Huayang County. Tomorrow, we will go to Yangzhou, the southwest." Not only did he have to deal with evil cultivators, but he also had to deal with evil cultivators. In the past few years, there had been countless evil cultivators who had fallen in the hands of this Buddhist cultivator. Of course, if he offended too many people, he would definitely be hunted down by them. Therefore, Dunan did not appear in the southern desolate state to travel. He was here to seek refuge. "All right," the spiritual cat said, "I hope there are no experts in Huayang County. Otherwise, we will have to run away again." "It's okay," Dunan said, "Huayang County is only a grade 8 county. The evil cultivators there will definitely not be too strong." "I hope so." The spiritual cat said so, but it muttered in its heart, "Last time, he said that Soaring Cloud County's level was very low." In the end, he was chased by experts for half a month and almost went to the land of bliss to meet Buddha. The next day, the weather was sunny. Dunan brought the spiritual cat along the mountain road and walked all the way to Huayang County in Yangzhou in the southwest. Sect of all times. Xianxia flipped through the yellowed ancient books that Li Qingyang had collected from the Black Dragon Evil Sect's treasury. Among them, there was a secret manual called the Bloodthirsty Technique. "What do you think?" Xianxia threw the book to Evil Saint Wu Ju. After browsing for a while, he said, "This should be a demonic technique. It's really intolerable to absorb other people's essence and blood to cultivate. If the demonic cultivators in the past were so extreme, it's natural that they would be destroyed." Xianxia said. Evil Saint Wu Ju shook his head and said, "This is only a very small number. As far as I know, although the demon emperor cultivated demonic techniques, he was a straightforward person." "Is that so?" Xianxia was very surprised that a demonic cultivator was so straightforward. He took back the bloodthirsty technique. He did not plan to let the disciples cultivate it in the technique pavilion. After all, it was too cruel to absorb other people's essence and blood to cultivate. He continued to flip through the other ancient books. Most of them recorded things that happened thousands of years ago. Xianxia read very carefully, hoping to find the remaining demonic cultivators that were separated from the Demon Emperor sect. Recently, the mysterious masked cultivator did not appear, but he certainly would not forget. As long as he found clues and determined the location, he would definitely retaliate. Waiting for others to find trouble was not Xianxia's style. As long as there was a chance, he would take the initiative. Perhaps this heretical sect that practiced the devil cultivation method would have records of it. He really found it, in a handwritten record from the first patriarch of the Black Dragon Evil Sect, it was written, "Thousands of years ago, I found a cave at the Black Cliff and obtained the bloodthirsty technique." This may be related to the demonic cultivators that were separated from the Demon Emperor sect. Although there were only a few paragraphs, it was the only clue about the demonic cultivators that he had collected during this period of time. Xianxia said, "Do you know the Black Cliff?" "Black Cliff?" Evil Saint Wuju said solemnly, "This is the second battlefield where the righteous and demonic cultivators fought 10,000 years ago. Now it has been sealed and become one of the forbidden areas of the Falling Star continent." "You can't enter?" Xianxia asked. Evil Saint Wuju said, "You can enter, but the demonic qi left inside is too strong. It is easy to go mad." "Where is it?" Xianxia asked. Evil Saint Wuju was silent for a moment and said, "In the central region." The middle state was located in the Falling Star continent, and it was also the strongest state. Its heaven and earth attributes were extremely strong, and it had nurtured countless experts and geniuses. Martial artists from other states who had reached the level of martial king might already be considered quite powerful, but they would become very ordinary in the middle state. Of course, it was impossible for martial kings to be everywhere, and Wuhuang to be as common as dogs. At least in terms of overall strength, the middle state was far ahead of the other states. The Black Cliff mentioned in the ancient books was in the middle state, and it was also the second battlefield where the righteous and demonic sects fought 10,000 years ago. What about the first battlefield? Naturally, it was where the Demon Emperor sect was located. After the Falling Star continent was separated, the middle state had always been the center of the world. The Demon Emperor chose this place as the second battlefield to engage in an intense battle with many top sects, which was also very powerful. Awesome. After Xianxia learned about it, he was in awe. This kind of person who dared to lead people to fight against various sects in the strongest state is a role model for my generation to learn from. System, who the F***ck would learn to become enemies with the entire continent. According to the notes left behind by the first patriarch of the Black Dragon Evil Sect, the bloodthirsty technique was related to the remnants of the demonic sections. Xianxia had plans to go to the Black Cliff. But not now. Because the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony was about to begin, he needed to focus on it. Not to mention, this world-famous sect competition just happened to be held in the middle state. When the time came, he could go and take a look after it ended. After having a plan, June Patriarch suppressed the urge to run to other states to court death. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "Elder Zhou is here to see you. Invite him in." Xianxia said, "The certification center sent someone over at this time, it should be related to the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony." As expected, Elder Zhou entered the main hall, and as soon as he sat down, he went back to the topic. "June Patriarch, the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony is approaching, is your sect ready?" "Ready," Xianxia said. Elder Zhou said, "Hall Master asked me to ask when are you ready to set off?" "About half a month ago," Xianxia said. He wouldn't go there too early. After all, he still needed to let his disciple use the remaining few months to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible so that he could take first place in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. The various forces that participated in the sect grand competition only wanted to achieve good results. This guy, on the other hand, was going straight for the championship. What Xianxia meant was that since the sect of all times was participating, they had to aim for first place. Otherwise, they would be no different from a salted fish author. Elder Zhou said, "There are many sects participating in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy this time. The Hall Master hopes that June Patriarch can bring his disciples there first to avoid missing the opportunity." Xianxia was speechless. Was Mastery worried that he would stand him up? "How about this?" Xianxia said, "I will bring my disciples there a month in advance." "That's good too." Elder Zhou cupped his hands and said, "This Zhou will take his leave first." "Elder Zhou, you've come a long way. Why don't you stay for a meal before leaving?" "Sure." Xianxia was stunned. "I was just casually saying it." "You're being too rude." After the meal, Elder Zhou took his leave. Xianxia sat in the main hall and started to plan his next step. He only participated in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy because of Master Yi. After this, he still had to consider the future development of the sect. The intelligence agency still needs to be developed. The construction of the branch had just started, and there was still a long way to go. A few days later, Sect of all times branches and beast material stores were everywhere in the northern desert state. The busiest place was Yellow Sand City. Because Xianxia personally went to the northern desert state to participate in the opening ceremony, the patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect and the sect master of the Wind Riding Sect came with congratulatory gifts. They're all big shots. The Sect of all times is really powerful. Many cultivators were in a heated discussion. Everyone realized that the once nameless force had now become a huge evil. With the opening of the branch and the beast material store, the business between the Sect of all times and the northern desert state was completely established. According to the cooperation agreement, the top 10 sects would ship various types of ores to the Azure Sun County at a fixed time every month. On the other side, the AI family was also expanding their business. Their main business was medicinal herbs, and they would also provide Xianxia with more medicinal herbs and seeds. Ores could be used to refine equipment, and medicinal herbs could be used to refine pills. These two were definitely important factors for the Sect of all times to become stronger. Of course, because the demand was high, the cost was also high. The beast material store could only support them for a short period of time. As the number of disciples increased, the demand would also increase, and they would definitely not be able to maintain sustainable development. We still have to develop a side business, Xianxia said. The system said, as long as the host is willing to take out higher-grade pills for the AI family to sell, will they still lack money? Xianxia shook his head and said, the AI family is still too weak. If we give them higher-grade pills to sell, they might even be killed. We have to find. He paused for a bit, then said, we also have to find a stronger business partner. The system said, from what we can see, the strongest business in the Starfall continent is the Tang family. I've heard of them. Xianxia was no longer a newbie, and he had a certain understanding of the continent. The Tang family. A family that had been doing business for generations and was extremely wealthy. The Spirit Stone store in the Azure Sun County was opened by the Tang family. This family mainly dealt in spirit stones, but they also had a hand in other businesses. It was a well-developed business empire. Xianxia wanted to find a business partner, and the Tang family was undoubtedly the most suitable. Someone asked. Why didn't he do it himself? Managing a sect was already tiring enough. If he had to develop a side business, he wouldn't have time to flirt in the future. Finding a powerful business family, using their brand and perfect channels, would no doubt make him rich faster. Unfortunately, Xianxia said, if I don't know anyone from the Tang family, how can I contact them? If there's a problem, find Li Luoqiu. The Tang family? Hall Masterly held her chin and said, a while ago, there seemed to be information about this family. I ordered people to investigate. Xianxia said. Li Luoqiu ordered the members to flip through the files. Soon, they found the information about the Tang family that had been sent a while ago. Drizzle Hall sent a large amount of information every day. Unless it was extremely important, she wouldn't report it because it was too time-consuming. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, according to the information, the second young master of the Tang family will come to southwest Yangzhou to inspect the work in the middle of this month. Middle of the month? Xianxia said in surprise, isn't he almost here? Li Luoqiu said, he should be on his way. Do you have any specific information about the second young master? Xianxia asked. Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, our Drizzle Hall hasn't developed our information network to Zhongzuan State, so we don't know for now. The AI family should know. Xianxia arranged the affairs of the sect and personally went to Huyang City. The second young master of the Tang family? In the medicine shop, AI Xiangyao shook his head and said, I've heard of this person. He's quite accomplished in business and is highly valued by the head of the Tang family. It's said that he intends to make him one of the successors of the family. One of the successors? Xianxia asked, there are many successors? The head of the AI family said, the Tang family has many branches and leaves, and there are many second and third generation descendants. As far as I know, there are more than 10 future successors. More than 10? Xianxia muttered, if the head of the Tang family suddenly dies, wouldn't these successors fight for the position of the head of the family? AI Xiangyao's mouth twitched. My dear Sovereign Jun, you really dare to say anything ah? Xianxia and AI Xiangyao chatted for a while before returning to the sect. He ordered Li Luoqiu to focus on the coming second son of the Tang family. It was confirmed. He would do business with the Tang family. Since the second son was good at business, it would be good to work with him. Of course. This kind of business family would be proud. And arrogant. It would be difficult to move them without something good. What should I sell? Xianxia began to think. In terms of elixirs, he could sell the low-grade energy-gathering pill. After all, the herbs needed were not many. It could be mass-produced. Mid-grade healing elixirs and detoxification elixirs are supplementary items. They won't improve martial arts, but they can also be sold. Jun Patriarch would not sell all the elixirs on a whim, especially the mid-grade energy-gathering pill, body-shaping pill, and soul-shaping pill. The low-grade cold-edge sword will also do. When the northern desert states sent large amounts of ore to the sect to make more high-grade weapons, the cold-edge sword would definitely be an obsolete item. It would be appropriate to sell it. Jun Patriarch was confident that this kind of weapon made by the system would be favored by many warriors once it went on the market. It was decided. He was prepared to use the low-grade energy-gathering pill, mid-grade healing elixirs, detoxification elixirs, and the low-grade cold-edge sword as bargaining chips. Xianxia said, with the Tang family's brand and channels, once these 4 items enter the market, I will be sitting on the bed counting money until my hands cramp. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked in and said, I just received news that the second son of the Tang family is coming from the West Cloud State. He is expected to arrive at the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City in 2 days. Should we go and greet him first? Xianxia touched his chin. The system was speechless. This guy is looking for trouble again. Yes. Xianxia was starting to be cheap. Instead of taking the initiative to get to know the second son of the Tang family, it was better to create a beautiful encounter. For example, let a disciple pretend to be a robber to sneak in and appear at the critical moment to create a mighty and chivalrous patriarch of the sect of all times. At the brink of death, a benefactor came to the rescue. The second son of the Tang family would hug his thigh and be grateful. Pa. Xianxia covered his face and laughed strangely. Ha ha ha, I'm really a genius. The system was speechless. This is not a talent, this is a super slut. In fact, Xianxia could not be blamed. He had done so out of many considerations. It was unknown what kind of person the Tang second young master was, but he could use this robbery to probe him. Finding people to do business, robbing them to test the waters. Jun Patriarch, you're such a dog. If the pitiful second young master of the Tang clan knew of this, he would definitely say, there's a sentence about selling your mother, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Shwa. Shwa. On both sides of the West Cloud State's official road, dozens of black-clothed masked martial artists flew over and hid in the dark. Second senior brother. Su Xianma transmitted his voice, is there a big operation? The patriarch suddenly gathered everyone, put on black clothes, and then hurried to the West Cloud province, making him think that he was going to do something big. It could very well be an exciting assassination, Li Qingyang said, I'm not too sure either. Li Fei said excitedly, I've been cultivating all this time. It's time for actual combat. Listen carefully. Jun Changxiao, who was hiding in the dark, transmitted his voice to the group. There will be a few luxurious carriages passing by later. Your mission is to pretend to be robbers and stop them. As soon as this was said, Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. Pretend to be robbers? Patriarch. Su Xianma was speechless. Are you serious or joking? I'm serious. Wearing black clothes and covering their faces, thinking that they were going to carry out an assassination, but in the end, they were going to be robbers. This was too embarrassing, sigh. Since they had boarded the Patriarch's pirate ship, they could only be thieves. On the West Cloud State's official road, there would occasionally be martial artists or merchants passing by, but no one noticed the Sect of all time's disciples. Why aren't they here yet? After waiting for a long time, they still did not see the target appear. Xianxia could not help but criticize. Could the information be wrong? Or did second young Master Tang change his route? At this moment, several luxurious carriages galloped over within the range of dozens of miles released by his spiritual senses. The horse in charge of pulling the carriages stepped on a whirlwind, looking very handsome. It was the 1,000-mile windchaser horse. Xianxia had specially bought it when she went to the southern desolate state, but she did not use it and was taken away by June Patriarch. The 4 carriages galloping over hung flags with the word Tang engraved on them. They're here, they're here. Xianxia hurriedly ordered, be sure to stop the 4 carriages. Yes. The disciples received the order. However, it was their first time doing a robbery and they had to pretend. It was inevitable that they were a little unfamiliar and nervous. Thud. Thud. Thud, thud. 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 Not long after, the 4 luxurious carriages arrived at the ambush circle. It's the Tang family's carriages. When the passers-by saw the large word engraved on the flag, their expressions changed drastically and they subconsciously moved to the sides. Although the Tang family mainly did business, they had a very wide network and had hired many experts. Their strength was not inferior to a first-rate or second-rate sect at all. June Patriarch had decided to do business with the Tang family because of this. Because the things he sold were a little amazing, only such a big family could hold on. Thud, thud, thud. More than a dozen 1,000-mile windchaser horses galloped along the official road. An old man with sharp eyes sat in the carriage leading the way. He immediately frowned, because there was a masked man in black standing on the official road, blocking the only way. Something's wrong, he shouted in a deep voice. Whoosh! 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 Several experts with high cultivation walked out of the carriages behind and locked their eyes on the man in black. As experienced people, they instantly determined that someone was blocking the road to rob them. How dare you block the Tang family's carriage? The old man at the front shouted coldly, you're courting death. Huff huff, he leaped and stopped in midair. His martial king aura completely erupted. In an instant, a large hand was formed and pressed toward the man in black. Thud, Xiaoxia took a step forward and suddenly waved his right fist. Buzz buzz buzz, layers upon layers of earth elemental energy emanated from his body and materialized into a fist. Bang, the fist print was extremely powerful and directly broke the palm print. The old man who used the move was directly sent flying and staggered on the official road. His eyes were filled with shock. The earth element had always been focused on defense. That man in black was able to explode with such a powerful attack. His physical body must be extraordinary. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, the sound of horses was heard. Dozens of 1,000-mile windchaser horses were entangled by vines and could not move at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Qingyang and the others rushed out. Although it was an act, they still had to show off. Therefore, they released their killing intent and instantly enveloped the official road. The 4 martial kings of the Tang family naturally would not sit still and wait for death. They all rushed out. Boom, boom, the disciples of the sect of all times instantly fought with them. In terms of strength, the martial kings of the Tang family were not bad, but Li Qingyang and the others were not bad either. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers, so they were quickly beaten to the ground. He he he. Xianxia laughed strangely and said, Second young Master Tang, if you don't want anything to happen to you, please come out. Whoosh, in the middle of the carriage, the curtain was lifted. A handsome young man walked out. He cupped his hands in a cultured and elegant manner and said with a smile, this humble one is Tangren. What can I do for you? Nonsense. Xianxia shouted, of course it's robbery. This, whoosh. Xianxia did not waste any time. He gathered spiritual energy in his palm and rushed over with the cloud-treading steps. Young master, be careful. Several injured martial kings of the Tang family exclaimed. Boom, an explosion was heard. Xianxia, who had rushed over, was suddenly sent flying. He crashed into more than 10 trees and then fell to the ground, his body twitching. Li Qingyang, Xiaoxia, and the others mourned for him for 3 seconds. The few martial kings of the Tang family were dumbfounded. They turned their heads and saw a young man in white standing in front of their young master. He had a smile on his face. Whoosh, Xianxia casually waved his sleeves and said, "The universe is clear and bright, yet you dare to rob. Is there still any law and order? This action, so handsome. Thank you, June Patriarch, for saving us." The Tang family's second young master cupped his hands and said, "Seeing injustice on the road, drawing a sword to help, this is the martial arts world." Wait, Jun Changxiao was startled and said, "You know me?" "More than that." The Tang family's second young master looked at Li Qingyang and said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, this masked little brother should be your sect's second disciple, right? This little brother is emitting a heavy aura. He should be Xiao Ziji. The one who was sent flying, his footwork is very strong. He should be Su Xiaoma." The Tang family's second young master reported the names of the masked sect of all time's disciples one by one. Jun Changxia's expression was very interesting. He brought his disciple to pretend to be a robber and saved him to build a good relationship. In the end, he was seen through. This was very embarrassing. Letting his disciple pretend to be a robber while he made a move at the critical moment, and then establishing a revolutionary friendship with the Tang family's second young master. What a beautiful plot! In order to pursue a more realistic effect, Su Xiaoma was directly sent flying and almost fainted on the spot. However, what was not in the plan was that second young master Tang actually recognized Li Qingyang and the others. From his words, it was not difficult to tell that he had a deep understanding of the sect of all time's disciples. The most painful thing in the world was, "I'm acting, and he's just watching." At that moment, Jun Changxiao, who was standing in front, had a very interesting expression on his face. He wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. This was 2F** king embarrassing. 2F** king embarrassing. Ahahaha. The system's gloating laughter came. Seeing the super thick-skinned host embarrassed made it feel so happy. It felt like its life had reached the peak. June Patriarch. Tang Ren said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, you brought your disciple here and pretended to be a black-cloaked man to test the strength of our Tang family, right?" He had a gentle and elegant smile from beginning to end. Expert. No. Jun Changxiao did not follow Tang Ren's excuse. Instead, he turned around and said, "This is a welcome ceremony that I specially prepared for young Master Tang." The basic quality of a shameless person was, no matter the time, no matter the situation, he had to remain calm. "Welcome ceremony?" Tang Ren said with a smile, "It's quite original." "Of course." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "It's not easy for young Master Tang to come to southwest Jiangzhou. I naturally have to welcome you." The Tang family's injured martial kings twitched their mouths. Letting his disciple pretend to be a robber and suddenly making a move to save him, even a fool could see through this trick. "Please stop pretending. Disciples, listen up." Jun Changxiao said loudly, "Let's warmly welcome young Master Tang." Clap clap clap. The disciples quickly gathered and then clapped, shouting, "Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome." Although they shouted that, they were embarrassed in their hearts. Because they had not trained to be as thick-skinned as Patriarch. Tang Ren smiled and said, "This kind of welcoming ceremony has also broadened this Tang's horizons." Young Master Tang. Jun Changxiao said seriously, "The world has not been peaceful recently. The purpose of my visit this time is not only to welcome you, but also to protect you so that you can smoothly enter southwest Jiangzhou." Just now, it was actually a drill. The system, such an awkward situation was forcefully turned around by him. How thick was his skin? Furthermore, how could the second son of the Tang family, who had been through so much in the business world, be fooled by you? "Thank you, Jun Patriarch." Tang Ren cupped his hands. F***ck, did he really believe it? Young Master Tang. Jun Changxiao said, "Please get on the carriage. I will personally escort you to Yangzhou in the southwest." "Thank you for your trouble." Tang Ren got into the carriage. Ta, dozens of wind chasers for 1,000 miles galloped forward again, while the disciples of the sect of all times rode on hurricane wolves and followed behind the caravan. On the way, Jun Changxiao said to himself, "This is a smart person. Tang Ren knew the sect of all times like the back of his hand, as well as the calmness he displayed. He was completely incomparable to the playboys. Nonsense. The system said, if he was a fool, how could he become one of the heirs of a big family? Jun Changxiao said, although it's good to do business with such a person, we have to be careful to prevent him from taking advantage of us. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, Tang Ren's voice sounded in his ear. This Tang came to southwest Yangzhou to inspect the work. The first stop is Jing'an County, where your sect is located. Jun Changxiao's expression froze. This guy could actually transmit telepathy. His cultivation must be at the level of a martial king. He was only a few years older than him and already had such a cultivation. He was indeed a direct descendant of a top family in the Starfall continent. Oh? Jun Changxiao said, young Master Tang, are you not going to the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City first? For a big family like the Tang clan, the headquarters of their branches in each province would definitely be in the Imperial City. He was a little surprised that they would go to the remote Qingyang County first. I heard that the AI clan of Qingyang County has been selling special elixirs in recent years. This Tang is very curious, so I want to go and take a look, Tang Ren said. I see. Jun Changxiao laughed heartily and said, this seat is very familiar with the way to Qingyang County. Tang Ren said, Jun Patriarch is the deputy governor of Qingyang County, right? Jun Changxiao raised his eyebrows and said, young Master Tang even knows about this. It seems that you have collected a lot of information about this seat and the sect of all times, right? Tang Ren said, Jun Patriarch is leading a big sect at such a young age. This Tang admires you very much, so I usually pay more attention to you. Was this telling him that he had no ill intentions? It was tiring to deal with smart people. Because he had to constantly analyze the other party's words and actions. Young Master Tang. Jun Changxiao said, Jun is a boorish person and doesn't like to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, why don't you say it directly? System, boorish my ass. You're more cunning than a monkey, you're more despicable than Jianghu. Okay. Tang Ren said straightforwardly, Jun Patriarch brought his disciples to practice a robbery. There should be a purpose, right? F***ck, this seat asked him to say what he wanted to say, but he let me say it first. Sure enough, he has a way. Since that's the case, let's be frank. Jun Changxiao didn't want to beat around the bush with smart people. It was very tiring, so he said straightforwardly, this seat brought my disciples to welcome you because I want to talk business with young Master Tang. Oh? What business? It wasn't hard to tell from Tang Ren's tone that he was very interested. Businessman. Who didn't like business? Jun Changxiao said, this seat has some pills and weapons here. I want to borrow young Master Tang's family's channel to sell them. Tang Ren said, although my Tang family is involved, it can't be compared to other families that mainly focus on this industry. I'm afraid it will be difficult to satisfy Jun Patriarch. That's true. Jun Changxiao said, the Tang family mainly deals in spirit stones. Naturally, they won't be interested in industries like pills and weapons that aren't very profitable. He was right. The profits of spirit stones were extremely large. The Tang family put their focus on this, and the other industries were nothing more than a foil. Tang Ren said with a smile, if Jun Patriarch values my Tang family so much, this Tang is very willing to cooperate with Jun Patriarch. So, young Master Tang came to southwest Yangzhou this time not to inspect the work, but to pay a visit to the sect of all times? Jun Changxiao asked suddenly. With such an understanding of him and the sect, he didn't think that the other party was just here to inspect the work. Tang Ren said with a smile, the sect of all times has recently become famous and has been evaluated as one of the top 3. This Tang has been looking forward to it for a long time, so I used this business trip as an opportunity to pay a visit. F***ck, after all this time, he had worked for nothing, good karma, this guy was the one who took the initiative to look for you, thinking about how he pretended to be a robber and came out to save him, but was directly exposed. Jun Patriarch's entire face instantly turned red. There was no need to explain an awkward life. Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren said, we'll talk about business in detail when we reach your esteemed sect. Sure, Jun Changxiao said straightforwardly. Since the other party had specially come to visit him, the business should be easy to conclude. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, on the official road that was about to enter southwest Yangzhou, black shadows flew out from the shadows and completely blocked the road. Xianxia frowned. June Patriarch. Tangren said, "These are your esteemed Sect's disciples?" It was very awkward to be exposed as a bandit. It was even more awkward to be mistaken as a disciple of the Tang clan. June Patriarch was in a terrible mood. Swoosh. Swoosh, dozens of black-clothed men appeared behind him. There were more than 100 of them. They all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all wearing strange masks. This was the darkness sect that had targeted him time and time again. June Xianxia frowned. Were they here to stop the Tang clan's second young master or to stop him? Whoosh whoosh, nearly 100 black-clothed men stood on the official road, emitting a sinister aura. The windchaser horse was startled and stopped, its limbs trembling. June Xianxiao immediately understood that they were here to stop the Tang clan's second young master. Swoosh. Swoosh, the hurricane wolves that Li Qingyang and the others were riding were not disturbed. They quickly rushed over and completely protected the 4 carriages. Young Master Tang. June Xianxiao said in a low voice, "This is not a drill." Tang Xiao immediately realized that they were not disciples of the sect of all times, but real bandits. Sigh. He shook his head and said, "It's not easy to go out." "Why are there so many problems?" June Xianxiao said, "Young Master Tang is a walking wallet. Naturally, he will be targeted. In the Falling Star continent, the most important thing was martial arts resources. Money could buy these things, so many martial artists would take the risk to rob the rich." "Is the Tang clan's second young master sitting in the carriage?" the leading masked man said. However, he muttered in his heart. According to the intelligence, the Tang clan's direct descendant did not bring many people to southwest Yangzhou. How could there be so many now? That's right. Tangren said, "This humble one is Tangren. What can I do for you?" The leading masked man said, "My master wants to talk business with young Master Tang. He sent me to invite you." "Sorry." Tangren said, "This Tang has to go to southwest Yangzhou to inspect the work. I don't have time for now." These black-cloaked men blocking the road were much more sinister than June Xianxia's disciples. If he really went with them, he would definitely not be able to return. "Young Master Tang," the masked man said in a cold voice, "please don't make things difficult for this old man." Tangren said, "Please report to your master that if he wants to do business, he can come to my Tang family to discuss it." "Ai." The masked man raised his hand and said, "Since young Master Tang is so uncooperative, don't blame this old man for being rude." Shwa. Shwa, nearly 100 black-cloaked men rushed over from the front and back. Their powerful auras exploded, causing the official road to become extremely oppressive. The faces of the Tang family's martial kings turned ugly. There were a few high-level martial kings with strong auras in this group. It would be difficult for him to fight against them alone. Especially the leader of the black-cloaked men. Judging from his aura, he had probably reached the level of Wu Huang. To send such a group of people to kidnap young master, it must be a very powerful force. Haha, the opportunity was here. June Xianxiao leaped up and landed on the roof of the carriage. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "How dare you rob us in broad daylight? Is there any law in this world?" This action, this behavior, it was super handsome. The corners of the disciples' mouths twitched. Huff, a terrifying aura exploded from June Patriarch's body and spread in all directions like a flood. Nearly 100 black-clothed and masked men were affected and stopped in their tracks, as if they had turned into wood. "Wu Huang!" the leader of the black-clothed men exclaimed. Tangren thought to himself, what a powerful Qi domain. There were martial emperors in the family, but to release such a powerful Qi domain, they had to be at least 6th stage or above. June Patriarch was young, but his cultivation was so profound. It was no wonder that he could turn a mediocre sect into a top 3 sect in such a short time. This time, he came to pay a visit. That's right, Huff, the majestic Qi domain pressed down like a dark cloud. The leader of the black-clothed men wanted to escape, but it was too late. He was completely enveloped and his body gradually stiffened. In the end, he couldn't move at all. He was a 2nd stage Wu Huang, but in front of June Xianxiao, he couldn't even withstand his Qi domain, let alone fight. Who was this? Why didn't the intelligence report mention this? Seal their meridians for this seat. Xianxia said coldly. With his previous experience, he was worried that these black-clothed men would use escape techniques to escape, so he had been using his strongest qi domain to suppress them. Yes. Li Qingyang and the others flew out. However, when they were about to approach the group of black-cloaked men, they saw their bodies expanding rapidly. Oh no! Boom! 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 In an instant, the sound of continuous explosions came from the official road, and gusts of fierce wind swept up. When everything dissipated, Xiao Ziji opened his hands and a materialized earth element wall stood around him, successfully blocking the impact of the explosion for his fellow sect members. Patriarch! Li Qingyang said, they self-destructed. Damn it! Xianxia was furious. Then, he locked his spiritual thoughts on the leader of the black-clothed men. Although the other party was wearing a mask and it was difficult to see his face, intuition told him that this guy should be laughing ferociously and preparing to self-destruct. As expected, the black-clothed men's bodies expanded rapidly, shining with dazzling light. Boom! The earth shook, and the wind howled. The self-destruction of an emperor was so powerful that the vegetation and rocks within a radius of 10,000 feet were instantly crushed into powder. However, the 4 carriages were safe and sound. Because when the explosion was about to happen, Xianxia had already condensed a defensive qi wall in advance to protect everyone. Whoosh, the wind gradually weakened, and a deep pit was blown out on the official road in front. Damn it! Xianxia removed the defensive qi wall and cursed angrily. He thought that by capturing these black-clothed men, he could follow the clues to find the hidden forces. He didn't expect that they would self-destruct. The principle of self-destruction was to communicate with the spirit core through the soul and ignite the energy in an instant, causing destructive power that was far higher than one's cultivation. The consequences were also very serious. One's soul would be destroyed. Xianxia could use his qi domain to suppress their movements, but he couldn't suppress their souls. So, he could only watch them self-destruct. Of course. He was too careless. If he had taken action as soon as possible and knocked the black-clothed man unconscious, he wouldn't have had the chance to self-destruct. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head. And what made him break down the most was, if you guys want to self-destruct, then self-destruct. At least throw out your spatial rings and let me and my disciples loot them. Now, not even a piece of cloth was left after the explosion. Tangren jumped down from the carriage, looked at the deep pit, and said, June Patriarch, who are they? How could they self-destruct without hesitation? This kind of self-destruction. Without absolute courage, it was difficult to do. It might be the Darkness Sect. Xianxia said. Darkness Sect? Tangren frowned. This kind of hidden force rarely appears in the secular world. Why would they come to rob this Tang? You're asking me? Who am I asking? Young Master Tang. Xianxia said solemnly, it's not good to stay here for long. Please follow me back to the sect. All right. They set off again. A few hours later, the group entered the sect of all times. June Patriarch. In the main hall, Tangren sat down and cupped his hands gratefully. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, this Tang would have been in deep trouble. Since you and I are doing business, then we are friends. When a friend is in trouble, June should help. Xianxia said. Although he said that, he was thanking the Darkness Sect that suddenly appeared. They allowed him to help and form a good relationship. At least, it wouldn't be so awkward. When Xianxia returned to the sect of all times, he was still thinking about the group of black-clothed masked men who kidnapped Tangren. One thing was certain, this group of warriors was definitely not the same group of people that had appeared before, because they did not recognize him. Why did he guess so? Because Xianxia had dealt with them many times, and the other party had always suffered losses. If it was the same group of people, they would have recognized him long ago and fled long ago, instead of foolishly continuing to kidnap young Master Tang. Every time, there's Wu Huang. Just how strong is this Darkness Sect? Xianxia muttered. What he found the most difficult to understand was After being suppressed by him, that group of black-clothed masked men actually self-destructed without hesitation. If it was Wuzong or Martial Master level, it would be understandable. But those were Emperor level and King level. How long did they cultivate to grow up? They self-destructed just like that. They didn't take their lives seriously at all, or, had they undergone strict training like an assassin, they knew that they couldn't escape, but they were afraid of revealing the secret through torture, so they could only end their lives with death, if that was the case. That was truly a group of extreme lunatics. For him and the sect to be targeted by such a darkness sect, it would be even more troublesome. Sigh. Xianxia rubbed his temples, and said, so annoying. Even when facing two third-rate evil sects, he didn't feel so much pressure. Only the darkness sect that he had no clue about made him feel helpless. June Patriarch. Tang Ren asked, what are you thinking about? Jun Changxiao came back to his senses, and said, young Master Tang, let's talk about business. Sure. Tang Ren nodded. Shua. Jun Changxiao took out a beginner-grade qi gathering pill, and said, young Master Tang, this is a pill refined by my sect of all times. After consuming it, it can increase the speed of spirit energy absorption by 10 times, and it lasts for 4 hours. Tang Ren's eyes widened. He had never heard of a pill that could increase the absorption of spirit energy by 10 times. Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren said, are you joking? Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, if young Master Tang doesn't believe me, you can try. This? Tang Ren fell silent. Jun Changxiao said, Jun sincerely wants to do business with young Master Tang. If there's no trust between us, then it's meaningless. That's true. Tang Ren swallowed the medicinal pill without hesitation. He didn't think that the patriarch of the sect of all times would poison the pills, because it was too cheap. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. After a short while, a gurgling energy spread throughout his body, incessantly stimulating his meridians and every inch of his skin and pores. Tang Ren circulated his mental cultivation method and instantly felt the heaven and earth attributes that had gathered in the hall gushing in like a tidal wave. The speed was at least 10 times faster than usual. This pill could really speed up the absorption of spiritual energy, at that moment. The Tang family's second young master's mind was shaken, and his eyes suddenly lit up. If such a powerful pill were to be sold on the Falling Star continent, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Business opportunity. Huge business opportunity. The experienced and knowledgeable Tang Ren finally couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable, unbelievable. Jun Changxiao said, young Master Tang, if this pill is consumed by the Meridian Opening Stage, Martial Disciple and Martial Master Stage, the absorption of spiritual energy would only be better. Although the beginner-grade qi gathering pill didn't have a cultivation level restriction, it was confirmed through practical tests that the higher the cultivation level, the lower the efficiency and absorption time. For Wuzong and Martial King stage cultivators, the best choice was to consume intermediate-grade qi gathering pills or even higher. Jun Changxiao wouldn't consider selling intermediate-grade qi gathering pills, because the sect's disciples were already running out. How could they have extra to sell? Tang Ren gradually calmed down and said, to be able to refine such a powerful pill, your sect should have a master with extremely high attainments in alchemy, right? Jun Changxiao smiled but didn't say anything. Tang Ren said again, if I'm not wrong, the pills sold by the AI family should also be from your sect, right? That's right. Jun Changxiao didn't deny it. They were both smart people, so there was no need to be secretive. Moreover, letting the Tang family's second young master understand some things would make it easier to establish a business relationship. Right now, Jun Changxiao wanted to show his advantages. If the other party was a qualified businessman, they would definitely take the initiative to cooperate. No wonder, no wonder. The confusion in Tang Ren's heart was solved. The originally ordinary AI family of Huyang City suddenly had 2 miraculous pills, and it turned out that they were provided by the sect of all times. Jun Patriarch had his disciple stop him and pretended to save him. He probably wanted to get closer to him and find a more reliable business partner. This Tang family's second young master was really smart. He guessed Jun Changxiao's previous goal. Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren asked, how many pills do you have? Jun Changxiao tapped his finger on the table for a while and smiled, young Master Tang, you can have as many as you want. These words were very flirtatious. The beginner-grade qi gathering pill didn't need high-level ingredients and were easy to find. It could be refined 24 hours a day, 100,000 pills? Yes. In terms of price? Xianxia said, the pills will be provided by the Sect of all times. Young Master Tang will be responsible for providing the sales channels and pricing. After that, we will split the profits 50-50. There was no need to split it 30-70 or 40-60. Just do it. Okay. Tang Ren said. This kind of pill could absorb 10 times the spiritual energy. Once it was on the market, it would definitely make martial artists go crazy. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to sell one pill at the price of a man-made spirit stone. Young Master Tang. Xianxia took out another pill and said, this is a healing pill developed by my sect. After taking it, you can quickly recover from your injuries. Tang Ren said, the one sold by the AI family? Xianxia shook his head and said, the one sold by the AI family is only the low-level version. It is suitable for the Meridian Opening and Martial Disciple levels. This healing pill is the high-level version. It can treat Martial Master and Wuzong levels. Is that so? Tang Ren was shocked. His eyes lit up again. I also have a detoxification pill here. It can cure hundreds of poisons. Xianxia said again. Cure hundreds of poisons? Tang Ren was stunned. Detoxification pills were very common in the market. Most of them only cured one kind of poison. He had never heard of one that could cure hundreds of poisons. The Tang family's second young master, who had experienced many things in the business world, suddenly felt as if he was ignorant and inexperienced when faced with the various pills that Xianxia had taken out. Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren said, what other good things do you have? Please take them out and let me see. Pa. Xianxia put the cold-edged sword on the table and said, young Master Tang, please evaluate this sword. Swoosh. Tang Ren held it in his hand and immediately felt a faint cold air from the scabbard. Clang. Pulling the sword out of the scabbard, the cold air spread out. Tang Ren held the sword in front of him. 2 fingers lightly touched the blade and exclaimed, good sword. He had seen many weapons at home. Just from the feel and touch, he guessed that the cold-edged sword must be at the mid-upper level. Especially the workmanship, it was impeccable. Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren said seriously, I'm afraid that even Master Fan might not be able to forge such a perfect sword. Master Fan was a legend in the smithing world of the Falling Star continent. Every weapon he forged was treated like a treasure. For him to give the cold-edged sword such an evaluation, it was very high. Xianxia said, young Master Tang, there is something that Jun needs to say first. Please speak. Tang Ren said. If you and I cooperate, please keep the origin of the pills and weapons a secret. This was to continue the cooperation with the AI family and not let the world know that the pills and weapons came from the Sect of all times. Tang Ren understood Xianxia's meaning, so he said seriously, Jun Patriarch, please rest assured that this Tang will not tell anyone about the cooperation. Good. Xianxia said, I will give you the rights to sell 3 pills and 1 weapon. I hope that you and I can cooperate happily and create a win-win situation. Both sides took paper and drafted a cooperation agreement. Jun Patriarch. After signing, Tang Ren cupped his hands and said, this Tang came to visit the Sect of all times. This Tang did not make a wasted trip. Although Tang Ren was young, he had been in business for many years. However, the pills and weapons that Xianxia took out shocked him deeply. Because he had never seen or heard of them before, pills that could increase absorption speed by 10 times, pills that could instantly heal martial artists' injuries, pills that could neutralize hundreds of poisons, and that impeccable sword. Any one of these 4 items could cause a sensation if sold. Tang Ren, who was temporarily staying in the Sect of all times, thought about it in his room for an entire night. The more he thought, the harder it was to suppress his excitement. There was no denying it. The Tang family was a huge business empire. However, they mainly dealt with spirit stones. Although they were involved in other industries, they were unable to open up a bigger market. It could be said that spirit stones made the Tang family, but also limited it. In these years, the family's upper echelons had been discussing how to expand other industries. Unfortunately, the popular pills and weapons industries had already stabilized. It would be difficult to get a share of the profits from other families. If June Patriarch's pills and weapons can be mass-produced and sold, it will definitely be a huge business opportunity. Tang Ren's eyes were burning. Once the 3 pills entered the market, it would definitely increase the family's prestige in the pill industry and bring in huge profits. As for the weapons, Tang Ren did not think highly of them. After all, even Master Fan had not made many perfect weapons in his life. If I can open up the market with these 3 pills and obtain profits that are not inferior to spirit stones, it will undoubtedly provide me with a bigger opportunity. What opportunity? Obtain the favor of the Tang family's old master and inherit the position of the next family head. Tang Ren was a talented and ambitious person. He would definitely not be a direct descendant of the Tang family. Instead, he wanted to be the head of the Tang family to better display his greater ambitions. However, in the family, his seniority and age were too young. Although he was also one of the successors, he could not compete with his more well-connected and experienced uncles and cousins. If Jun Changxiao's 3 pills brought in more profits, the Tang family would be able to open up the pill market that they had always been involved in but could not expand. Tang Ren's importance in the Tang family's old master's heart would definitely increase greatly. I came to southwest Yangzhou just to make friends with Jun Patriarch. I did not expect such a huge gain. Tang Ren said excitedly. When the Sect of all times challenged the Sacred Spring Sect as a 7th or 8th-rate sect, he received the news and became interested. Thus, he began to collect all kinds of information about this sect. Exterminating the evil faction, ranking in the top 3, battling the extreme cold palace, and even leading disciples to challenge the entire eastern Haozhou. When Tang Ren heard about this, he was even more certain that the Sect of all times had limitless potential, of course. The Tang family had also heard of this sect. However, while they were still discussing and questioning, Tang Ren came to visit them under the pretext of inspecting their work, in order to increase his network. In the end, Tang Ren taking the initiative to visit Jun Changxiao was a chess piece for him to become the head of the family in the future. As for whether or not he could help, he didn't know, but he had to go out to prevent his uncles and cousins from getting ahead of him. In terms of political resources, he was far behind his fellow clansmen. The large sects of the Middle Sovereign State had also formed their own teams. They could only start with the newly established sects from the other provinces. The Sect of all times was just one of them. Next, Tang Ren would visit sects with potential one after another, hoping to build a good relationship with them and establish his own network. He didn't expect Jun Changxiao to take the initiative to do business, and it was even a pill business, an opportunity. An absolute opportunity. Whether or not he could increase his position in the old man's heart would be decided by the pill business with the Sect of all times, young Master Tang. The next day, Jun Changxiao said, "Are you used to living here?" Tang Ren smiled and said, "Your sect is full of spirit energy. Staying here for a night can be said to be refreshing." Swoosh, Jun Changxiao took out several spatial rings and said, "There are 100,000 qi gathering pills, 10,000 healing pills, and 10,000 antidote pills in here." He still had more pills, but he didn't take them out at once. The main thing was to consider whether the other party had the ability to maximize profits and sell them. Tang Ren smiled and said, "This Tang promises that I can sell them all within a month, and bring great profits to Jun Patriarch." Swoosh, Jun Changxiao took out a few more spatial rings and said, "There are 1,000 cold-edged swords in here." Tang Ren's expression froze, and then he hurriedly took it. His spiritual sense entered it, and when he saw the neatly arranged 1,000 cold-edged swords, he almost couldn't stabilize his body and stood up directly. He actually took out 1,000 of these swords at once. What was even more terrifying was that from the outside, the workmanship of the 1,000 cold-edged swords was also extremely exquisite. Master Fan had never forged weapons to such an extent in his entire life. The products of the forging pavilion were definitely of high quality. Not to mention, these 1,000 cold-edged swords were all eliminated goods, because many disciples of the Sect of all times had already used the cold light sword, or even the higher-level true yang sword. Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren said solemnly, "Your sect's forging standard, even Master Fan would be ashamed." Jun Changxiao said, "Leave these pills and weapons to young Master Tang, I will wait for the good news. N. Tangren took out a token and said with a smile, "This is my Tang family's VIP token. In the future, if June Patriarch needs to buy spirit stones, you can take it out. You will definitely be treated as a VIP." June Xianxia took it and threw it into the spatial ring. The two of them chatted for a while more before Tangren got up and left. After getting the pills and weapons, the next step was to consider how to sell them as soon as possible. June Xianxia personally sent him to the mountain gate and ordered evil Saint Xianxia to protect him secretly to prevent him from being kidnapped by the Darkness Sect. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, "I just received news that second young Master Tang's status among the many successors of the Tang family is not too high." So. June Xianxia touched his chin and said, "There's a reason why he took the initiative to visit the Sect of all times." He could guess a thing or two about this reason. One needed to do business to earn more money, while the other needed to build connections to earn more political resources. Now that they had reached a cooperation, it was quite fated. However, whether the two of them could obtain what they needed by working together still had to be proven. After Tangren left the Sect of all times, he did not go to the Southwest Yongzhou Spirit Stone shop and directly returned to the Middle Supreme State to start preparing to sell the pills. This guy was also very bold. After returning, after careful consideration, he decided to invest his own money and open pill shops in the various counties of the Middle Supreme State. Although the Tang family had a pill business, it was not perfect. Tangren did this to let the pill shops open up everywhere and then promote the pills to the outside world, so that every shop would have 3 types of pills to sell. Of course, he could not sell them all and limited the number of pills he could buy first. This method was similar to the monthly auction of pills. Although he could not earn enough profits in a short time, he could make the pills more valuable when they were rare. There were many counties in the Middle Supreme State. If he wanted to expand all of them, he would need a lot of money. Tangren did not care. At this time, he had to break the shackles and roll up his sleeves to gamble. Second brother wants to sell pills? And he plans to open pill shops in the various counties of the Central Sovereign State? It's not like our Tang family hasn't done pill business before, but we can't compete with a family that specializes in pill business in terms of resources. Didn't it still end in failure? Too reckless, too reckless. Tangren was preparing to vigorously develop the family's pill market. When the direct descendants of the family found out, it immediately caused a storm of discussion. They would not deny the ability of the second-ranked direct descendant of the third generation in business, but suddenly entering the field of pills that were not specialized in, there would definitely be losses. After the upper echelons of the Tang family found out, they also expressed that they were not optimistic. This matter alarmed the Tang family's old master, who specially called Tangren over. Renner. In the antique study room, the old Tang family's patriarch drank a mouthful of tea and said, "Why are you suddenly spending so much money to develop the pill industry?" Grandfather. Tangren said, "My Tang family has been in the spirit stone business all these years. Although we have obtained enough profits, if we want to have a higher breakthrough, we must step into other industries and have more weight." The Tang family's old master's turbid eyes were filled with gratification. The entire family had almost monopolized the spirit stone industry, and their wealth was accumulating more and more. However, if they wanted to develop in the long run, they still needed to be balanced and not extreme. At the very least, if one day a family that focused on spirit stones rose up and quickly occupied the market, the Tang family would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Because the other industries did not have any power to resist, they might fall from their peak to decline. Renner. The Tang family's old master said, "Are you confident?" Tangren said with a firm gaze, "Grandfather, grandson is confident that I can create a world in the pill industry." The Tang family's old master was rather gratified. Young people should be bold and innovative, not stick to the rules. Grandfather supports you, go ahead and do it. Tangren's confidence increased greatly. Of course, he knew that his grandfather was testing him. If he did well in the pill industry, he would be able to gain his favor. If he messed up, he would definitely fall out of line in the fight for the position of patriarch. Second brother. Just as he walked out of the study, a handsome man stopped Tangren. This was the eldest son of the Tang family's third generation, Tang Li big brother. Tang Ren cupped his hands. Among his peers, the most prestigious was undoubtedly Tang Li. The two were cousins and also competitors for the family's inheritance. Their relationship was a little tense. Second brother. Tang Li smiled and said, I heard you just went to the southwest Xianxia. Okay, Tang Ren said. Tang Li said, it's such a small place. You can just send the steward over. Why do you need to go personally? Grandpa always said that we shouldn't discriminate when doing business. Even if the overall strength of Southwest Yangzhou is not good, there is still the business of our Tang family. Naturally, we can't slack off. Tang Ren smiled. Tang Li smiled and said, second brother probably went to visit the Sect of all times. Tang Ren remained silent. As expected, this eldest cousin brother of his knew everything about him like the back of his hand. Our Tang family has been doing business for generations. We don't focus on martial arts, but our overall strength isn't inferior to the first or second class. Second brother, it's really beneath your dignity to personally visit the Sect of all times. Tang Li smiled. Tang Ren knew that his eldest cousin brother had befriended many large sects in the central sovereign state and looked down on sects in the outer counties, so he didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Second brother. Behind him, Tang Li said with a benevolent expression, I also considered sending people to befriend the Sect of all times, but since you went first, it doesn't matter if I give it to you. Tang Ren stopped and said, in that case, I still have to thank Big Brother? We're all family. You're treating me like an outsider. However. He paused and smiled. Befriending these sects in the outer counties is completely meaningless. If second brother wants to have enough power to speak in the family, you still have to befriend the large sects in the central sovereign state. These words hit Tang Ren's sore spot. How could he not want to go to the large sects in the central sovereign state? But weren't you the ones who beat him to it? He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to befriend the large sects in the outer counties with great potential and use them as his political capital. Thank you for your advice, Big Brother. Tang Ren thought to himself, it's all thanks to you giving me the Sect of all times as if you're giving it to me. Otherwise, how could I have formed a partnership with June Patriarch? How could he casually take out such a powerful medicinal pill? This made him believe that the Sect of all times had great potential. As long as he befriended them, his strength would increase in the future and he would definitely benefit greatly. No. Not in the future. Obtaining the dealership of the 3 types of pills and weapons would be immediately profitable. Unfortunately, Big Brother and the other direct descendants of the family were too narrow-minded. They also looked down on the sects in the outer counties and gave this opportunity to him. That was indeed the case. The direct descendants of the Tang family must have known about the Sect of all times long ago. Because it came from the remote southwest Yangzhou, no one would take it seriously. If they took this sect seriously, even if they sent their subordinates to befriend them, June Patriarch just so happened to lack business partners. No matter who came, they would have a chance to form a business agreement. Big Brother, fellow clansmen. Thank you very much. You look down on the Sect of all times, allowing me to form a relationship with it. With the support of the Tang family's old master, Tang Ren became even more proactive. In just a few days, he opened dozens of pill shops in the Zhongyuan State's county city. The Tang family has been frequently purchasing shops in various cities and opening Tang-Ji pill shops. Looks like they are going to make a big move. In terms of pills, the Sun family has almost monopolized the Zhongyuan State's market. It will be very difficult for the Tang family to get a share. As the Tang family's pill shops were set up one after another, the Zhongyuan State cultivators were also fighting to discuss it. Rich families liked to mess around, and they were just here to watch the fun. Tang Ren's big move alarmed the Sun family, which mainly focused on pills. They even discussed it separately during the regular meeting. The Tang family is not guarding their spirit stone business properly and is starting to cause trouble again. A few years ago, they also dabbled in pills, but in the end, they still closed down. In terms of wealth, the Sun family may not be as rich as the Tang family, but different professions are worlds apart. It is impossible for them to snatch food from us. The Sun family's higher-ups scoffed at the Tang family's opening of pill shops. However, in the next few days, a piece of news reached their ears, and their eyes widened completely. The content of the news was, the Tang family's pill shop will officially open on the 8th of this month and grandly launch a few new pills. They are pills that can increase the speed of spirit energy absorption, pills that can quickly heal injuries, and pills that can cure hundreds of poisons. I have never heard of this kind of pill. It must be a gimmick to build momentum for the opening. The Sun family's higher-ups calmed down and did not take this matter seriously. Whether a pill was good or not was not based on bragging, but on the effect and quality. After the opening, it would be verified by the public, and everything would be clear. The 3 types of pills sold by the Tang family's pill shop quickly spread throughout the Xianxia state. From high-level cultivators to ordinary people, everyone knew about it. For a time, everyone in the state was discussing it, causing a huge sensation. Of course, many people had doubts. After all, just the qi-gathering pill that could increase the speed of spirit energy absorption by 10 times was already exaggerated enough. Patriarch. In the Eternal Sect, Li Luoqiu came to report, young Master Tang has set up 56 elixir stores in the central prefecture, and they will open for business on the 8th day of the new year. 3 kinds of elixirs have also been spread out, causing quite a stir. TSK. Jun Changxiao sighed, in such a short time, he actually set up 56 pill shops. The Tang family is indeed rich. Li Luoqiu said, the Tang family's second young master sent an invitation, hoping that Patriarch can attend the opening ceremony. Not interested. Jun Changxiao said. The pills were handed over to Tang Ren and he was fully in charge of operating them. He was only responsible for collecting money. Not to mention, the 3-month time limit was approaching. He still had to take his disciples to challenge the normal difficulty of the life and death secret realm, so he had no time to go to the Xianxia state to act cool. A few days later, 56 elixir stores opened. There were quite a few families who came to congratulate them. After all, it was opened by the Tang family, so they had to come and support them. Of course, more people wanted to see if the 3 elixirs that were about to be sold were as magical as advertised. Everyone. Standing outside the elixir store, Tang Ren said in a clear voice, "Welcome everyone to support us. To express our gratitude, my store has prepared 1,000 qi-gathering pills today, each priced at 5,000 taels. There are not many, first come first serve." Young Master Tang, does the qi-gathering pill really have such a magical effect? Someone asked. Tang Ren said, my Tang family has been doing business for generations and has always prioritized reputation. We will not treat reputation as a joke. Many martial artists were relieved. Indeed, as one of the top business empires in the continent, there was no doubt about their reputation. If they dared to exaggerate or falsely advertise the elixir, they would definitely be shooting themselves in the foot. Young Master Tang, an elder of a large family, said, this old man will buy 2 to try. Please come in. Tang Ren cupped his hands and said. Therefore, many warriors entered the shop one after another. A few thousand taels was not much. If the qi-gathering pill really had a miraculous effect, even if it was more expensive, they would not care. The family elder who entered first bought 2 qi-gathering pills, then took out one and consumed it. When the effect was completely activated, he was stunned on the spot. Elder Tian, how is it? Someone asked. Shua. Elder Tian did not care about his status. He immediately sat cross-legged in the store and continued to circulate his mental cultivation method to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth attributes. Hoo-hoo, in an instant, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy was mobilized and poured into his body like a tsunami. Although the warriors in the store did not know if the elder had benefited, they could clearly feel the subtle movement caused by the flow of spirit energy. Thus, they all secretly said, is it really effective? Let me try. Another family warrior swallowed the qi-gathering pill that he had just bought and waited for the medicinal effect to take effect. He was too lazy to care about other people's questions and sat cross-legged on the spot to circulate his mental cultivation method. Young Master Tang said that the effect of the elixir would last for 4 hours. After he and Elder Tian confirmed that it was 10 times faster to absorb spirit energy, they naturally did not want to waste a single second. The other warriors were not fools. They could naturally read something from their expressions and spent 5,000 taels to buy the qi-gathering pill. As a result, In a medicinal store that couldn't be considered large, dozens of martial artists were sitting on the floor, circulating their cultivation methods to absorb spiritual energy. Tangren smiled but said nothing. Everything was within his expectations. 4 hours later, the medicinal pill's effects dissipated. Elder Tian stood up abruptly and hurriedly said, "Young Master Tang, this old man wants all of the remaining qi-amassing pills in your shop." "I'm sorry." Tangren shook his head and said, "When the new store opens, each customer is limited to 2 qi-amassing pills. If Elder Tian needs anything, please come early tomorrow." 1 qi-gathering pill was worth 5,000 taels, but that was only for him. Once the effects of the pill were verified by everyone, the price would naturally rise accordingly. AI. Elder Tian sighed. Consuming a spirit-amassing pill could increase one's spiritual energy absorption rate by 10 times for 4 hours. If one were to consume 6 spirit-amassing pills every day, 1 year of cultivation would be equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. This was extremely terrifying. Elder Tian. Tangren smiled and said, "Our store also has healing pills and antidote pills. Are you interested in buying them?" "What's the price?" Elder Tian asked. He had already witnessed the miraculous effects of the qi-gathering pill. As for the other 2 pills, he naturally believed in them without a doubt. Tangren said, 2 million taels for healing pills and 500,000 taels for antidote pills. Elder Tian said in shock, "So expensive?" "Our store's healing pills can instantly heal injuries. It's equivalent to giving a martial artist an extra life." 2 million taels is not expensive, Tangren said. To be honest, it was not expensive. The lowest price of the beginner healing pills sold by the AI family was 1 million taels. The higher grade ones were 2 million taels. It was really cheap. This old man needs to consider. Elder Tian did not plan to buy it, mainly because he had doubts about the effects of the pills. Tangren also knew that if he wanted customers to willingly buy it, he had to prove the effects of the pills. Hence, he went to a few large families that had been injured all year round. When Song Xianzhou went out to train, he was injured by a ferocious beast and was paralyzed for many years. This kind of thing was very common in the Falling Star continent. After all, as a martial artist, no one could guarantee that they would not be injured for the rest of their lives. Tangren visited the families with injured people one by one and only sold the healing pills at the cheapest price. I'm standing up. In a large family, a direct descendant who was paralyzed in bed all year round stood up shakily. His eyes were shining with tears and ecstasy. The other injured martial artists took the healing pills one after another and recovered. In just half a day, news about the effects of the healing pill spread through the entire Middle Venerable province. It spread so quickly that people gasped in amazement. The Tang family's influence in the Falling Star continent was not something the AI family could compare with. Hence, many families and forces were convinced after a little confirmation of the reliability of the news. Of course, Tangren was still promoting the antidote pills. He even personally went to the battlefield and deliberately let the snake beasts that contained many kinds of toxins bite him and then took the antidote pills to heal him. After taking multiple qi-gathering pills, serious injuries could be healed instantly. The healing pills could cure all kinds of poison. Once the 3 pills were on the market and were approved by the public, it caused a sensation that could be described as a 12-magnitude earthquake, in just a few days. The 56 elixir stores in the Zhongzuan state were already filled with people waiting to buy the pills before they opened. The powerful large families were definitely going for the qi-gathering pills. Itinerant cultivators went for the healing pills and antidote pills because they went out to train all year round. These things could undoubtedly save their lives at critical moments. After a few days of opening, the business of the Tang family elixir store was extremely good. The prices of the 3 pills rose, especially the qi-gathering pills, which had already reached 10,000 taels for 1 pill, the same as spirit stones. Some people would ask, why not buy spirit stones directly? Theoretically speaking, spirit stones were more cost-effective as they provided more energy. But the point was that after taking the qi-gathering pills, one could continue to use spirit stones. There was no conflict between the two. Ordinary martial artists might not be so extravagant, but they could not resist the wealthy large families. Especially if they wanted to nurture the younger generation to break through faster, taking the chi-gathering pills and absorbing spirit stones would definitely be more obvious. Hence, even though the price of the chi-gathering pills was equivalent to spirit stones, it still could not stop the enthusiasm of the large families. They did not hesitate to line up early just to be able to buy more. To put it bluntly, they were using money to smash their cultivation. The 3 pills launched by the Tang family elixir store were selling like hotcakes. The Sun family, which mainly dealt in elixir stores, was dumbfounded. According to the financial statistics, their family's elixir sales for the past half a month were obviously declining. It was mainly because the elixir store opened by Tang Ren sold the most common elixirs on the market. Under the influence of the 3 pills, many martial artists would choose to buy the elixirs they needed in the store nearby. Unknowingly, they had stolen many customers from the Sun family. P.S. Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. I caught a cold again. The bad news is that it's just a low fever. My brain can still function normally and I can continue to fight on the front lines. The Tang family was also shocked by the booming business of the Tang family, those direct descendants and upper echelons of the family who did not think highly of Tang Ren and thought that he was burning money were all slapped in the face. When old Master Tang heard about it, he couldn't stop smiling. His grandson had opened up the pill market in such a short period of time, and had even snatched away a lot of customers from the Sun family. This was something that he did not expect. Of course, he was also very curious. Where did the 3 pills come from? Grandfather. Tang Ren said, these 3 pills were given to me by a master of alchemy that I met when I was traveling around the world. Oh. Old Master Tang replied. He naturally knew that this was just an excuse and did not intend to tell him the whole story. Renner. Old Master Tang suppressed his voice and said, this is your own business secret, you must protect it well, lest it be snatched away by someone with ulterior motives. The 2nd and 3rd generations of direct descendants all had their own businesses. As long as it could bring benefits to the family, he would not interfere. In other words, since Tang Ren had obtained 3 types of pills, that was his ability. As for how far he could develop it in the future, it would depend on his own ability. Grandfather, are you reminding me to be on guard against my own clan? Or do I have to guard against my business opponents? After leaving the study, Tang Ren kept thinking about the old man's words. Sect of all times. Li Luoqiu reported as usual, in the past half a month, the Tang family pill store has gradually opened up the market, and the sales of the pills are extremely hot. Is that so? Xianxia smiled. He was not surprised, because the 3 types of pills could bring unimaginable benefits to warriors. Not to mention the Tang family, even if they were given to the AI family to sell, they would still be able to make a lot of money. It was just that, the business of the Tang family pill store was booming, and the sales volume had also soared. Jun Patriarch had to wait for the money, and secondly, he had to hurry up and prepare the supplies. It was a bit troublesome for him to refine these himself. If there was a function that could allow disciples to refine pills, then it would be perfect. Jun Changxiao muttered. The system was speechless. This also needs a disciple to do. The host might as well give up the patriarch and travel around by himself. Do you think I don't want to? Lord Changxiao roared in his heart, but those damned soul bombs are decreasing with every passing moment. Next, he ordered the members of the medicine hall to plant more medicinal herbs for refining chi-gathering pills. Moreover, he didn't care about the degree of spiritual energy, and he wanted to refine the pills as soon as possible. Carefully nurtured herbs could refine pills that were 15 times more effective. If the refining cycle was shortened, the effects would also be reduced. As long as he could reach 10 times the standard, he would definitely be as fast as possible. Jun Changxiao also informed the AI clan to prepare more ready-made medicinal herbs. This guy was also wicked. He left the 15 times multiplier chi-gathering pills for the disciples, and the 10 times multiplier chi-gathering pills refined from ordinary herbs for sale. Sigh. In the sect of all times, only disciples who had just entered the sect would take the beginner-grade chi-gathering pill. Yet, it was so popular in the middle supreme state. It was a little funny. The next day, after finishing his morning exercises, Jun Changxiao stood in front of the entrance of the life and death secret realm. A cool breeze blew past, blowing away the slightly messy black hair, revealing a valiant and extraordinary face. Next to them, one black and two black were waving their big fans with all their might. The 3-month cooldown of the life and death secret realm was over. June Patriarch was going to take his disciples to the normal difficulty today. Ta! Ta! Hundreds of disciples strode over, standing behind the Patriarch with their hands behind their backs. Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and other inner disciples were all present. The atmosphere at the back of the mountain was slightly solemn. Middle rank 6 spirit beasts appeared in the easy mode. Jun Changxiao had to take the normal mode seriously this time. Sects of the same level or even higher level could no longer threaten the sect of all times. They could only go to the new secret realm to find excitement. Sigh. It was so lonely to be invincible, so empty to be invincible, let's go. Jun Changxiao said loudly. Shua. 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 The disciples entered the life and death secret realm in an orderly manner. After entering the illusory environment, Jun Changxiao chose the normal mode without hesitation. Buzz, everyone instantly entered the eerie and dark place. Goo goo, a strange sound was heard. Streaks of red light flashed, as if they were the eyes of some kind of ferocious beast lurking in the darkness. Prepare for battle, Jun Changxiao said. Clang. Clang. The disciples took out their weapons one after another. These inner disciples were equipped with either the true Yang sword or the cloud-piercing blade, which were all obtained from the sect's missions. Puchi! Puchi! At this moment, the red light in the darkness moved. When it was close, it could be seen that it was a group of red bats. These are middle rank 1 ferocious beasts, blood bats, Li Qingyang said. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, an unparalleled sword chi flew past his ear, like fireworks blooming in the air, turning into tiny sword rays. Puchi, Puchi, hundreds of blood bats were all killed. Damn. Su Xiaoma looked at Zhou Hong in disbelief. With a slash of the sword, it turned into sword rays in the air. This was the first time he and his fellow disciples had seen such a move. Jun Changxiao said to himself, this disciple has become stronger. Boom. Boom. At this moment, Yi Xingchen, who was standing in front, gathered spiritual energy in his fists and punched the air again and again, turning the bats flying toward him into a bloody mist on the spot. Our Night Emperor had been in a bad mood recently. Especially when he was tortured by a martial emperor sacred beast in hell mode, he doubted his life. This time, he was going all out. However, more and more blood bats rushed out from the darkness, seemingly endless. Kill. Kill. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the rest held their swords and charged forward. In an instant, the disciples of the sect of all times fought with this group of blood bats. Jun Changxiao also wanted to make a move, but in the end, he restrained himself. After all, they were only comparable to rank 1 martial masters. It was enough to leave it to the disciples. 10 minutes later, nearly 10,000 blood bats were destroyed. This was equivalent to 10,000 martial artists comparable to martial masters being wiped out by 100 disciples of the sect of all times in a very short time. If not for the fact that the ferocious beasts could fly, the speed of destruction would have been even faster. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the darkness, and a bat bigger than the black eagle of the Demon Ridge flew out slowly. The system said, middle rank 7 blood bat king. Huh? Jun Changxiao was a little surprised. In the easy mode, there was a spiritual earth bear beast king comparable to rank 6 Wu Huang. In the normal mode, there was a blood bat king comparable to rank 7 Wu Huang. However, it seemed that it was not difficult to upgrade by 1 rank. Roar, another blood bat king flew out. It turned out that there were 2 spirit beasts comparable to rank 7 Wu Huang in the first stage of the normal mode. This is troublesome. Li Qingyang frowned. Although the Bloodbat King was only 1 rank higher than the spiritual Earth Bear Beast King in the easy mode, it was a rare flying beast. Lu Qianxian also realized that the problem was a little serious and subconsciously tightened her grip on Frostlight. On the other hand, Yi Xingchen could keep calm. After all, he had been bullied by a sacred beast comparable to a martial emperor in hell mode. Middle rank 7 spirit beasts were nothing to him. I'll leave the one on the left to you guys. Jun Changshao locked onto the Blood Bat King on the right and said, "I'll take care of it." Yes. All the disciples used cloud-treading steps and rushed over. They spread out to a certain position and surrounded the Blood Bat King on the left. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xiao Ziji and Yang Yuhua took out their dark iron shields and placed them in front of them. After the main tank and secondary tank were in position, Yi Xingchen, Zhou Hong, and the other DPS disciples were also ready. If it was a one-on-one battle, the disciples of the Sect of all times would definitely be tortured to death by the Blood Bat King. However, they might be able to defeat it in a group of 100. In the outside world, the disciples of the major sects were still cheering and jumping for joy after killing a lower rank 1 spirit beast. In the life and death secret realm, the disciples of the Sect of all times had already started to challenge middle rank 7 spirit beasts. This was the difference between people. The Blood Bat King, which was comparable to the 7th grade Wu Huang, was definitely much stronger than the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King. Therefore, it was another test for the disciples of the Sect of all times. They were not afraid. Their eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. They had been cultivating in the sect for so long. Although they could complete missions, they had never really given up. It was the same even when they challenged the Lily Holy Sect. Now that they were going to fight a high-level spirit beast, they had to be fired up. Men who cultivated martial arts had to fight, of course. Another more important reason was that the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King was created 3 months ago and there were only 50 of them. Not to mention the growth during this period, there were 50 more disciples. It was not a big deal to fight a 7th grade spirit beast that could fly, roar. The Blood Bat King roared angrily. Its body turned even redder, as if it had turned into a huge burning charcoal. Whoosh whoosh, waves of hot air spread, causing the surrounding space to distort. Activate the spirit armor. Li Qingyang shouted. Eldest senior sister was a woman of few words. She could only be the commander to deal with this kind of spirit beast. Buzz, buzz, all the disciples condensed solid armor in front of them. It happened to be redder in color. Looking down from the sky, the Blood Bat King was like the sun. The disciples of the Sect of all times in front of it were like stars. Logically speaking, the sun's brilliance could not be matched by the stars. However, when the disciples of the Sect of all times were ready for battle, their aura might not be weaker than that of a 7th grade spirit beast. Swoosh, a red beam of light suddenly exploded and hit the Blood Bat King's head. The person who cast it was Xiao Ziji. He did it to attract hatred, true enough. The Blood Bat King, who was attacked, locked its gaze on the human who attacked it. Its gloomy eyes flashed with anger. Poochie, Poochie. It flapped its wings and flames shot out like cannonballs. Shush, the muscles on Xiao Ziji's arms bulged. He immediately put up his iron shield and said with a burning gaze, "Come on, come on." Bang! 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 The cannonball-like flames hit the shield accurately. Thud, thud. Thud, Xiao Ziji carried the shield and kept retreating. This spirit beast, which was comparable to 7th grade Wu Huang, was indeed powerful. Swoosh, swish, the Blood Bat King flapped its wings again and formed a second round of flame cannonballs. Shwa! Yang Yuhua strode over and placed her black iron shield in front of her, taking the second wave of damage for Xiao Ziji. Boom! 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 After a series of violent explosions, he also retreated far away. Judging from the fighting spirit on his face, there didn't seem to be any problems. Although Yang Yuhua couldn't compare to senior brother Xiao Ziji, her defense was still pretty good. Boom! An explosion came from the other side. Jun Patriarch was the first to attack. His fist, which was filled with violent spirit energy, hit the Blood Bat King's head. This punch was very powerful, and it sent his opponent flying dozens of feet away. Roar! After stabilizing its body, the Blood Bat King roared angrily. Then, it flapped its wings and condensed an explosive fireball. Bang, bang, Jun Changshao flew over and brandished his fists in the air, breaking all the incoming fireballs in a domineering manner. Then, he rushed to the front of the big guy and delivered another clean punch. Bang, his punch was like a stone falling into a lake, causing ripples to appear on the water surface. The space, which had been gradually distorting due to the scorching temperature, couldn't withstand the shock of the power and instantly cracked. The Blood Bat King was punched far away again. There was an obvious fist mark on its face, and there was pain in its eyes. Shua, Xianxia flew over and gathered spirit energy in his fists. Then, he performed landslide fist, boom. Boom. Boom, the fist mark was released, and spirit energy spread out. The entire space shook with the explosion of power. When it couldn't bear it anymore, it began to collapse. Boom. After a series of violent explosions, the Blood Bat King fell to the ground in a sorry state. "It's really weak," Xianxia said. The disciples' mouths twitched. However, their eyes were filled with even stronger admiration. A spirit beast comparable to the 7th stage Wu Huang was trampled on like this. The Patriarch's strength was too terrifying. Since the battle with the Lily Holy Sect, Xianxia hadn't leveled up, but his strength as a 3rd stage sword and martial arts emperor was still very explosive. "Come on, all of you!" At this moment, Xiao Ziji's desperate shout was heard. When the Patriarch fought, he and Yang Yuhua took 2 waves of flame cannonballs head-on. "Go!" Li Qingyang shouted. He didn't mean to fight hand-to-hand. After all, they didn't have the explosive strength of the Patriarch. Once they got close, they would be killed. Red Sky Flame Cut. 7 Mystic Light Break. Whoosh, whoosh, more than 90 disciples performed the 2 most powerful spirit energy-type martial arts techniques of the sect. For a moment, gorgeous flames and light beams exploded like fireworks. It was as if they were wishing readers a happy lantern festival in advance. Boom, boom, all kinds of violent energy from all directions bombarded the Blood Bat King. It could break 1 chopstick, but it couldn't break 100 chopsticks. 1 chopstick wouldn't hurt, but 100 chopsticks could kill it. When the disciples of the same sect worked together, their sharpness could cut through metal. Boom, boom, the explosive power bloomed from all directions. The destructive power was so strong that it directly blasted the Blood Bat King dozens of feet away. Roar, the big guy was furious. After stabilizing its body, it suddenly flapped its wings. Immediately, flame cannonballs shot out. There were so many of them that it could be said to be earth-shattering. "Close in!" Li Qingyang shouted. Shua! Shua! Facing the AoE skill released by the boss, Li Qingyang and the others quickly shrank their defense line and hid behind the 2 meat shields. "Junior brother Yang!" Xiao Ziji shouted. Shua! Yang Yuhua leaned over and inserted her black iron shield in front of her senior brother. Bang! Xiao Ziji also placed his black iron shield in front of him. His arms were quickly covered with thick earth attributes. He suddenly raised his palm and slapped the shield, shouting, "Shield erect!" Buzz! The entire space suddenly trembled and a bell rang, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, an eggshell-like defensive enchantment was formed around Xiao Zui in all directions within a radius of a few hundred feet. This was the special effect of the mid-grade black iron shield, called Shield Erect. Moreover, when multiple shields were activated at the same time, the defensive barrier condensed was even stronger. Bang, bang. After the double Shield Erect effect was activated, the flame cannonballs that filled the sky instantly bombarded the barrier. Not only did they not break it, but they also rebounded the explosive force. After the wave of AoE skills ended, the Shield Erect barrier also dissipated. Xiao Ziji's hands trembled as he supported himself on the black iron shield. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. He had withstood it. However, the feeling of withstanding so many powerful fireballs and cannonballs was still very uncomfortable. Go! After dodging the attack, Li Qingyang and the others spread out again and were about to condense all kinds of skills to attack. Gotcha! Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Everyone was dazed for a moment. They all turned around, only to see that the sect leader had gathered 2 giant hands with spiritual energy and grabbed the wings of the Blood Bat King. Then, he bent them and twisted them together as if they were fried dough twists. The entire process was clean and swift, but also extremely cruel. Li Qingyang and the others shuddered and secretly thought that it must be very painful. The 100 martial kings could only send the Blood Bat King flying with 2 divine-grade martial techniques. Xianxia had single-handedly pinched the wings of another Blood Bat King together. This was extremely frightening. Why not? How could he be a patriarch? Roar! the Blood Bat King, whose wings were twisted together, let out a heart-wrenching roar. Although it was created by the mystic realm, it had to bear the most realistic pain, just like the martial artists who entered it. Pucci! Jun Changxiao suddenly raised his hand, and the twisted wings were directly torn apart. Blood immediately sprayed out like rain. This was really brutal, so brutal that the disciples of the Sect of all times could not bear to look at it. They could only focus on the other Blood Bat King. Huff huff, scorching flames and dazzling light flashed and blasted from different directions. Boom, boom, the Blood Bat King had a huge body, but its movement speed was slow. It could only miserably receive all the attacks before it was sent flying again. Huff huff, a gust of cold wind blew, accompanied by frost, and suppressed the heat around it. Swoosh! Lu Qianxian crossed her hands, and the cold air that spread out became stronger. In the end, the Blood Bat King was temporarily frozen. Junior brother Zhou, I'll leave it to you. Li Qingyang shouted. He knew that eldest senior sister's ice seal could only last for a limited time. Therefore, he had to rely on the sharpest attack to deal fatal damage to the Blood Bat King. Swoosh! Zhou Hong flew over and drew his sword. Swoosh, swoosh. An unparalleled sword aura suddenly appeared in the darkness. It tore through space and slashed toward the Blood Bat King. Pucci, one of the Blood Bat King's wings fell off. Crack, crack. Crack. At the same time, the ice seal came into contact with the Blood Bat King. Because it had lost one of its wings, its huge body lost balance in midair and fell unsteadily. Kill it while it's down. Huff. Huff. The disciples of the Sect of all times attacked one after another. Red sky roaring flames slash and 7 mysterious rays shot out and blasted the Blood Bat King. The Blood Bat King, who had lost one of its wings, was already severely injured. Now that it was attacked, it was like adding hail to snow. In the end, it fell to the ground with a loud crash. Xianxia flew over and waved the frostlight sword in his hand. He immediately used the linear speed technique, forming a dense sword energy. Pucci, Pucci, Blood Bat Wang Shua's large body was instantly lacerated with wounds. Then, it slumped weakly to the ground. Shua. Xianxia landed and said disdainfully, trash. He couldn't even defeat a martial emperor-level Saint Beast, but he couldn't even defeat a heavily injured 7th-grade Saint Beast. Junior brother. Be careful. Li Qingyang exclaimed. Boom, the Blood Bat King's body suddenly expanded. Before it died, it emitted the most brilliant light, as if it was congratulating the single dogs on a happy holiday. Xianxia was in trouble. He was relatively close to the explosion point, so he was inevitably splashed with flesh and blood. Of course. The explosion of the Blood Bat King was not the self-destruction of a martial artist, so it wasn't very powerful. However, the flesh and blood on the armor were smelly and disgusting. The Night Emperor, who valued cleanliness, was in an extremely sorry state. Boom, boom, on the other side, Jun Changxiao stood on the Blood Bat King's body. He condensed spiritual energy into a fist and punched the opponent's head until it was smashed into meat paste. Whoosh, suddenly, the scene in front of them changed. They were instantly in a swamp, and a disgusting stench blew in their faces. Obviously, after killing the 2 Blood Bat Kings, they entered the second stage of the normal difficulty. The disciples of the Sect of all times didn't relax. The first stage was just a warm-up. The real test had just begun. Gulp. Gulp. Suddenly, bubbles appeared in the swamp, and the stench in the air became even more intense. Shwa. Shwa. At this moment, a group of slimy monsters rushed out. Their bodies were segmented and they looked like giant caterpillars. So ugly. Su Xiaoma said. These caterpillar-like monsters were not only ugly, but also smelly. There were a total of 10 of them, and they surrounded the disciples of the Sect of all times. Judging from the aura they emitted, they should be second-class spirit beasts. Babies. Jun Changxiao said, let's fight. Shwa. Shwa. The disciples spread out and tacitly formed groups of 10, and they charged at the ugly bugs. Boom. Boom. Boom, the light flashed, and it was as bright as ever. Puff. The last bug fell into the swamp. Su Xiaoma, who was sitting on a rock, held his chin and said, "It's over." "Yeah." Li Fei said, "So fast." Wait, why were they all gathered so far away from the battle area? This was because Sect Master Jun didn't even wait for the disciples to rush forward before attacking with all his might. The second-class spirit beasts would definitely be abused in front of the sword and martial emperors, so they were all killed very quickly. Seeing that the patriarch was so powerful, the disciples simply retreated and quietly watched his performance. They couldn't blame Jun Patriarch for stealing the limelight. It was mainly because he didn't do anything in the easy mode and didn't give any experience until the end. Buzz, after the second level, the scene changed again. Everyone was in a red land, surrounded by hot volcanic craters. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. This scene, this atmosphere, wasn't it the same as when he challenged Hell mode? "It's over." Even Night Emperor, who was extremely calm, showed despair in his eyes. He could even imagine the sad scene of him having to go through a long period of weakness after failing the level. Whoosh, at this moment, lava spurted out from the largest volcanic crater, and a huge monster with a body like flames appeared. From the looks of it, it was really the holy beast that killed Xianxia in an instant. "No." Xianxia frowned and said, "This guy's aura is not at the level of a holy beast." Whoosh whoosh, the huge monster made of flames rushed out of the volcanic crater, and the heat wave was the first to press down. Xianxia in Hell mode was directly killed by this aura. "Retreat!" Jun Xianxia shouted. The disciples retreated one after another, and their eyes flickered with seriousness. This kind of colossus that was composed entirely of flames was definitely very powerful. Whoosh! Jun Xianxia flew and rushed toward the fire beast. At the same time, his body of holy flames was fully activated, and dozens of flames erupted, turning him into a flaming man. Whoosh whoosh, Jun Xianxia closed in and spread his arms. The flames immediately spread and completely enveloped the huge monster. This kind of action was undoubtedly suicide for other martial artists. However, with his body of holy flames, he could ignore it, even if the other party was comparable to Wu Huang at the peak of his strength. Whoosh whoosh. Jun Xianxia's flames merged with the fire beast's flames, and it was impossible to distinguish which was which. The disciples standing far away could clearly see that the flames were gradually weakening, which meant that one side's flames were decreasing. Roar. Vaguely, a sorrowful roar could be heard. Everyone was sure that the fire beast's flames were decreasing. Whoosh whoosh. The scorching flames were still erupting. About 10 minutes later, the originally huge fire beast had shrunk to 20 to 30 feet, under the warm embrace of body of holy flames. As a fire element, it couldn't withstand it at all. Whoosh! Jun Xianxia separated from it and floated in the air. He waved his hand and said, "I'll leave this guy to you guys. Each of you give it a punch." Since they were going to challenge the stage together, he had to give the disciples a chance to show off. Otherwise, they would be screwed if they didn't get any experience points. Yes. The disciples condensed their martial arts and blasted it toward the miserable fire beast. In the end, it was smashed into pieces. It's over? Xianxia was stunned. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the spirit core in his dantian became restless, and pure energy gushed out. He was shocked, it's about to break through. Whoosh. Whoosh. Li Qingyang and the others sat down and welcomed the upcoming breakthrough. Jun Xianxia, who was floating in the air, saw them sit down, and his expression suddenly became interesting. Because after passing all the stages, let alone breaking through, there wasn't even any sign of spiritual energy increasing. Come on, in the normal mode, I put in so much effort. Why didn't I get any benefits? Whoosh whoosh, just when Jun Xianxia wanted to cry, the spiritual energy in the two spirit cores suddenly boiled, and a strong thought of breaking through rushed into his mind. Haha, it's finally here, I can finally enjoy the benefits of passing the life and death secret realm. Hoo-hoo, the momentum of leveling up spread throughout the secret realm. In a short time all 100 disciples had leveled up. 3 months ago, they had leveled up in the easy mode. 3 months later, they had leveled up again in the normal mode. This was simply cheating. Li Qingyang and the others had experienced it once, so they could adapt. However, our Knight Emperor was stunned. Leveling up required comprehension of martial arts and hard work. Now, they could do it just by passing the secret realm. This was simply unbelievable. Unbelievable. Xianxia couldn't calm down for a long time. He couldn't understand why he suddenly had a higher understanding of heaven and earth attributes and martial arts, and leveled up without knowing it. The author couldn't give a reasonable explanation for this, so they could only treat it as cheating. June Patriarch had also leveled up, smoothly leveling up from 3rd grade to 4th grade. The whole process was very simple, no different from crushing an experience glyph. The reward system of the Life and Death Secret Realm was that whoever contributed the most would get more experience points. Without a doubt, in the normal mode, June Patriarch contributed the most, so he benefited the most. Of course, it was mainly because of the fire beast in the 3rd level, which just happened to match his attributes. Otherwise, it would have been a tough battle. Awesome! June Xianxia led the disciples out of the secret realm. Sitting in the main hall, he began to think about how difficult the normal mode was. If the disciples didn't have the cultivation of Emperor level, they would probably be crushed. Combined with Knight Emperor's challenge of Hell mode, where he met a Saint Beast comparable to a Martial Emperor, he could roughly guess that the hard mode would be very difficult. June Xianxia led the disciples through the normal mode, which gave the other disciples confidence. They formed teams and went to challenge it. Of course, there were still 100 disciples. In the end, 2 groups were eliminated. The 2 groups of disciples encountered the same scenario as the first time, and even the levels were the same. Because they didn't have powerful warriors like Patriarch, they naturally lost. The biggest disadvantage of Life and Death Secret Realm was that the difficulty of the levels was fixed. It wouldn't be adjusted according to the overall strength of the participants. If 100 isn't enough, then 200. June Xianxia changed his strategy and increased the number of disciples challenging the normal mode by 200. In the end, although they managed to clear the stage, the price they paid was also extremely heavy. The number of disciples eliminated was as many as 130, especially in the 3rd stage. You can't do that. June Xianxia immediately gave the order to forbid the disciples from challenging the normal mode. Instead, they were to continue training in the simple mode until their cultivation base was higher and they were confident enough to challenge it. You should have done this a long time ago, the system said. Life and Death Secret Realms mode did not allow the challengers to break through one by one. Instead, it allowed the challengers to train at whatever level was suitable for them. He played easy, normal, and difficult. Did he really think that this was a game? Is there anyone from the same sect who wants to challenge them? Invite me, I specialize in water element. I've comprehended the 5 elements heavenly reflection art. Earth element. Strong meat shield. Requesting position. We're short on fire type armaments. It's best to equip them with the cold ray sword. Level 49, level 1. Let's start the party immediately. At the entrance of the Life and Death Secret Realm, there were many disciples who came to challenge it every day. This method of shouting, which was similar to that used in online games, must have been taught by Jun Gosheng. There were more and more disciples in the sect of all times. Many of them might not know each other. Without enough teammates, it was undoubtedly very convenient to come to the secret realm and shout out their strengths to form a team. In short, the opportunity to raise one's cultivation base was in the sect. Whether they could obtain it or not depended on their strength and teamwork. The normal mode was banned. The disciples of the sect of all times continued to challenge the simple mode. Because of their previous experience, it became easy to clear the stage. Those who were eliminated successfully passed after 3 months of hard work. They gained a lot of experience points and broke through to a higher level. The disciples who passed the stage twice did not break through. Repeating the same level of the secret realm would reduce the rewards. However, it was still possible. The spiritual energy in the spirit core increased a lot. With a little more cultivation, they could break through. At least, it was much faster than relying on all kinds of resources or training hard. More importantly, entering the secret realm would mean experiencing a fierce battle. It would undoubtedly increase their combat experience and would not let the disciples become flowers in a greenhouse. Just like that. After the new round of restrictions of the secret realm was refreshed, there were disciples forming teams at the entrance of the secret realm every day, and it gradually became a trend. Sooner or later, my sect of all times will become the strongest existence. Xianxia stood on the peak of the back mountain, looking at the disciples forming teams at the entrance of the secret realm, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Patriarch. Li Qingyang sent a sound transmission, young Master Tang is here to visit. Oh? Xianxia calculated the time. It seemed that it had been almost a month, he must be here to give him money. In the main hall, Tangren sat down with a face full of joy. During this period of time, the sales of the Tang family's pill store had been exceptionally good, causing him to have a lot of weight in the heart of the Tang family's old man. Although Tangren was one of the successors of the patriarch, his foundation was too weak and his competitiveness was very low. Now that he had the pills in his hands, as long as he worked hard and expanded it, he would definitely have the capital to compete with the other direct descendants. Young Master Tang. Xianxia walked in, sat at the head of the table, and laughed, "How have you been?" Jun Patriarch. Tangren stood up and said, "These 3 pills of yours have already opened up the market in the Central Sovereign Prefecture, earning a lot of money every day." Xianxia said, "That's because your family's reputation is good." The two of them exchanged conventional words for a while, then got to the point. One gave money, the other received money. Jun Patriarch. Tangren said, 80% of the 100,000 qi gathering pills you gave have been sold, and 50% of the heal pill and detoxification pill have been sold, earning a total of 700 million. When the pill market opened, he was not in a hurry to sell the goods. Instead, he limited his purchases every day. So he had not sold them out in a month. As for the heal pill and the detoxification pill, although they had been confirmed, they were not bought much because of their expensive prices. Moreover, martial warriors usually only had 1 or 2 pills in reserve, so their sales were far inferior to the qi-gathering pill. This already made Xianxia very satisfied. If it was the AI family, they would definitely not have that much influence and would not be able to open up the market in a short period of time. Jun Patriarch. Tangren handed over a few space ring-s and said, "Please accept this 500 million. Huh? Xianxia said, "Isn't it 50-50? Tangren said, "For your sect to refine this kind of pill, you definitely need high-quality medicinal ingredients, so you should get more profits." He didn't care about the amount of money. In the future, when the Tang family pill store expanded to cover the entire Falling Star continent, the profits would naturally rise. What Tangren needed to do now was to use enough sincerity to move Xianxia and establish an unbreakable cooperative relationship. That's good too. Jun Patriarch did not decline and kept the space ring. The space ring that young Master Tang gave him had a large capacity, so he could take out the money and distribute it to the disciples. After earning 500 million, he still cared about the space ring. This guy was really stingy, but, then again, that was not the case. Ever since he had transmigrated to the Falling Star continent, Xianxia had not gone out of his way to buy a spatial ring. He had either gotten it by buying it from others or by looting items. Tangren and Xianxia chatted for a while before leaving in a hurry. However, he did not return empty-handed. He took 100,000 qi-gathering pills, 10,000 healing pills, and 10,000 antidote pills. As for the cold-edged sword, Tangren had not started selling it yet. Because he still hadn't decided whether he should sell it or auction it. If it was an ordinary upper-grade weapon, young Master Tang would definitely not consider selling it directly. However, the cold-edged sword's craftsmanship was perfect. After sending Tangren off, Xianxia gave the money to Li Luoqiu, telling her to develop the intelligence agency as soon as possible and buy more martial arts resources. No problem. With enough money, Li Luoqiu could do things without any restrictions. Xianxia leaned on the chair in the hall and said, "The sect also has more sources of income. We can focus on the upcoming Dragon Tiger battle." There were only 2 months left before the start of the battle. At present, Li Qingyang and the others had just passed the life and death secret realm and broke through. It would be difficult for them to break through again. "Why don't we leave first and go to Black Mountain Cliff to take a look?" Xianxia murmured. He originally planned to go a month earlier. Now that the core disciples had all broken through, it would not be a problem to go a month earlier. Not to mention, he had also just broken through. Even if he cultivated for a month, there would not be any substantial improvement. It would be better to go and see the most prosperous state in the falling star continent. I've decided. Xianxia said, we'll leave in 3 days. Patriarch. At this moment, Lu Wancher walked in and pouted, the cafeteria is getting less and less manpower. When are you going to find a few more chefs? His father, Yangjun, had come and helped the little girl with a lot of work. However, with the monthly recruitment of disciples, the workload was getting heavier and heavier. He was so busy that he did not have time to study the food to improve his martial arts. Girl. Xianxia said, everyone is used to your and your father's cooking. If it were other chefs, they would not be able to adapt. That's not a problem, I can teach them. Lu Wancher said. Li Luocho walked in from outside and said with a smile, Patriarch, I think we should set up a dining hall and let the little girl manage the food. That makes sense. Xianxia said. Ah? Lu Wancher widened her eyes and said, so you're saying that I'm going to be the hall master? You're not happy? Xianxia asked. Lu Wancher hurriedly said, happy. Xianxia said, tomorrow, I will announce the establishment of the dining hall. You will be the vice hall master, and your father will be the hall master. Lu Wancher, who was originally quite happy, suddenly froze. She didn't care about the position. What she cared about was how her father could become her superior. After the cooking competition, although Xianxia had given the father and daughter a chance to reconcile, Rome wasn't built in a day. If the two of them wanted to completely break the ice, they still needed time. Moreover, when they were cooking, Yangjun would always find opportunities to interact with his daughter, but the latter would always deliberately avoid it. Do you have any objections? Xianxia asked. Lu Wancher paused and said, no objections. Then it's settled. Xianxia was worried that Lu Wancher was too young and couldn't take up the position of hall master, so he let Yangjun take up the position. More importantly, this would also give the father and daughter a chance to mend their relationship. The next day, after the morning exercise, Xianxia announced the establishment of the dining hall. This department was in charge of food. The hall master was Yangjun, the vice hall master was Lu Wancher, and the only members were Ma Yongning, 1 black and 2 black. Xianxia specially told the Ning brothers that the next time they recruited disciples, they could also make an exception for those who had culinary skills. Since then, the sect of all times' halls had been enriched again. Junior sister Lu, congratulations on becoming a hall master. Sigh, is it so enviable? When will I be able to become a hall master? In the dining hall, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others surrounded Lu Wancher and congratulated her, but their eyes were also filled with envy. You guys have no ambition. Su Xiaoma sat at the side, crossed his legs, and said, since you want to be an elder, then be one. That makes sense. Li Fei and Tianqi's eyes immediately lit up. The sect of all times didn't lack anything now, but it lacked elders, because there were only 4 of them. In terms of rank, an elder was definitely higher than a hall master. But Li Fei said, Senior brother Su, how can we become elders? Don't worry. Xianxia walked in and laughed, when the sect becomes stronger in the future, anyone will have the chance to become an elder. Shua. Everyone stood up in unison, and said, Greetings, Patriarch. Sit down. Xianxia gestured. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma leaned over, and said excitedly, do we really have the chance to become elders in the future? Xianxia said, however, it will depend on your performance. In fact, with Li Qingyang and the others' cultivation, becoming elders was not a problem, but he did not consider it for the time being, because disciples still had to focus on cultivation. Night. Lu Qianqian stood alone on the mountain peak, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. What are you thinking about? Xianxia had appeared behind him at some point. Lu Qianqian did not turn around, and said, Patriarch, are you really going to participate in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony? Since I've already promised Hall Master Yi, I naturally can't go back on my words. Xianxia said. Lu Xianxia said, Dragon-Tiger Battle for Hegemony is the continent's highest standard sect competition, and the sects participating are also very strong. The stronger they are, the more challenging it will be. Jun Changxiao said. In the beginning, he had decided to bring his disciples to participate in the Dragon-Tiger Battle for the sake of the spirit stones that Mastery had given him. After receiving more and more information about this, he realized that he had to participate in such a grand competition no matter what. Going to the various provinces to cause trouble was no longer enough to satisfy Jun Patriarch. He needed a bigger stage for his disciples to show off. Dragon-Tiger Battle for Hegemony. Without a doubt, it was very suitable. Moreover, according to his judgment of the system, participating in this kind of large-scale sect competition would definitely trigger a quest that would allow him to earn enough contribution points. Lu Qianqian said, there will be many first-rate sects participating. That's even better. Jun Changxiao said. After fighting with the second-rate Lily Holy Sect, he really wanted to see if the disciples of the first-rate sects had one more leg than his own disciples, or if they had one more eye. Lu Qianqian said, first-rate sects have a strong foundation. If our sect participates in the battle, we have to be prepared for the worst. Jun Changxiao shook his head. As the eldest disciple, I can't boost the morale of others and diminish my own prestige. Lu Qianqian was silent. She was once a disciple of the Taishan Xingzong, so she had a deep understanding of the first-rate sections. That was why she said those words, and it was definitely not because she was underestimating the strength of her fellow disciples. Since Patriarch is going to participate in the Dragon-Tiger Battle for Hegemony, this disciple will definitely do his best. Lu Qianqian said. With that, he left. Watching the graceful figure disappear into the night, Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, this woman seems to know a lot about the first-rate sections. The system said, that's why I said, none of the disciples who can enter the host sect are ordinary people. The next day, Lu Wancher had prepared a meal early in the morning, because the Patriarch was going to bring his senior brothers to the central region today. The Dragon and Tiger Battle for Supremacy was the highest-ranking sect's disciple competition in the Starfall continent. It was very valuable. To show his respect, Jun Changxiao brought the strongest 25 disciples of the sect. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the other inner disciples were among the first batch. Later, Long Xiang and Song Xianzhou would be there as well. He Wudi, the last disciple who grew the fastest, also went. They were definitely the most elite disciples in the sect of all times. Regardless of cultivation or aptitude, they were among the best in the entire continent. To be honest, if there was no limit to the number of people, Jun Patriarch would bring all the disciples who had reached the Martial King realm. Senior brother. At the mountain gate, the disciples sent them off and shouted loudly, we'll wait for your triumphant return at the sect. Su Xiaoma, who had already reached the foot of the mountain, turned around and raised his hand. Junior sister Lu, you must prepare a sumptuous meal and celebrate when you come back. They hadn't even participated yet, and they were already thinking about celebrating. If others heard this, they would definitely scoff. On the way, Jun Changxiao repeatedly reminded them, the Dragon and Tiger Battle for Supremacy in the Zhongshuang province will be a test. You must treat it seriously. Yes. The disciples replied in unison. Yi Xingchen, who was following behind, had a look of anticipation in his eyes. In his previous life, he had always been cultivating alone. Although he had heard of the Dragon and Tiger Battle for Supremacy, he had never participated. This time, he represented the sect of all times in the competition, which could be considered as making up for his regrets. Brother Anyo. Suddenly, Hui Er's voice rang in his ears. I hope you can return safely. Yi Xingchen's face darkened. This woman hadn't bothered him for a long time. Why did she suddenly take the initiative to speak to him today? Hui Er knew that Brother Anyo had lost his memory. So, after joining the sect of all times, she forcefully turned invisible and spent her days either cultivating martial arts or learning cooking. Sometimes, when she was exchanging martial arts with her fellow disciples, she would pretend not to see Yi Xingchen when he passed by her. She would even deliberately avoid him. Why are you afraid of him? Li Luocha once asked her. Hui Er stammered, Brother Anyo seems to hate me, so I can only avoid him. Li Luocha was speechless. The two of them were clearly engaged, yet they were purposely avoiding each other. Could this be the so-called distance makes the heart grow fonder? If you ask me. Li Luoqiu stepped on the stool and raised the desert eagle. Put the gun on his head and ask him if he wants to marry me. If he doesn't, I'll shoot him. She said murderously. Wow. Lu Wancher opened her mouth and said, Hall Masterly, this is too cruel. Yes. Yao Menjing said, how brutal. Li Luoqiu withdrew his spear and said, when it comes to matters of the heart, we must make prompt decisions. If we can succeed, we will succeed. If we can't, we must break off. Otherwise, we will suffer great harm. Hall Masterly, you are so experienced. Lu Wancher said. Li Luoqiu said, when I was an assassin, I took on many emotional missions and killed many heartless men. Boom, boom, in an old forest deep in the mountains, there was an explosion. Powerful spiritual energy spread out and shattered the surrounding vegetation. Ta, ta. After a while, a half-naked rough man walked out with a spirit beast on his shoulder. This person did not look old, but his muscles were very developed. He must have had some achievements in bodybuilding. Senior brother. A young woman sat on a tree and bit into an apple that she had just picked. Master just sent someone to deliver a letter. He wants you to quickly prepare for the upcoming dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. Plop. The rough man threw the spirit beast down and sat on it. He shook his head and said impatiently, got it. He did not want to participate in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. He only wanted to continue cultivating in the mountains. Master also said. The woman smiled. In the newly risen sect of all times, there is a disciple called Xiao Ziji. His physical defense is very strong. He can be your opponent. Is that so? The rough man's eyes suddenly lit up. In the bamboo forest, a man with a face cloth covering his eyes stood proudly. Clang. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword, shwa. Shwa. Shwa, the sword light spread out and instantly cut the bamboo leaves. That picturesque scene also seemed to be torn apart by the sword chi. Senior brother's sword Dao has improved a lot. This time, as the strongest representative of our spirit sword sect, he will definitely achieve excellent results in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. He must take the first place. Yes. Yes. A group of martial artists standing in the distance were discussing. The man sheathed his sword, took off his face cloth, and whispered, I hope that in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy, I can meet an evenly matched sword genius. Young patriarch, the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy will begin in 2 months. Why haven't you started cultivating? On a mountain peak surrounded by clouds, a disciple weakly asked. Tisk, lying on a rock, a sloppy young man curled his lips and said, with my current strength, do I still need to cultivate? I heard from the patriarch that in this dragon-tiger battle for supremacy, many first-rate sects will participate. Young patriarch, you must not be careless. The disciple said. The young man said disapprovingly, a group of vulgar mortals. It's already not bad that they can make me use 60% of my strength. The disciple was silent. The young patriarch's aptitude was without a doubt, absolutely the best in the falling star continent. However, his temperament was a bit too arrogant. Sigh. The young man stretched out his arm and said, if I can't meet an opponent in this dragon-tiger battle for supremacy, it will be really boring. As the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy was about to begin, the top geniuses of various sects were eager to give it a try. This kind of high-level competition not only won honor for the sect, but also proved their strength. Naturally, they would not relax in the slightest. Of course. The major sects also set off for the Zhongzuan state one after another. At that time, when the strong cultivators of various states and counties gathered together, it would be a true gathering of heroes. Although Jun Patriarch had set off early with his disciples, they would only leave southwest Yangzhou a few days later. Because there was plenty of time, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City to visit City Lord Mu first, then the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Certification Center. This time, the sect of all times represented the entire southwest Yangzhou. Therefore, Mu Changhong welcomed them with great hospitality and high hopes. After this, Headmaster Yi hosted a banquet for them. The topic never left the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. He also gave him a list of participants, on which were many major sections. Good guy. There were a total of 200 sects participating in this dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. 5 first-rate sects, 10 second-rate sects, and the rest were all third- or fourth-rate sections. Moreover, nearly 30% of the sects came from the Zhongzuan state. Some of them seemed to be third- or fourth-rate sects, but their true strength might not be weaker than the second- or third-rate sects of other states. There aren't any fifth-rate sects? Xianxia said in shock. Headmaster Yi said, the fifth-rate sects participating in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy have not appeared for hundreds of years. Xianxia hurriedly drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. He said, they are all sects that are more powerful than the sect of all times. This is really tricky. Jun Patriarch. Headmaster Yi said seriously, as long as you enter the second round, you will win. P.S. I have something to do tomorrow, so I will temporarily update at 2. The update time will also be postponed. I can relax my mind and prepare for the upcoming dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. Southwest Yangdou's best result in the dragon-tiger competition was being eliminated in the first round, so Yi Tianqing hoped that the sect of all times could break this curse and enter the second round. Dojo Master Yi. Xianxia was speechless. Isn't this goal too low? Since he brought his disciples to the dragon-tiger competition, he was aiming for the championship. Entering the second round meant victory. He was looking down on them. Of course. Yi Tianqing said, if Jun Patriarch's sect can achieve a better result, that would be the best. He actually thought highly of the sect of all times, but there were too many sects from the Zhongzhuang state. There was no doubt that they would enter the second round, and there was a high chance that they would become Jun Patriarch's opponent in the next round. If they really met, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Yi Tianqing was praying that the sect of all times would meet a non-Zhongzhuang state sect in the first round. If they had a higher breakthrough, they would have to continue avoiding them. The sects from the other states were thinking the same thing. No one was willing to meet a sect from the Zhongzhuang state in the first or second round. Otherwise, they would be defeated. Most of the sects from the other states are third or fourth rate. It's not challenging at all. On the way, Xianxia took out the list of participants and read it carefully. He murmured, if we want to fight, we have to fight a sect from the Zhongzhuang state. Only then will it be interesting. Everyone was praying not to meet a sect, but Jun courting death was looking forward to meeting one. Of course. Jun Patriarch was thinking that if he met a sect from the Zhongzhuang state in the first round, it would be best if it was a third or fourth-rate sect. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was because it would be interesting to meet such a high-level sect. The system poured cold water on him. The opponents for the dragon-tiger competition are randomly selected. Maybe the host will be lucky and meet a first-rate sect in the first round. It doesn't matter. Xianxia said, since I'm aiming for the championship, I'll meet a sect of this level sooner or later. The host is optimistic. I hope it won't be the first round, the system said. Get lost. There was a distance between Southwest Yangzhou and the Zhongzhuang state, but because there was more time, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He enjoyed the scenery along the way. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were still in a state of excitement. As the most prestigious sect disciple competition on the Starfall continent, there was no doubt that many geniuses would gather there. It would be very exciting to fight against them. In the Lily Sacred Sect, the most elite disciples of the sect had yet to make a move, so they were extremely looking forward to competing with the disciples of the first and second-rate sects. Even Yi Xingchen, who had been through a lot, was looking forward to it. He Wudi was the calmest because he came from the upper realm. He had no interest in the battles of the lower realm. Half a month later, the group entered the Zhongzhuan state. Who? Standing on the grass, Su Xiama took a deep breath and exclaimed, Patriarch, the heaven and earth attribute is so rich. There are many places where spirit chi has recovered here, and the intensity of spirit chi here is much higher than in other provinces, Li Qingyang said. Xianxia rubbed his chin and thought to himself, establishing the sect in the middle venerable region will only allow the disciples to improve faster with such strong spiritual chi. The system asked, does the host plan to move the sect? No. Xianxia said. Iron Bone Mountain was also a place where spirit chi had recovered, and the level of spirit chi was not inferior to that of the Middle Venerable region. He would definitely not spend too much effort to move it. People walked towards higher places, while water flowed towards lower places. However, Arjun Patriarch fell in love with the Azure Sun County and planned to develop there for a long time. Not to mention, he also had a huge ambition. He wanted to turn the area where the sect was located into the center of the continent, into the sacred land of martial arts that everyone yearned for. Back then, in the Black Wind stronghold, Xianxia had once said that it was not his character to adapt, and that he would let the Starfall continent adapt to him. The people of the world now think that the center of the continent is the Central Venerable region. In the future, I will redefine it. The number 001 of the Ironbone Mountain sect is the true center of the continent. The deeper they went into the Middle Venerable region, the stronger the spiritual energy became. This not only made Li Qingyang and the others feel their blood boil. The more abundant the spiritual energy was, the more powerful geniuses could be nurtured. It would definitely be great to be able to fight with them, soon. Everyone saw scattered martial cultivators on the official road. Judging from their clothes, they should be natives of the Central Venerable region. The aura they emitted was not bad, and it was rare to see a martial disciple. Eh? Someone also saw Jun Changshao and the others and said in a low voice, these people are dressed coquettishly, they shouldn't be from the Central Venerable region. The dragon and tiger battle for hegemony is about to begin. They might be sects from other regions. Dressed so fancily, aren't they here to be cannon fodder? The sense of superiority of the martial artists of the Central Venerable region was definitely higher than that of the other regions. Furthermore, in the previous dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, the sects of the Central Venerable region had won the most championships. Jun Changshao ignored them and took out the map to look at the marked location. He muttered, we should be able to reach our destination in another day. Ta ta ta. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from behind. Everyone in front, move aside. A domineering voice sounded. It was a group of dozens of people on horseback. They were galloping at high speed from behind, their bodies exuding a domineering aura. Jun Changshao frowned. The official road was so wide, was there a need to move aside? Moreover, judging from the other party's momentum, if they did not move aside, they would bump into each other. There were thousands of roads, but safety was the first. Did they not know about the traffic slogans that caused their loved ones to cry? They didn't know? Fine, I'll tell you today. I've sinned. Jun Changshao said coldly. The system collapsed. You've only just arrived in the Central Venerable region, yet you're already causing trouble. Ta. Xiao Ziji suddenly stopped in his tracks, his thick earth attribute psionic energy erupted. He suddenly turned around, waved his right arm and swept it behind him. Hoo, the earth attribute psionic energy dragged the light, as if it had turned into a thick tree. This is bad. The faces of the martial artists who were rushing over changed drastically. Boom, boom, dozens of horses that were galloping over were swept away. The cultivators riding them fell to the ground in a sorry state as they used their movement techniques. The martial artists who were walking at the front turned around and coincidentally saw Xiao Ziji sweeping away the entire group of horses by himself. His eyes instantly widened. This young fellow's strength was definitely not ordinary. It's the Chao family from Jinling County. There's going to be a good show. Seeing the group of martial artists who staggered to the ground, the passers-by began to discuss in low voices. Jinling County was one of the 13 counties in the central region, and the Chao family was one of the top families in the county. Their overall strength was not inferior to a third or fourth-rate sect. The foreign sects actually dared to take the initiative to attack them. They were definitely courting death. Damn it. The domineering man who had shouted earlier, his eyes flashing with anger, said, how dare you block our Chao family's path? Shua. Su Xiaoma appeared in front of him, and the back of his right foot directly smashed into his face, sending him flying dozens of feet. After landing on the ground, he said coldly, clean your mouth. You're courting death. Clang. 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 Dozens of Chao family martial artists angrily brandished their weapons. In the next second, they were frozen in place. This was because Li Qingyang, Li Fei, and the others had already closed in, the sharp swords in their hands resting on their necks. Without a doubt. If they moved their heads, they would have to move. The domineering martial artist who had been kicked away by Su Xiaoma stood up in pain, covered his face and angrily said, "You. Who are you?" There were many official roads in Zhongzuan state. The road that Jun Changxiao and his disciples took just happened to lead to Jinling County. The most prestigious Chao family in Jinling County, every time they took this road, they would definitely be awe-inspiring and unstoppable. The locals who were familiar with the style of this family would definitely make way for them. However, today, they were defeated. Because they met Jun Changxiao, they met the sect of all times. This group of stubborn people did not care about the other party's identity, as long as they dared to speed over, they would definitely teach them a lesson. Life and death were indifferent, and they would fight if they were not convinced. This was a basic quality that a person in Jianghu must have. "You, who are you people?" Easily blocking his path, rushing in front of him and kicking him away, the Chao family tyrannical martial artist finally realized that they were tough. "Xiao Mo," Jun Changxiao said, "tell him." "Yes." Su Xiaoma swung his black hair and said proudly, "Listen well, we are the disciples of the sect of all times, this is our imposing and extraordinary patriarch." Sect of all times? The passerby's expression changed. It was obvious that they had heard of this new sect from the southwest Jiangzhou. The sect of all times is the 100th sect in the latest issue of the Hero Seeking Deer list. No wonder they are so strong. The Chao family is in trouble. Everyone discussed in low voices. The martial artists in Zhongzuan state had all heard of the sect of all times and knew that this sect was very violent, attacking other forces at the slightest disagreement. For example, a few evil sections. For example, the extreme cold palace in the northeast Lu prefecture. In the world's impression, the sect of all times was a young and inexperienced person who was not afraid of anything and was very good at causing trouble. Very good at causing trouble. The Chao family tyrannical martial artist's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had also heard of the sect of all times and knew that this sect was very violent, even daring to challenge the Lily Sacred Sect. Jun Patriarch. The anger on the tyrannical martial artist's face dissipated as he cupped his hands and said, "Please forgive me for offending you." Even though he was sent flying, even though he knew that the people blocking his way were very strong, he was still filled with anger. However, when he found out that they were from the sect of all times, he immediately admitted defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If he really offended him and brought his disciple to challenge his family, it would be a big problem. Although the Chao family was comparable to a third or fourth-rate sect, it was still just a family in the end. There was still a huge gap between it and a true third or fourth-rate sect. Even the Lily Saint sect couldn't withstand it. How could a single clan withstand this? Shaking his head, Jun Changxiao replied, "Speeding is dangerous. What if you bump into a child? Even if you don't hit children, it's not good to hit flowers and plants." The corner of the Chao family cultivator's mouth twitched as he hurriedly nodded. "Jun Patriarch is right. We will definitely slow down and travel carefully in the future." Jun Changxiao was very satisfied with this attitude, so he waved his hand. Shua. Shua. Li Qingyang and the others put their swords back into their sheaths. The dozens of Chao family cultivators who were controlled immediately let out a long sigh of relief. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao led his disciples and continued on their way. After they left, the passers-by started discussing again. The dozens of Chao family cultivators are all peak martial masters, but they were subdued in an instant. The disciples of the sect of all times are very strong. Nonsense, they have challenged all the major sects in the eastern vast continent in the Lily Saint sect. Not to mention Wuzong, even a martial king couldn't win. A sect that can be ranked in the top 100 of the outstanding martial artists list is indeed extraordinary. In my opinion, the sect of all times has the potential to be a dark horse in this year's battle of dragons and tigers. The Chao family cultivators lifted their horses and took a detour to Jinling County. As for this resentment, they had to swallow it even if they didn't want to. This showed that with the sect of all times' current reputation, not just anyone would dare to provoke them, even in the Middle Continent. The Black Cliff was located in the south of the Middle Continent. Jun Changxiao was participating in the battle of dragons and tigers, so it was definitely not on the way. However, there was still some time before the competition, so he brought his disciples there. The dark sect that came out to show off their existence made him very unhappy. As long as there were any clues, he had to investigate them as soon as possible. Boom. Boom. However, when they arrived at a forest, they could faintly hear the sound of fighting. It was two groups of people fighting. Their cultivations were all at Wuzong's level, and they were fighting very vividly. Jun Changxiao was too lazy to pay attention to them and took a detour with his disciples. In the end, when they walked out of the dense forest, they encountered many cultivators fighting. The reason was none other than that you stole my treasure, I stole his crystal core, and they even fought because they stole someone's woman. The Middle Continent's cultivators are also quite violent. Jun Changxiao shook his head. As long as no one provoked him, he would not participate in other people's fights. Therefore, the journey was peaceful. Roar! When they arrived at another forest, a huge spirit beast rushed out, its eyes emitting a sinister light. You're courting death, Jun Changxiao said indifferently. Whoosh! 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 A few figures flew out from both sides. Immediately, they used colorful martial techniques and killed the spirit beast that was comparable to a martial king. Everyone. The leading man in white sheathed his sword and said gently, "You're safe now." Sect of all time's disciples, Jun Changxiao said, "Thank you for saving us." The white-cloaked man smiled and said, "There are many spirit beasts in this forest. If you're going out, it's best to follow the official road. It'll be very safe that way." "Thank you," Jun Changxiao said. "Let's go." The white-cloaked man waved his hand and disappeared into the forest with a few cultivators in uniform. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "These people are quite strong. They're only at the peak of Wuzong. With a few of them working together, they could easily kill a spirit beast. They should be disciples of some sect," Jun Changxiao said. Su Xiaoma said excitedly, "I'm looking forward to the battle of dragons and tigers more and more. Let's go." Jun Changxiao continued to lead the disciples. After this incident, he deliberately chose to travel in the wilderness. The more ferocious beasts there were in an area, the more cultivators there would be. He could also use this opportunity to observe the overall strength of the Zhongzuan province cultivators. He did not disappoint Jun Patriarch. On the way to Black Cliff, they met many Zhongzuan province cultivators. Some were loose cultivators who chose to cultivate alone, and some were disciples of sects in pairs. Their strength might not be higher than the Sect of all time's disciples, but the martial techniques they cultivated were not bad. Moreover, they cooperated very well. Some high-level ferocious beasts in other provinces might require dozens of people to kill, but in front of the Zhongzuan province cultivators, a few people could easily kill them. In short, the Zhongzuan province cultivators were much stronger than the other provinces in terms of talent and strength. A place nurtured a place's people. The cultivators raised in a place rich in spirit energy were much stronger than those outside. The stronger the Zhongzuan province cultivators were, the more excitedly Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and the others were. This was because ever since they joined the Sect of all times, they had seriously lacked an opponent to fight to their heart's content. Patriarch Su Xiaoma said, "I feel like my blood is burning." Yeah. Li Fei clenched his fists and said, "I can't wait to find a Zhongzuan province cultivator and have a good fight right now." Don't be anxious. Jun Changxiao said, "When the battle of dragons and tigers begins, that will be the stage for your performance." Ta. Ta. Suddenly, the ground shook. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw a rough man carrying a spirit beast the size of a mountain walk out from the depths of the forest. Every step he took left a footprint. Everyone. That person said awkwardly, "May I ask where the battle of dragons and tigers is?" It seemed that this guy was lost. Jun Changxiao pointed to the west and said, "Go straight in this direction, and you will reach the city where the battle of dragons and tigers is held." "Thank you." The rough man carried the spirit beast and continued forward. However, his eyes met Xiaoziji's for a while and then looked away. "Junior brother Xiao." Li Qingyang transmitted, "This guy's physical body is very strong." The men, Xiaoziji kept looking at the rough man walking step by step and thought, he should be participating in the battle of dragons and tigers. In the south of the central venerable state, there was a sloping mountain that extended upward. Because the surface was black and there was not a single blade of grass growing, it was called the Black Cliff. There was nothing special about the Black Cliff. It could be said to be ordinary. Until 10,000 years ago, when the demon emperor led a fierce battle with the experts of the righteous faction and became famous. Today, large groups of martial artists would come to the Black Cliff every day, relying on their imagination to imagine the unprecedented battle between the righteous and demonic factions. It's a pity that I wasn't born in that era, or else I would have fought with the demons until the sky turned upside down. In that battle, many experts of the righteous faction fell, but fortunately, we killed that demon at the last moment. Two martial artists stood on the Black Cliff and conversed, their words revealing their admiration and nostalgia for their ancestors. Patriarch. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Is this the Black Cliff? There doesn't seem to be anything special? Hearing this, the two of them turned to look. More than 20 martial artists in gorgeous clothes had walked up at some point. The person in the lead was dressed in white and looked to be in his early 20s, exuding a faint domineering aura. Who was it, Xianxia? Don't be fooled by this guy's usual frivolous attitude. After all, he had been the patriarch for several years and had gradually revealed the aura of a superior. Xianxia said, the Black Cliff was originally ordinary, but it became known because of the battle between the righteous and demonic factions. He more or less knew about the matters of 10,000 years ago. Xianxia asked, second senior brother, I heard that the demon emperor once stood here and fought against dozens of powerhouses alone for a long time without a winner being decided? That's right, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, the demon emperor is really strong. Hearing this, the two martial artists frowned. The demon emperor was publicly recognized as a great demon, but this guy dared to praise him. Xianxia stopped at the highest point and looked at the magnificent scenery. He sighed. It's a pity that I wasn't born in that era, or I would definitely have seen the demon emperor's grace. Little friend. A martial artist in the distance could not help but say coldly, the demon emperor caused trouble on the continent back then, which was unacceptable. As a person of the continent, you should despise him, not praise. The martial artists who came to the Black Cliff were all remembering their ancestors who had died in battle. Now that someone admired the demon emperor, they could not stand it. Xianxia curled his lips. Xianxia didn't pay attention to such a serious martial artist. He walked on the flat ground and released his spiritual senses to cover the entire Black Mountain cliff. Suddenly, in the process of extending his spiritual senses, he came into contact with some kind of enchantment. Xianxia concentrated his energy and began to penetrate the barrier that was blocking the extension of his spiritual sense. There was a cave on the other side of the barrier, but there was nothing inside. Less dust. Less dust. Less dust. This meant that something must have been placed here, but it was later taken away by someone. Xianxia guessed, could it be that the Black Dragon Patriarch found the Demon Emperor's cave and placed the bloodthirsty technique on the stone platform? The system said. Xianxia of Black Cliff continued to observe, but he did not find anything. He came to the Black Cliff to look for the cave and see if he could find any clues. The result was disappointing. Sigh. Xianxia of Black Cliff sighed. No clues again. Huh? Suddenly, he released his spiritual senses and encountered another formation barrier. Thus, he said in surprise, is there more than one cave here? Continue to crack, whoosh, he released his spiritual sense and penetrated it again. In just a moment, the second barrier was broken. There was also a small cave and a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a black box. Judging from the engravings, it should have some historical value. Whoosh! Xianxia jumped off the cliff and directly jumped down. This sudden action stunned all the cultivators who had come to worship their ancestors. Why did he suddenly jump off the cliff? Xianxia of Black Cliff and Xiaoziji of Black Cliff, they did not care. After all, the patriarch was strong. Even if he fell down, he would not die. Thud. At the bottom of the cliff, Xianxia of Black Cliff landed smoothly, then walked to the second cave. He soon merged into it and stopped in front of the stone platform. At this moment, he could roughly guess that there must be such a box in the previous cave, but it was taken away by someone else. Most likely, it was the patriarch of the Black Dragon Evil Sect. Whoosh! Xianxia of Black Cliff waved his hand and opened the box. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint black attribute surged out of the box and dissipated in the air. It's not dangerous. Xianxia of Black Cliff relaxed, and the armor covering his body was automatically removed. In the opened black box, there was a book with the words Demon Pass Scripture written on it. Mental Cultivation Method? Xianxia of Black Cliff took the secret book with a wave of his hand. There was a piece of brand new paper in it. There were many small words on it. The content was, the Demon Emperor Sect was divided. A group of traitors who violated the last words of the Demon Emperor wanted to snatch the Demon Pass Scripture. Therefore, they set up a big array on the Black Cliff and stored the martial arts of the Demon Emperor here. The handwriting was messy. Xianxia of Black Cliff judged that the person who left the words should have written it in a hurry. Traitors, could it be the remnants of the Demon Sect? Xianxia of Black Cliff looked at the Demon Pass Scripture again and murmured, this mental cultivation method is the martial arts of the Demon Emperor? As the overlord who dared to be the enemy of the entire continent 10,000 years ago, the martial arts of the Demon Emperor must be extraordinary. How could he get it so easily? This was too childish. No. Xianxia of Black Cliff said, anyone can easily find the array barrier. How could it wait until now for me to find it? He came to investigate the remnants of the Demon Sect and accidentally obtained the Demon Pass Scripture cultivated by the Demon Emperor. Because it was too simple, Patriarch of Black Cliff became suspicious. What's more, the Patriarch of the Black Dragon Evil Sect had obviously found the cave. Why didn't he find this place and only took away the bloodthirsty technique? The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Xianxia of Black Cliff shook his head, threw the Demon Pass Scripture into the space ring, and then walked out. He released his spiritual senses again and explored the Black Cliff inside and out. He didn't find any other array, so he had to return to the cliff to join the disciples. Qingyang. Xianxia of Black Cliff transmitted the voice, there is an array under the cliff. Have you found it? Array? Li Qingyang of Black Cliff said with a blank face, no. No? Xianxia of Black Cliff was also stunned. He didn't destroy the existing array. It still existed and was operating. As long as he released his spiritual senses, he could touch it. How could he not find it? It wasn't just Li Qingyang of Black Cliff. The disciples of the sect of all times released their spiritual senses one after another, but they didn't catch anything. Xianxia of Black Cliff held his chin and said, could it be that only you can find the array that exists under the Black Cliff? When Xianxia came to the Black Mountain Cliff, although he found a demonic scripture, he did not find any information about the remnants of the demon sect, so he could only leave with his disciples. On the way, he kept thinking about why he was the only one who could discover the array formation at the bottom of the cliff. Or, the person who set up the array formation set up a restriction so that ordinary warriors could not pry into it. If that was the case, how did the Patriarch of the Black Dragon Evil Sect discover the array formation at the bottom of the cliff? The system said, maybe others also have the opportunity? That's true. Xianxia was relieved. Was there any connection between the remnants of the demon sect who betrayed the Devil Emperor sect and the masked darkness sect? If there was a connection, why did they keep finding trouble with him? The system said, could it be that they have already discovered that Yao Menjing has the innate demon body, so they are deliberately targeting the host? Xianxia slapped his forehead and said, that's very possible. Thinking about it carefully, after Yao Menjing awakened the innate demon body, this darkness sect force appeared. Sigh. Xianxia frowned, I feel so uneasy every day that I can't find out where the darkness sect came from. The system said, if they are really here for Yao Menjing, they will definitely take action again. Host does not need to be anxious. Xianxia said, I'm just afraid that they will play dirty and hurt my disciples. If it was against him, he definitely wouldn't care. However, with so many disciples in the sect, if the other party continued to play dirty, something would happen sooner or later. It was easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. If he had a choice, June Patriarch would rather fight openly with the third-rate evil sects like the Murdering God Palace and the Demon Channeling Palace than face the Darkness Sect. Patriarch. Xianxia said, "Are we going to the location of the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony?" "Yes." "Great." The disciples of the Sect of all times immediately became excited. Ever since they entered the central sovereign state and felt the dense spiritual energy and the various martial artists, their hearts had already been set on the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony. Great Senior Imperial City. The most prosperous and incomparably noble city. Every state had an imperial city, and as the central sovereign state of the continent, it naturally had a higher-level imperial city. This year's Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy would be held in the Great Venerable's royal city. According to legend, the city was built in ancient times and had a long history. Xianxia did not find the clues he wanted at the Black Mountain Cliff, so he brought his disciples here. The imperial city was heavily guarded. If you want to enter, you need to provide identification. You are the patriarch of the Sect of all times? The general took the identity document and looked at Xianxia carefully. Not bad. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, could it be that there was someone in the imperial city who was pretending to be him? Speaking of impersonation, Zhao Daodu had to be mentioned. This guy, who had been a swindler since he was young, had always been locked up in the sect. When the disciples had nothing to do, they would use him for practice. Although the Grand Elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace was pitiful, at least he could be considered a sweeping monk. Zhao Daodu was a living punching bag. Why did he have to impersonate Xianxia and get caught red-handed? Go in. The general waved his hand. After getting the pass, Xianxia led his disciples into the Great Senior Imperial City through the city gate. However, the martial artists who were lining up to enter had a strange look in their eyes. They did not expect that this group of strangely dressed martial artists would be the disciples of the Sect of all times, and the young man in the lead would be Xianxia. Walking along the city gate tunnel, the street that appeared was very wide. Although the paved stone slabs were old, they exuded a mysterious power from the east. Ta! Xianxia stepped on it, his state of mind seemed to be affected, and he was stunned on the spot. Li Qingyang and the others also had this feeling. They stood there in a daze, as images flashed in front of their eyes, as if the ancient city was telling them the past. These people should be coming to the imperial city for the first time. The passers-by on the street looked over, smiling. The Great Senior Imperial City was one of the oldest cities in the Falling Star continent. Anyone who entered for the first time would be baptized by history. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of aura that interfered with one's thoughts, making outsiders instinctively feel awe of the city. This kind of aura could ignore one's cultivation realm. Whether it was King Wu or Wu Huang, as long as they entered the Great Senior Imperial City, they would be disturbed and would be stunned on the spot until awe rose in their hearts. Let's go. Xianxia's eyes regained their luster and he got up. The disciples recovered from their thoughts and followed behind the patriarch. The martial artists in the city were all dumbfounded. After being frozen for a short time, they returned to normal. Wasn't the speed too fast, or were they already in awe of the imperial city? June Patriarch and his disciples were surprised by the prosperity of the imperial city, but they did not have the slightest awe. As for why they recovered so quickly, it was because the aura could not interfere with them for a long time. The Great Senior's imperial city was really huge. Just a single district had dozens of streets, and each street was bustling with people coming and going. There was still a month before the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony. Since Xianxia came first, he must find an inn to stay in. Patriarch. On the way, Li Qingyang said, there is a Tangji pill store in front. Oh? Xianxia looked up and saw the Tangji pill store in the busiest area of the street. At the entrance, many martial artists were gathered, all waiting to buy qi-gathering pills. Business is good. Xianxia smiled and said, Patriarch, shall we go in and take a look? Let's find an inn to stay first. Xianxia was just about to set off when a man in servant clothes walked over and cupped his hands. June Patriarch, my young master has arranged a place to stay, please follow me. Your young master is? The man lowered his voice and said, Tang family's second young master. TSK. This partner of his was quite well informed. As soon as he came in, he ordered someone to arrange it. Please. Xianxia said. Under the guidance of the servant, they walked through a few streets and stopped at a large mansion. Just as they walked in, Tangren walked out from the hall and cupped his hands with a smile. Jun Patriarch, you're finally here. Young Master Tang. Xianxia said, you invited me a little sneakily. Tangren said, Jun Patriarch doesn't like to be ostentatious, so this Tang didn't dare to welcome you with great fanfare. He had long known about the Sect of all times coming to participate in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, especially when the other party had just left the Sect a few days ago. The Tang family was in the imperial city, so Tangren naturally had to act as a host, but when he thought about how he was doing business with Jun Patriarch, he did not allow others to know, so he decided to keep it simple. Otherwise, they had already warmly welcomed him at the city gate. This kind of way of secretly sending someone to invite him made Xianxia very satisfied, because his motto was to keep a low profile. Jun Patriarch. Tangren said, the mansion is this Tang's. Although the environment is not good, it is cleaner than the inn. If you don't mind, you can let your sect's disciples stay here first. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xianxia said. He had originally planned to stay in the inn, but since young Master Tang was providing a place to stay for free, and it was such a big mansion, he would definitely agree. If he did not take advantage of it, the heavens would not tolerate it. The residence that Tangren provided was very luxurious, and there was a relatively independent martial arts practice field and cultivation room. When the disciples of the Sect of all times moved in, they could also practice martial arts when they had nothing to do. However, it was such a high-class residence, but in young Master Tang's mouth, the environment was a little worse than an inn. He was indeed rich. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia walked around the residence and said, I've troubled young Master Tang. You and I are business partners. Now that you have come to the imperial city, this Tang naturally has to do his best to entertain you. I don't dare to relax in the slightest. Tangren laughed. Xianxia said, young Master Tang, is there any fun place in the imperial city? It was still far from the start of the dragon and tiger battle. Since they had come to such a big city, they had to find time to go out and play. Tangren gave a I understand look, and said in a low voice, there is a red fragrance market in the north of the city, it is a man's paradise. This Tang will bring Jun Patriarch there tonight. Man's paradise? Xianxia's mouth twitched, and said, young Master Tang, you misunderstood, I'm not referring to the brothel. Understood, understood. Tangren said in a low voice, if Jun Patriarch doesn't like to go out and play, there's no problem in the residence. Xianxia almost couldn't help but kick him out. Previously, he thought that he was a smart person, but now he seemed a little stupid, or was the word pervert written on his face. Tangren couldn't be blamed for misunderstanding. After all, men, if they looked for fun places, it would be easy for them to misunderstand. Moreover, as a direct descendant of a big family, they all had their own circle of friends. Every time they gathered, they would go to the brothel to seek pleasure. At night, Tangren held a banquet to invite Xianxia and the disciples of the Sect of all times. After drinking, Xianxia returned to his room to rest. Just as he entered the courtyard, he saw two beautiful women standing at the door. Sorry, wrong door. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and retreated, but after walking out, he touched his head and said, no, this is my residence. He walked in again and said, you too, did you come to the wrong place? Young Master Jun, a beautiful woman, smiled and said, we are here to serve you. Her voice was bone-numbing, causing one's imagination to run wild. Xianxia, this Tangren really thought of himself as a lecher. He actually arranged for two beauties to serve him in bed. Xianxia said with a straight face, I don't need it. You can go back. The enchanting woman walked down gracefully and said with a smile, young Master Tang has instructed us to serve young Master Jun. Jun Patriarch had already drunk some wine. When he heard the bone-numbing sound, his mind immediately rippled. No, he had come to the great senior royal city to participate in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, so how could he indulge himself in women's charms? Xianxia's mind suddenly became clear and he said in a deep voice, leave now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. His voice contained an inviolable imperial might, causing the two gorgeously dressed beauties' expressions to change slightly. They hurriedly bowed and left. Was it because her appearance wasn't outstanding enough to attract young Master Tang's friend? No. You two are very outstanding, but Jun Patriarch, phew. After the two women left, Jun Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. The temptation of beauty was really a bit tricky. He almost couldn't calm his mind and chose to indulge. Don't look. Jun Xianxia said in a bad mood, drive them away. Swoosh. Swoosh. In an instant, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei and the others hurriedly retracted their spiritual senses from the courtyard. Eldest senior sister. Ling Yuanxue said with a smile, I told you Patriarch is a gentleman. Lu Qianqian said lightly, he already knew that we were watching. Otherwise, he would be hugging left and right now. The next day, Jun Changxiao called Tang Ren over and said with a serious face, young Master Tang, I have always been clean and honest. I don't need others to serve me. Understood, understood. Tang Ren transmitted his voice, Jun Patriarch, there are so many disciples here. It's my mistake. I didn't think it through. Next time, I will be sneaky. Jun Changxiao almost vomited blood. It was all his fault. He said that there was no fun place. In the end, he made this guy think that he was really a lecher. The sects of the various provinces entered the imperial city one after another, and the number of people in the city increased day by day. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others rarely went out. They spent their time on cultivation, hoping to be in their best condition to welcome the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony. Although Jun Patriarch occasionally went out for a stroll, he still spent more time on inquiring about the details of the various sections. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren took out a large stack of information and said, these are all the information of the participating forces of the Zhongzuan province. Jun Changxiao started flipping through the pages. Tang Ren sat down and drank a mouthful of tea, then said, Jun Patriarch, although there are first-rate sects participating in this year's dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, you must pay more attention to the disciples of the second and third-rate sections. Jun Changxiao asked, why? Tang Ren said, the disciples sent by the first-rate sects might not be the best. Only the second and third-rate sects will go all out. For example? Jun Changxiao said. Tang Ren took out a copy of the information and said, for example, this second-rate world-defying sacred sect sent the young patriarch, Ao Wushuang, to participate. This person had already broken through to the martial king realm a few years ago, his strength is extremely strong. Ao Wushuang? Jun Changxiao remembered this person. Tang Ren took out another set of information and said, and this Zhao Dazhuang. Zhao Dazhuang? The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. The disciples of the sects participating in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony were all outstanding geniuses. There was actually someone who would give such a lame name, Tang Ren said, although Zhao Dazhuang's name is ordinary, he has an indestructible diamond body. He is a person with an extremely strong physical body. Indestructible diamond body? Jun Changxiao was astonished. As a young man from the modern era, he immediately thought of a way to break the move. 1. Kick the crotch. 2. Stab the eyes. There is also Jian Feiyun. Tang Ren said, this is a disciple of a third-rate sword sect. He is obsessed with the way of the sword. It is said that he has comprehended the word fast. He is the fastest sword cultivator in the younger generation. There is also a disciple of the High Heaven Sacred Sect. He has already entered the martial king realm at such a young age. Moreover, he has comprehended the sect's martial arts to the extreme. He can casually use saint-level martial arts. He took out several sets of information, all of which were the most eye-catching sect disciples participating in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony. Jun Changxiao said, the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony is truly a gathering of dragons and tigers. Tang Ren said, these are just the more outstanding disciples. In fact, every sect's participating disciples are very strong. Since Jun Patriarch has brought disciples to participate, we must not be careless. Yes. Jun Changxia's expression became serious. The dragon-tiger battle for hegemony was approaching. In the most central area of the imperial city, the construction of the arena for the Sect's disciples to compete in began. It was an extremely large arena with spectator stands around it. It could accommodate 500,000 martial artists. The most amazing thing was, above the arena, there was a mirror-like array erected. From Tangren, Jun Changxiao learned that this was a projection array. It could capture the battle in the arena and broadcast it in real time for the martial artists in the city to watch. Damn. It was a live broadcast, Jun Changxiao said. Will the battle scene be transmitted to other provinces? Yes. Tangren said, the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony is the highest level of sect competition in the Starfall continent. At that time, all the provinces and cities will set up a projection array, allowing martial artists to witness it in person. That's amazing. Jun Changxiao said. He did not expect the other world to be able to use the array to such an extent. Would it become a live broadcast mode in the future? Or a bullet screen? If it was even more awesome, it would be able to contact the distant Earth and transmit it to the internet. Would it not allow the weaklings to watch the battle scenes of the world of martial arts from their computers and phones? The organizers of the Dragon and Tiger competition were very efficient. In just a few days, the venue for the competition had been built. The spectator stands were divided into many levels. Some were for ordinary warriors, some were for families and sects, and there was also a VIP area for the elders of the participating sections. With Jun Changxiao's identity as the patriarch, he was a VIP. At the same time, projection arrays were set up one after another in the cities of the 9 states. This was a very expensive project because every array formation required a large number of array masters to set it up. Of course, the cities had to pay the organizers a broadcasting fee to set up the projection arrays. The live broadcast of every Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony was a very good source of income. Jun Changxiao stood in the courtyard and looked at the huge projection array. If we can sponsor it and put up the recruitment slogan of the sect of all times, it will definitely attract many applicants. This idea was very earthly. It was a pity that such a grand competition did not allow advertisements. Otherwise, it would be very annoying to broadcast an advertisement every time there was a match. Jun Patriarch. Tangren walked in and said in surprise, today is the registration day. Why haven't you left yet? In fact, Xianxia had already registered the sect of all times a few months ago. Now that the competition was about to start, the organizers naturally had to check if the participating sects had arrived. No rush, no rush. Jun Changxiao said, there will definitely be many people going at this time. Let's wait a little longer. I happen to know the person in charge of the registration. Tangren said, there's no need to let Jun Patriarch queue up for registration. Jun Changxiao said, then let's go. The registration area was at the newly built arena. At this moment, many of the upper echelons of the sects had already gathered here and were waiting for the organizers to review them in order. Isn't this elderly? We haven't seen each other for a while. Patriarch Song's cultivation has become more profound. It was inevitable that the elders of the various sects would meet acquaintances, so they chatted enthusiastically. Not long after, Tangren brought Jun Changxiao to the registration area and then entered a temporary tent. There were many people inside who were there to cut the queue. Tangren suddenly felt a little awkward. He had thought that he could use his connections to help Jun Patriarch pass the assessment in advance, but he didn't expect that there would be so many sects taking shortcuts. Isn't this the second young master of the Tang clan? A young man laughed. The 2 old men standing at the side emitted a vigorous aura. They were the elders of the brilliant gold holy sect who had come to participate in the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony. Because they weren't from the central sovereign state, they had specially found a direct descendant of the Yan clan to enter through the back door, hoping to pass the examination faster. Young Master Yan, Tangren said with a fake smile. The Yan family was a martial arts family in the imperial city and was very powerful. This young Master Yan had never liked the direct descendants of the clan who did business. He liked to choke people with his words when he had nothing to do. If it weren't for the fact that they were both living in the city and seeing each other all the time, Tangren wouldn't have bothered with him. Second young Master Tang. Young Master Yan smiled and asked, and this is? This Tang's friend, Tangren said indifferently. Oh? Young Master Yen smiled and said, second young Master Tang brought him here. Could it be that he's also a high-ranking member of some sect participating in the Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy? Jun Changxiao said, that's right. The two elders of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect behind him were stunned when they heard this. This young man was at most 20 years old. Could he be a high-ranking member of some sect? Which sect are you from? Young Master Yen asked. Jun Changxiao said, you don't have the qualifications to know. If you want to ask, you have to ask your elders in person. From the short conversation, he could see that young Master Yen was a little arrogant and there was a hint of ridicule in his words. He was a person who deserved a beating. The best way to deal with such a person was to not talk nonsense and directly ask him. I don't have the qualifications. The proud and arrogant young Master Yen suddenly had a trace of anger in his eyes. Friend. An elder of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect said indifferently, I wonder if this old man is qualified to know. Who are you? Second-rate elder of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect, Duan Zisho. You're barely qualified. Still? Barely qualified, Duan Zisho's face darkened and said coldly, this little friend is so arrogant. I wonder which sect you are from. Not big. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, it's just a small sect of all times. Sect of all times, Duan Zisho said in shock, you're Jun Changxiao. Shua, Jun Changxiao opened his folding fan and said, that's right, it's June. There were no decorations on the fan, only 4 words were written on it, handsome. Without a doubt. This was prepared by Jun Patriarch himself. Usually, he would put it in his spatial ring and take it out to show off when he had nothing to do. When the martial artists saw the 4 words on the fan, they immediately had the urge to beat him up. So it's Jun Patriarch. Duan Zisho smiled coldly and said, sorry. The Golden Brilliance Holy Sect came from the Eastern Haozhou. Some time ago, the Sect of all times went to challenge the Lily Holy Sect and beat the disciples of the various sects there. Young Master Yen said in disdain, I thought you were some amazing person, but you're just the patriarch of a 5th-rate sect. He had definitely heard of the Sect of all times before. It was undeniable that they had done many amazing things during this period of time. But this time, there were many 1st- and 2nd-rate sects that came to participate in the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony. For example, the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect. Their overall strength was stronger than the Lily Holy Sect. When they asked him for help, he was polite. Where did the leader of a 5th-rate sect get the courage to think that he was not qualified to know which sect he came from? Next. At this moment, the old man sitting in the tent shouted. Young Master Yen looked coldly at Jun Changxiao, then brought the 2 elders of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect to verify. Jun Patriarch. After passing the verification, Duan Zisho walked past him and said in a low voice, you better pray that you don't meet my Golden Brilliance Holy Sect in the first round. Oh. Jun Changxiao replied with a smile. Duan Zisho waved his sleeves and left. Young Master Yen also deliberately stopped when he passed by. He looked at Jun Changxiao, then looked at young Master Tang, shook his head and said, young Master Tang's friends are all from 1st- and 2nd-rate sects, but second young Master Tang is with such a sect, there is really no comparison. Young Master Yen. Tangren smiled and said, you don't have to worry about my matters. As a person who had been in the business world, he naturally would not be emotional easily. Jun Changxiao. Young Master Yen said indifferently, I hope that your arrogance and pride can be maintained until the end of the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony. I also hope that you can leave in high spirits, and not slip away with your disciples. Jun Changxiao said, I will not let young Master Yen down, I will definitely persist until the end, and I will definitely leave in high spirits. Humph! Young Master Yen sneered, then turned and left. Young Master Tang. Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said, this guy is a bit asking for a beating. Tangren said, Jun Patriarch, no need to pay attention to him. Not long after, it was Jun Changxiao's turn. He walked up and reported his sect's token and disciple quota. Let's wait for the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony in a few days. After returning to his residence, Jun Changxiao continued to study the information of the various sects, and specifically found the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect. When he saw that they belonged to the Eastern Haozhou, he understood why they were acting strangely towards him. Sigh. Bringing Xiao Ziji to challenge the Lily Holy Sect was equivalent to offending all the sects in this state. A few days later, the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony venue was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was extraordinarily lively. On the well-developed streets, many martial artists rushed in like a flood. Today was the day of the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony. Jun Changxiao had deliberately changed into a set of decent clothes and walked with his feet splayed outwards, swaggering towards the venue with his disciples. Patriarch. Su Xiama's eyes were very sharp. He pointed to the front and said, "The people from Miaohua Palace are here too." Jun Changxiao looked towards the sea of people and saw Shi Jingxian being supported by Li Er. He shook his head and said, "It seems that the tranquil heart lotus did not cure her eye disease." Shi Jingxian, who looked rather weak, walked in the sea of people like a bright pearl, appearing so dazzling. The cultivators passing by would subconsciously look over and marvel at her appearance. However, after seeing this woman's empty eyes, they couldn't help but guess that there might be something wrong with her eyes. No wonder she had to be supported by someone. Sigh. Such a beautiful woman was suffering from an eye disease. It was really heartbreaking. Li Er. Shi Jingxian, who was walking on the road, whispered, "Have you seen Jun Patriarch?" The ingenious Flower Palace didn't participate in the battle of dragons and tigers, but the Sect of all times did, so she rushed over after hearing the news. Palace Master. Li Er was speechless. "You've asked 800 times. Have I?" Shi Jingxian calculated in her mind. "I think it's only been 80 times. Li Er, ever since the Palace Master met that guy, she couldn't forget him. Could it be that she really had feelings for him?" Li Er. Shi Jingxian said, "Look carefully." Li Er said perfunctorily, "Palace Master, there are too many people." Then, she stopped abruptly. Because she just happened to see someone walking over from the corner of her eyes, Jun Changxiao. "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changxiao said, "What a coincidence to meet in the great sage's imperial city." Hearing the familiar voice, Shi Jingxian hurriedly turned around with a happy smile on her face. Jun Patriarch. Li Er. Previously, the Palace Master insisted on going to the Lily Holy Sect but was forcefully stopped by the elders, so she had been sulking. Now that she saw that guy, she smiled. This was definitely true love. "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice. "Is the tranquil heart lotus useless?" "Yes." Shi Jingxian said. Jun Changxiao comforted her. "Don't be discouraged, your illness will be cured sooner or later." Shi Jingxian smiled. "I'm already used to it. By the way," she said apologetically, "previously, when you took your disciples to challenge the Lily Holy Sect, I wanted to go and cheer them on, but I was busy with sect affairs and was delayed." In fact, she really wanted to go. However, they were forcefully stopped by Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue. Their reason was that this was a grudge between their sects, so how could they participate? "All right then. Then I won't go. But this time, you can't stop me from going to the central sovereign state, right?" Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyu could not stop them. After all, the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy was the greatest event of the continent, so it was very normal for them to come and watch the excitement. Jun Changxiao said, "I'm fine." He was already very grateful for the thought. "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changxiao said, "The battle of dragons and tigers is about to begin. I still have to bring my disciples to the venue, so I'll take my leave first." Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Your sect's disciples will definitely achieve good results." "Thank you." Jun Changxiao led his disciples forward. Senior apprentice brother. On the way, Li Fei whispered, "This palatial master Shi seems to be interested in the patriarch." Su Xiama said, "I saw that long ago." "Palace Master Shi and our patriarch are quite compatible," Li Fei said. Smack, Jun Changxiao hit his head and said, "The dragon and tiger battle for supremacy is about to begin. Focus on the important points." "Yes." Li Fei held his head and said. At the venue of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. After Jun Changxiao took out his participation token, he walked in under the guidance of a person. Just like the previous Azure Sun County Grand Competition, all the participating disciples would be arranged in a few specific areas before the competition began. June Patriarch. The person leading the way said, "I've arranged everything. Please follow me to the spectator platform." Okay. Before June Xianxia left, he looked at the disciples and reminded, "Since you're participating, play seriously. Don't let your guard down." Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. The dragon and tiger battle for supremacy was a gathering of geniuses. They would definitely treat it seriously. Long Xiang clenched his fists and said with a burning gaze, "I'm a little excited." Me too, Song Xianzhou said. Thinking about how they would be able to compete with the geniuses of the various sects in front of everyone, they couldn't control their emotions. The cultivators of the counties in southwest Yangzhou were even more excited than them. Although the projection array formation hadn't been activated and was still blank, there was already a sea of people below. In the previous competitions, there would also be many people watching. However, this competition undoubtedly received the most attention because the one representing Southwest Yangzhou in the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy was the Sect of all times. This sect had brought too many surprises and shocks to everyone. They all hoped that they could break the curse and successfully advance to the second round, therefore. The Sect of all times wasn't fighting for themselves. That group of young and energetic disciples carried the hopes of all the people of Southwest Yangzhou. Longyang City, Long family. Long Padian stood in the courtyard and looked at the floating array formation. Although he looked shocked, his hands were trembling violently. Family head. An elder said, "Don't be so excited." Long Padian couldn't control his emotions and said loudly, "Xiang is representing the Sect of all times in the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy. It's the glory of our family. How can I not be excited?" The elder was silent. Our Long family's patriarch can be considered to be strong enough. Family head Li and old master Song were so excited that they almost couldn't stand properly. As a father, who didn't want their children to have a bright future, today, Li Qingyang and Song Xianzhou were representing Southwest Yangzhou in the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy. They would be competing with the top geniuses of the continent. That was a great honor. My son has participated in the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy. This sentence, this matter, was enough to brag about for the rest of his life. In the VIP area of the spectator platform, June Xianxia walked in under the guidance of a person and found a seat belonging to the Sect of all times. This was the best spectator area. One could see everything from any of the arenas in the center of the arena. The VIP area was already filled with elders from various sections. They all looked at June Xianxia, who had just walked in, and thought to themselves, "Is this the patriarch of the Sect of all times? He's already a sword king at such a young age. He can be considered a rare genius." Golden Brilliance Holy Sect's Duanzisha was also present. He laughed coldly and thought to himself, "I really hope that my opponent in the first round is the Sect of all times." Many big shots had the same thought. After all, among all the sects, only the Sect of all times was a fifth-rate sect. Against such an opponent, they would undoubtedly enter the second round with the least amount of energy. June Xianxia leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. If he knew that all the elders wanted to be matched against their own sects, he would definitely laugh. "I can't guarantee against a first or second-rate sect, but if I'm matched against a third or fourth-rate sect, my disciple can beat your disciple to a pulp." Wang. Suddenly, the projection array in the air trembled and the scene in the arena gradually appeared. At the same time, the array set up in the continent cities also began to appear. "It's activated. We can finally watch it." The cultivators from all the counties and cities were instantly excited. However, after the image was completely clear, a large face suddenly appeared in the projection array. Then, it stroked its hair in a very flirtatious manner and said, "The Eternal Sect has always been recruiting from the outside. Those who are interested can come to the Azure Sun County to consult." Whoosh, whoosh, two Wuhuan-level experts flew over and grabbed June Xianxia's arms, pulling him back. "Come on, young man." Although he was being pulled away, he still shouted at the projection array, "Join my sect and let's dream fly together." The audience of the continent, Yi Tianqing, Situ Haoyun, Ma Yunting, and the others watched as June Patriarch was taken away by the two experts. Their mouths twitched violently. He was probably the only one who could think of and do something like promoting his sect to the projection array. In the past dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, the projection array would be activated first for all the martial artists to watch. However, when the array was activated this time, the scene that appeared in front of everyone was not the competition venue but Jun Xianxia's handsome face. He was openly advertising in front of the camera. This kind of suffocating operation was really unexpected. Fortunately, the organizers' emergency response was very strong. When they saw someone approaching the array, they hurriedly sent Tu Wu Huang to pull the B***TCH down. Therefore, everyone in the mainland saw Jun Xianxia being forcibly taken away by the doctors like a severely ill mental patient. The person who was pulled away just now was the patriarch of the sect of all times? He is so young. He is probably the first person in history who dares to advertise his sect in the upcoming dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. When Gosheng appeared on the screen of the array, everyone remembered him instantly. They also remembered the recruitment words he shouted just now. Join my sect and let your dreams fly together. It sounded very interesting. Many youths had a strong interest in the sect of all times. This was the power of advertising. Although many people would ignore it, there would always be people who would take it to heart. Therefore, Jun Patriarch took the risk of being expelled to advertise forcefully. It was still effective. I admire him. Tang Ren's eyes were full of admiration. The dragon and tiger battle for supremacy was about to begin. It was bound to attract the attention of the world. If he went up to advertise his sect, it would definitely bring him great benefits. If he could also advertise his elixir store on the array, it would definitely become popular in the mainland. Wait a minute, the projection array was set up high in the sky. How did Jun Patriarch get up there? The elders of the various sects present also realized this problem. Therefore, when they saw that guy being dragged down by the two experts, they exclaimed, "He is Wu Huang." Regarding Jun Xianxia's strength, the outside world had always thought that he was the sword and martial kings. Even if someone had seen him flying, they would only think that he had used a wing-like treasure. Now, he was suddenly suspended in front of the array without using any tools. He must have flown up with his own strength. An expert said solemnly, if the sword and martial kings want to break through, they have to comprehend the sword Dao to the extreme. Could it be that that fellow is now the sword and martial emperor? Someone refuted, the birth of the sword and martial emperors will definitely cause a phenomenon. The continent has been peaceful recently. How can he be the sword and martial emperors? Not bad. Many of the upper echelons of the sects agreed. Back then, in Qingyang City, when that guy broke through to the Sword King and Martial King realm, more than half of the world had witnessed the phenomenon. If he broke through to the Sword King realm, the phenomenon would definitely be even greater. Could it be that he realized that the Sword and Martial Kings had too many restrictions and chose to give up on one of them? It's possible. That guy should be Wu Huang now. His swordsmanship should have been erased. Everyone was discussing this matter. The fact that the patriarch of the sect of all times only had Wu Huang as his cultivation level was the most acceptable to them. However, he had broken through Wu Huang at such a young age. This also shocked the elders of the various sections. No wonder that nameless sect could rise up overnight. It turned out that the patriarch himself was not an ordinary person. Plop. Jun Xianxia sat back in his seat and said angrily, "You didn't even let me finish." So annoying. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. It was already good enough that he wasn't kicked out by forcefully advertising such a sacred competition. How dare he throw a tantrum? Everyone. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in the venue. On the high platform in the center of the venue, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes appeared out of nowhere. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Welcome to this year's Dragon and Tiger Battle for Supremacy. Han Dongsheng, the city lord of the Great Sage Imperial City. He was in charge of this year's Dragon and Tiger Battle for Supremacy." The appearance of the city lord meant that the competition was about to begin, so the audience in the venue immediately became excited. "It's my honor to be able to hold the Dragon and Tiger Battle for Supremacy in the Great Sage Imperial City," City Lord Han said with a smile. Next, he introduced the glorious history of the competition in detail. There was no other way. Such a big competition had to go through the process. Many people in the audience were sleepy. Next, City Lord Han, who had been talking for a long time, suddenly changed the topic and said, "Disciples of the participating sects, please enter the venue." Shwa, shwa, in an instant, the sleepy audience seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they instantly became energetic. It's starting, it's starting. The cultivators in the various cities also became excited. Not long after, one after another, handsome and extraordinary young men appeared on the light screen of the projection array. Every time a disciple of a sect appeared, someone would shout out the name of the sect, causing the audience to cheer enthusiastically. "Next up is the sect of all times," an old man said in a deep voice. An old man introduced in a deep voice, "This sect has a total of 25 disciples participating in the competition. They are also the only sect from southwest Yangzhou that is participating." The spectator stands instantly became silent. Most of them were from other sects or the family members of the participants. Naturally, they wouldn't cheer for a sect that they didn't know. Sect of all times. Sect of all times. In the Azure Sun City, deafening cheers could be heard from the crowded streets. Loud cheers could also be heard from the other 7 cities. Although the sect of all times wasn't cheering, there were tens of millions of people in the Azure Sun County cheering behind them. Amidst the cheers of the villagers, the 25 disciples of the sect of all times led by Lu Xianxia and Li Qingyang walked out of the passage. The projection array gave each disciple a close-up, causing the entire Azure Sun County to be in an uproar again. "Patriarch," an old man said excitedly, "it's the young master." Patriarch Li stabilized his body with difficulty, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. When the 100 sects recruited him, Li Qingyang insisted on joining the Iron Bone sect, which made him very angry. Now that he was standing on the highest level of the sect's tournament, he deeply realized how far-sighted his son was. "Master, the young master is out." When Song Xuanzhou's close-up appeared on the projection array, Patriarch Song sat on the chair. Because of the excitement in his heart, he couldn't support his old body anymore. "The child's father is little Mo." A couple in their 50s stood in the crowd. When they saw their son walk out with his head held high, their eyes were already blurred by tears. "Xiang is out." When Long Xiang appeared on the projection array, the direct descendants of the Long family were instantly excited. The happiest ones were definitely the members of the sect of all times. At this moment, tens of thousands of disciples were sitting on the martial arts field, focused on the projection array in front of the main hall. When they saw their senior sisters and senior brothers coming out, they danced and cheered. "Old man." Elder Wei frowned and said, "You secretly intercepted the projection array. If you were discovered, wouldn't you be in trouble?" Zhen Dejuan said solemnly, "If I'm discovered, I'll eat a brick raw." "Eh?" In the faraway Taishan zone, a disciple said in surprise, "The woman who flashed through the array just now looked a little familiar." "Lu Qianqian?" "TSK, this woman who was expelled actually joined the sect of all times. From a first-rate sect to a fifth-rate sect, what a tragedy." "Ta-ta." From afar, the disciples of the sect of all times stepped onto the stage in the middle of the venue. The 25 of them stood in a neat row with their hands behind their backs. They exuded an aura of steel and iron. The disciples who entered first all turned their heads to look. These are the disciples of the sect of all times. Although they exuded a strong aura, their aura was a little weak. If they met in a competition, they should be able to defeat them easily. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were also sizing up the competitors. Especially when they felt the strong aura they exuded, their blood started to boil. "Babies." Jun Chongxiao raised his legs and placed them on the chair in front of him. He said, "Use your strength to prove yourself." Li Qingyang and the others were already used to using the hidden cultivation technique anytime and anywhere, so their aura was very ordinary. On the other hand, the other sect disciples who entered the arena were all doing their best to show their strongest side in such a grand competition. It was useless. Whether he was powerful or not, he would only know after fighting. Xiao Ziji had been watching the sect disciples enter the arena the entire time. When he saw the rough man who had asked for directions earlier, His eyes immediately flashed with a strong fighting spirit. His intuition told him that this would be a very good opponent. The rough man also looked over and grinned. There was no verbal communication between the two, only eye contact. Jun Chongxiao rubbed his chin and said, from the introduction, he should be the Iron Fist Sect's disciple, Zhao Dazhuang. Iron Fist Sect. A third-rate sect. They majored in fist techniques, especially in the creation of the physical body. This disciple called Zhao Dazhuang had an indestructible body. If he met his own disciple, he should be able to stage a wonderful battle. I'm looking forward to it, Jun Chongxiao said. As the organizers continued to shout out the names of the sects, more and more participants entered the venue. TSK, an arrogant warrior, stood lazily on the high platform and said, "They're all trash. Coming to participate in this kind of competition is nothing more than a waste of time." His name was Ao Wushuang, the world-defying sacred sect's young patriarch. Although this guy appeared to be very arrogant, he had real ability. He had already broken through to the martial king realm a few years ago. In his words, if he was interested in fighting on the Gathering of Heroes list, he would have already occupied the top of the heaven rank. Ao Wushuang looked at a warrior in the distance and said disdainfully, "Trash." The corners of Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' mouths twitched. Because this guy standing not far away, the trash he was talking about, was Yi Xingchen. Normally, junior brother would always call him trash, but now, he was actually called trash by someone else. "Are you talking about me?" Yi Xingchen's face darkened. Ao Wushuang said indifferently, "What? You still don't admit it when I say you're trash?" Crack. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "You'd better not meet me. Otherwise, I'll tear that mouth of yours apart." "Hey," Ao Wushuang said, "I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than me." Yi Xingchen did not say anything else. With his personality, it was impossible for him to argue with a piece of trash. "Kid, you'd better pray that you don't meet me, otherwise, I'll make sure you don't die." The various sects entered one after another. As the finale, there would definitely be 5 first-rate sections. Although they didn't send out their strongest disciples, the aura they exuded after entering the arena still made many participants feel pressured. The elders of the various sects on the spectator stand prayed silently in their hearts that when the lots were drawn, they would not be drawn against a first-rate sect. Otherwise, they would lose in the first round. "TSK, Ao Wushuang said disdainfully, "Still trash. He didn't even put a first-rate sect disciple in." His eyes. This guy was really arrogant. The 200 sects participating in the Dragon-Tiger battle were all in position, and the 5,000 participants were on the high platform in the middle. Everyone must be getting impatient from waiting. City Lord Han said loudly, "So, let's not waste any more words. Disciples of the various sects, please step forward and draw your first opponent." Coming. I wonder which sect will be the unlucky one to draw a first-rate sect in the first round. The spectating martial artists watched with rapt attention. "Junior brother," Lu Qianxian said, "You go." As the eldest disciple of the sect, she was supposed to represent the sect of all times to draw an opponent, but because of her personality, she didn't like to show her face in public. "Okay." Li Qingyang stood up and walked over. "Senior brother," Su Xiaoma shouted, "you must draw a better opponent." The disciples of the various sects nearby all laughed when they heard that. The fifth-rate sects at the bottom would always meet a sect stronger than them no matter how they drew. What kind of better opponent could they meet? They misunderstood. Su Xiaoma didn't mean that the opponent was weak, but that their overall strength was stronger. Only then would they have the desire to battle. Jun Patriarch. On the spectator stand, Duan Zishou smiled faintly and said, "Your sect's disciples better not draw my Jinhuang holy sect." "Is that so?" Jun Chongxiao smiled and said to himself, "Qingyang, have better luck. You must draw Jinhuang holy sect for me, and then beat them like dogs." Ta. Li Qingyang stood on the drawing platform. It was a square box with only a hole that could accommodate a palm. There were many sect tokens inside, and one of them would be the opponent of the first round. Phew, Li Qingyang took a deep breath. His draw would determine the sect's opponent. It was okay to draw a fourth-rate sect, but it would be depressing to draw a first-rate sect. General Manager Li was under great pressure. Yi Tianqing, who was in the heavenly mandate royal city, was even more stressed than him. At this time, his heart was in his throat. In the previous dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, the sects that were sent were absolutely terrible in drawing lots. For example, the previous one. The opponent was a second-rate sect, and they were eliminated in the first round. For example, the previous one. Although the opponent was a fourth-rate sect, it was from the Zhongzhuang state, and they were eliminated in the first round. God bless. Yi Tianqing prayed secretly. I must draw a fourth-rate sect from another state. Swoosh. Li Qingyang raised his hand and reached into the drawing box. There were tokens inside, and there were restrictions on them. He couldn't use his spiritual senses to see what was written on them. Swoosh. Li Qingyang quickly withdrew his hand. The process was very short, and Yi Tianqing subconsciously closed his eyes. He didn't dare to look. He didn't dare to look. The opponent of the sect of all times is. At this time, City Lord Han's deep voice came from the array light screen. The Great Evolution Holy Sect. Plop. Yi Tianqing fell to the ground and said in despair, a first-rate sect. It's over, it's over. Mu Changhong broke down. 5 first-rate sects were drawn. That kid must not have washed his hands in the toilet. The bustling Qingyang County instantly became abnormally quiet after City Lord Han called out the name of the first-rate sect. This luck, Ma Yunting covered his head and said, no one else. The leaders of the various sects in the Dragon Arc battle venue were also very depressed. After all, they didn't draw their opponents in the first round. This newly risen sect actually drew the Great Development Saint Sect. It's over, it's over. Southwest Yangzhou still can't change their fate of being eliminated in the first round. Everyone immediately started discussing. Among them, many martial artists who thought that the sect of all times would be a dark horse shook their heads and sighed helplessly. If this third-rate sect encountered a fourth-rate sect from another state, they might be able to advance. However, if they encountered a first-rate sect in the first round, they would definitely be eliminated. For a moment, the entire audience was focused on Li Qingyang. Even the projection array gave him a close-up. This guy was really lucky to draw a first-rate sect. Sigh. Li Qingyang shook his head and then turned around. He looked at his fellow sect members with a helpless expression and said, I tried my best. Crack crack, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others shook their heads and clenched their fists. They grinned and said, this is exciting. They were laughing, the audience widened their eyes. Based on the previous plots, shouldn't they be crying and feeling despair after drawing a first-rate sect in the first round? Duan Zisho was also stunned. He. Suddenly, laughter came from the side. Duan Zisho hurriedly turned his head and saw Jun Changxiao leaning on the chair with one leg crossed. He covered his face with one hand and laughed strangely. The first round against a first-rate sect is really exciting. The disciples of the sect of all times were crazy. The sect of all times patriarch was also crazy. P.S. Please vote. When Li Qingyang drew the first-rate Grand Evolution Sacred Sect, everyone was sure that this dark horse sect was going to lose. However, when they saw the disciples of the sect of all times grinning with intense battle intent in their eyes, the audience was dumbfounded. Were they crazy, or were they forcing themselves to smile because they knew that they had no chance of winning against a first-rate sect in the first round? If that was the case, it was understandable. The disciples of the sect of all times did not want to face a first-rate sect in the first round. After all, in such a grand competition, it was more interesting to fight from the weak to the strong. However, since they had no other choice, they could only fight. Su Xiaoma and the other disciples who did not fight when they challenged the Lily Sacred Sect felt their blood boiling. Facing a first-rate sect in the first round was undoubtedly very exciting. It's over, it's over. Yi Tianqing's eyes were filled with despair. Drawing a first-rate sect in the first round was definitely the worst result that any sect in Southwest Yangzhou had in the history of the Dragon Tiger competition. At that moment, he hoped that the sect of all times would draw a third-rate sect from the middle continent. That way, they would at least have a chance of survival. Although the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect did not send out their strongest lineup, the disciples they brought are also very strong. The sect of all times will definitely lose. If a fifth-rate sect meets a first-rate sect, you can imagine the outcome even if you think with your toes. The Grand Evolution Sacred Sect is basically guaranteed to enter the second round. Many martial artists discussed and looked at the disciples of the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect in the middle of the field. As expected, they all had smiles on their faces. When they looked at the disciples of the Sect of all times, they even sneered. "Senior brother," a disciple said calmly, "facing a fifth-rate sect in the first round is really not challenging at all. Just nice." Someone said, "We can save some energy to deal with the later opponents." In the eyes of the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect disciples, only the second-rate sects and the other 4 first-rate sects could cause trouble for them. As long as they encountered other sects, they would just be sending themselves to death. However, in the eyes of June Patriarch, this sect was also sending itself to death. No. To be exact, it was sending itself to death, because when Li Qingyang drew the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect, the side mission was triggered. The content of the mission was very simple. Defeat this first-rate sect in the Dragon Tiger battle. If completed, the reward would be 2 experience talismans. In the past, the rewards would be given after completion. The side mission this time was actually marked with a price tag. No wonder when Arjun Goshing saw this, he covered his face and let out a strange laughter. If he defeated this sect and obtained the reward, he would be able to use the 2 experience talismans to break through a grade. "What are you waiting for? Beat him, beat him, beat him." At that moment, Jun's face's face Tu's face. Duan Zishou, who didn't know what was going on, thought that he might have realized that his opponent was too strong and couldn't take the blow. That was why he was close to going insane. Sigh. How pitiful. The draw was still ongoing. Sects to sect. Of course, many people were happy because they had drawn a low-level sect, but there were also people who were in despair because they had drawn a top-level sect. "Let's cut the crap." After drawing lots, City Lord Han announced, "The first round of the Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy will now begin." Boom. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, fireworks bloomed in the sky. It has finally begun. After the fireworks festival ended, all the martial artists in the continent instantly entered a state of excitement. The first battle of the first round, the Sect of all times versus the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect. Disciples from both sides, please enter the stage. Such a grand competition, coupled with City Lord Han's deep and penetrating voice, enhanced the atmosphere to the extreme. Shua. Shua, the 25 disciples of the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect appeared on the battle stage, causing the audience to cheer enthusiastically. First-rate sects had a lot of fans. On the other hand, the 25 disciples of the Sect of all times appeared on the battle stage, causing the entire venue to quiet down. It didn't matter if there was no audience cheering. As soon as Li Qingyang and the others appeared on the screen, the entire Azure Sun County erupted into thunderous cheers. Although the Sect of all times had drawn a first-rate sect, the situation was very grim. Even so, the martial artists and ordinary citizens of the Azure Sun County would still treat them as heroes and cheer for them with passion. "Sect of all times, hold on!" a martial artist yelled at the top of his lungs. "Sect of all times, hold on! Sect of all times, hold on!" The cheers from countless people shook the sky of the Azure Sun County. Even some 3-year-old children were affected by the atmosphere. They clenched their fists and yelled at the screen, "Sect of all times, hold on!" Representatives from both sides. An old man stepped onto the stage and said, "Will it be a one-on-one battle or a chaotic battle?" Many disciples would participate in every dragon and tiger battle. They could choose a one-on-one battle or a chaotic battle to determine the winner. Actually, there were one-on-one and group battles at the beginning, but the latter was too time-consuming. Thus, the 2 battles were combined and the participants were allowed to make their own choices. "Whatever," Li Qingyang said. Su Xiaoma and the others behind him were full of battle intent. To them, it didn't matter if it was a one-on-one battle or a group battle, as long as they could fight to their heart's content. The leading disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect said calmly, "It's too time-consuming to fight 25 people one by one. Why don't we have a chaotic battle?" "Sure," Li Qingyang said. The old man announced loudly, "The first battle of the first round of the Dragon and Tiger battle will be a chaotic battle." "A chaotic battle?" The sect of all times is really courageous. They actually dare to fight a first-rate sect. I'm afraid they don't want to waste time. They should quickly lose and pack their bags to go home. Just as the crowd was discussing, the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect had already spread out. Powerful spiritual energy instantly filled the air. Oh my God! They're all martial kings. Nonsense, this is a first-rate sect. They're only ordinary disciples. If they sent their elite disciples, the other sects wouldn't have a need to participate. When the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect entered battle mode and unleashed their martial king cultivation, the venue immediately entered a small climax. The projection formation was a little naughty. At this moment, the camera turned to the disciples of the sect of all times. It was as if they wanted to show the despair on their faces in front of the 25 martial kings of the Great Development Sacred Sect. It was not despair. It was endless fighting spirit. Li Qingyang, who was standing at the front, gently raised his hand. Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the rest spread out and locked on to one of the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect. Some of them were smiling, and some of them were showing disdain. The battle begins. At this moment, the referee shouted loudly. Go! The disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew. Su Xiaoma instantly approached and swept his right leg that was filled with spiritual energy. Boom, thump, 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 the disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect staggered backward with his hands crossed. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Stomp, Su Xiaoma strode forward and leaped into the air. His footprints suddenly exploded in midair and pressed down like an inescapable net. Boom! 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 The violent footprints crashed down again and again. The disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect could only activate his chi wall to resist. Although he managed to defuse it, he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Boom! On the other side, an explosion was heard. Xiao Zuiji, whose entire body was filled with earth element spiritual energy, was bombarding his opponent. With every attack, the air was filled with an afterimage that was almost solid. The audience widened their eyes. The battle had just begun, and the two disciples of the sect of all times seemed to be as powerful as the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect. Boom! At this moment, an explosion was heard from the screen again. Everyone looked over and saw a disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect had fallen at the edge of the arena. Yi Xingchen stopped in front of him and said calmly, "Trash." Boom! He kicked him. That disciple of the Great Development Holy Sect flew out and fell outside the fighting stage with a grimace on his face. Eliminated, eliminated. Perhaps because the battle between a fifth-rate sect and a first-rate sect was a hot topic, the organizers allowed the Sect of all times and the Great Development Sacred Sect to start the first round of the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. Indeed, it was a hot topic, because when Yi Xingchen eliminated a disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect in the cleanest way, the entire continent was in an uproar. A martial king disciple of a first-rate sect was eliminated at the beginning of the competition. This was simply unimaginable. How is this possible? The elders of the various sects were astonished. Although the disciple sent by the Great Development Sacred Sect was not the best, he was still a martial king. If he could be defeated so quickly, then how strong was the disciple of the Sect of all times? He is Yi Xingchen. That guy who killed his way into the Gathering of Heroes leaderboard in the shortest amount of time. That's him. No wonder he is so strong. When the cultivators recognized Yi Xingchen, the shock in their hearts lessened. In such a short time, he entered the human board and the earth board. This disciple of the Sect of all times was definitely strong. Crack! In a corner of a city, a black-robed man saw Yi Xingchen defeating his opponent on the screen and said hatefully, "This guy has become stronger again." However, he smiled coldly and said, "During this period of time, I have also undergone tremendous changes. Yi Xingchen, Sect of all times, sooner or later, I will trample all of you under my feet and trample on you." Sigh. On the spectator stand, Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It's not challenging at all." Although the disciples sent by the Great Development Sacred Sect were all martial kings, their overall strength was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He was just that confident and arrogant. However, Duan Zisho, who was sitting beside him, had a change of expression. He originally thought that after the competition began, the disciples of the Sect of all times would be defeated in seconds. In the end, the Great Development Sacred Sect had already lost one of their disciples. It's fine, it's fine. It's just the beginning. There are still 24 disciples left. When they fight seriously, the Sect of all times will definitely not be able to escape. Boom, another explosion came from the arena, interrupting Duan Zishou's train of thought. He hurriedly looked over and saw a disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect being punched out by Xiaoziji. Another one eliminated. Oh my god, this speed is too fast. The audience was dumbfounded. The first Great Evolution Sect disciple being eliminated could still be attributed to underestimating his opponent. However, the second disciple being eliminated was obviously because he was unable to match his opponent in terms of strength. The most tragic thing was, throughout the entire exchange, Xianxia had been on the defensive, unable to launch an effective counterattack. Before he was sent flying. Interesting. Zhao Dezhuang was still looking at Xiaoziji. Seeing him use his toughest physical body to send his opponent flying, a strong fighting spirit immediately appeared in his eyes. Shua. Xiaoziji retracted his hand and looked at him. Although the two of them were separated by a great distance, the exchange of glances seemed to create sparks of passion. Qingyang County. When Yixingchen and Xiaoziji defeated the Grand Yen Saint's disciples one after another, they had completely fallen into absolute madness. Some of the more emotional ones even pulled their clothes and shouted loudly. In the past dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, regardless of whether it was a one-on-one or a group battle, the Sect disciples representing Southwest Yangzhou had always lost. Now that the first round of the competition had just begun, the Sect of all times had eliminated two first-rate Great Development Sacred Sect disciples in a chaotic battle, no doubt breaking the record and breaking the awkwardness. Dojo Master. Elder Zhou said excitedly, the Sect of all times has eliminated another one. Yi Tianqing, who was standing in front, did not speak, but his body was trembling violently. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Boom, boom. In the array, the Sect of all times disciple and the Great Development Sacred Sect disciple had already started fighting. Light flashed, and spiritual energy spread out. The audience's eyes widened as they watched. In their imagination, when a fifth-rate sect and a first-rate sect fought, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Not only was this fifth-rate sect disciple not beaten by a first-rate sect disciple, but he also quickly gained the upper hand. Huff, huff, Long Xiang strode forward, unleashing his mountain-collapsing earth-shattering fist. Tianqi, Song Xianzhou, and the rest were also releasing their spiritual energy and martial arts to their heart's content. They did not care if their opponent was a first-rate sect. They only cared about being able to fight to their heart's content at this moment. Ancient Shadowless Kick. Earth-shattering fist. Crimson Sky Flame Slash. Boom, boom, boom. The Sect of all times disciples released their martial arts in unison, bursting into a dazzling light. As it was rare for them to encounter a strong opponent, they did not directly defeat their opponent like Yixingchen and Xiaoziji. Instead, they suppressed their opponent from beginning to end so that they could fight for a while longer. Damn it! A Great Development Sacred Sect disciple shouted, "Form the array!" Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone moved closer and maintained a certain distance. Looking down from above, one could see that they had already set up a strange array. Great Spirit Amplification Illusion Array. This is a high-level combination martial arts technique. I didn't expect them to use it at the beginning of the battle. The Sect of all times disciples are not weak either. If they don't use their full strength now, it will be difficult for them to turn the tables. While the crowd was discussing, the 20 to 30 Great Development Sacred Sect disciples released their cultivation at the same time. Then, they quickly connected with each other. In an instant, the entire fighting ring was covered by a vast amount of spiritual energy. Huff huff, all of a sudden, the spiritual energy gathered together and transformed into a gigantic Dharma idol. 6 thick and long arms extended from the Dharma idol. It's the spiritual illusion god. A Dharma idol formed by so many Great Development Sacred Sect disciples. Its strength is probably not weaker than a peak martial king, right? This is the foundation of a first-rate sect. Looking at the gigantic Dharma idol that was formed, Jun Changxiao said with interest, "This is getting interesting." Getting interesting? Duan Zisho said coldly, "Jun Patriarch, I'm afraid you don't know that the power of this combination martial arts technique is extremely terrifying." "I can see that," Jun Changxiao said. Judging from the aura of the Dharma idol, it was probably not weaker than a peak martial king. However, so what? In the life and death secret realm, my disciples used spirit beasts comparable to Wu Huang to practice. A mere peak martial king was not enough. Huff huff, the spiritual illusion god suddenly waved his two large hands and smashed them down on the Sect of All Time's disciples. The power of the attack instantly stirred up the space, causing it to gradually distort. Under the pressure of the large hands, the sky darkened. The Sect of All Time's disciples who were gathered together were indifferent. Even the corners of their mouths were raised in disdain. Why don't they dodge? Ta! Xiao Ziji took a step forward and stood behind his fellow disciples. Then, he suddenly opened his arms and dense earth element spiritual energy gathered between his palms. From the light screen, this man was like an indestructible wall. Huff huff, the spiritual illusion god's two large hands suddenly pressed down. Xiao Ziji's clothes were torn. Earth element spiritual energy burst out from every inch of his solid muscles and turned into two large hands, directly grabbing the large hands that pressed down. Why didn't his pants break? Go ask Cockroach. Ka ka ka. After catching the two heavy hands, the floor under Xiao Ziji's feet instantly shattered. The audience all opened their mouths. Rise. At this moment, Xiao Ziji's veins popped out. He suddenly exerted strength in his arms. Huff huff, the spiritual illusion god was directly lifted up. The 23 Saint Sun disciples who were responsible for supporting him could not help but take a step forward. Their eyes were immediately filled with shock. The Dharma idol formed by so many of us was actually pulled away by him alone. Just how strong was his physical strength? Ah! Xiao Zuiji, who had exposed his upper body, roared angrily. The power in his arms exploded wildly, and Spirit Illusion Elder was directly pulled up. Then, it drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell heavily onto the other side of the fighting ring. Boom, the Spirit Illusion Elder was lifted off the ground and fell to the ground. The martial artists who were watching this scene through the projection array all stared with their eyes wide open. The audience in the venue could directly see it, so their mouths were open enough to stuff a few eggs in. If it was a shoulder throw, it would still be understandable, but the Spirit Illusion Elder was a manifestation of spiritual energy, not a physical beast. That Sect of All Time's disciple actually lifted it up with his bare hands and then fell to the ground. This was too shocking, moreover. It was formed by 23 martial kings. It was too explosive, too terrifying. Whoosh whoosh. A powerful aura spread out from the stage. Xiao Ziji exposed his upper body, his back facing the projection array, and explained to all the martial artists in the continent what it meant to have the strength to lift mountains. At that moment, the spectating martial artists only had two words for this Sect of All Time's disciple who had an explosive physical body. Awesome, in the distant Lily Sacred Sect. After Xiao Zui used his own strength to pull up the mountain and destroy the Dharma idol formed by the 23 martial kings, the entire sect fell into silence. The Lily Sacred Sect had originally signed up to participate in the Dragon-Tiger battle. Later, one of their most outstanding disciples was defeated by Xiao Ziji. They had lost a lot of face and could only apply for cancellation. Master. Morong Xian stood at the back of the mountain and looked at the man's back on the screen. She said bitterly, when he came to fight, he did not use his full strength, yes. At that time, Xiao Ziji did not use his full strength. He came to the Lily Sacred Sect to regain the dignity that he had lost, that was all. Qing Huixin's eyes flashed with anger. She originally thought that her disciple could continue to cultivate and surpass Xiao Ziji, but now, from that guy's strength, the gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger. Damn it! Qing Huixin was very unwilling. However, she had to accept the fact that the disciples of the Sect of All Times were getting stronger and stronger. Senior Brother Xiao, mighty! Senior Brother Xiao, mighty! Ironbone Mountain. When Xiao Ziji fell to the Spirit Illusion Elder, more than 10,000 disciples cheered in unison. Ha ha ha! Lu Wancher held the spoon and danced with joy. The pitiful one black and two black stood in front of the stove, their faces covered with leaves. Once again, he returned to the stage. After Xiao Ziji threw Ling Huanzun to the ground, the Great Development Sacred Sect's disciples could not control their bodies and staggered forward. When they steadied themselves and looked at the disciple of the Sect of all times, their eyes were filled with fear. This man was too terrifying. Form the formation. A disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect shouted angrily. Shua, shua, more than 20 people adjusted their positions and activated their spiritual energy to the maximum. The illusion senior, who had fallen to the ground, stood up again. Shua. Shua. Shua, 8 arms swung, carrying the force of 10,000 caddies as they blasted towards Xiao Ziji. They were very angry. His Dharma idol was also stimulated to the extreme. Ka ka ka. Xiao Ziji, whose back was facing the spirit illusion elder, was covered in light as a solid black armor instantly formed. Huff huff, at this moment, Spirit Illusion Elder's fist smashed down, and the power it carried instantly caused the ground to crack. Boom! Yang Yuhua rushed over and stood in front of senior brother Xiao. She stretched out her palms and directly caught the heavy fist. Ka ka ka. At the same time, streams of light surrounded her arms and spread to her entire body. When the light dissipated, a solid armor was already on her body. The process of Xiao Ziji and Yang Yuhua activating their spirit armor could only be described as handsome. The calmness they displayed throughout the process could only be described as pretentious. In Xianxia's words, since they were participating in the dragon-tiger battle, they were here to show off. In this world, no one could stop the disciples of the Sect of all times from showing off. If there was, then let them die. Huff. Huff. The other 7 arms pressed down fiercely. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold spread from afar, and layers of frost covered the big hands. I seal. Lu Qianqian crossed her jade-like hands and shouted coldly. Ka ka ka, the 7 arms pressing down were instantly frozen, and the falling speed was greatly reduced. It's sealed. The spectators exclaimed. This girl's understanding of the ice element is terrifying, an ice elementalist said in a deep voice. Boom, a fist hit the arm that Yang Yuhua had caught and directly smashed it into pieces. Then, He Wudi floated down and said, leave it to me. Shua. Shua, Xiao Ziji and Yang Yuhua dodged. He Wudi stood under the frozen arm and shook it. His slightly lazy gaze instantly turned sharp. You're serious now? Jun Changxiao asked. This last disciple's cultivation had improved very quickly, but he had never seen how strong his combat power was. Shua. He Wudi's spiritual energy gathered in his right fist and immediately used landslide fist, huff huff, huff huff. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with terrifying fist aura. Yi Xingchen frowned. He had been cultivating landslide fist, but in terms of power and momentum, it was obviously far from He Wudi's. Although Night Emperor was a reborn martial emperor, this last disciple was from the upper realm. In the battle at the evil Black Dragon Sect, if not for the demonic aura entering his body due to carelessness, the group of evil faction experts who used bloodthirsty technique would not have been enough for him. In this dragon-tiger competition, all the disciples of the Sect of all times had cheats. He Wudi was flying in the sky and looked at all the cheats. Boom, 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 before the seals on the 7 arms could be unlocked, numerous fist imprints were already flying towards him. Bang. Bang. Bang, after a series of explosions, the illusion elder's arms were all broken. His spiritual energy turned into smoke and covered half of the arena. Shua. He Wudi jumped up and stretched out 2 fingers. Huff huff, crimson light quickly gathered and shot out a dazzling light beam. It blasted between the eyebrows of the tottering illusion elder and penetrated it. Pooh. Pooh. The disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect spat out blood. As their minds were in a mess, the condensed illusion elder dissipated on the arena. It's broken. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiao Zuiji's tossing of spirit illusion elder was already valiant enough, but that disciple actually killed him so easily. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, my last disciple should be as strong as a peak martial king. If I had known, I would not have brought him to the dragon tiger competition. Why? Because he was too strong. He did not give the other participants any chance to survive. Don't waste time. Lu Qianxian, who had been silent, said, end the battle quickly. Li Qingyang and the others did not dare to disobey eldest senior sister's order. Shua. Shua. Therefore, they did not care about the injuries of the Great Development Sacred Sect disciple. They gathered all kinds of skills and attacked. Yi Xingchen was the most active one. After all, he had been called trash before the battle started. He would definitely vent his anger on the other participants. Plop. Plop. The injured disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect could not withstand the attacks of the disciples of the Sect of all times. They flew out of the arena one by one. The audience was dumbfounded. After a while, there was only one disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect left on the arena. The 25 disciples of the Sect of all times standing in front of him were either leaning to the side, hugging their hands, or squatting down. They were emitting a strong aura as if they had turned into monsters. Ah! The disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect shouted angrily. In the end, before he could even make a move, he was sent flying by Su Xiaoma's kick and landed neatly with his family. At this moment, the first battle of the first round had ended. After a long pause, the referee said, the Great Development Sacred Sect has been eliminated. The winner is the Sect of all times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received Experience Talisman X2. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. A notification sounded in his ears. However, Jun Changxiao was shocked and said, what about the contribution points? The system said, this kind of side mission with a price tag will not give contribution points as a reward. F***CK. Jun Changxiao broke down and said, are you kidding me? P.S. There's more, please vote. The first battle of the first round had ended. All 25 disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect were sent flying. None of the disciples of the Sect of all times were eliminated. The entire Falling Star continent fell into absolute silence after the referee made the announcement. In the beginning, everyone thought that the Sect of all times would help the Great Development Sacred Sect advance effortlessly. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about this fifth-rate sect. Even the citizens of the Azure Sun County cheered for them, hoping that they could withstand the attacks of a first-rate sect. In the end, the Great Development Sacred Sect was defeated and became the stepping stone of the Sect of all times, helping them advance to the second round. Actually, they shouldn't have shouted for the Sect of all times to hold on. They should have shouted for the Great Development Sacred Sect to hold on. Unfortunately, they didn't hold on. Even with the Great Spirit Amplification Illusion Array, they were still mercilessly crushed by the disciples of the Sect of all times. This was the story of a river of sorrow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. They were fixed on the group of disciples of the Sect of all times who were standing irregularly on the stage. Some were leaning to the side, some were cupping their hands, and some were clenching their fists. Deep fear rose in their eyes. Monsters, come and see, a group of monsters. Duan Zisho had the richest expression on his face. The Great Development Saint's disciples were all defeated. He even subconsciously rubbed his eyes to confirm if what he saw was real. It was real and effective, a first-rate sect that even his own disciples would go all out against, lost to the Sect of all times just like that. It was unimaginable and unbelievable. Hey! Jun Changxiao, who was sitting at the side, leaned back in his chair and supported the back of his head with both hands. He smiled and said, I hope your sect can pass the first round. This way, we might still have a chance to meet. Duan Zisho's mouth twitched violently. Before the battle, he couldn't wait to meet the Sect of all times. However, now that the first-rate sect was defeated, he would definitely be unlucky to meet them in the second round. The elders of the various sects who were originally regretting that they weren't matched with this fifth-rate sect were now incomparably glad that they weren't matched in the first round. Therefore, all contempt and mockery could only be crushed by absolute strength. The Sect of all times defeated the Great Development Sacred Sect and undoubtedly used their actions to prove themselves to the world. Plop. In the certification center in southwest Yangzhou, Yi Tianqing collapsed on the chair that Elder Zhou had prepared for him like a deflated balloon. His breathing was rapid, and his fingers were trembling violently. No one knew that when the Grand Development sacred ancestors were sent flying one by one, the dojo master's expression was very rich. When the competition was over, when the dust settled, only then did her little heart, which had been hanging in her throat, return to its original state, and she seemed to have collapsed. This meant that when a person was in a highly tense situation, they would expend a lot of energy. Even if it was a martial artist with a high realm, it would be hard to avoid this. Hall Master, Elder Zhou held onto the chair and said excitedly, "We won. The sect of all times won, we won, we won." Yi Tianxing, who was leaning on the chair, murmured softly. Then, he could no longer control his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. In the past Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy, the sects that were sent out were all eliminated in the first round. This time, the sect of all times had finally broken the curse and advanced to the second round. How could he not cry tears of joy? Furthermore, the sect that represented Southwest Yangzhou had even created 2 new records. First, a 5th-rate sect had advanced to the second round. Second, a 1st-rate sect had been eliminated in the first round. In the past Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy, although the 5th-rate sects had occasionally participated, they had all been eliminated in the first round. After a long time, the 5th-rate sects no longer dared to participate. As for the 1st-rate sects that participated in each competition, they had never been eliminated in the second round, let alone in the first round. Today, the sect of all times had defeated the Grand Development Sacred Sect. The legend of the first-rate sects being undefeated in the first round was completely broken. No wonder the entire Falling Star continent fell into silence after the judges announced the results. This was because the 2 records that this sect had created were truly unprecedented. They won. The sect of all times won. After a short moment of silence, the tens of millions of citizens of Azure Sun County cheered excitedly. Many of them were so excited that their eyes were blurred with tears. Southwest Yangzhou is the weakest prefecture, and there is only 1 spot in each Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy. If we go, we will only be a stepping stone for the other sects to advance to the second round. Azure Sun County is only a 9th-grade sect, and we are not in the eyes of the martial artists from the high-grade counties. It's okay, we have the sect of all times. He represented Southwest Yangzhou and Azure Sun County. It was enough for him to defeat a godlike first-rate sect. Tens of millions of martial artists and citizens looked at the scattered disciples of the sect of all times on the screen. Their backs were straightened like never before, and their faces were filled with ecstasy and pride. The sect of all times is mighty. The sect of all times is mighty. The angry shouts tore through the sky of Azure Sun County and spread even further. In the opposite direction. In Ironbone Mountain, in the sect of all times. Although the disciples were happy, they did not appear to be that crazy because it was normal for their senior brother to defeat a first-rate sect disciple. Very strong. How did they cultivate? If we encounter them, there will be a fierce battle. The participating disciples of the various sects who had yet to enter the arena stared solemnly at the disciples of the sect of all times who were walking down from the arena. Defeating the Grand Development Sacred Sect had already attracted the attention of these sect geniuses. Everyone. Suddenly, a voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw Xianxia appear in front of the array again. He said to the camera, "These are my disciples. If you join the sect of all times, you will be as strong as them." Everyone's mouth twitched. What are you waiting for? Action is better than excitement. His voice cracked when he shouted the last few words. It was mainly because he was too far away from the array and had to shout loudly. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 of the organizers, Wu Huang, grabbed Jun Changxiao and pressed him to the seat. They did not leave and stood in front of him with their arms crossed. This treatment was very good. I say, the 2 of you. Jun Changxiao broke down. There are so many people here. Don't keep staring at me. The elders of the various sects twitched their mouths. If they did not keep an eye on you, you would fly up to advertise. Who the hell could stand this? The first battle of the first round ended. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others returned to their seats. Senior brother. Li Fei muttered, they are too weak. Li Qingyang said, the first-rate sects only sent their disciples to participate in the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony. If they really fought for real and sent out their most elite disciples, we might not win so easily. With his steady personality, he would not deny the strength of the first-rate sects just because he defeated the Great Development Sacred Sect. After all, such forces with a strong foundation had many heaven-defying existences. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the first-rate sects, the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony was nothing more than sending disciples to train their troops. Those most elite disciples would definitely put their thoughts on cultivation. I hope that the opponents in the next round will be stronger, Su Xiaoma said. Li Qingyang said, the patriarch said that in this dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, there are many strong geniuses. Next, we can take the opportunity to see them. Yes. Everyone focused on the sects that were about to appear. Unfortunately, the second round was fought by two fourth-rate sects, and they were not from the central region. Both sides chose to fight one-on-one. There was no excitement in watching the matches. So boring. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were sleepy. It was only when the second-rate world-defying sacred sect fought with a third-rate sect that they became interested. Because after the two sides chose to fight one-on-one, the guy called Ao Wushuang defeated 25 people by himself. TSK. Su Xiaoma said, a bit strong. He's a strong opponent. Li Qingyang said. Shua. After the referee announced the result, Ao Wushuang jumped down from the stage. When he returned to his original position, he swept his gaze across the disciples of the sect of all times and said disdainfully, trash. Yi Xingchen's gaze gradually became cold, and said, the next round must be against the world-defying sacred sect. I want to crush him to death. P.S. Look at the situation, no, babies, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, throw them over. The competition continued. As expected, the high-level sects, especially the four first-rate sects, easily defeated their opponents and advanced to the second round. Of course, there were also low-level sects that defeated high-level sections. For example, the Iron Fist sect. This third-rate sect defeated a third-rate sect from the middle state and advanced to the second round. Although Zhao Dazhuang had only fought one match, his overwhelming cultivation made the audience believe that this kid's strength was definitely extraordinary. There are indeed many good geniuses in this dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. Many experts began to discuss among themselves. However, when they inadvertently looked at the disciples of the sect of all times and thought of the scene of them beating up the disciples of the first-rate sects, they secretly said, the disciples sent by the sect of all times are all monsters. You are Xiao Ziji? Zhao Dazhuang, who had just walked down, stopped outside the waiting area of the sect of all times. That's right, Xiao Ziji said. Zhao Dazhuang grinned and said, I hope we can meet in the next round. He was very excited when he defeated Spirit Illusion Elder with the strength to pick up a mountain. He also realized that his opponent's physical body was definitely very strong. His master was right. This disciple of the sect of all times was a very good opponent. If he could fight around, it would be worth the trip. I think so too, Xiao Ziji said. Meeting in the wild and walking with large strides while carrying a spirit beast, he had the urge to spar. Boom. After the final two sects emerged victorious, the first round of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy came to an end. The 200 sects had fought 100 rounds, so the sky was dark after all the matches were over. Everyone. City Lord Han said loudly, the first round of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy has ended. Please pay attention to the second round tomorrow. It was so satisfying. Especially the sect of all times. I didn't expect them to be the biggest upset and defeat the first-rate Grand Evolution Sacred Sect. The audience left the venue one after another, but they were still discussing the duel between the sects on the way back. Jun Changxiao also stood up. However, after taking 2 steps, the two Wu Huang followed him. He was afraid that Zhang Xian would fly up and shamelessly advertise for the sect. Thus, he had to follow him closely. Buzz, all of a sudden, the projection array turned dark. After making sure that the formation has been closed, the two Wu Huang men finally feel relieved and leave. The two brothers stared at Jun Patriarch for half a day and were quite tired, so they found a restaurant to sit down and ordered a few dishes and 2 pots of wine to relax. Let's go, let's go. After the cultivators of the various provinces and cities saw the light curtain dimming, they got up and left one after another, secretly deciding to come early tomorrow to occupy a better position to watch the battle. Buzz, however, before they could leave, the dimmed light screen of the formation lit up again. Xianxia's handsome face appeared once again. He stroked his hair and said with a smile, "Everyone, I, Xianxia, am back." All the martial artists on the continent were petrified. Pooh! When the two Wu Huang from the organizer saw that the projection array was suddenly activated and that shameless guy appeared on the screen again, they spat out their wine on the spot and the chopsticks in their hands fell to the ground. Wasn't the formation turned off? Why did it turn on again? The two of them didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly flew out of the window. Then, they approached Xianxia, who was promoting his sect with great emotion. They each grabbed one of his arms and pulled him back, shouting, "Quickly close the array." Several formation masters below were sweating profusely and communicating with the projection array. In the end, it took them a long time to turn it off again. He dared to hijack the formation just to advertise. June Patriarch. You're truly a lunatic, however. It also sounded the alarm for the organizer. They hurriedly sent dozens of formation masters overnight to reinforce the projection array and build a firewall to prevent it from being hacked again. More than that. In order to prevent that shameless guy from interfering with the competition again and forcefully advertising, City Lord Han sent several Wu Huang men. The next day, Xianxia was just sitting in the spectator seat. Swish! 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 10 burly brothers quickly surrounded him. Xianxia's mouth twitched and said, "Excuse me, I want to go to the toilet." "We'll go with you," the 10 Wu Huang men shouted in unison. The mission given by City Lord Han was very simple. They must keep an eye on this guy and must not let him take the opportunity to fly into the projection array. Okay. Xianxia leaned on the chair and said, "I can still hold on for a while." Buzz, the projection array started again. On the screen, the 100 sects that had advanced to the second round entered one after another, leading to loud cheers. When the disciples of the sect of all times appeared, many of the audience members shouted again. Yesterday's unexpected defeat of a first-rate sect made them recognize this fifth-rate sect. They were willing to be fans and cheer for them. The sects were in position. City Lord Han did not waste any time and went straight to the point, asking the disciples to draw lots to choose their opponents for the second round. "Please don't draw the sect of all times, please don't draw the sect of all times." A disciple representative walked up to the stage, stood in front of the box, and muttered silently. Yesterday, he still wanted to draw it, but today, he did not want to draw it. This kind of psychological change was quite big. Shwa. He reached in and took it out. The sect shown on the sign was not the sect of all times, which made the disciple let out a long sigh of relief. "Senior sister, you go." "Okay." Li Qingyang walked over again. After drawing lots, he was able to face it calmly. However, the disciples of the other sects were nervous and worried. They prayed in their hearts, "Please don't draw their own sects." Shwa. Li Qingyang raised his hand and stopped. Sect of all time second round opponent is, City Lord Han probably knew that this new sect was very popular, so he deliberately dragged out his voice before announcing, "Golden Brilliance Holy Sect." Not bad, not bad. The sects that were not selected immediately let out a long sigh of relief. However, Duan Zisho, who was sitting in the VIP spectator seats, was stunned. There were so many sections. Why was it his own sect? For this matter, the eliminated Grand Development Holy Sect was also thinking about it. There were so many sects, but why was it the first to be drawn? Brother. Xianxia looked through the small gap left by Wu Huang and grinned, "It's finally as you wish." Duan Zisho's mouth twitched. Of course, he could not be pessimistic. Instead, he straightened his back and sneered, "Meeting my Golden Brilliance Holy Sect, your sect of all time's dark horse road ends here." "Is that so?" Xianxia touched his chin. "Gotcha. Gotcha." The round of drawing opponents continued, but in the area where the sect of all times was, there was already the sound of bones cracking. Su Shama shook his head and rotated his wrist. There was a sinister smile on his face. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were also warming up before the battle. The patriarch's repeated instructions from last night rang in their ears: if you meet Golden Brilliant's holy sect, beat them to death. Keywords. Beat them to death. City Lord Han fully considered the topic. After the drawing ceremony was over, he announced loudly, the first battle of the second round, Sect of All Times versus Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect. Shua. Li Qingyang got up and waved his sleeves. Let's go. Shua. 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 Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others clenched their fists and then stepped onto the martial arts field. Hoo-hoo, they stood on the stage and looked at the Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect disciples who were walking over. They released a powerful aura. It was as if their whole body turned black in an instant, and their eyes flashed with a sinister red light. Duan Zisho's heart suddenly thumped. Their eyes are so scary. The audience felt their hair stand on end as they watched. Those Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect disciples who were walking over were also frightened. At this moment, it was most appropriate to describe them as panicking Holy Sect. P.S. I won't be as shameless as June Patriarch. I will weekly ask for votes. When the disciples of the Sect of All Times stood on the stage, it was as if they had turned into demons from hell, exuding an extremely gloomy gaze. The disciples of the Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect panicked. This kind of terrifying gaze was too frightening. This is troublesome. Duan Zisho's face was extremely ugly. From the expressions of the disciples of the Sect of All Times, he guessed that once the fight started, it would definitely be stronger than yesterday. This elder could still muster up the courage to speak ruthlessly to Jun Changshao, but now he was terrified. He only hoped that after the fight started, the disciples would be easily defeated. Easily defeated? He had underestimated Jun Changxia's tolerance. Swish. Swish. The disciples of the Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect stood on the stage with difficulty. Compared to the disciples of the Sect of All Times, they seemed to be much weaker. The atmosphere is not right. The disciples of the Sect of All Times seemed to hate the Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect. Everyone could see that something was wrong. At this moment, the referee stepped onto the stage and asked, representatives of both sides, do you want to fight one-on-one or in a chaotic battle? One-on-one, Li Qingyang said. Since the Patriarch had already given the order, he would definitely torture them one by one. Qingyang. You've changed. The referee asked the representative of the Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect and then announced loudly, the first battle of the second round of the Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy will be one-on-one. The first participant, please come forward. I'll go first. Yi Xingchen strode out and stood in the middle of the stage, his eyes flashing coldly. Junior Sunday, a disciple of the Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect, said, you're up. Junior Sun's mouth twitched slightly, but he could only bite the bullet and walk up. Let the battle begin. The referee announced loudly. However, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xingchen appeared in front of the disciple of the Golden Brilliant's Holy Sect with cloud steps, his right hand whistling with a strong wind. Bang! This palm directly hit the opponent's face, causing him to fall to the ground with his teeth scattered all over the ground. Swish! Yi Xingchen strode forward, grabbed the guy's right leg and fiercely threw him to the other side. Boom! 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 The arena shook, and the audience's mouths twitched. They couldn't even bear to look at the disciple of Jinhuang Holy Sect who was being thrown around. Too cruel, too brutal. Ao Wuxuan's arrogance yesterday made the Night Emperor very angry. Therefore, even without the Patriarch's order, he would still give his opponent a good beating. Duan Zisho closed his eyes. Although he had a premonition that his disciple would suffer a calamity, he did not expect that he would be abused so miserably. Stop, stop, stop. The referee hurriedly stepped onto the stage to stop him. Contestant, Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony is nothing more than an exchange of pointers, not a battle of life and death. Please control your emotions and don't be so cruel. Even the referee was alarmed. It could be seen how terrifying Night Emperor was when he tortured people. Yi Xingchen stopped and casually threw the disciple of Jin Huang Holy Sect out of the arena. The humanized projection array even gave that guy a close-up shot. Many children were so scared that they hurriedly closed their eyes. Too tragic. Just how great is this hatred? Junior brother Yi. The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly as he transmitted his voice. You're a bit too heavy-handed. The patriarch said to torture him to death. Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, he looked at the angry disciples of Jin Huang Holy Sect and said faintly, "Send someone to continue the battle." It was not enough to torture one person. He wanted to torture a few more. "I'll do it." A disciple of Jin Huang Holy Sect took the initiative to walk out. His eyes flashed with monstrous anger. Although he was very afraid of this guy, his fellow disciple was being tortured like a ghost. Any man with a bit of courage could not bear it. "Begin." The referee shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Stop, stop, stop. It had just begun and the referee could not stand it anymore. He went onto the stage to continue to stop Xianxia. There was no other way. If he did not hurry up to dissuade him, it would be easy for him to lose his life. This old man was destined to be the busiest referee today. Because after defeating the second opponent, Night Emperor still chose to continue the battle. Every time the battle began, he would be merciless. Begin. Stop, stop, stop. Begin. Stop, stop, stop. After a few more battles, the referee went up and down to dissuade him. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. I said, "Can't you guys replace that violent maniac so that my old bones can safely preside over this sect battle?" In a certain city, Xianxia violently abused the disciples of Jin Huang Holy Sect again and again. The black-robed man leaning against the corner of the wall clenched his fists tightly. He was very familiar with these scenes. He had been involved, so he understood the pain of being abused very well. Some scars could be healed, but some scars would turn into scars, deeply imprinted on the skin and deeply imprinted in the heart. Gotcha. The black-robed man clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Xianxia, if I, Dai Lu, don't trample you under my feet, I swear I am not a human. It turned out that he was our lovely brother Green Scarf. No wonder he hated Xianxia so much. After all, he had been abused more than once. Of course. Dai Lu also realized that although he had the devouring power and could quickly improve his cultivation, in terms of strength, he was still inferior to that guy. It didn't matter. The path of martial arts had just begun. When I could use my ability freely and break through to a higher level, I would definitely be able to trample that guy under my feet and take back the humiliation I had suffered. Brother Green Scarf's spirit of never being discouraged despite repeated defeats is worth learning. The sad thing was, even if he had the devouring power, how could he compete with Xianxia, who had been reborn as a martial emperor and was cultivating in the sect of all times? You just added a layer of buff. That guy added 2 layers of buff. There was no way to win at all. It was simply giving away the last time. It didn't matter, it didn't matter. Dai Lu took out a yellowed map, his eyes flashing with green light. As long as I can find the treasure inside, I will definitely be able to improve to a higher level. This was undoubtedly what he had obtained from the stall. His intuition told him that there must be a hidden great opportunity. Boss. At a stall in a certain city, a youth picked up the same yellowed map as Dai Lu's and said, "How much do you want to buy this?" "Young man," the stall owner said in a meaningful tone, "your eyes are very unique. This map is my family's heirloom. It is said that there is a great secret hidden in it, and only those who are fated can see it. Since you have taken a fancy to it, then it is fate. 10 taels of silver, take it." "Okay, deal." The inexperienced youth handed over 10 taels of silver and left with the map in his hand. The old man took the money and said to himself, "I cheated another one. Phew." Dai Lu retracted his gaze from the screen and followed the route on the yellowed map. He could already foresee the scene of him finding the treasure and obtaining the opportunity, trampling on Xianxia, and punching the sect of all times. Back at the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy. When Xianxia defeated the 10th disciple, Li Qingyang stopped him and let Su Xiaoma fight. The main reason was that he was too fierce. He was afraid that he would lose control and kill someone. Phew, seeing that the violent maniac was replaced, the referee let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Begin." Boom, boom, boom. Stop, stop, stop. Su Xiaoma had just started to abuse when the referee jumped up to stop him. He said with a face full of despair, "Is there any normal person in the sect of all times?" Plop. Plop. the 25 battles ended. The disciples of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect were beaten by the disciples of the Sect of All Times until they were paralyzed on the ground like mud. Brother, Xianxia said, thank you for letting me win. Duan Zisho powerlessly slumped on his seat. He brought his disciples to participate in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy for the sake of ranking. In the end, he was eliminated in the second round, and he was beaten so miserably, the 10 brothers surrounding Sect Master Jun tensed up. Because, according to that guy's character, he might just suddenly rush towards the projection array and advertise for them. Watch him closely. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival. Keep the recommendation ticket for me tomorrow. Not only did Golden Brilliance Holy Sect lose, but their disciples were also ruthlessly beaten up. From the way they were carried down, it wasn't hard to tell that they had suffered both physical and mental injuries. How pitiful. Sect of All Times disciples are too ruthless. The audience discussed, and at the same time, they also understood the cruel side of Sect of All Times. Those participating Sect disciples couldn't help but feel nervous. They were worried that if they continued, would they also be beaten up badly in the next round? Don't worry. As long as they weren't remembered, they would be safe. Except for the second-rate world-defying Holy Sect. Because of Ao Wushuang's arrogance, even if Jun Changxiao didn't care, Yi Xingchen, who was more narrow-minded, had already remembered it in his heart. Trash. Night Emperor looked at the arrogant guy opposite him and secretly said, don't get eliminated. Ao Wushuang looked over with a disdainful smile. Although this Sect of All Times disciples' performance was very good, in his eyes, they were just vulgar trash. Golden Brilliance Holy Sect is eliminated. Winner, Sect of All Times. The referee's weak voice sounded in the venue and transmitted through the screen to all the cities in the continent. Why was he weak? Wasn't it because he frequently came up to stop them? They won again. Sect of All Times won again. When the referee's voice reverberated in Azure Sun County, all the cities once again fell into a frenzy. Yi Tianqing sat on the chair again, and his expression changed from dull to ecstatic. In the end, he covered his face with both hands, and his body trembled violently. It was unknown whether he was laughing or crying. They broke the curse and entered the second round, and now they entered the third round. This newly promoted fifth-rate sect had been creating new records that belonged to the Southwest Yangzhou sect. Proud, Mu Changhong, who was in the city lord's mansion, was also full of smiles. The Sect of All Times' performance had far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to advertise. However, Jun Changxiao could only sit there obediently because the 10 brothers beside him were staring at him. There was no way out for him at all. Aya. He held his stomach and said, my stomach hurts, here. One of the brothers threw a wooden bucket over and said indifferently, put it inside. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Then, he pointed to the sky and exclaimed, look, a gray plane. The 10 brothers remained indifferent and continued to stare at him with their eyes wide open. All right. Jun Changxiao gave up. He leaned against the chair and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he continued to release his spiritual thoughts to penetrate the projection array, but he ran into a wall again and again. The organizer had done a perfect job of preventing fire, theft, and Changxiao. The second round of the competition was still going on. The various sects and clans went up the stage one after another, displaying all their martial arts skills and fighting brilliantly. After the disciples of the Sect of All Times returned to their positions, they would also choose to watch the battle. For example, Xiao Ziji's attention was on Zhao Dazhuang. When Zhao Dazhuang appeared, he would naturally pay close attention. Shua. Shua. On the battle stage, sword light flashed. Clang, after a while, the Spirit Sword Sect disciple casually sheathed his sword. The clothes of the participants standing beside him were cut by the sword, but their skin was not injured. What a fast sword! As expected of a sword genius who has comprehended the fast realm. This Spirit Sword Sect also has a lot of potential. Hearing the discussion of the elders nearby, Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, that guy is Jian Feiyun. From the information given by Tang Ren, this person had a lot of experience. Mainly because he was a sword cultivator and had comprehended a sword realm, his strength was the most difficult to determine. Zhou Hong should be very concerned, right? Sure enough, when Jun Changxiao looked at his disciple, he saw that he was staring at Jian Feiyun, his eyes flashing with a strong desire to fight. Some people would ask, dragons and tigers can use weapons? Yes, as long as both sides agreed, the battle would be changed from hand-to-hand combat to armed combat. The competition continued. Next up was the world-defying sacred sect. Ao Wushuang once again defeated all his opponents by himself, displaying an extremely powerful combat strength. He could be so arrogant because he had the capital. Shua. After Ao Wushuang stepped down from the stage, he stopped in the waiting area of the Sect of All Times and gave Xianxia a thumbs down provocatively. Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. In the sect, Xianxia's temper was the most violent. This guy kept provoking him, which was equivalent to crazily testing the line between life and death. Senior brother. Li Fei whispered, I bet that if junior brother Yi meets that guy, he can beat him up until he can't get out of bed for half a year. Half a year is too short. Tianqi said, in my opinion, he'll be bedridden for at least 2 or 3 years. No. Su Xiaoma said seriously, with junior brother Ye's personality, that guy will probably die on the stage. Ah? Li Fei and Tianqi were startled. If someone died, it would be a big deal. Li Qingyang was also worried about this, so he hurriedly transmitted his voice, Junior brother Yi, if you really meet this person, you must control your emotions. You must not do anything extreme. Yi Xingchen said with a cold gaze, do I look like someone who would mess around? Whoosh whoosh, killing intent filled the air, Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched, and they all said in their hearts, yes. After half a day of competition, the second round ended. The 4 first-rate sects continued to be strong and smoothly advanced to the third round. The fourth-rate sects from other states were all wiped out, and the ones left on the stage were at least third-rate sections. Of course. Sect of All Times was an exception. This fifth-rate sect was able to advance to the third round, which caused less shock than yesterday. After all, they stepped on a first-rate sect to advance in the first round, so it was normal for them to defeat a second-rate sect. There are still 50 sects left. I wonder what level of opponent the Sect of All Times will draw tomorrow. Looking at their performance in the previous 2 rounds, unless they draw another first-rate sect, it will be difficult for the second-rate and third-rate sects to stop this big dark horse from advancing. Iron Fist Sect and Spirit Sword Sect are very strong, especially Zhao Dazhuang and Jian Feiyun. They may not be unqualified to fight the Sect of All Times. Although many disciples participated in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, if there was a very strong existence, they could completely turn this situation around with their own strength. For example, last year's finals. A second-rate sect against a first-rate sect. Although their overall strength was not as good, and they had lost many matches in a row, when their core disciples fought, they won 13 matches in a row, directly locking in the victory and becoming the champion. This was a classic example of heroism. Although it was the opposite of the purpose of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, there would always be one person who would lead the sect forward. Iron Fist sects Zhao Dazhuang and Spirit Sword sects Jian Feiyun, in the eyes of many powerhouses, undoubtedly had the ability to turn this situation around by themselves. Therefore, many first-rate and second-rate sects did not dare to underestimate the 2 third-rate sections. If they met in the next round, they would definitely go all out, of course. They were even more afraid of the Sect of All Times. Because after the 2 matches, there seemed to be more than one disciple who could turn the situation around with their own strength. The organizers of the Dragon and Tiger tournament did an excellent job of guarding against Jun Changxiao. They did not give him any chance to advertise. Therefore, when the tournament ended on the second day, the entire continent did not see his handsome face. The world was peaceful, and life was more beautiful, of course. The advertising effect was still there. Especially when the Sect of All Times defeated the first-rate and second-rate sects and advanced to the third round, many boys and girls were tempted. When the tournament ends, I must go to Azure Sun County. I can't wait now. I heard that this sect's assessment is very strict. I wonder if I can pass. No matter which sect won the Dragon and Tiger tournament, the Iron Bone Mountain would soon attract a large number of youths to participate in the assessment. With the current number of people in the sect of all times, if they recruited another batch of disciples, they would undoubtedly be closer to reaching the maximum number of 20,000. The next day, Xianxia sat in the spectator area again. Shua. 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 10 brothers stood in front of him, leaving only a gap for him to watch the battle. It was hard to find such treatment in the entire Starfall continent to be protected by so many Wu Huang. Let's welcome the participants. City Lord Han's deep voice sounded again. Shua. Shua. The disciples of the Sect of all times strode into the venue, and the entire venue was filled with thunderous cheers. In a world where martial arts were respected, the strong were worshipped the most. Li Qingyang and the others had undoubtedly attracted countless fans in the first 2 rounds. Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen. A group of girls shouted excitedly. The male spectator's mouth twitched. That guy was so brutal yesterday, and you actually care so much about him? Are your brains kicked by a donkey? It was mainly because of Night Emperor's strong aura. Especially when he stood proudly with his arms crossed for the past 2 days, he was definitely a girl killer. Although Xiao Ziji's performance in the first round against the first-rate Sects was amazing, many girls chose to ignore him because of his aura. Hearing someone call his name, Yi Xingchen frowned slightly and said, "A bunch of vulgar fans." Ah. Yi Xingchen is looking at me. That cold gaze is so handsome. I can't. 50 disciples entered the venue one after another. The old rules. The drawing of lots continued. Li Qingyang didn't say anything. He walked towards the drawing box and took out a token. After 2 bad matches, he finally won this time. The Sect of all times drew a third-rate sect as their opponent for the 3rd round. It's over. Despair appeared on the faces of the disciples who were hit. Especially when she looked at Yi Xingchen and recalled the horrifying scene of violence from yesterday. A chill ran down her spine from the soles of her feet. This third-rate sect is so pitiful. A moment of silence for them. The audience now had high hopes for the Sect of all times. As long as they didn't meet a first-rate sect or a sect with a top genius, they would definitely advance to the next round. True enough. After drawing lots, the battle began. The Sect of all times easily defeated this third-rate sect that the author didn't even bother to name. It's too simple. Su Xiaoma shook his head. It's not as satisfying as sparring in the sect. Li Qingyang said, this is only the 3rd round. The later opponents will only be stronger. Don't let your guard down. A few hours later, the 3rd round of battles ended. A total of 25 sects advanced to the 4th round. Today's battle was also an upset. The Iron Fist School defeated a second-rate sect from the Middle Continent with a third-rate sect. The 2 sects chose a chaotic battle mode. In the beginning, the second-rate sect definitely suppressed the Iron Fist School. However, Zhao Dazhuang relied on his strong physical body to send dozens of cultivators flying, directly establishing the victory. This was a classic example of relying on one person's strength to forcibly bring the sect to the next round. That guy is too strong. His body is like steel. He can still counterattack after taking on so many people's attacks. The Sect of all times' Xiao Ziji's defense is also not bad. When the 2 of them meet, they will definitely have an exciting physical battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. In the waiting area, Xiao Ziji's fighting spirit grew stronger after seeing Zhao Dazhuang's battle. 25 sects advanced. How would they be distributed? If there was a situation where they couldn't match all their opponents, the organizer would choose to give one sect a bye. Coincidentally, the sect that won the last round was all injured. The higher-ups of the sect assessed that they couldn't continue to fight in the next round and could only helplessly announce that they forfeited. The further they went, the more intense the battles became. It was not uncommon for both sides to be injured or to have a difficult victory. This was still considered good. At least the winner forfeited. In the previous dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, there would occasionally be 2 equally matched sections. They would fight until they were completely exhausted and unable to determine a winner. In the end, they could only return home together. The 3rd day of battles ended. The initial excitement in the Azure Sun County and southwest Yangzhou gradually calmed down. Normally, a competition of this scale should get more difficult as it progressed. However, the Sect of all times gave them the feeling that it was getting easier as they fought, especially the opponents in the third round, which could be said to be effortless. If they fought against a first-rate sect at the beginning and reached the peak, it would naturally be boring if they met weaker opponents later on. At this moment, the most exciting thing was that the Sect of all times' next opponent would be a first-rate sect. There are still 4 first-rate sects left. There is a high chance that they will be drawn tomorrow. Tisk Tsk, a 5th-rate sect in the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy, will meet 2 first-rate sections. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I hope that disciple called Xianxia doesn't wash his hands and gets drawn against a first-rate sect tomorrow. Although the battles in the past 2 days were exciting, the audience was more willing to see the Sect of all times fight against a first-rate sect. Only then would there be excitement. If one couldn't forget it, there would definitely be an echo. On the 4th day of the competition, Xianxia once again walked to the drawing table. When he stretched out his hand, City Lord Han loudly shouted, "The Sect of all times' opponent is Tiangang's Sacred Sect. Another first-rate sect. Ha ha ha, there will be a good show to watch." The entire continent went into an uproar after City Lord Han's announcement. It can't be. Xianxia, who was under strict surveillance, face-bombed and said, "How did we meet a first-rate sect again?" In the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy, there had never been a low-level sect that would meet 2 first-rate sects consecutively. This was because if they did, they would definitely be eliminated. Second senior brother Xianxia couldn't hold it in anymore and said in a low voice, "I'll draw tomorrow." Ever since Ao Wushuang provoked him, he wanted to be his opponent in the next round. However, every time he drew, he was disappointed. "All right," Xianxia said, "you'll do it tomorrow." Phew. Su Shamla exhaled and said, "The first 2 rounds were too easy. This round, we finally meet someone who can fight." Kacha. Kacha. Long Xiang, Song Shenzhou, and the others all rubbed their palms in anticipation. "Let's go." Xianxia strode forward. Su Shamla and the others followed closely behind. Their backs turned pitch black again, as if they had entered their demonic state again. The audience hoped that the Sect of all times would meet a strong opponent to show their dark horse potential. Naturally, they also hoped that they would meet a stronger opponent and not be defeated so easily like in the previous round. Ta. Xianxia and the others stood on the stage together. The projection array showed the scene one by one and gradually moved to the distance. The unyielding aura instantly filled the entire venue. Seeing the terrifying aura of the Sect of all times disciples, the elders of the various sects twitched their mouths. They were just a 5th-rate sect, but why were their special effects so awesome? Swoosh! Suddenly, Xianxia, who was sitting on the spectator stand, stood up. This sudden action shocked the 10 elders, and they all unleashed their cultivation as if they were facing a great enemy. Some of them even reached out to stop him. "Tiangang Holy Sect." Xianxia clenched his fists and shouted, "Hold on." Plop. The elders of the various sects all fell to the ground. "Big brother, your disciples are here to fight, but you're here to be a joke." "Tiangang Holy Sect, hold on." "Tiangang Holy Sect, hold on." Following Xianxia's lead, the entire venue was filled with loud cheers. In the battle between the Sect of all times and Tiangang's Sacred Sect, Xianxia, as the patriarch, was actually cheering for the opponent. This caused the elders of the various sects to break down. "Can you be more serious in such a sacred competition?" Xianxia was very serious. Cheering for Tiangang's Sacred Sect was just like shouting. Facing their own monstrous disciple, they had to hold on and not be beaten to a pulp. The audience was spurred on and started to shout along with him. This was also the meaning behind it. It wasn't that Tiangang's Sacred Sect wasn't good enough, but that the Sect of all times was too strong. They wanted to comfort and encourage the first-rate sections. Hearing the cheers from the audience, the faces of the Tiangang Sacred Sect's higher-ups turned green. How much do they look down on us? Why are they cheering for us? Or, is the Sect of all times so strong that they are invincible? Damn it. The Tiangang Sacred Sect disciple who went up the stage had anger in his eyes. First-rate sects were the most dazzling existences wherever they went. Now that they were facing a fifth-rate sect, they were being pitted by the crowd. This was unacceptable. High-level sects had dignity, and no one could casually blaspheme it. Fight, they had to fight. Hoo-hoo. The Tiangong sacred sect disciples' cultivation was fully unleashed. Anger and spiritual energy gathered together, and the aura they emitted was much stronger than the Grand Evolution sacred sect. Are you serious? Xianxia sat down and crossed his arms. This is interesting. Only by defeating the angry Tiangong sacred sect disciple could they prove to the world that the sect of all times was strong. Babies. Xianxia said, use your strength to conquer more fans. On the stage, the referee walked up and said, do you want to fight one-on-one or in a chaotic battle? The Tiangong sacred sect disciple said in a deep voice, chaotic battle. Their sect was very knowledgeable in formations, and it could be seen from the words Tiangong. Thus, they would definitely choose a group fight. Li Qingyang said, then let's have a chaotic battle. It would be a waste of time to fight one-on-one, so it would be better to fight with the other sects and have fun. The first battle of the fourth round of the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy, both sides will have a chaotic battle. The referee shouted. Chaotic battle? Isn't this what Tiangong Saint Sect wants? This sect's Big Dipper formation is even more powerful than the Great Evolution Sacred Sect's Spiritual Illusion formation. The opponents I met in the first few rounds were too weak, so I haven't used it yet. Everyone's gazes immediately became heated. If the Tiangong Holy Sect could use their unique formation, it would definitely be an extremely exciting battle. The disciples of the sect of all times might not be able to withstand it. Begin. The referee shouted and quickly left the stage. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others clasped their hands together as they warmed up before the battle. The corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Judging from the aura of the Tiangong Saint Sect's disciples, they were much stronger than the Great Development Saint Sect's disciples. Shwa. Shwa. At this moment, a Heavenly Dipper Saint Sect member stood on the spot and suddenly stretched out his palms. Pa. 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 Several disciples behind him quickly closed in and placed their palms on the backs of their fellow disciples to form a series. Then, they poured all their strength into the person at the front. Immediately, thick and heavy spiritual energy burst out of his palms. Third form of the Heavenly Dipper, Great Annihilation Palm. Buzz, buzz, spiritual energy suddenly burst out from his palms. Two faintly discernible palm prints came crashing down with a terrifying force. This kind of palm technique that was jointly used by many Tiangong Saint Sect disciples was very explosive. One could clearly see that the space seemed to have caved in due to the pressure. Big Dipper formation. I didn't expect them to use it right from the start. Everyone was excited. Hoo-hoo, two seemingly invisible palms came crashing down with a force that shook the space. However, the disciples of the sect of all times who were standing on the stage looked indifferent. Ta-ta. Yang Yuhua rushed out from the crowd. During the process, she activated her spirit armor and put it on her body. Mountain crumbling fist. Boom, 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 the explosive spiritual energy was rampant in the stage. The two palms that came crashing down from the front were constantly pushed back by Yang Yuhua's fists. Dang dang dang. The few Tiangong Saint Sect disciples who were condensing their moves were pushed back by the palms. Their faces turned extremely ugly. The strength of the palms condensed by so many of them was comparable to that of a high-grade martial king. This sect of all times disciple was able to push them back with just her fists. Her strength was too terrifying. Boom, boom, Long Xiang and Song Xianzhou rushed over from both sides. They gathered spiritual energy in their fists and crushed the two palms with overwhelming force. Dang. Dang. Dang, the few Tiangong Saint Sect disciples were pushed back as the blood in their bodies began to boil. Change the formation. The leading disciple shouted. The 25 Tiangong Saint Sect disciples quickly separated and stepped on fixed points. They quickly formed strange hand seals. Bang, bang, a soft sound came from the stage. Another 25 Tiangong Saint Sect disciples appeared out of thin air. Tiangong Ninth Style, Clone. Although those extra clones are illusions, they still contain 50% of the user's attack power. 50 against 25. This is a little tricky. Look, the disciples of the sect of all times are smiling. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw a faint smile on the corners of those fellows' mouths, and their eyes flickered with the luster of burning battle intent. Go! Li Qingyang shouted. Swoosh! 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 Su Xiaoma and Li Fei rushed over with cloud-treading steps. Both of them unleashed their spiritual energy and gathered it at their feet. Instantly, they launched the coldest attack. The Tiangang Saint Sect disciples were fearless. They controlled their clones to meet the attack. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two sects' disciples launched the most exciting battle on the stage. Great Annihilation Palm. Red Sky Flame Slash. Huff! Huff! All kinds of energy exploded, and the space in the area was shattered. Swoosh! Xianxia rushed into the crowd and grabbed a Tiangang Saint Sect disciple's face with one hand. He dragged the disciple far away and slammed him on the ground. Boom! The disciple disappeared. Apparently, it was just a clone. Great Annihilation Palm. At this moment, a few Tiangang Saint Sect disciples gathered the third move of Tiangang and attacked from behind. Boom, boom, Xiao Ziji, who was fully equipped, received the attack. Mind your own business. Yi Xingchen snorted. He used cloud-treading steps and rushed to the person who ambushed him. He punched him in the face and sent him flying. Boom. Boom, Su Xiaoma, Long Xiang, and the rest followed suit and destroyed the clones on the spot. Through the big screen, it could be seen that although the sect of all times had fewer disciples, they had the upper hand in the battle against the Tiangang Saint Sect. Xiao Ziji and Yang Yuhua were the main defenders. Yi Xingchen, Li Qingyang, and the rest were the main attackers. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei made use of their speed to attack. The entire battle was fought in an orderly manner. The audience was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a sect fight in such an artistic manner during a chaotic battle. The Tiangang Saint Sect focused on various arrays and had strong teamwork. However, compared to the sect of all times, they were too weak. To be exact, they were completely crushed. Their strength and teamwork were not inferior to them. In fact, they were even stronger. How could they fight? Boom, boom. 10 minutes later, the Tiangang Saint Sect disciples were defeated one by the sect of all times' disciples. They had really worked hard. They had fought in their strongest state from the start. However, they still could not win against a bunch of cheaters. Tiangang Saint Sect, hold on. Tiangang Saint Sect, hold on. The audience stood up and shouted. Their voices shook the sky and had a tragic tone. Every time they shouted, the camera seemed to slow down infinitely. The Tiangang Saint Sect disciples fell one by one in different postures and expressions. At that moment, the readers at the scene were all in tears. After a long time, City Lord Han's deep voice rang in the air. Tiangang Saint Sect eliminated. Sect of all times advances. In the end, Tiangang's sacred sect couldn't hold on and lost to the disciples of the sect of all times. However, it was a glorious defeat. After the battle ended, most of the disciples of the sect of all times were breathing rapidly. They were clearly very engrossed in the battle and had a great time. Thank you for letting me win. Li Qingyang cupped his hands with a friendly smile. Thank you for letting me win. The Tiangang sacred sect disciple who was lying on the ground cupped his hands with difficulty. The Tiangang array had evolved in various ways, but it couldn't do anything to the disciples of the sect of all times. Therefore, this disciple admitted his defeat wholeheartedly. Ha ha ha, we won again. Cheers came from Qingyang County. They didn't feel anything when they defeated a third-rate sect yesterday, but the excitement of defeating a first-rate sect today immediately returned. Sect Master, Sect Master. Quick. Quick. Pinch his philtrum. Huff huff, after the simplest rescue, Yi Tianxing jumped up from his chair. His expression kept changing. In the end, he squatted on the ground and covered his face. We won against a first-rate sect again. This isn't a coincidence. This isn't a coincidence. Elder Zhen and Elder Zhou could understand why their sect master was almost crazy. After all, their initial plan was for the sect of all times to break through the curse and advance to the second round. Now, not only did they meet the requirements, but they also defeated 2 first-rate sects consecutively. During the next meeting with the higher-ups of the certification center, the sect master would definitely hold his head high and be in high spirits, everyone. At this moment, the long-awaited handsome face appeared on the array screen. These are the disciples of our sect of all times. They used their strength to prove that even if a first-rate sect is very strong, as long as you cultivate in the sect of all times, you can still create miracles. The sect elders were dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy being targeted by Ten Wu Huang? Why did he fly up again? Whoosh, everyone lowered their heads. The 10 burly brothers were frozen in place. A very strong aura was emitted around them. This? The sect elders widened their eyes. How strong was the aura to directly suppress so many Wu Huang to the point where they couldn't move? People must have dreams, or else they are no different from salted fish. Xianxia's entire face was about to melt into the array. He said, "The sect of all times is the place where you can realize your dreams. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come, June Patriarch." A voice came from behind, "That's enough. Wait for me to finish." Xianxia suddenly shut his mouth, and then fell down with his tail between his legs. This was because the person who had appeared behind him was none other than City Lord Han. Judging from his aura, he was definitely Wu Xing. June Patriarch definitely couldn't afford to provoke such a powerhouse without relying on system items. Shua. City Lord Han landed in front of Jun Changxiao and said with his hands behind his back, "You guys can leave. I'll watch over June Patriarch." Yes. The 10 brothers disappeared. Just like that, in order to prevent Jun Changxiao from advertising again, the top experts of the Starfall continent personally stood behind him. City Lord Han. June Patriarch said, "Do you have any children? Why don't you let them come to my sect of all times to cultivate? I guarantee that I will be able to nurture them into proud sons of heaven." City Lord Han had a good temper. If it was a hot-tempered rancor, he would definitely press this fellow's face to the ground and rub it with all his might. The 4th round of the competition continued, and it was also exceptionally fierce. This was because the sects that were able to reach this round all had extremely powerful cultivations, with Zhao Dazhuang and Jian Feiyun in charge of the third-rate sects. They had successfully occupied 2 of the top 12 spots. World-defying Sacred Sect had also cleanly defeated his opponent. Moreover, Ao Wushuang was truly strong. From the beginning to the end, he had been trampling on his opponent with the attitude of a king. However, this guy's ability to court death was also very outstanding. Every time he passed by Xianxia, he would act extremely arrogant. To be able to defeat 2 first-rate sects, you do have some ability. Ao Wushuang stopped again, and said with a sinister smile, "But you better pray that you don't meet world-defying Sacred Sect in the next round, otherwise I will let you bunch of trash understand what absolute power is." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei frowned. If not for the fact that they were still participating in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, they would have already made their move. Young Patriarch. A disciple of the world-defying Sacred Sect said, "Let's go." Ao Wushuang picked up the black hair in front of his forehead and said indifferently, "A bunch of trash, see you tomorrow." Damn it. Su Xiaoma said angrily, "I really want to jump out and beat him up." Don't be impulsive. Li Qingyang said. If he fought privately in the arena, he would definitely lose the qualifications to participate. However, what surprised him was that Yi Xingchen, who was standing at the side, had a calm expression from start to finish, as if he did not hear the other party's ridicule. Could it be that junior brother Yi had changed his nature? Don't care what others say, no. Yi Xingchen did not change his nature. He was expressionless and speechless, but he was too lazy to pay attention to a guy who he had labeled as a dead man. The next day, under the cheers of the crowd, 12 sects entered the arena. Of the sects that could enter this round, 3 were first-rate, 2 were third-rate, 1 was fifth-rate, and the remaining 6 were second-rate. Please don't draw the sect of all times. When the drawing ceremony began, the disciples of the various sects all prayed, even the first-rate sects were no exception. No one thought that the sect of all times relied on luck to defeat the Great Development Sacred Sect and the Heavenly Dipper Sacred Sect. Instead, they had true strength. If they were to meet with them, they would definitely be eliminated. I'll do it. When the disciples of several sects chose their opponents one after another, and did not choose the world-defying sacred sect, Xianxia was one step ahead of the others, and was the first to arrive at the drawing box. Shua. He reached in and took it out. The opponent of the sect of all times is, City Lord Han once again dragged out his voice, Iron Fist School. Crack. Xianxia directly crushed the token, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Phew. The sects that were not selected let out a sigh of relief. The Iron Fist School was also a dark horse, especially with Zhao Dazhuang's strength. The two sects meeting in this round was undoubtedly what they wanted to see the most. The two contestants with the strongest defensive performance have finally met. It will definitely be exciting. The audience did not care about who would win in the end, they only cared about whether Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang could put on an exciting battle. Junior brother. Li Qingyang said, I'll lead Zhao Dazhuang to you. Xiao Ziji said. At that moment, his blood seemed to be burning, and the desire to fight surged in his heart. Zhao Dazhuang also had the same feeling. Therefore, the two of them looked at each other at the same time, and walked towards the stage at the same time. Two heavy auras suddenly gathered in the air, as if they had already begun to collide. On the stage, the referee asked, both sides, do you want to fight one-on-one or a chaotic battle? Fight one-on-one. Zhao Dazhuang said, 1 round to determine the winner. The referee looked at Xiao Ziji, and said, does your sect agree? Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony was either a group of people fighting one-on-one, or a group of people fighting. There was no rule to determine the winner in 1 round. Of course, if someone suggested this way of playing, and the other side did not object, the organizer would definitely acquiesce. Xiao Ziji turned around and looked at his fellow sect members. After getting the answer from their smiles, he straightforwardly said, I agree. Zhao Dazhuang's name sounded very tacky, but he was very smart. After a few rounds in the sect of all times, each of them could hold their own and had the ability to turn the situation around. There was no hope of advancing to the next round. Therefore, the only chance for the sect to advance was to decide the winner in 1 round, without a doubt. Although Zhao Dazhuang was eager to battle with Xiao Ziji, he also hoped that the Iron Fist School could go further in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy. His plan was very clumsy. Any sect that was slightly normal would not agree to it. However, Xiao Ziji agreed, he was willing to decide the winner in 1 round. Both contestants choose to fight one-on-one and decide the winner in 1 round. The referee's voice sounded. 1 round to decide the winner. The audience was dumbfounded when they heard this. The sect of all times had so many amazing disciples, but they only wanted to fight 1 round with the Iron Fist School. Was there a hole in their brain? Moreover, Zhao Dazhuang was very strong, even if one of the sect of all times disciples could not defeat him, they could still send someone else. Now that they chose to decide the winner in 1 round, as long as Xiao Ziji lost, it would be equivalent to losing everything. Crazy. Of course he's crazy. All the martial artists shook their heads. In many people's opinion, the sect of all times would definitely win against the Iron Fist School. After all, the latter only had 1 Zhao Dazhuang, and the rest were all salted fish. However, choosing to decide the winner in 1 round was undoubtedly pushing oneself to the edge. What made the audience even more speechless was, when the camera panned to the sect of all times disciples, they all had smiles on their faces, as if they did not care that Xiao Ziji decided to decide the winner of the sect by himself. That was too big of a heart. All the martial artists could not understand the feelings between the sect of all times disciples that surpassed friendship. Since Xiao Ziji had met an evenly matched opponent in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy, they had to cooperate with him and fight without any regrets, not to mention deciding the winner in 1 round. If he wanted to, he could even decide the winner in 1 round. After all, they would not lose anything if they lost. At most, the patriarch would just be squatting in a corner and crying. June Patriarch. City Lord Han asked, are you sure your noble sect wants to settle this in 1 round? Jun Chongxiao leaned back in his chair, folded his arms, and said proudly, the disciples will decide the matters in the arena. I am only responsible for watching and being proud of them. City Lord Han was silent for a moment before saying, to be able to manage an obscure sect to such an extent in such a short time, this Han is truly impressed. He was definitely not being polite. So, Xianxia smiled and said, City Lord Han, have you thought it through and decided to send your children to my sect to cultivate? City Lord Han's mouth twitched. His 3 sentences were always about recruitment. Just how badly did he need disciples? Very little. He was short of over 80,000, Iron Fist School, Zhao Dazhuang. Sect of all times, Xiao Ziji. From the start of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy until now, neither side's disciples had reported their names. It could be seen that Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang really regarded each other as strong opponents. If I don't write a few chapters, I'll be letting them down. Huff, huff, all of a sudden a thick and heavy aura burst out from their bodies and collided madly in the air like a tidal wave. Before the match even started, their auras had already clashed. Exciting, after the 2 of them unleashed their auras, the entire venue suddenly became solemn, even the referee was affected. He silently retreated, and then roared, veins bulging on his forehead, begin. Huff, huff, as soon as his voice fell, violent spiritual energy burst out instantly, forming an earth-shattering aura that swept over instantly. Not good, the referee's face changed and he hurriedly retreated. Shua. Shua. On the stage, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang unleashed their cultivation and moved at the same time. The aura around the 2 of them seemed to have turned into a dragon and a tiger respectively. They charged forward with great force. At that moment, the blood of the entire mainland's audience was boiling. After fighting for several days, only at the beginning of the match did they truly understand what was called a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even City Lord Han, whose cultivation base had reached Wuxing's, couldn't help but stare at the stage. After all, these 2 young people were both moldable talents. What kind of wonderful sparks could they create when they meet? Just watch. He stretched out his right hand and pressed Xianxia, who was about to take off, back to his seat. Boom, boom, on the stage, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang had already begun their fierce battle. The 2 of them moved back and forth on the stage, waving their fists frequently, causing spiritual energy to ripple. That movement, that speed of the fists. It was so fast that it dazzled the eyes of the audience. Boom, boom, the 2 of them exchanged a few blows while rushing forward and then quickly separated. The clothes on his body were completely shattered by the spiritual energy explosion, revealing muscles that could make a woman faint. Not bad. Zhao Dazhuang's eyes were burning. Although they had just exchanged blows, he could feel that his opponent's strength was very vigorous. He had definitely gone through a lot of tempering just like himself. Xiao Ziji's eyes were also filled with excitement. Ever since he embarked on the path of martial arts to refine his body to the extreme, this was the first time he met an opponent. Fight. 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 Shua. Shua. Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang rushed forward again. The 2 body maniacs didn't use any martial arts. They just used the purest and most primitive strength to attack each other. As the 2 of them continued to attack and exchange blows, the stage was filled with extremely strong male hormones. Please remember. This was a real man's battlefield. This was real. Passion radiating everywhere. Shua. Shua. The audience stood up one after another. They had been deeply stimulated by the bloody battle between the 2 of them. There were countless sissies in the crowd. During the battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang, they withdrew their orchid fingers, spread their legs, removed the powder on their faces, and threw away the eyebrow pencil in their hands. Boom, boom, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang's battle became more and more intense. That kind of strong masculine aura crazily wreaked havoc in the entire venue, causing the eyes of countless men to shine with the most masculine luster. Bent. Today, all of them were straight. In the crowd, there are you and me. When we meet, we ponder over each other. In the crowd, there are you and me. Pretend to be righteous with a smile. A high-pitched voice suddenly sounded in the venue. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look. Shua, in the VIP spectator seats, Xianxia stood up and put one foot on the chair. He put the magically modified sound system of shame to show your face on his shoulder and shouted, "Fight like a man." City Lord Han's mouth twitched slightly. However, combined with the fierce battle below the stage and the strange voice that suddenly sounded, it seemed to be quite interesting. Boom, boom. On the stage, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang exchanged dozens of blows. Although the two of them were breathing slightly faster, their muscles were bulging, filled with the most masculine aura of men. This Zhao Dazhuang is indeed powerful. He is actually evenly matched with junior brother Xiao. Li Qingyang said. Tisk Yi Xingchen coldly snorted. In his opinion, Xiao Ziji had just met an opponent with an extremely strong physical body and was eager to have a good fight. He had completely forgotten that this was a competition. This was a battle to determine the winner. The battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang, which didn't have any fancy moves, was truly hot-blooded, especially the audience at the scene. They were deeply affected by the fist-to-flesh combat. Suddenly, a sense of pride rose in their hearts as they said, "I am proud of being a man." This was a real battle. This was the most manly battle. Those little fangirls who were originally focused on Yi Xingchen immediately became infatuated when they saw Xiao Ziji's muscles fully flexed. They had no stance at all. Boom. At this moment, an explosion came from the arena, and a wave of air rushed over. Ta. Ta. Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang both stabilized their bodies. The floor under their feet shattered, and visible ripples of spiritual energy spread out. The space in the area where the two had fought was completely distorted. Hey! Yi Xingchen impatiently transmitted his voice, hurry up and end it. Don't waste time. He knew that Xiao Ziji had entered a state where he only knew how to fight, so he had to remind him that this was a competition, and the winner had to be determined. Knight Emperor. How considerate. After receiving the reminder, Xiao Ziji gradually calmed down from his frenzied fighting state. Although this opponent was not bad, he was still carrying the fate of his sect's advancement. He had to defeat him as soon as possible. Huff huff, Xiao Ziji's fiery gaze turned sharp. Clearly, he had entered a state where he wanted to determine the winner and not just fight to his heart's content. Crack! His right foot suddenly stepped forward, and the original spot instantly caved in, and the caved-in spread to the surroundings. From the light screen of the formation, it could be clearly seen that the stone slabs within a few meters had all caved in, as if they had been hit by a heavy object. Not bad. City Lord Han praised. With just one step, he had pressed down the stone slabs with his powerful strength. It was impossible for him to do so without going through the daily tempering of his body. To be able to develop his body to such a degree at such a young age, it would definitely be indestructible when he broke through to a higher level in the future. Jun Changxiao said, actually, my disciples are all not bad. I can tell, City Lord Han said. Although the other disciples of the sect of all times did not appear to be as robust as Xiao Ziji's, it could be seen from the previous matches that they all had excellent physical bodies. If I'm not wrong. City Lord Han said with a smile, Jun Patriarch should have some exclusive technique too. Cultivate his body, right? Jun Changxiao said, my sect's inheritance is from the ancient times. Naturally, we also have the body molding technique from the ancient times. Will you die if you don't brag? The system said. F***ck. I don't want to either, but I won't take this as a lie. How do you explain that your disciple is very strong? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, that's true. I've long heard that the sect of all times has an ancient heritage. However, I'm a little ignorant and didn't manage to find any records of your esteemed sect in the history books, City Lord Han said with a smile. Was he trying to figure out his background, or did he not think that the sect was from the ancient times? City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao suppressed his voice and said, to be honest, my sect of all times was once a darkness sect faction. Darkness sect? City Lord Han said, no wonder. Jun Changxiao could still detect a trace of doubt in his eyes, so he changed the topic. Mayor Han, are you interested in having your children enter the sect of all times? This, City Lord Han hurriedly looked at the battle stage and praised, wonderful, well fought. Could this guy be an overage single dog? Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart, does he have no children? He was right, City Lord Han didn't even have a wife, let alone a child. He had been single for nearly 1,000 years. It was no wonder that whenever Jun Patriarch mentioned letting his children enter the sect, he would hurriedly change the topic. It was because at this moment, he was young and did not know the taste of sorrow. Only when he was old did he know the difficulty of the road. Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash. Suddenly, Xiao Ziji's most masculine roar came from the battle stage, and a huge flame slash condensed in the air. He finally used his skill. He finally used his true strength. Xiao Zuiji, who cultivated the 5 elements heavenly reflection incantation, had already comprehended the fire element. When he executed this mid-level divine-grade martial skill in his strongest state, the scorching heat it emitted was akin to a giant hand tearing space apart. Very strong. City Lord Han said with a serious expression. When he said strong, he meant the skill was strong. Ta. Zhao Dazhuang took a step forward, and the stone floor under his feet shattered. His eyes flashed with fanaticism as he spread out his arms. Wang, his skin quickly turned golden, and he looked like a bronze statue from the Shaolin Temple. Indestructible diamond body. Everyone exclaimed. This? Jin Changxiao's mouth twitched. Isn't it the same as when I crushed the talisman of resistance back then? Huff huff, on the battle stage, the condensed scarlet sky flame slammed down from the sky. Zhao Dazhuang's eyes widened as he roared, Diamond Glare Fist. Huff huff, huff huff huff, Zhao Dazhuang's body was shrouded in golden light, and a Buddhist diamond appeared. In the air, a giant golden fist slammed down on the flame. Rumble, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the arena. Under the force of the collision, the space around the battle stage began to crack. The destruction caused by the collision between the giant golden fist and the scarlet sky flame slash made all the spectators hold their breaths. This level of confrontation was definitely not something a low-level martial king should have. 2 extremely strong moves failed to do anything to each other, and a final burst of light erupted in the air before disappearing. Dang dang dang, Zhao Dazhuang retreated rapidly, and the Buddhist diamond glare collapsed. Although Xiao Ziji also retreated, he only retreated a few steps before charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. Huff huff, scorching flames rose in an instant, condensing into a slash mark in the air. Again? City Lord Han was shocked. This kind of fire element martial skill was extremely powerful, and it should consume a lot of spiritual energy. Scarlet Sky Flame Slash. Xiao Zuiji roared, and the flame slash that had gathered in the sky once again smashed down. The entire venue could feel the extremely violent heat. Zhao Dazhuang's eyes turned serious, and he immediately clasped his hands together, and a golden light instantly formed a defensive barrier in front of him. Boom! The scarlet sky flame slash slammed into the barrier, and although it did not shatter, a small crack appeared. Ta! Xiao Ziji had already charged in front of him, and he suddenly stretched out his hands and shouted angrily, Landslide Fist. Boom! 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 Dense fist marks burst out, just like the rubber machine gun used by the man who was determined to become the Pirate King. Boom boom boom, huff huff huff, the explosive power was crazy and wanton, and the stone floor was shattered into powder, which instantly filled the entire battle stage. The martial artists of the various provinces could not see the fierce battle clearly through the light screen. The audience was dumbfounded. Although many people could use their spiritual senses to capture the scene of the battle, Xiao Ziji's punches were too fast, and they could not determine how many times he had punched. Gradually, the dust in the sky was blown away by the wind. Everything could be seen clearly, and 2 endless deep trenches appeared in the arena. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Because in their field of vision, Zhao Dazhuang's golden barrier existed in front of him, and although it was densely packed with cracks, it did not collapse. But, he had already retreated from the battle stage to outside. Huff huff. Xiao Ziji, who was standing at the edge of the battle stage, half squatted, and his hands were hanging by his side, breathing heavily. At this time, if he had a straw hat on his back, he would definitely be the one behind the end block. Ka. Suddenly, the golden barrier in front of Zhao Dazhuang collapsed, and he also bent down, breathing heavily. His eyes were filled with excitement, and also bitterness. Iron Fist School eliminated, and the winner is the Sect of all times. After a long time, the referee's loud and sonorous voice resounded in the arena. Plop! Xiao Ziji sat on the ground, and smiled at Zhao Dazhuang. If there is a chance, let's have a good fight again. The golden barrier that Zhao Dazhuang condensed was the strongest defensive state of the invincible Vajra body. It could withstand Xiao Ziji's crazy attacks and remain unscathed. It was indeed very strong, however. No matter how strong the defense was, it could not withstand the crazy bombardment. Therefore, Zhao Dazhuang could only bring his strongest defensive state and was blasted out of the arena by Xiao Ziji. A battle of life and death was not important. However, the battle was limited to the arena. Once they left the restricted area, it meant that they had lost the battle. Both sides had an agreement before the battle. Therefore, the referee directly announced that the Iron Fist School was eliminated and the Sect of all times advanced. Sigh. Zhao Dazhuang sighed. Although he was unwilling, since he had lost, he had to accept reality. All right. He tried to straighten his body and said, if there's time, let's fight again. The two fought very happily, but because they both had to consider the sect, it was inevitable that they would have many regrets. If there was a chance in the future, they would definitely have a good spar. It's a deal. It's a deal. Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang looked at each other and smiled. This kind of agreement between men was worthy of respect. TSK, TSK. City Lord Han exclaimed, Jun Patriarch, your disciple's physical body is not only strong, but his strength is also very strong. As an expert, he could see that although Zhao Dazhuang was not bad, he was only good at defense. In all the previous battles, he relied on brute force and his opponent could do nothing about it. Xiao Ziji was different. Not only was his defense strong, but he also had attack power. Even if both sides were to fight again in their best condition, the result would still be the same. No matter how strong the defense was, as long as there was no attack power, he would be a moving sandbag. Jun Changxiao smiled brightly and said, therefore, I am proud of my disciple. He vaguely remembered the scene when he first met Xiao Ziji. He also recalled the tears he shed day and night in the forging room and the training tower. If this was in an anime, the battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang would take 2 or 3 episodes just to recall the sacrifice and the back view of the sunset tempering his body. Qingyang County. When the referee announced that the Sect of all times had won, the crowd once again turned into a sea of excitement. Many men were so excited that they tore off their shirts and even hugged their companions. He won again, Xie Guangquan stood in the city lord's mansion, his heart filled with excitement. In the certification hall of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City, before the referee announced the result, Elder Zhou quickly stuffed a pill into Yi Tianxing's mouth. It was an elixir that prevented qi and blood from attacking the heart and causing sudden death. If placed on earth, it would be called Who? After taking the medicine, Yi Tianxing laid on the chair and held on to the handle. He was extremely emotional as he said, Tomorrow, prepare a bed for me. I want to lie down and watch, Shua. Elder Zhen hurriedly stuffed another medicinal pill into his mouth, thereby activating the double activation to protect the dojo master's heart. The battle between the Sect of all times and the Iron Fist School had ended. However, the battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang still appeared in their minds. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. The more they thought about it, the more satisfied they felt. 3,000 sword shadows. At this moment, a cold shout came from the arena. Shua! Shua! Dense sword chi exploded in an instant. The number of sword chi made everyone's eyes widen. Clang! Jian Feiyun sheathed his sword. Plop! The disciple who was fighting with Jian Feiyun collapsed to the ground. Dense sword marks appeared on the ground behind him, but the word human was left empty in the middle. This meant that although there were many sword chi, they did not cause any harm to him. They just brushed past him. This extremely strong control made all the warriors present widen their eyes. Continue. Jian Feiyun raised his head. His long and narrow eyes shone with a light as sharp as a sword. The disciples opposite him all took 2 steps back in shock. What are you afraid of? We are a second-rate sect in the Zhongzhuang state. Let me. Clang. Plop. That disciple fell to the ground again. Although there were no wounds on his body, the feeling of countless sword chi brushing past him was like experiencing death again and again. Junior Zhou. Li Qingyang said, this person is very strong. Zhou Hong said, I hope to meet him in the next round. Although this guy was always on the stage in the previous rounds, he did not fight many times. Therefore, everyone gave him the evaluation, Sect of all times is strongest king of water. Why don't you draw next round? Li Qingyang said. Before Zhou Hong could say anything, Xianxia said coldly, let me do it. World-defying sacred sect had already smoothly advanced to the next round, so he had to draw tomorrow and personally end that dead man. Dusk came and the battle ended. The top 6 were Sect of all times, Spirit Sword Sect, World-defying sacred sect, and 3 other first-rate sects that had always been there but never had a name. Tomorrow's battle for the top 3 will definitely be more exciting. Sect of all times, these 3 sects might be matched with the first-rate sections. It's hard to say. In the next round, the first-rate sects won't have the right to protect, so they might be matched. TSK, the battle between the first-rate sects should be very exciting. The next day, when Xianxia once again stood in front of the lottery box and took out his card, he almost dropped it and fiercely stepped on it twice. Let me abuse him. Was it that hard? Sect of all times' opponent is, City Lord Han stood behind Jun Changxiao and pressed on his shoulder. Spirit Sword Sect. Senior Brother Yi. Zhou Hong cast a grateful look and said, thank you. Xianxia, after the draw, Sect of all times versus Spirit Sword Sect, World-defying sacred sect versus a first-rate sect, and the other 2 first-rate sects met. Begin. The referee shouted loudly. Aha! Su Shama yawned and then squatted at the edge of the stage with Li Fei and the others. The Spirit Sword Sect disciples were the same. Why? Because the Sect of all times and the Spirit Sword Sect chose to fight one-on-one. The first to fight were Jian Feiyun and Zhou Hong. When the 2 of them unleashed their sword force, it was destined to be a boring battle. How boring was it? The 2 of them stood motionless on the stage for more than 10 minutes, to the point that the audience was yawning and crying. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the door. Many martial artists in the way of the sword could deduce that this Jian Feiyun and the Sect of all times should have already used their sword force to fight. It was just that it was invisible and formless, unable to give the author a chance to write. Clang! Clang! An hour later, Zhou Hong and Jian Feiyun finally moved. 2 unparalleled sword chi cut through the void and shot out. The 2 swords were extremely stunning, as if they came from beyond the heavens. However, in a flash, clang! Clang! At the same time, the 2 of them sheathed their swords. Shua! Jian Feiyun turned around and jumped off the stage, saying, your sword is faster. Su Shama stared at him and said, it's over? Those who were attentive would notice that when the Spirit Sword Sect disciple walked down the stage, a very fine sword mark appeared on the side of his neck. Because the size was just right, there was no blood oozing out. Next. Ding. 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 The battle continued. The remaining disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect had a good understanding of the way of the sword, but they were defeated one by Li Qingyang and the others who were equipped with excellent swords. Spirit Sword Sect eliminated, Sect of all times advanced. The referee announced loudly. After hearing this, Yi Tianqing peacefully took a few pills, then laid down on the bed that was prepared in advance, and said, if it's a dream, then let me keep dreaming. The match continued. The world-defying sacred sect, led by Ao Wushuang, smoothly entered the top 3. However, in the other match, the 2 first-rate sects were evenly matched. They fought until they were all lying on the ground, and then announced that they would return home hand in hand. Finals. City Lord Han pressed down on Jun Changxiao and said loudly, Sect of all times against world-defying sacred sect. Shua. Xianxia jumped onto the stage, looked at Ao Wushuang, and said, trash, I've tolerated you for a long time. Junior brother. The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. The final battle is tomorrow. P.S. Thank you to Chidian Deheo for your 1 million book coins reward. I really don't have time today, let's see if I can explode tomorrow. I also thank the readers for their rewards during the Dragon Tiger competition. The next day, several stages in the venue were gathered together to form an even larger stage. This was a professional stage for the finals. Not only had it been modified, but it was also reinforced by dozens of array masters. Regardless of height, width, or thickness, it was stronger than before. If you rubbed June Patriarch's face on it, you might not even be able to hurt a stone slab. So magnificent. The audience that entered the venue gradually realized that today's finals would be very exciting when they saw the tall stage. Let's welcome the disciples of the Sect of all times and the world-defying sacred sect. City Lord Han's heavy voice resounded through the venue and transmitted to the entire continent through the screen. The projection array gave a lens that showed this expert standing on the VIP platform with one hand on Xianxia's shoulder. Ever since City Lord Han was personally supervising, that guy had never brushed his face on the array again. Tsk tisk. Someone said, Wusheng never leaves his side. His treatment is already very good. This advertisement is too crazy. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless patriarch. After a few days of fighting, many people remembered that awesome disciple of a fifth-rate sect and also remembered that shameless patriarch. Shua. At this moment, Jun Chongxiao opened his arms and pulled out a banner from thin air. From the lens, one could clearly see a line of words written on it. The content was, "Join my sect and let your dreams fly together." After going back yesterday, he pondered for a long time and finally thought of this move. The lens just happened to give City Lord Han a close-up shot, so Jun Patriarch pulled out a banner and a line of words instantly stole the limelight. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was truly a frenzied fight, a fight to the point of chi deviation. City Lord Han's expression also became interesting and hurriedly sent a message to the array master to turn the lens away. It was worth it. At least it would appear for a few seconds. If this was on some large-scale party or variety show on Earth, just a few seconds of advertising would be expensive. City Lord Han collapsed. It's impossible to guard against. He stopped that guy from flying up and brushing his face, but did not stop him from continuing to advertise by pulling out a banner. Forget it, forget it. Today was the last match, so he had to bear with it a little longer. City Lord Han forcefully retracted his urge to press Jun Chongxiao onto the floor and rub his face against it. Shua. Shua. At this moment, the 25 disciples representing the sect of all times walked up one by one. However, the expression on City Lord Han's face changed again. On the front of the clothes that these disciples were wearing, there was a sign that said, "Sect of all times, you are the only choice. You have a good plan, but I have a way out. If you don't want to give me any footage, then I'll just put up advertisements on all the disciples' uniforms. I don't believe that you won't give me any footage of the battle. I can't take it anymore." Many of the audience went crazy when they saw the slogan on the Sect of all times' clothes. City Lord Han's mouth twitched violently. How could he break this move? Were they supposed to go back to the waiting room and change again? But the world-defying sacred sect disciple has already entered the arena. Naturally, it is too late. City Lord Han could only continue to contact the array masters, instructing them to give the Sect of all times' disciples a view of the back of the arena after both sides' disciples went up to the stage. Shua. Shua. Not long after, the world-defying sacred sect disciple led by Ao Wushuang stood on the stage. The camera of the projection array also turned from the front to the back. F***ck. City Lord Han couldn't help but curse. The 25 disciples of the Sect of all times had their backs to the camera, with a word written on their clothes. Combined together, it was, "My sect of all times has been passed down from ancient times, in accordance with the principle of benefiting all living things, sincerely recruiting heroes of the world," including 2 commas and an exclamation mark. It was exactly 25 words. Moreover, the font was very large, occupying the entire back. When the camera gave a close-up of the back, it directly occupied the screen. Both the front and back, "Just ask you how to break it." At that moment, City Lord Han almost couldn't help but turn off the projection array. However, all the provinces and cities had paid the money and had the qualifications to obtain the image. If he turned it off in the finals, it would cause an uproar. City Lord Han. Jun Chongxiao said in a low voice, "Next time, if the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony is held, we can open the bidding. There will definitely be people willing to spend a lot of money to buy the advertising space. When the time comes, the organizers will definitely make a lot of money." Although City Lord Han was devastated, he felt that it made sense after thinking about it. Therefore, in the lower realm, he continued to apply for the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony and followed Xianxia's suggestion. Since then, the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony had embarked on a path of no return of showing advertisements during the day and advertisements during the night. It had developed to the point of madness and was ridiculed by the later generations as dragon-tiger battle for hegemony in advertisements. In a world where the concept of advertisements was not too strong, Xianxia, with his earthling mindset, was crazily wreaking havoc. The most typical example was the clothing. As the disciples of the sect of all time shone brightly in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, it was bound to set off a new round of reform. At that time, everyone would be wearing tang suits and cheongsams. It would be normal for people to casually call them old friends, in the arena. The disciples of the two sects faced each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. This atmosphere came from only one person. That's right. It's him, it's him, it's him, our Fei Aniu, Yixingchen kept staring at Ao Wushuang. In his emotionless eyes, it was as if he was looking at a cold, dead person. Junior brother. Li Qingyang said telepathically, this is the last battle. You must control your emotions. Don't kill anyone. Otherwise, the patriarch will be in trouble. Eldest senior sister was cold and taciturn. At this time only he could mediate. After all, he had the hidden ID of Chief of Internal Affairs above his head. Yi Xingchen said, I only want half of his life. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Heh. At this moment, Ao Wushuang said calmly, you guys actually made it to the finals. I take back what I said earlier. You guys are better than the other trash. Of course. He grinned and said, don't be so happy. No matter how good you are, you're still trash. Crack. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others clenched their fists. Their eyes flashed with anger. Li Qingyang, who had always been good-tempered, heard Ao Wushuang's words and said in a deep voice, Junior brother, half of your life then. Young Master Ao Patriarch is really arrogant. World-defying Sacred Sect's unique mental cultivation method is Ao Tianju. The higher the level of comprehension, the more arrogant his personality is. How did this kind of sect develop? I heard that there is another mental cultivation method that can counteract arrogance. However, this young Master Ao Patriarch did not cultivate it, so he has always been arrogant. No wonder, no wonder. Everyone whispered and understood why Ao Wushuang was so arrogant. Kid. Jun Changshao leaned on the chair, his arm on his leg, his chin on the back of his hand and said, you are using your own life to explore the depths of hell. He had seen arrogant disciples before, but this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant guy. As the little King Kong of the death-seeking realm, he was a little defeated. Are the two sides fighting one-on-one or a big fight? The referee walked up, but he always maintained absolute vigilance because the arena was filled with the smell of gunpowder. One-on-one. Ao Wushuang and Yi Xingchen said in unison. The referee hurriedly announced, Dragon-Tiger Battle Hegemony Finals, both sides choose to fight one-on-one. It's starting. The audience held their breaths. The referee looked at the disciples on both sides and said, who will fight first? Ao Wushuang took a step forward and said indifferently, to deal with this kind of outstanding trash, naturally this young Master Patriarch will fight alone and send them all back to the trash heap. Yi Xingchen walked up. The more he was about to torture a dead person, the calmer he was. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma and the others transmitted their voices, this guy will be handed over to you. You must torture half of his life. In his previous life, Night Emperor had a bad temper and offended many people. Of the 8 martial emperors, 4 had broken ties with him, 3 had enmity with him, and 1 would curse him when he was mentioned. What kind of terrifying EQ did he have to be in such a miserable state? After his rebirth, Yi Xingchen's temper was much more restrained. He cultivated peacefully in the sect, only to return to the peak and take revenge on that woman. However, he came to participate in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, but he actually met such an arrogant and despotic person. Brother Yi could no longer suppress his irritable temper. No matter what, he had to torture him until he was half dead. He had to torture him until he wished he was dead. Heh. Ao Wushuang said indifferently, only trash would pretend to be strong with their eyes. Xianxia looked at the referee and shouted, "Start." His eyes and voice emitted an aura that seemed to come from hell. The referee was so shocked that he took 2 steps back and hurriedly said, "Start, whoosh whoosh." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent wave of chi exploded, instantly pushing him back. In the end, he staggered off the stage. The audience was dumbfounded. The referee's cultivation was definitely at the peak of the martial king realm. He was actually pushed off the stage by a participant's aura. This was too terrifying. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that Xianxia had already thrown a punch. The figure with his back to the camera was like a violent wild lion that was released. After being locked up for a long time, it desperately wanted to eat meat. Senior Brother Yi is so scary. In the sect of all times, many disciples were stunned when they saw the terrifying figure. Usually, this senior brother gave them the impression that he was a bit arrogant and unsociable. They didn't expect him to have such a violent side, no. It was a side that was filled with killing intent. Brother Anyo. Hui stared blankly. Was this still the man who would smile and say that he was fine when he fell from a tree to pick up a bird's egg? Was this still the man who stood in the wilderness and shouted that he would marry her when he became an adult? The strong sense of unfamiliarity made Hui think. He was no longer Brother Anyo. He was Xianxia. My brother Anyo will never come back, it had to be said. A woman's intuition was really strong. Everything has changed. Hui's eyes gradually became blurry as tears flowed down her cheeks. She sobbed, "I can't come back anymore," Sister Li Luanzhe said, "Go, and persuade her." Li Luoqiu shook his head and said, "If you want to love, then love. If you don't, then don't. None of us can help her." On the fighting stage. After Xianxia threw a punch, Ao Wushuang took 2 steps back and grinned, "Your strength is not bad. If trash is classified into 3, 6, and 9 levels, you are at least 2nd or 3rd level trash." He frantically explored the depths of hell. Really? Xianxia took a step forward. His fist, which was imbued with spirit energy and fury, tore through the air and punched toward Tang Hao. Weng, with this punch, the space immediately shook. Boom, Ao Wushuang condensed a wall of qi in front of him to block the powerful fist print. His body involuntarily took 2 steps back. What move did Junior Brother Yi use? Su Xiaoma said in shock. Li Qingyang said with a dumbfounded expression, "I'm not sure." The current strongest fist technique of the sect of all times was the mountain collapsing fist, but Xianxia's fist technique was obviously not that. Tsk tisk. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and thought, this guy is quite something. From Xianxia's non-sect martial arts, he was even more certain that he was a reincarnated expert. After all, the strength that he had just unleashed was definitely at the holy level. This level of martial arts. It could not be bought on the market even if one had the money. Ta. Ao Wushuang stabilized his body and smiled, "Just based on that punch of yours, it is worthy of first-class trash, schwa." At this moment, Xianxia appeared in front of him and said, "Trash." No matter how many times Ao Wushuang called it trash, even if it was divided into different levels, it would just give people a feeling of arrogance. However, Night Emperor was different. Just by saying the word trash, it was like a label directly imprinted on the other party's head and skin. It could not be washed away, nor could it be erased. It would seep into the soul and become an eternal nightmare. Boom. A heavy punch was thrown again. The defensive barrier in front of Ao Wushuang was broken. He staggered back a few steps. After stabilizing his body, he said coldly, "Do you really want me to be serious?" Night Emperor rushed over and cleanly punched this noisy guy in the face, causing him to tilt his head and fall back. "You can be serious. As for me, I just need to continue to torture you." Damn it. Ao Wushuang stabilized his body, his eyes flashing with anger. Then, he clenched his fists and violent electric arc spread around his body. Even his hair had electric snakes spurting out. Thunder attribute martial cultivator. The audience exclaimed. The sect elder also couldn't hide his surprise and said, "I didn't expect this world-defying sacred sect's young patriarch to actually comprehend the thunder attribute." Hiss. Ao Wushuang, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning, gently raised his hand and said proudly, "Trash, do you feel despair in your heart?" Xiao, lightning gathered at his fingertips and instantly shot out a bolt of lightning. It blasted over at an extremely fast speed. Buzz. The space in front of Xianxia trembled. Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li, and Dui appeared and quickly condensed into a solid barrier. Ding. The arc of lightning hit it and was instantly bounced back. The expression on Ao Wushuang's face froze. Because the move he used was actually aimed at him. Don't panic. No hurry. I will take back the energy that I burst out. Ao Wushuang immediately opened his right palm. Boom. The moment the power of thunder and lightning came into contact with his skin, a violent explosion occurred. With such a strong impact, if it was an ordinary stage, the stone slab under his feet would have been shattered into pieces, but now it was not affected. Dozens of array masters worked together to arrange the stone slab that the Sect of All Times Patriarch personally tested without any problems. The quality was absolutely guaranteed. Buzz. Buzz. The aftermath of the explosion was not over. Xianxia frequently moved, only to see the area with Ao Wushuang as the center, condensing a defensive barrier with 8 words written on it. What kind of move is this? I've never seen it before. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. At this moment, the aura of thunder and lightning dissipated. Ao Wushuang stood in place with his hair standing on end, and his eyes were dull. How did the energy I released hurt me? Hoo-hoo, suddenly, a powerful force blasted over, causing him to angrily raise his fist and throw it over. The thunder attribute's psionic energy completely erupted, and suddenly there was a sizzling sound. Xianxia cleverly dodged to the side, only to see the fist carrying the thunder force smashing into the barrier that was arranged in advance. Boom, the violent force came again. Ao Wushuang's punch bounced back with the same amount of force he had put into it. Therefore, he was sent flying backward and couldn't stop himself from coughing out a mouthful of blood. The audience watched with their mouths twitching. Although they also saw that the smooth barrier had the effect of bouncing back power, the scene of the world-defying sacred sect's young patriarch hitting himself with power was really funny. I'm angry. Ao Wushuang suppressed the blood in his body and roared angrily, his black hair bursting with powerful thunder. Buzz buzz buzz. The thunder clouds above the stage appeared out of thin air, and the thunder inside rolled, quickly gathering the most powerful thunder and lightning power. Thunder punishment. Ao Wushuang said angrily. Boom. Boom. Boom, layers upon layers of lightning erupted from the thunderclouds, covering the entire fighting stage. The thunderclouds that filled the air instantly shot out dense lightning, causing the audience to gasp in shock. This momentum, this strength. Did it really come from a young man, from a martial king? City Lord Han said solemnly, the young patriarch of the world-defying sacred sect will definitely become the leader of the new generation of the falling star continent. Just from the condensed lightning alone, he had already given a high evaluation. Is that so? Jun Changxiao laughed. It might have been possible in the past, but there would be no future in the future. Because his disciple could let him understand what psychological shadow was. Buzz. When thousands of lightning bolts fell, the space below suddenly trembled. The 8 characters of Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li, and Dui appeared in 8 areas. Hoo-hoo, the 8 characters quickly rotated, and a flat smooth barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire martial stage. This move was called Inverse the Universe. Back in the Death Valley, Xianxia had used it to save Xiao Ziji. At that time, he was just a martial disciple, and it was extremely difficult for him to use it. Now that he had stepped into the martial king realm, not only was he skilled in using it, but he also had a whole new level of understanding. Dealing with trash. This martial skill was enough. Xiao. Xiao. Thousands of lightning bolts struck down. The strange thing was that this time, not only did they not bounce back, but they also merged into the barrier and disappeared. What's going on? It's like a spatial artifact, storing all the lightning bolts. Unbelievable. Not to mention the stunned audience, even City Lord Han and Wu Xing saw such a strange move for the first time. How is this possible? Seeing his lightning bolts being absorbed into the barrier, Ao Wushuang's proud face was filled with disbelief. Shua. Xianxia waved his finger lightly. Hoo-hoo. The smooth barrier that was originally flat suddenly tilted. Seeing the mirror facing him, Ao Wushuang suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Not good, hiss, all of a sudden, bolts of lightning shot out from the smooth barrier. Their power and momentum were exactly the same as the bolts of lightning that had descended just now. What a good move, paying others back in their own coin. Xianxia laughed. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions on the stage continued one after another. All the cultivators in the continent were dumbfounded when they saw the lightning gathering in the sky through the light screen. Absorbing all the lightning released by others and then using it to counterattack, this was simply too unconventional. Gradually, the lightning on the stage weakened, but the solid stone slab was still there. It was not affected in the slightest. However, Ao Wushuang, who was standing on top, was in a sorry state. The lightning that permeated his hair and the arrogance that seemed to be innate were greatly weakened by the violent explosions. A piece of trash. To think that he would end up in such a miserable state. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Ao Wushuang clenched his fists, and the thunder and lightning lingering on his arms became stronger again. The power of thunder that filled the surroundings gradually gathered into a giant, like an inviolable thunder god. Hiss hiss hiss, thunder and lightning crazily collided with space, causing ear-piercing noises. It was like the sound of war drums and horns, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping on the battlefield. This is, City Lord Han exclaimed, lightning sound physique. Oh? Xianxia asked, is this physique very strong? Very strong. City Lord Han said solemnly, there are thousands of physiques in the Falling Star continent, but the lightning sound physique is ranked in the top 10. Xianxia asked, how does it compare to the sacred flame physique? This, City Lord Han pondered for a moment and said, the sacred flame physique is the strongest physique of the fire element. In terms of level, the lightning sound physique is a little weaker. Then it's very ordinary, Xianxia said. City Lord Han was speechless. He actually thought that the top 10 physiques were very ordinary. Lightning sound physique. This is the lightning sound physique. The experts who knew about physiques also recognized it. For a moment, the hearts of the martial artists in the venue were greatly stirred. After all, this was one of the top physiques in the continent. Zhao Dazhuang, who had already been eliminated, saw Ao Wushuang activate the lightning sound physique and said with a burning gaze, I really want to fight with him. Whoosh whoosh, on the stage, the power of thunder whizzed out, and the giant that condensed was like a thunder god that walked out of a pool of lightning. Trash. Ao Wushuang's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were about to split open as he said, bear the wrath of the thunder god, Pa. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia appeared in front of him. His palm, which was covered in spiritual power, directly grabbed his face and said, don't tarnish the word God. Boom. The entire fighting stage began to shake violently. Through the light screen, one could see that Xianxia took a step forward and directly dragged Ao Wushuang's face and pressed it to the ground. Shua. Boom. Shua. Boom. The world-defying sacred Sect's young patriarch's face was held, raised again and again, pressed down again and again, and the back of his head crazily and violently hit the stone slab. Whoosh whoosh. The giant that had gathered, its fists closed together and smashed down with a force of 10,000 kilograms, but just as it was about to land, Xianxia suddenly turned his head and said with a cold gaze, scram. Wung, the entire space suddenly rippled, and with the stage as the center, it spread out. The giant that was carrying power came to an abrupt stop, and then it collapsed into nothingness in front of everyone's eyes. The entire venue instantly quieted down. Boom, boom, Ao Wushuang's head was still crazily hitting the ground. Su Xiaoma and the others, who were standing in the distance, suddenly felt heartache 4. The stone slab that had been hit from beginning to end. What happened? Why did the condensed thunder giant directly collapse? Everyone came back to their senses and their eyes were filled with astonishment. City Lord Han frowned. The moment Xianxia said the word scram, he captured an extremely terrifying aura, and an unprecedented fear rose in his heart. That feeling flashed by. City Lord Han was still unable to determine what kind of aura it was. This was the aura of a martial emperor. Although it only existed for a moment, it was definitely not something a martial king could contend against. Boom! Boom! Yi Xingqian grabbed Ao Wushuang's arrogant face and crazily bombarded the stone slab. The latter was instantly dizzy from the bombardment, and the psionic energy that had gathered in his arm gradually dissipated. The outcome has been decided, City Lord Han said. The world-defying sacred Sect's young patriarch's physique had been broken, and now that it had suffered a crazy bombardment, it was equivalent to losing its ability to fight. Even so, Yi Xingqian's ravaging of this trash was not over. After bombarding it for a while, he used his other hand to pull his hair and ruthlessly hit his face against the stone slab. June Patriarch rubbing his face against the stone slab was just a beautiful wish of the author and the reader. Ao Wushuang was now using his face to measure whether the stone slab set up by dozens of array masters was sturdy or not, very sturdy. After withstanding many impacts and friction, the stone slab was only stained with blood and did not show any dents or cracks. After a while, Yi Xingqian threw Ao Wushuang to the ground like a dead dog, stepped on his face with his right foot, and said, "Answer me, who is the trash?" The corner of everyone's mouth twitched. He had already been abused like this, yet he could still speak. That must be strange, the second-rate sacred Sect's young patriarch had been abused so miserably in front of everyone. Now that he had been stepped on, it was even crueler than killing him. If it weren't for the rules, Ao Wushuang would have already become a corpse. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of air gathered in the sky above the arena. Then, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand. "Night Emperor, you are still alive." A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Boom! Yi Xingqian stood rooted to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. Then, he raised his head and looked at the crack in space with bloodshot eyes. "Ling Yao." He shouted these two words in his heart. His anger reached its peak, and the veins on his face bulged. He seemed to have fallen into absolute madness. "Since you have been reborn, why don't you live a normal life?" The pleasant voice sounded again, but at the end, it was filled with endless murderous intent. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, from the torn space, a giant hand that seemed to come from the heavens pressed down. In front of this power, all living beings seemed to be insignificant. Yi Xingqian's pupils shrank, and a strong aura of death surged into his heart. He shouted angrily in his heart, "Ling Yao, just you wait." Boom! The energy that seemed to come from the heavens pressed down on the arena with an inviolable force. Suddenly, clouds of dust rolled up. When the palm print from the depths of the starry sky pressed down, the entire world seemed to have lost its color, and everyone seemed to have been frozen. Someone from the upper realm? Wudi was shocked. Although his body could not move, his mind was still intact. He could feel the palm print pressing down, carrying with it an inviolable power from the upper realm. Wudi was puzzled. How did this guy offend the people from the upper realm, to the point of tearing space to obliterate him? Could it be that he had fled here to seek refuge like himself? Sigh. He was discovered. There was no hope. Wudi was helpless. If he still had his former cultivation base, even if he only recovered 10%, he could easily break this power. However, he could not even move now, and could only watch as his fellow disciple was suppressed. Speaking of which, the palm print pressed down and covered half of the arena. How could he not be worried, because this power from the upper realm seemed to be incomparably huge, but in fact, it was only locked onto Yi Xingqian and would not affect anyone else. Ao Wushuang is quite pitiful. Wudi thought to himself. Being stepped on by Yi Xingqian, he will definitely be implicated. No, at this moment, a force suddenly erupted from the spectator stand and rushed over at the fastest speed. Wudi could still use a little bit of spiritual sense under the huge restraint, and instantly captured the patriarch standing in front of Yi Xingqian. His body was emitting an extremely strong aura, and his whole body was covered in steel-like armor. This strong pressure could not restrain him. Also, the force that erupted from the patriarch seemed to be stronger than the last time he abused the supreme elder of the extreme coldness palace. As expected, this guy had been hiding his strength well, however, he only revealed it at this juncture. Was he not despicable? Jun Changshao, who had just crushed the universal talisman and activated the defensive form of the armed wings, would definitely kick him to earth if he heard this disciple's thoughts. Yi Xingqian, who thought that he was going to die, saw the patriarch standing in front of him, and his expression froze. Xingchen. Jun Changxiao stood in front of him. Facing the incoming palm print, he said, "With me here, no one can hurt you." This selfless love from a patriarch instantly made Yi Xingchen. Boom, the gigantic palm print ruthlessly pressed down on the fighting stage, instantly sweeping up a cloud of dust. When everything dissipated, a large palm print could be seen on a small half of the stage. Li Qingyang and the others in the distance were not affected. However, they were still frozen, as if time had stopped. Only He Wudi knew that those from the higher realms had restrictions. They couldn't casually take action in the lower realms unless they couldn't hold themselves back and use their divine abilities to seal everything. Looking down from above, one could see that there was an intact piece of ground in the center of the palm print that was not destroyed. Yi Xingchen stood there in a daze. Patriarch, fully equipped with steel armor, gradually emerged from the dust. He crossed his arms and bared his teeth. "That was a really King powerful. Who are you?" A pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Jun Changxiao did not answer this question. Instead, he looked at the crack in the sky and said coldly, "I'll take this palm on behalf of my disciple. He'll definitely return it 100 times over in the future." 100 times over? The pleasant voice sounded. "Do you think he's qualified?" Patriarch. At this moment, He Wudi said telepathically, "The person who attacked must be from the upper realms. There are rules in the upper realms. You can't disturb the lower realms. Quickly use it to deter them." He did not hear the pleasant voice, but he was 100% sure that the person who attacked was from the upper realms. If he used the rules to suppress them now, he should be able to reverse the situation. Powerhouses from the upper realms were experienced. Jun Changxiao's brain worked very quickly. He said lightly, "This is the lower realms. If you attack without permission, aren't you afraid of disturbing the order of heaven and earth and being punished by the rules?" The pleasant voice sounded slowly. It was as if she was deep in thought and entangled. After a while, a gentle voice sounded in Yi Xingchen's ears. "Seeing that you and I were once in love, I hope you can behave yourself and be an ordinary person in the lower realms." Hoo-hoo, the crack in the sky suddenly began to heal. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. The strong pressure in the venue also gradually dissipated. Phew! Jun Changxiao retracted his armed wings. His hands trembled violently as he took a deep breath. The talisman of heaven and earth and the armed wings' defensive form could only allow him to barely withstand the palm print. If it came again, he would definitely die. However, who was that pleasant voice? Why would it condense such a strong palm print to kill Yi Xingchen? The system said. Do you still need to think? It must be his enemy from his previous life. If that's the case, Jun Changxiao said to himself, this disciple of mine is not only a reincarnated powerhouse, but also a powerhouse from the upper realms. That's right. The system vowed solemnly. It was strange to say that when the crack in space disappeared, even the sunken palm print disappeared. And the destroyed stage was restored. It was as if time had turned back to the scene when Yi Xingchen had just beaten up Ao Wushuang. But what couldn't go back was Jun Changxiao's dead talisman of heaven and earth. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, City Lord Han collapsed and said, "When did you run down there?" At that moment, Jun Changxiao discovered that the audience was all looking at him. They didn't seem to remember what had just happened. Even the originally pitch-black projection screen had returned to normal, and his heroic and extraordinary figure appeared on it. Shwa. He had an idea. He pulled out the banner again and shouted, "Opportunity knocks but once, it won't come again." Jun Changxiao used his actions to tell everyone that he had appeared on the stage out of the blue just to advertise his name. Nonsense. City Lord Han scolded, "Don't interfere with the competition, hurry up and come up." All right. Jun Changxiao put away the banner. However, before he left, he glanced at the half-dead Ao Wushuang and said, "That's enough. Don't kill him." Bang! Yi Xingchen kicked Ao Wushuang off the stage and said indifferently, "Trash." He was trying to control his emotions and pretend that he was still fighting, but indescribable pain came from his heart. "Seeing that you and I were once in love, I hope you can behave yourself and be an ordinary person in the lower realm." A pleasant voice came into Xianxia's ears, and it was like a needle fiercely stabbing into his heart. It was hard for him, who was proud and aloof, to accept the fact that he was being treated like charity. So what, not to mention him now, even Night Emperor at his peak was just an ant in front of a high and mighty expert. He was unwilling. He was really unwilling. Senior brother Yi. He Wudi said telepathically, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He thought that Xianxia was also from the upper realm, and suddenly felt that they were in the same boat. That's right. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Phew. Xianxia let out a long breath and thought to himself, kill me once and give me a palm. Just like the patriarch said, I'll return it to you 100 times over. Thinking of this, he looked at Xianxia who was talking cheerfully with City Lord Han, and his eyes flashed with a complicated look. When the terrifying palm pressed down, he actually blocked in front of him. If he died, wouldn't he be worried that the sect of all times would scatter, or was the life of his disciple so important to him that he couldn't allow others to hurt him? When Xianxia led a large group of disciples to attack the extreme coldness palace, Xianxia thought about how such a reckless action could achieve great things in the future. Until the moment of life and death, he seemed to have understood a lot. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma smiled and said, do you want to continue fighting? Xianxia looked at him, looked at Li Qingyang and the others, and secretly said, this patriarch, these fellow disciples, are really annoying. Shua. Turning around, he pointed to the disciples of the world-defying sacred sect, and said, trash, come and fight. Through the clouds, through the sky, in that seemingly real yet illusory palace, a graceful figure lazily leaned on the throne and whispered, with his personality, it's really strange that he can condescend to stay in the sect. Master. A black-clothed man appeared and said, the people of the realm hall ask you to explain why you took action without permission in the lower realms. You noticed it so quickly? The graceful figure murmured, fortunately, I didn't make a move again, otherwise I would have been deliberately made difficult by a group of old antiques. P.S. Fourth update, please vote. Because of some kind of power, the audience forgot about the spatial tear. However, He Wudi remembered, Xianxia remembered, and Xianxia also remembered. One of the first two had his flesh pierced through, while the other was directly targeted, which could still be explained. Why was Xianxia more special than the others? Was it because of his thick skin that the pressure from the upper realm could not penetrate, not to mention? He could ignore the restraints and directly activate the armed wings defense to rush over, even if he activated the talisman of heaven and earth and his cultivation soared to an extremely high level. City Lord Han, who was also Wuxing, was still frozen and did not notice anything strange. Maybe I'm handsome. Xianxia gave himself an impeccable explanation. The system said, aren't you tired? Xianxia was speechless, of course I'm tired, but the battle of dragons and tigers is not over yet, I have to hold on. Resisting the palm from the upper realm consumed nearly 90% of his psionic energy. Although he had the support of the talisman of heaven and earth, he was only a small step away from exhaustion. And the other party did not really use his full strength, just bombarding Xianxia casually. Otherwise, with Xianxia's fragile body, he would have been crushed into powder. The host is so brave. The system said in admiration, you dared to rush over in that situation just now. Thinking about it, its heart was still thumping, although it did not have a heart. You don't understand. Xianxia said, this is the love that only humans have. He had always regarded the sect as his home and himself as his parent. When his child was in danger, would the parent just sit by and do nothing? I can't understand your human love. The system said, but I know that if the host continues to play like this, sooner or later, he will die. It doesn't matter. Xianxia shrugged, anyway, if I die, you will die too. At the end of the day, I can drag someone down with me, so I won't be lonely on the road to hell. Although he was joking, his expression became more and more serious. The power from the upper realm was too strong, with his current strength, he could not resist at all. If a similar situation happened in the future, would he have to watch his disciple be obliterated? No. Xianxia thought to himself, dragon and tiger battle for supremacy is over, I must work hard to cultivate. The sudden appearance of the power from the upper realm gave him a strong sense of crisis. Only by becoming stronger could he be a good parent. Xianxia was also deep in thought. Why did that woman suddenly appear? Could it be that I accidentally revealed my martial emperor aura and she caught it? Also, the first thing she said was, "You're still alive." This as expected meant that the woman should have known that he wasn't dead, or that he had been reborn. Could it be that breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm had given her some kind of powerful magical power that allowed her to deduce that his soul had not been completely annihilated? Schwa. At this time, the world-defying sacred sect disciple took the opportunity to attack, condensing a powerful fist print. Pa. Xianxia raised his hand to catch it and crush it. Immediately after, he rushed in front of his opponent and pressed a hand on his face, smashing him to the ground. He said angrily, "I can't figure it out." Boom. "I don't understand." Boom. "I can't figure it out." A moment later, the disciple was beaten black and blue, and then fell in front of a group of fellow disciples. Without Ao Wushuang, the world-defying sacred sect had no hope, so the next disciples who came out to fight could not escape being beaten by Xianxia. There is no suspense. The elders of the various sects shook their heads. A fifth-rate sect, winning the championship of the Dragon Tiger battle, who would have thought of such a thing? Hu, heavenly mandate imperial city, Tianxing, who was lying on the bed, with Xianxia beating his opponent down again and again, his whole face was extremely red, and his breathing became rapid. "Quick! Give the medicine," Elder Zhen urged. Elder Zhou took out 2 pill bottles, shook them helplessly, and said, "It's all eaten. Why didn't you prepare more?" In the state of the master, no matter how much medicine he takes, he can't suppress it. Putong. The sound of falling came from the light screen again, and another world-defying sacred sect disciple was beaten out. Tianxing clutched his chest, and his breathing suddenly stopped, as if he was about to be out of breath, and he was about to have a heart attack. "Let's do it." Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen looked at each other, and directly gathered psionic power in their palms, and hit Tianxing's neck hard. The other party was not prepared at all, and immediately stretched out his leg, and fainted. The 11th. The 12th. In the cities of southwest Yangzhou, every time Xianxia beat an opponent, the warriors would shout in unison, and every inch of their hair would stand up in excitement. Boom. In the end, under Xianxia's bombardment, the last world-defying sacred sect disciple fell off the stage with a bloody nose and a swollen face. 1. The sect that our southwest Yangzhou sent is the champion. Deafening shouts suddenly came from the entire southwest Yangzhou. How many people hugged each other, how many people cried on the spot, how many people shouted in unison that they were proud of the sect that they were proud of. The sect of all times is mighty, senior brother is mighty. In the sect of all times, more than 10,000 disciples also cheered loudly after being suppressed for a long time. The pride on their faces were not inferior to any of the southwest Yangzhou martial artists. On this day, the entire southwest Yangzhou was destined to be in a carnival. World-defying sacred sect eliminated, champion, City Lord Han shouted loudly, the sect of all times. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. It was already over, and he was still pressing down on him. Damn. If it wasn't for the fact that my psionic power was exhausted, with my current realm, I would have bound you in a minute, and then flew up to advertise. Babies. Looking at his group of cute disciples with a gratified face, Jun Changxiao said to the group, "Thank you for your hard work." Su Xiaoma hugged Li Fei, and a smile appeared on his face. The other disciples looked at the patriarch, and felt the respectful gazes from everyone present. At this moment, they had the right to enjoy the respect of the world. The lens of the projection array also gave these victors a close-up shot, but it was all controlled on their faces. Because if it was any further, the advertising slogan on their bodies would be revealed. After the competition, there was the award ceremony. According to the previous rules, the champion of the Dragon Tiger hegemony would receive 10,000 spirit stones as a reward, as well as a plaque engraved with the 4 golden words Dragon Tiger hegemony. The spirit stones were just a foil, and this plaque was the most valuable, because there were countless sects in the Falling Star continent, and only one was truly qualified to obtain it every few years. City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao said seriously, Can I use this plaque to exchange for tens of thousands of spirit stones? No. The corner of City Lord Han's mouth twitched. Although the cost of a plaque wasn't expensive, it wasn't something that any sect could afford to hang. He actually wanted to exchange it for spirit stones. Let's go, let's go. After the award ceremony ended, Xianxia reluctantly took one last look at the image formation that was gradually closing and then left with his disciples. However, before he left, he sent a telepathic message, City Lord Han, if you don't plan on commercializing dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, in the future, if there are people who advertise like this June, there's no harm in blurring out their faces. That seems a bit difficult. Trust me, your array master will definitely be able to do it. We'll meet again. Xianxia waved his hand and said, we'll meet again. After watching this guy leave with his disciples, City Lord Han finally let out a long sigh of relief. This crazy guy who advertised was finally gone. Finally, he didn't have to pay attention to him. The dragon-tiger hegemony had successfully ended. Just as everyone was still discussing, Xianxia returned to the sect with his disciples. In the depths of the northern desert state, in an area that no one had set foot in, a crack gradually appeared in the space, and a violent aura spread out. Foolish humans, do you think that you can seal me forever with just a few trash? In your dreams. Huang. Huang's F** King Big Dream. P.S. Please vote. There was an ancient altar in the Middle Supreme State that had existed for a long time. As for when it was built, the relevant departments could not give an accurate date. In the center of the altar, there was a globe-like ball that was emitting a faint light every day. Smack, one day, there was a slight crack in the ball of light. Whoosh! 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 5 white-robed old men hurriedly walked in from the outside. Their turbid eyes were filled with solemnity. Why did the space barrier crack? Could it be related to the space tremor from the Great Sage's Imperial City? It's possible. The location of the crack. Not good. It's the uninhabited area where the demonic creature was sealed in the northern desert state. Let's go. Let's go. The leading elder said anxiously. Hurry up and reinforce it, lest that demonic creature breaks the seal and wreaks havoc on the falling star continent again. Whoosh! 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 5 streams of light flew out of the Middle Supreme State and headed toward the northern desert state. However, when they arrived at the scene, they only saw the space crack that was slowly healing. They did not find anything. It's over. The 5 of them were shocked. That demonic creature has escaped. It has been sealed for thousands of years. It must be very weak now. We must find it as soon as possible, the leading elder said in a low voice. In the sacred palace, an elder exuding a supreme aura sat in the main seat and shouted, Ling Yao, this is the consequence of your actions in the lower realm. Several dignified elders on both sides looked coldly at the graceful figure that seemed to be shrouded in clouds. The seal has aged long ago. It's only a matter of time before it breaks. A pleasant voice came from the clouds. Besides, don't you people of the realm hall look down on the beings of the lower realm? As long as the realm rules exist, no one is allowed to violate them, the leading elder shouted coldly. The graceful figure said indifferently, I've already explained it very clearly. It was just a casual wave of my hand and did not hurt any living beings. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After saying that, she disappeared into thin air. My lord. The elder sitting on the left said in a low voice, this Empress Ling Yao is getting more and more presumptuous. She clearly violated the realm rules, but she just casually explained and left. What does she think the realm hall is? Because the woman had left without permission, the elders were furious. Humph! The dignified old man sitting at the head of the table snorted coldly, Empress Ling Yao, don't let anything fall into the hands of our boundary hall. My lord. The old man beside him said, the spatial barrier of the falling star continent was broken because of Empress Ling Yao. What should we do about it? She's right. The seal is gradually losing its effectiveness, and breaking it open is only a matter of time. Since it's unavoidable, we naturally have to let these mortals face it, the dignified old man said indifferently. After all, the sealed demonic creature is from the upper realm. The overall strength of the falling star continent has declined severely in the past few thousand years. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to fight against it, someone said solemnly. Any calamity is predestined by the heavens. Whether or not they can resolve it depends on their luck. How could we have the time to care about such a small matter? The dignified elder waved his hand and said, disperse. Qingyang, I'm hungry. I'll go get some vegetarian food. Xianxia said weakly as he lay on a bamboo chair in the beautiful forest. He looked very haggard. He originally looked like he was in his early 20s, but now he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. The cosmic talisman played a huge role in his current state. Seeing June Patriarch's miserable state, the system did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Instead, it wanted to laugh. Ha 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 ha. June Changxiao, Patriarch. Li Qingyang took out a bowl of fried rice from his spatial ring and said, I still have some dry food prepared by junior sister Lu. Do you want to make do with it? June Changxiao opened his mouth slowly. After eating the fried rice, his body finally regained a little strength. He said, let's go, sigh. How pitiful. June Changxiao was quite depressed about participating in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. He did not obtain many substantial martial arts resources. He only received a plaque, and it was not even made of pure gold. Why were the organizers so stingy for such a big competition? What made June Changxiao slightly gratified was that, at the end of the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy, including the 2 experienced talisman that he had used previously, he had obtained a total of 4. Before the competition between the Sect of All Times and the world-defying Sacred Sect, another side quest came. The Sect won the competition and was rewarded with 2 experienced talisman. Because at that time, Night Emperor was in a hurry to torture Ao Wu Shuang, the author did not have the chance to write it. For such a big competition, only 4 experienced talisman are given, and no contribution points are given. The system is even more stingy. June Changxiao complained. The goods in the high-grade store were so awesome. He would rather use 4 experienced talisman to exchange for 40,000 contribution points. This way, he could buy 4 goods and become stronger. It was impossible for him to cultivate. It was impossible for him to cultivate in this lifetime. If the conditions allowed, June Changxiao would definitely choose to take the shortcut. Because he did not have the slightest bit of strength and did not bring the Demon Ridge Black Eagle, June Changxiao could only return to the Sect of All Times in half a month under the circumstances of the disciples taking turns to carry him. But just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw a dense crowd of martial artists gathered together. His initial estimate was that there were at least 1 million martial artists. Oh my God! Su Shama was shocked. So many people? Our hero is back. At this moment, someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Shua! 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 The martial artists who were anxiously waiting all looked over. When they saw June Changxiao and the others, they all pulled out their banners and raised their banners. June Patriarch. Xie Guangquan walked forward and cupped his hands. Thank you for your hard work. As the city lord of Qingyang City, he definitely had to organize the crowd to congratulate the Sect of All Times for winning the dragon-tiger battle, don't say. I've been waiting for a few days. June Changxiao sat on the bamboo chair and cupped his hands. Thank you city lord for your kindness. Shua! Shua! The people of Qingyang City spontaneously opened up a path to the mountain. The disciples of the Sect of All Times walked straight under their gazes. Everyone straightened their backs and enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. June Changxiao also had mixed feelings. Although the main reason for participating in the dragon-tiger battle was for the spiritual stones, it still felt good to be welcomed by so many people. Right, there were still spiritual stones. When would Mastery send them over? There was no hope for now because Dojo Mastery was currently in a state of waking up, fainting, waking up, and fainting again. Huff huff, in the extremely dark forest, a pair of big eyes suddenly appeared from the bushes. The eyeballs looked up and down, left and right, and then walked out carefully. It was a slender man with a head of purple hair, but his entire body was naked. Although there was no one around, being naked in broad daylight was really against the customs. Roar, roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the forest, one by one, huge spiritual beasts rushed out from the darkness and knelt in front of the purple-haired man. They shouted excitedly, "Greetings, King." The purple-haired man sat on a rock and spread his legs elegantly. This man's face emitted a demonic aura and a faint aura of supremacy. He said, "After so many years, I'm comforted that you can still remember me." "King." A spiritual beast laughed and said, "Do you want to wear human clothes first?" Boom! Suddenly, the purple-haired man appeared in front of it and sent it flying with a punch. He said coldly, "Wearing human clothes is blasphemy to my noble body." This was the reason why he didn't wear human clothes. The spiritual beasts couldn't help but shiver, and fear appeared in their eyes. King has been sealed for so long, but he is still so powerful. Our beast race is not far away from being revived again. King. A spiritual beast said weakly, "Our people are waiting for your return in Death Valley." Death Valley? The purple-haired man clenched his fists and said angrily, "My people must have been bullied terribly by humans all these years. Otherwise, why would they be in such a desolate place?" Xianxia lay on the chair in the study room, tiredness appearing on his face. He, who had no cultivation, was carried back in a bamboo chair. The journey must have been bumpy and tiring. Next. After a short rest, Xianxia murmured, "There should be a large group of youths participating in the entrance exam, right? The Sect of all times had won the championship in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, and they were advertising crazily. It would definitely attract more youths to participate in the entrance exam. Needless to say, youths from all over the world were rushing over. When they entered the Azure Sun County and stood at the foot of the Ironbone Mountain, there would definitely be a lively scene. There shouldn't be any pressure to recruit 20,000 disciples. Infrastructure, pill resources, and even weapons and equipment must all be expanded. Xianxia began to plan for the future. It wasn't his intention to bring his disciples out to show off. Developing the sect in a low-key manner and building a harmonious and loving family was the eternal goal. There's nothing much to do during this period. It's best to use the great art of spring and autumn to reach the peak of the sect in a few years. Xianxia thought to himself. The system said, "Why don't we directly explode the soul bomb 100 years later? At that time, the grass on the host's grave would be about 3 feet tall." "Can you not come out to be scolded?" Xianxia said. The system said, "No, I have to scold you on behalf of the readers." Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu walked in and said, "The dishes are ready. When will the celebration be?" "Tonight," Xianxia said. Li Luoqiu looked at his slightly tired face and said, "Can your body take it?" Hall Master Li, Xianxia stood up and said seriously, "Please remember, never question a man's body at any time, because this is an insult to his personality." Li Luoqiu. In order to show that his body was fine, Xianxia lightly punched his chest with his fist and then slumped into the chair. Understood. Li Luoqiu left and arranged for the celebration at night. Night fell. A bonfire was burning on the martial arts field, illuminating the entire sect. The cafeteria staff carried various dishes and placed them on the table that had been prepared in advance. "Open the wine. Drink up." Under the starry sky, the sect of all times welcomed another celebration. Many disciples raised their wine cups and toasted their senior brothers who had participated in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy. They toasted them for bringing glory to the sect. As the patriarch, Xianxia was naturally indispensable. Although he repeatedly emphasized that he was injured, he still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the disciples. Thus, he drank tea instead of wine and slipped to the toilet every few minutes. This lively banquet continued until the wee hours of the morning. Su Xianma was lying on the floor, wiping the empty wine jars. He said drunkenly, Junior brother Li, why is your head so big? Tell me, did you drink too much?" Xianxia, who was sitting on the stairs of the main hall, looked at the group of disciples who were all over the place. He shook his head and said, "With this level of alcohol tolerance, you still have the nerve to call yourselves martial cultivators? And?" He turned his head and looked at the dining table in the distance. Yi Xingchen was sitting alone, as if he was thinking about something. Xianxia was very curious about this guy's background. However, he also knew that the other party was probably thinking about how he had been discovered by his enemy after being reborn. Yes. Xianxia had been thinking about this matter. The more he thought about it, the more irritated and depressed he became. Thus, he stood up and looked at Xianxia. He said seriously, "Patriarch, can I apply to withdraw from the sect?" Li Qingyang and the others who were still in a drunken state suddenly became sober after hearing his words. They looked at him in astonishment, and then looked at the patriarch in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Xianxia took a sip of tea and said. Xianxia clenched his fist and struggled in his heart. He said, "I'm sure." "Senior brother Yi." Lu Wancher stared with her eyes wide open. "Everything is fine, why do you want to withdraw from the sect? Did senior brother Su purposely look for you to drink and make you unhappy? When it's time to eat tomorrow, I'll give him a spoonful less so that he won't be full." Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. "I did look for him to drink, but seeing that he didn't say anything, I turned around and looked for Li Fei. How can you blame me? All of you, leave," Xianxia said. Li Qingyang wanted to say something, but seeing the patriarch's serious expression, he hurriedly signaled to his fellow disciples and left the martial arts field. After they left, Xianxia pointed at the door and said, "I've said before that if you want to leave, you can leave at any time." Shua. Xianxia thought for a while, picked up the bowl of wine in front of him, and drank it all. Then, he turned around and walked towards the door. "When you become successful in the future, come back and visit when you have time. After all, we are master and disciple, and we are fellow disciples," Xianxia said. Xianxia didn't say anything and walked straight. "If you die outside, I'll bring my disciples to collect your corpse. After all, we are master and disciple, and we are fellow disciples," Xianxia said. "Ta." Xianxia stopped. Although his back was facing Xianxia, his face showed a rare hesitation. "Before you leave, I'll give you a word of advice. Once you step out of this sect, you will never have the chance to take revenge," Xianxia said. Xianxia clenched his fists and said with difficulty, "I've already been discovered. If I stay here, I'll only bring trouble to all of you. I might even bring disaster to all of you." Perhaps it was because of the bowl of wine, but this arrogant man finally said what he had suppressed in his heart. Xianxia said, "Do you think your fellow disciples will care about that little trouble?" "They don't care." The disciples of the sect of all times yelled in unison. As it turned out, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji didn't really leave. They stood in the inner courtyard and kept watching Xianxia with their spiritual senses. Xianxia said, "Your fellow disciples aren't afraid of trouble or death. What are you afraid of?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He was struggling in his heart. If it was in the past, he would leave immediately if he wanted to. Now, he had become indecisive and worried about his gains and losses. "If the sky falls, I'll hold it up." Xianxia said, "What are you afraid of?" Speaking of holding it up, Xianxia remembered the back of the person who stood in front of him to welcome the upper realm's palm print in the arena. At the moment of life and death, someone protected him at all costs. This was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Although he was stubborn, he had to admit that the moment the patriarch stood in front of him, he was deeply moved. It was because of this that he kept thinking on the way back to the sect. Since he was discovered by that woman, would it bring danger to the sect? In his previous life, Knight Emperor, who had extremely low EQ and offended people easily, actually took the initiative to think for others. It was really commendable. Phew. Xianxia took a deep breath. His clenched fists gradually relaxed. Swoosh. He turned around and sat back in his previous position. He turned his face to the side and said, "Patriarch, I drank too much just now. I've forgotten what I said." Su Xiaoma. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Fill his cup. If you can't drink him today, you'll have to wash the dishes in the cafeteria for 3 months. Yes. Su Xiaoma shouted. He thought to himself, who did I offend? Junior brother Yi. After pouring the wine, Su Xiaoma raised his cup and said, "Come, the patriarch has ordered that your senior brother will be responsible for getting you drunk today." Yi Xingchen picked up the bowl and drank it all without saying anything. Heh. This guy was quite forthright. Come, 2 hours later. Su Xianxia drank until he collapsed on the table. Yi Xingchen, whose face was flushed, slowly walked to the front of the bonfire. She held an empty wine jar in each hand and began to dance with her hands and feet. At that time, Night Emperor didn't understand at all and even had the urge to beat him up. Now that he recalled it again, he seemed to have been enlightened. The patriarch's words rang in his ears. Xingchen, when you understand the meaning of the words unyielding and unyielding, you will naturally understand. Yi Xingchen seemed to have understood a little, so he completely let go of himself and drank to his heart's content with Su Xianxia until he was dead drunk. Unfortunately, under the influence of alcohol, he would also do irrational things, such as dancing around the fire. Pa Jun Changxiao turned on the magically modified sound system. Tang Sanzang sang only you in the Chinese novel Journey to the West to accompany Yi Xingchen's dancing. The fire was burning fiercely. A drunken man completely let go of himself and let go of himself. That night, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji sat in front of the stairs, all of them holding their chins as they watched Yi Xingchen dance until midnight. Swoosh! Late in the morning, Yi Xingchen suddenly got up from his bed. Seeing that he was sleeping in the side room, he held his aching head and said, "Wasn't I drinking? Junior brother, you're awake?" When he walked out of the side room and walked on the road to the outer courtyard, his junior brothers all smiled and greeted him. The smiles on their faces were a little strange and a little uncomfortable. No. Yi Xingchen knocked on his head and said, "Something must have happened yesterday. Junior brother Yi." At this moment, Su Xianxia caught up from behind and said with a smile, "You're really good at drinking. You made me drunk yesterday." Yi Xingchen didn't say anything and said in his heart, "Did I? Why don't I remember?" Hee. Li Fei walked over quickly and said, "Junior brother Yi danced well." "Not bad?" Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Li Fei said in surprise, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you wouldn't have blacked out from drinking, right? Did you forget how you danced around the fire with 2 empty wine jars yesterday?" Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. After a long time, his muscles stiffened as he said, "I was dancing?" The plaque with the words "Dragon and Tiger contend for hegemony" was hung in Jun Changxia's study. Occasionally, when he glanced at it, he would think of the scene of his disciples fighting on the fighting stage, and he would smile with gratification. The relationship between Jun Changxiao and his disciples was equivalent to that of a master and disciple. They had proven themselves in the biggest sect competition, and as a master, he would naturally be incomparably proud. Patriarch Li Qingyang came over and said, "The patriarch of the northern desert states Xianxia sect has come to visit." "Oh?" Jun Changxiao said, "Why is he here?" The business with the northern desert state had been established a long time ago. Every month, there would be a delivery of ores and materials. Calculating the time, it was just right. But Feng Feixia personally came over, which was indeed a bit surprising. Could it be that he was here to congratulate? Invite him in. Jun Changxiao went to the main hall. Just as he sat down, Feng Feixia came in under the guidance of Li Qingyang. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations to Jun Patriarch Sect for winning the championship of the Dragon and Tiger contend for hegemony." "Thank you." Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, "Patriarch Feng, please sit." Feng Feixia sat down and said, "The amount of ores mined during this period of time is quite large. I was worried that there would be some accidents, so I personally escorted you." Jun Changxiao said, "Thank you, Patriarch Feng. If you are not in a hurry to go back, please stay for a meal. Then I will accept your invitation." "Oh my God." In the cafeteria, Feng Feixia raised his chopsticks and closed his eyes. His entire soul felt like it was about to fly out of his body and swim in the endless sky. Lu Wancher's cooking had deeply shocked him. His soul floated for a long time before returning to his body. "Patriarch Feng." Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "This time, you came here not just to deliver ores, right?" "That's right." When it came to the main topic, Feng Feixia withdrew his exaggerated expression and said with a serious expression, "Jun Patriarch Feng, have you heard of the Purple King?" "No." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said. Feng Feixia lowered his voice and said, thousands of years ago, the Purple King suddenly appeared in the Falling Star continent and gathered 1,000,000 beast army in the northern desert state. There is such a thing? Xianxia was surprised. Feng Feixia said, fortunately, the top experts of the continent discovered it in time and sent 4 Wuxing to seal it. Xianxia drank a mouthful of wine and said, even 4 Wuxing were alarmed. The Purple King is very strong. I think it must have brought a big disaster to the continent? No, it did not. Feng Feixia said, because it was discovered in time, the Purple King was sealed by the 4 experts before he could do anything. The 1,000,000 beasts lost their leader and scattered. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Alarmed 4 Wuxing and gathered 1,000,000 beast army. The Purple King was clearly a guy who was going to do big things. But in the end, he died before he even started. This was a tragic villain. Sealed? Xianxia said, you mean he is still alive? Feng Feixia came closer and said, Jun Patriarch Feng, is this the purpose of my visit? What do you mean? Xianxia asked. As far as I know, this evil creature has broken the seal and reappeared in the world. At this point, Feng Feixia's voice was very low, creating a very frightening atmosphere. Xianxia said, is that so? He didn't care too much. After all, a guy who died before he could do anything, even if he came out again, what could he do? Jun Patriarch Feng Feixia. Feng Feixia said, this news must be kept secret because the central province has blocked this information to avoid causing panic. I am here to remind you not to let the disciples go to the mountains for training. Why? Xianxia asked. Feng Feixia said, the Purple King can communicate with beasts and can awaken their intelligence. If you are unlucky enough to meet him, you will not be able to return. I see. Xianxia raised his cup and said, come, let's drink. Wait. Feng Feixia picked up his chopsticks and grinned, let me eat a few more bites. Eat as much as you want, no need to be polite. Can I take it away if I can't finish it? After Feng Feixia finished his meal, he really took the leftovers back. And this time, he brought a lot of ores that Xianxia could use to create equipment to increase the strength of the disciples. As for the Purple King, he didn't care at all. After all, if this evil creature really had the power to cause trouble, as long as it didn't affect him, there would be righteous sects and experts to deal with it. Death Valley. This forbidden area that used to be filled with beasts was now a bit desolate. Because after Xianxia brought the disciples here to train and dealt with the powerful beasts, there was no more danger. Plop. An evil cultivator from Huayang County fell in the area where the fire dragon beast used to be. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. Trash. A naked evil man stood in front of him and stepped on his face. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he said, where is my egg? Egg, isn't it growing between your legs? I don't know. I just came in today. The evil cultivator said in fear. Bang. The evil man exerted force with his foot, and the evil cultivator's head exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He turned around and grabbed a low-grade ferocious beast that lived in Death Valley. He pointed at his glabella and asked, where's my egg? The beast that couldn't speak suddenly became intelligent. It said with a trembling voice, My egg was taken away by a human. Who? I don't know, bang. The evil man kicked it away and said angrily, trash. My king. A half-human spiritual beast said, the fire dragon beast has been guarding the egg. As long as we find out who killed it, we should be able to find out who took it away. Smart. The evil man patted its shoulder and said, you are indeed my left, what the F***ck is my left arm? Xianxia threw all the ores that Feng Feixia gave him into the space ring and started refining. Because there were a lot of materials, it would take a few days to refine all of them. Aha! The fire dragon yawned in its nest in the study room. During this period of time, the little guy did not enter hibernation, and its physique did not change much. It looked the same as before. Xianxia murmured, what is it? When the supreme elder of the extreme cold palace came, the little dragon transformed into a 5-clawed dragon, which made him very shocked. He had been wondering whether it was the ability of a beast or its real body. The fire dragon is obviously a dinosaur, how can it give birth to a real dragon? Xianxia shook his head and said, it must be a mutation. Thinking back to how he invested a lot of crystal nuclei and even went bankrupt to hatch the little dragon, he felt that it was very worth it. Now that I have a lot of funds, if I find a few more eggs to hatch, will I be able to hatch mutated beasts like Tao Tai, Phoenix, and Kuan? Xianxia murmured. The system said, in dreams, yes. Xianxia ignored it and went to the medicine hall to ask Elder Wei when the materials to refine the martial King Dan would be ready. Then, he went to the Wu Tang class to inspect. At this moment, Ning Duxing was patiently explaining the difficulties of martial arts to the new disciples. Although all kinds of martial arts facilities could help the disciples improve faster, it was still necessary to learn specialized martial arts knowledge. Otherwise, if they relied on cheating to improve, they would feel very weak. Elder Ning. Xianxia raised her hand and said, disciple still has questions. Class dismissed. Ning Duxing hurriedly left the Wu Tang class without looking back. He was afraid that if he walked slowly, he would get a headache from this girl's questions. The disciples expressed their understanding. Not to mention Elder Ning, even they would collapse. In the sect of all times, Xianxia was definitely a very scary existence. When the elders like Xianxia saw her, they were like mice seeing a cat, hiding as far away as possible. Such a scary woman, but Xianxia was afraid that she would melt in the palm of his hand, because whether he could exchange the techniques in the technique pavilion or not depended on her. Patriarch. Just as he was about to continue inspecting the wolf riding hall, Li Qingyang hurried over and said, there are many people at the foot of the mountain, they want to sign up for the assessment. There were a lot of them. Xianxia released his spiritual sense, and he found out that there were at least 30 to 50,000 teenagers gathered at the foot of the mountain. They were all around 17 or 18 years old. Judging from their attire, they should have come from different states and counties. They all had the aura of realms around them. They should have already practiced martial arts. Shua. Xianxia walked to the front of the mountain gate and put on his sunglasses. He looked down and said in surprise, so many high-grade spiritual roots? Many. There were at least a few hundred. There was not even a single one was a spiritual. Under the dazzling light sunglasses, there were many youths with question marks in their attributes. This meant that they were not martial cultivators, but sword cultivators, blade cultivators, and so on. Patriarch. Ning Duxing said, there are still a few days before the recruitment day. Then let them wait. Xianxia said. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. He would not bring forward the recruitment day because of the large number of people. He must develop a fixed day and a fixed recruitment habit. Patriarch. Ning Duxing suggested, every day, people come to the sect in advance to wait for the assessment day. Most of them live in Xingyang town, which is far away. Why don't we build a town at the foot of the mountain and let the sect manage it directly? Not only can we provide them with a place to stay, but we can also open various industries and make profits. That makes sense. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although Mount Iron Bone belonged to Xingyang town, the two were a little far apart. It was not a bad idea to build a town at the foot of the mountain and buy some industries for development. It was very common for the sect to have a town at the foot of the mountain. Many tourists admired it and often lived nearby. What's more, June Patriarch's ambition was to build the sect of all times into a martial arts holy land. If the day really came, he had to give the world a place to worship. Elder Ning. Xianxia said, I'll leave this matter to you and Qingyang. Yes. Ning Duxing said. Hearing that the Patriarch wanted to build a town at the foot of the mountain, Li Qingyang's eyes suddenly became hot. Expanding and transforming the sect was obviously not enough to satisfy the civil engineer. Building and planning a town was undoubtedly more challenging. On the same day, Chief Stewardly began to think hard. After a night of hard work, he successfully formulated a preliminary plan for the town. Patriarch. In the hall, Li Qingyang unfolded the blueprint and said seriously, in my preliminary idea, the scale of this city is not inferior to Xingyang town. There are 2 main streets, 12 secondary streets, and no need to say more. Jun Chongxiao said, let's get to the point. How much money do you need? This, Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, I haven't calculated yet. Jun Chongxiao threw him a few large space rings and said, use the money inside as you wish. You must use the best construction materials. Yes. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, can I borrow your Peppa wild boar? The little guy plowed the land in the herb garden every day and was already familiar with it. It would definitely have a miraculous effect on the construction of the town. No problem. Jun Chongxiao said. With absolute funds, Li Qingyang and Ning Duxing went all out. First of all, they had to choose the land at the foot of the mountain. This aspect was very meticulous. Not only did they have to pay attention to many aspects, but more importantly, they had to look at the feng shui. To build a town in the territory, they had to report to the city and obtain the approval of the city lord. However, Jun Chongxiao did not need to do so because he was the county lord of Qingyang County. The site selection was confirmed. Lanxiang's excavator specialist, Peppa Wild Boar, was in place, 21 St. It was suitable for dismantling, excavating, and repairing. It was taboo for burials and funerals. Li Qingyang stood on the planned land and nodded to Xiao Ziji in the distance. He covered his ears and said, the groundbreaking ceremony begins now. Boom, a loud boom reverberated in Mount Ironbone. It was the roar of the field artillery, announcing the start of the construction of the town. However, Peppa Wild Boar was disturbed by the sound of the artillery. Its eyelids rolled up and its 4 legs straightened. It was so scared that it fainted. Clang! The green dragon crescent blade was inserted in front of it. Jun Chongxiao said gloomily, don't pretend to be dead. Get up and work. Peppa Wild Boar stood up with a whoosh. Then, with tears in its eyes, it began to gather the earth element's spiritual energy and got busy on the ground. Under the setting sun, the pitiful figure was running around. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, have you thought of the name of the town? Yes. Jun Chongxiao said, let's call it Ironbone Town. Why not Wangu Town? Li Qingyang was puzzled. Jun Chongxiao looked at the sky and said seriously, that is to comfort sect leader Wang's soul in heaven. Sect leader Wang was the one who built the Ironbone sect. Later, he took over and developed it into the current sect of all times. However, this mountain would always be Mount Ironbone, and this town would always be called Ironbone Town. The plaque hanging in the main hall would always have the words, Ironbone Sect. Since there was a town at the foot of the mountain, there would naturally be permanent residents. Jun Chongxiao had already decided to move all the villagers of Qingyang village there and give them permanent residency. During the time when they transmigrated to the Falling Star continent, the sect was poor and it was difficult to even find food. They would definitely not be mistreated if they went to the village to eat and drink every day. Moreover, the family members of the sect's disciples could also apply to move in. Not only would it be convenient to visit, but it would also allow the family to reunite during festivals. Humanizing. This was one of the core tenets of Jun Chongxiao when he established the sect. The construction of a town was a big project. Even with the help of Peppa the Wild Boar and the disciples, it would still take time. Jun Chongxiao was naturally not in a hurry when he handed over everything to Li Qingyang and Ning Duxing. Other than occasionally taking a look, he spent most of his time recuperating. A few days later, the entrance examination of the sect of all times began. This time, Jun Chongxiao gave a clear recruitment quota, which was just enough to gather 20,000 members. Supplement less, supplement more. Because of the battle of dragons and tigers, and because of the advertisement, the youths who came were more outstanding in all aspects. Many of them passed the first round of the gravity assessment. Sigh. Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, there is no limit to the number of people. They can all be accepted. And if there is a town, these youths who have good qualifications but have to be eliminated can stay temporarily and be recruited after the upper limit is raised. Therefore, it was necessary to build a town at the foot of the mountain. After the second round of assessment, according to the patriarch's wishes, the Ning brothers selected a total of 20,000 members. As for the youths who were not recruited, they were first appeased and allowed to stay in Qingyang village or Qingyang town temporarily. Ding. Ding. One by one, the disciples were stamped and became a disciple. Xianxia heard an endless stream of notifications. Sect member, 200,002,0000. Sect contribution points, 200,002,0000. When the last youth became a disciple of the sect of all times, all the statistics were completely fixed. Xianxia, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, took the initiative to buy materials such as forging rooms and aptitude elixirs before the opening examination. Therefore, all the members and contribution points were full. Ding. Sect mission activated. After the notifications ended, a new mission was issued. In terms of difficulty, it was obviously more difficult than before. However, it was not difficult to complete it as the sect's disciples had become stronger. Some of the quests were even related to the town he was building, such as how many days he had to work as a bricklayer or how many bricks he had to move. I have to continue clearing the contribution points. After completing the sect mission, he would definitely receive contribution points and achievement points. Therefore, Xianxia opened up the system store and decided to spend 10,000 contribution points to clear up some space in advance. What should I buy? After pondering for a long time, Xianxia still couldn't come to a decision. The main reason was that most of the goods in the advanced shopping mall were useful, so it was difficult for him to choose what to buy. Why don't we buy a modified RPG rocket launcher? Lord Xianxia muttered. He had been eyeing this item for a long time. Since it came from the advanced mall and had the words divine modification, it was definitely more powerful than the field artillery. Didn't you say that it would be very difficult for firearms to adapt to the falling star continent in the future? Why would the advanced shop still have rocket launchers? Xianxia asked with a smile. The system was speechless. The firearms I am talking about are limited to firearms, not artillery-type heavy weapons. Xianxia said, that's why I have to buy it. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained God-modified RPG rocket launcher X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 100,002,0000. Schwa. Xianxia took out the God-modified RPG rocket launcher and placed it on his shoulder. He leaned his eyes on the aiming device and muttered, men should play with cannons. He took out the crystal nuclei and began to condense the cannonball. In the end, it took 20 crystal nuclei to condense one. Field cannons don't even need so many. If this rocket launcher is fired, it will definitely be very powerful. Xianxia said with a burning gaze. He did not press the launch button. Instead, he called Xiaoxia over and said, this is the latest model of firearms. Come and try it. The God-modified RPG rocket launcher could not only be used by himself, but also by his disciples. This was the main reason why Xianxia bought it. Patriarch. Xiaoxia took it and said weakly, is the recoil big? Not big. Xianxia said. Good. Xiaoxia took it and imitated the patriarch. He placed it on his shoulder and said, Patriarch, where do you want to hit? Xianxia pointed to a mountain peak in the distance and said, we need more stone for the construction of the town. You are responsible for shooting it down. After saying that, he took 100 steps back. Xiaoxia was focused on the mountain peak and did not notice that the patriarch had slipped away in advance. Pa! Bang! The sound of the explosion was so loud that it seemed as if the space was trembling. The faces of the disciples who were cultivating in the sect changed slightly. They looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a stream of light bursting out, leaving behind cloud-like traces wherever it passed. Boom! The mountain peak suddenly collapsed, rolling up dust that covered the sky. This was not dust, this was stone powder. Under the bombardment of the rocket launcher, not only was the entire mountain flattened, even the smallest stone was turned into powder. Ka, the space suddenly cracked and then spread out. Seeing this, the sect of all time's disciples' mouths gradually opened and their eyes widened. As expected. Xianxia said, it can shatter space. The introduction mentioned that the God-modified RPG rocket launcher had the ability to shatter space. Of course. The biggest feature of the God-modified shopping mall was its special effects. The special effect of the God-modified RPG rocket launcher was called Precision Strike. As long as it was activated and locked onto the target, they would be punished regardless of whether they flew or escaped to the ends of the earth. Wait. Xianxia said, I've sinned. At this time, he realized that his disciple was no longer there. The area where he was standing just now had sunken by several feet. At the same time, there was white smoke rising. Plop. On the training field in the inner courtyard, Xianxia hugged the God-modified RPG rocket launcher and fell straight down. Immediately, he lay flat on the ground and said weakly, I knew it would be like this, The evil man in Death Valley felt a weak vibration in the air and muttered, there are human experts fighting? King. A spiritual beast with an arm walked over and reported, I've investigated. The one who killed the fire dragon is a sect called the Sect of All Times. The evil man spread his legs and supported his chin with his palm. With a cold gaze, he said, what's their level? 5th rate. 5th rate? He smiled coldly and said, with my current strength, it won't be a problem to get rid of them. King, the spiritual beast whispered, the Sect of All Times is not simple. I heard, the evil man forcefully interrupted, hurry and contact more people. After I get rid of this trash sect, I'll recuperate and declare war on the humans. Yes, the spiritual beast said. Whoosh, the evil man stood up and left Death Valley naked. You dare to steal my eggs? I'll crush your eggs. Kikik. Sect of All Times. Xianxia came back to his senses and touched the God-modified RPG rocket launcher. He said happily, Patriarch, this gun is very powerful. In terms of AoE damage, it was not as good as field cannons, but its power was not inferior. In fact, it was even stronger. Most importantly, it was very light and easy to carry around, Xianxia said, you can take it first. In the future, if any enemy dares to cause trouble for the Sect of All Times, just give them a shot. Okay. Xianxia nodded. He was eager to find a living target to test. It would be best if the target was not weak. At the foot of the mountain, the construction of the town was in full swing. As the sect's mission involved this aspect, many disciples came to help. The scene of the disciples chatting and laughing as they worked together really revealed a thick sense of joy and warmth. Huff. Yang Yuhua rubbed his hands and carried the thousands of bricks on his back. Kacha. Just as he took 2 steps, a strange sound came from behind him. He turned his head to the side and saw a man with purple hair and a slender figure walking over. The bricks along the way were crushed to pieces. When the busy disciples heard the commotion, they all turned around and looked over. Their expressions immediately became interesting. That man was actually naked, as the scene was very indecent, please fill in the mosaic for him. Oh my God, wasn't he ashamed to be naked in broad daylight? Didn't he have any sense of shame? Awesome. Xianxia said in admiration. He used to think about how it would feel to walk on the street naked, but he never had the courage to do it. Now, someone actually dared to do something he didn't dare to do. What a pervert, the evil man said coldly, is this the Sect of All Times? Yang Yuhua's mouth twitched. Friend, although the weather has been cool recently, you don't have to come out naked, right? Swoosh. The evil-looking man suddenly took a step forward and threw out a punch. Boom. The sound of the punch was heard, and dust flew. Yang Yuhua still stood on the spot. He blocked his face with his palm and said coldly, are you here to pick a fight? Eh? The evil man was surprised. To be able to take a punch from me, you're not bad. Swoosh. Another punch was thrown. This time, the strength was much stronger than before. Although Yang Yuhua could see it, he realized that the other party's strength had increased greatly. He hurriedly used cloud-treading steps to retreat. Tisk, tisk. The evil man's punch missed and he smiled sinisterly. You're quite capable. Boom. Yang Yuhua threw down the thousands of bricks and said with a sullen face, Senior brother, someone is here to pick a fight. Swoosh. Xianxia was the first to rush over. Brat, did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you come to the Sect of All Times to pick a fight? Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, and the others who were helping out at the construction site also gathered around. If the disciples of the sects participating in the Dragon Tiger contest saw this, they would surely feel despair, as they knew that these were a bunch of monsters. However, the evil man said coldly, "A bunch of trash." "Hey!" Xianxia clenched his fists and said, "How dare you scold us?" It was very rare for someone to come to the sect to look for trouble. Today, a nude pervert had suddenly appeared. He was definitely going to teach him a good lesson. "Brothers," Xianxia said in a clear voice, "let's capture him together." "All right." Everyone immediately unleashed their cultivation and swarmed forward. Powerful auras instantly filled the entire construction site. Boom, boom. Not long after, Xianxia and the others unlocked all kinds of new positions. They flew out gorgeously and then fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even Yang Yuhua, who had a strong physical body, staggered back dozens of steps and then squatted on the ground. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "It can't be, this naked guy is so strong," especially when he attacked. The bone-chilling baleful aura that exploded out made the disciples feel as if they were fighting with an extremely powerful ferocious beast. Although the evil man had taken down all the disciples of the sect of all times, his face was filled with displeasure. He had been sealed for too long and his strength had deteriorated too much. Otherwise, he would have easily killed this group of trash. In fact, he didn't know that if it were any other martial artist, they would have been killed long ago. However, the disciples of the sect of all times were very resistant. Even if they were sent flying, they would only be injured and not in any danger. "Elder Jiang," Xianxia, who was clutching his stomach, said telepathically, "Someone is here to pick a fight. Quickly come out and kill him." Shua. Shua. Xianxia and the Ning brothers had already heard the commotion. They flew out of the sect and landed on the construction site. Seeing the disciples being beaten to a pulp, their eyes flashed with anger. "Go!" Boom. Boom. Boom, huff. At the entrance of the training tower, Xiaoziji walked out and took a deep breath. He would come here to train for a period of time every day. As he had gradually gotten used to it, he didn't feel tired at all. "Junior brother Xiao." Tianqi hurried over and said, "A naked guy came to the sect to pick a fight and injured senior brother Su and the others. Quickly go and take a look." Shua. Xiaoziji hurriedly flew over. He wondered in his heart, is the naked guy a person's name? Tianqi didn't follow him. Instead, he merged into the training tower. He wanted to continue calling for people, such as eldest senior sister, Yi Xingchen, and He Wudi who were cultivating inside. As long as he gathered the strongest combat power of the sect, he would definitely be able to torture that pervert until he cried and screamed, boom. Dang, dang, dang. At the construction site at the foot of the mountain, the Ning brothers and the evil man exchanged 2 blows. They staggered back with a serious expression. The aura of this naked guy was really strange. His strength was probably at least at Wu Huang's level. If they wanted to get rid of him, they would probably need the patriarch's 2 servants. "You guys." The evil man grabbed his hair and broke down. "Why are you guys so tough?" He was angry and furious. He had an absolute advantage in strength, but he could only send these humans flying. Not a single one of them was killed. "No matter how weak I am, I can't be weak to this extent. Or could it be that in this world, the humans' understanding of martial arts has improved and they can have defenses that are not inferior to the beast race? Damn it!" The evil man roared angrily. His eyes flashed red. He immediately rushed in front of Xianxia and gathered his most violent strength to attack. Pong, the ground instantly caved in, but he didn't hit his target. Because a solid earth wall appeared in front of him. Xiaoziji stood in front of Xianxia and said, "This guy's strength is so strong." Of course. He also understood the meaning of the naked guy. So, it wasn't his name. He was really naked. Pong. The earth wall collapsed. Xiaoziji took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. The arms that he used to support the earth wall were in pain. "You can even block this." The evil man looked like he was about to collapse. Even Wu Huang might not be able to block his attack in anger. A guy with the aura of a martial king was able to stabilize his body. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. "King. Don't cry." Don't be discouraged. It's not that you aren't strong enough. It's that your opponent is too monstrous. Junior brother Xiao Xianxia, who was lying in the distance, said, "This guy is a bit strong. Hurry and inform the patriarch, no need." Xiao Ziji's mind moved, and the god-modified RPG rocket launcher appeared. Then, he placed it on his shoulder and said coldly, "Leave this guy to me." Hoo-hoo. A thick earth element aura spread out and wrapped around his legs like vines. Then, it connected with the ground. His entire body seemed to have turned into a fort. The recoil of the god-modified RPG rocket launcher was too strong. Xiao Ziji didn't dare to fire directly. So, he used the earth element to stabilize his body. This move was very tricky. GGG. The evil man laughed strangely and said, "Stupid human, you think you can hurt this king with a piece of wood?" Shwa. He rushed over barefoot, his hands gathered a violent aura, causing the construction site to become abnormally oppressive. Xiao Ziji held the god-modified RPG rocket launcher and waited until the other party rushed to the area where it could explode without hurting his fellow sect members. Then, he decisively pulled the trigger, "Hurt my fellow sect members. Then accept the death penalty." Pong, the shell shot out, causing ripples in the air and billowing white smoke. Xiao Ziji, who had layers of earth element support, only leaned back and didn't fly out. However, the evil man's pupils suddenly shrank. The moment the shell burst out, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. At that moment, the scene of him being tortured by the 5 Wu Xing and being sealed appeared in front of his eyes. "Am I going to, boom?" A deafening sound rang in the construction site. The violent energy wantonly swept away Su Xiaoma and the others who were lying in the distance. Jun Changxiao, who heard the sound, got up from the chair in the study room. He took off the mask on his face and said in surprise, "Sinful self, fire the cannon?" Hoo-hoo. In the explosion area, the wind whistled. Su Xiaoma, who was swept away, stood up with difficulty. Looking at the dust covering the sky, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Junior brother Xiao, this thing of yours is more powerful than a field cannon." "Amazing." Xianxia and Ming Duxing said in shock in unison. They were the closest to the explosion and could clearly feel the power of the explosion just now. It was definitely at the level of an emperor. Ka ka ka. The soil surrounding Xiao Zuiji's body quickly crumbled. He pressed the smoking barrel against the ground and breathed in large mouthfuls of air. Although he used his attribute to offset the recoil, his body still couldn't bear it, and his whole body seemed very weak. Gradually, the dust dissipated, and everything became clear. The naked evil man stood in the same place. His whole body was charred black, and his hair was still smoking. Then, he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back, and white foam flowed out of his mouth. "No way?" Su Xiaoma said in surprise. "He didn't die?" Such a strong explosion was enough to blow the target into pieces, but this guy was only in a sorry state and fainted. It was incredible. Xiao Ziji was also stunned. "What's going on?" At this moment, Jun Changxiao rushed down from the mountain. "Patriarch." Xiao Ziji pointed at the unconscious evil man and said, "Someone came to the sect to cause trouble and injured many of our fellow disciples, so this disciple directly opened fire." Jun Changxiao had already walked over. When he saw the guy who was blasted beyond recognition, he said in surprise, "He didn't explode into thin air?" "Patriarch." Xianxia said solemnly, "When this guy attacked, he emitted an aura like a fierce beast. His physical body should be very strong." Jun Changxiao said with a cold face, "He dared to come to the sect of all times to cause trouble and even injured my disciple. This guy is tired of living. Come. Bring him back to the sect." "Yes." In this way, the naked evil man was dragged up the sect of all times like a dead dog by several disciples of the sect of all times. The most tragic thing was that the back of his head hit the stairs when he went up. Death Valley. The spirit beast was actively mobilizing its kind from other provinces and counties, and it was full of imagination. "Although we failed the first time, the king will definitely lead our beast race to become the ruler of the falling star continent this time." The evil man and the disciple of the sect of all times fought and destroyed the construction site. Standing in front of the ruins, Peppa the wild boar cried sadly. The hard work of the past few days had gone down the drain. Now, it had to do it all over again. How sad was that? If the bald man hadn't been brought into the sect and locked up, it would have stomped on him to vent its displeasure. Patriarch. In the main hall, Li Qingyang calculated and said, the damage caused by that guy is about a few 100,000 taels. A few 100,000 taels? Jun Changxiao crossed his hands and his eyes gradually turned cold. He had money. But it did not come from the wind. If he came to cause trouble, he would lose so much money. Despicable guy. Jun Changxiao said angrily, if I don't torture you to death, how can I be worthy of the few 100,000 taels that I lost? In the sturdy prison cell. Zhao Daodu shrank in the corner and looked at the charred man who had been thrown here for a while. His mouth twitched slightly. So, he was not the one who was tortured the most. So, the sect of all times had even more terrifying torture methods. From the looks of this guy, could it be that he had been roasted on a fire for a long time? Sigh. Zhao Daodu sighed and a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Creak. The prison door opened and a ray of sunlight shone in. Zhao Daodu hurriedly closed his eyes and said sadly, torturing me again? Because he pretended to be Jun Patriarch, he was locked up in the sect of all times for a long time. He was bullied by the disciples for no reason. Now, he had developed a good habit of being submissive. Jun Changxiao walked in and sat on the prepared chair. He waved his hand and said, hang him up. Yes. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei walked forward and tied the evil man up. Then, they pulled the chain and hung him up. If the beasts who were gathering in Death Valley and had the dream of ruling over humans knew that their king was hung in prison, how would they feel? Splash. Cold water was poured over him. The evil-looking man opened his eyes with great difficulty. There was a faint viciousness in his eyes, but he was still weak. Although he didn't die from using his physical body to block the artillery shell, he would definitely be seriously injured. The evil-looking man gradually regained his senses and quickly realized that he was being hung up. There were a few humans standing in front of him, so he shouted angrily, B ****. Boom. Su Xiaoma's fist landed on his face, and he said, you've become a prisoner, yet you still dare to scold people. The evil-looking man tried his best to turn his face around, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. It was a pity. Due to his heavy injuries, he was unable to break free from the chains. Jun Changxiao said, you destroyed the construction site and caused me to lose so much money. Let's count it as one punch for one tael. Boom, boom, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei completely let go of each other and bombarded the evil man with their fists. Because the evil man was very resistant to beatings, it felt especially good to hit him. Zhao Daodu cowered in the corner, shivering in fear. If it were him, he would have been dead by now after taking a few punches from them. Boom, boom. After torturing him for half an hour, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei finally stopped, sweating profusely. On the other hand, although the evil-looking man's face was ferocious, he did not faint from the crazy violence. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma gasped and said, this guy is too good at taking a beating. Forcefully resisting the bombardment of the god-modified RPG rocket launcher, he was only charred black, which made Jun Changxiao believe that the other party must be a martial cultivator who had developed his physical body to the extreme. Humph. The evil-looking man endured the pain and said with difficulty, a group of B*****. How can you hurt this king? Although he had been reduced to a prisoner, his inherent nobility would not be lost. This king? Jun Changxiao was surprised. According to Xianxia's guess, this person should be Wu Huang. Why didn't he call himself this emperor? Why did he call himself this king so modestly? Jun Changxiao put on his dazzling sunglasses and activated the aptitude and level prying function. In the end, all the data provided by the other party were question marks. Isn't this guy a martial cultivator? If he wasn't a martial cultivator, how could he have such a strong body, or was he actually a swordsman who also paid attention to the tempering of his physical body? Kid. The evil-looking man raised his head with difficulty and said, you're the patriarch of the sect of all times? This was deduced from Su Xiaoma calling him patriarch. That's right, Jun Changxiao said calmly. The evil-looking man's eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. He said, where's this king's egg? Egg? Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked at his crotch and said calmly, "Isn't it growing on your body?" It didn't explode. The evil-looking man said, This king is talking about an egg with a shell." An egg with a shell? Jun Changxiao was puzzled by his words. "Kid," the evil-looking man said coldly, "hand over the egg, and this king will spare your life." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were instantly amused. This bald man still didn't realize that he was already a prisoner and could be killed at any time? Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changxiao's eyes were cold and fierce. He said, "Speak, who sent you here?" The sect had just won the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition and their prestige was unparalleled. For someone to come and cause trouble at this time, it was definitely strange. Could it be the Darkness sect? They had changed their style and were no longer sneaking around. Instead, they directly sent experts to kill them. They had fought so many times and should know each other's strength. Why did they send such a weak person? This king will say it again, the evil-looking man emphasized. Hand over the egg quickly. Otherwise, your sect of all times will become a pile of ruins. Zhao Daodu, who was far away, was full of admiration. He was already a prisoner and hung up, yet he was still boasting shamelessly. How much courage did that require? Jun Changxiao said coldly, continue beating him. Yes. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei clenched their fists and walked forward again. However, just as they were about to attack, the evil-looking man's eyes suddenly flashed red. A violent aura filled the prison cell. Jun Changxiao frowned. The aura that erupted from that guy was completely unlike a human's martial aura. Instead, it was more like a savage beast. The system said, this guy is not human. Not human? Jun Changxiao's face was filled with surprise. The evil-looking man, who was surrounded by a terrifying aura, had a twisted expression. He said, how dare you humiliate this king? Then, accept your punishment. Huff huff, streams of light suddenly flew out of his body and flew out of the prison cell through the gaps. This was a signal for help. As long as he could contact his right-hand man, he would definitely lead an army to rescue them. He. The evil-looking man laughed strangely. How can a small sect like you withstand my hundreds of thousands of beast army? Suddenly, his smile froze. This was because the signal for help had flown out of the prison cell and was about to head to Death Valley. However, it hit the barrier and was completely blocked. What? What was going on? Hey! A voice came from beside his ear. The evil-looking man stiffly lowered his head and saw the patriarch of the sect of all time stop in front of him. He smiled innocently and said, I heard that you are not human? Looking at Jun Changxiao's harmless smile, the evil man suddenly shuddered, and a strong ominous feeling surged in his heart. Even when facing the four Wuxing back then, even when being sealed, he did not have such a thought. Could it be, this human is not simple? The noble evil man was fearless, and said, how can I be a lowly human? After getting the answer, Jun Changxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Being able to speak human language and take human form, this was definitely a high-level spirit beast. If he could subdue it, it would be good to guard the door. This guy had many contract beasts. However, now that it took the initiative to come to his door, and its strength was comparable to a high-level Wu Huang, how could he not want it? I was wondering. Su Xiaoma suddenly realized, no wonder it can take a beating so well. Beasts had a unique advantage in defense. It was normal for it to not die after taking a direct hit from the cannonball. Hey! Jun Changxiao said, the light that flew out just now was a distress signal? The evil man did not speak. He was quite arrogant just now, but when the signal was not sent out, he immediately became listless. An army of hundreds of thousands of beasts? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and guessed, could it be that you are also a leader of the beasts, and can mobilize your own kind? Humph. The evil man said coldly, if I send out the signal, your sect of all times will be razed to the ground by an army of hundreds of thousands in less than a day. From these words, Jun Changxiao confirmed his judgment, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense, a spirit beast with subordinates, and, it seemed that there were many of them. If he could subdue it, wouldn't he be able to control more beasts? At that time, each member of the Wolf Rider Hall would be equipped with a mount, and they could destroy whoever they did not like. Thinking of this, Jun Changxiao sat on the chair again, crossed his legs, and said, "Become my contract beast, and I will spare your life." Contract beast? The evil man laughed, and immediately said with a serious expression, "Beasts will never be slaves." "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao also smiled. His smile was very sinister. He did not continue to torture the evil man. Instead, he returned to his study and began to think about how to subdue this fellow. It would be perfect if there was a high-ranked gold palm ball, Jun Changxiao said to himself. It was a little difficult to subdue humans. However, since it was a beast, he could easily deal with it by throwing a gate palm ball at it. Schwa, Jun Changxiao pulled open the advanced merchant shop and looked carefully. However, he did not find the sect leader ball, so he said helplessly, "What should we do?" The system said, "The host can refresh mid-tier stores. If you're lucky, you might be able to get one. I might as well give it a try." Jun Changxiao clicked on the intermediate shop and began to refresh. 10 minutes later. He leaned weakly against the chair and said, "This is too much of a king trap." He spent 5,000 contribution points, but other than buying some daily necessities, he didn't get the gate palm orb. "Don't be discouraged." The system said, "I've still saved a lot of contribution points for the host. Go ahead and refresh them. They'll definitely be refreshed." "Scram," Jun Changxiao said. After knowing that the evil man was not a human, Jun Changxiao ordered Jun Dijuan to set up multiple formations outside the prison to prevent that guy from escaping. Zhao Daodu, who was hiding inside, wanted to cry but had no tears. So this guy was not a human, but a very powerful spirit beast. If his injuries recovered a little, his beast nature would erupt and he would kill him. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Damn it, the evil man lay paralyzed on the ground, clenched his fists with difficulty, and said, "If I don't destroy this sect, this king will not be a beast." Although the signal was not sent out, it was not worried at all. When his subordinates realized that he had not returned, they would definitely come to rescue him. What if they didn't come? It didn't matter. As long as he was still alive, as long as he was still breathing. No matter how serious his injuries were, they could heal on their own. At that time, who would be able to restrain him? Wang. Late at night, the evil man's body emitted a weak light that spread to every inch of his skin and gradually healed his injuries. Zhao Daodu, who was hiding in the corner, bit his 10 fingers, his eyes filled with fear. The next day, the evil man's injuries had recovered quite well, and he already had the ability to sit up. Then, he looked at Zhao Daodu coldly, his eyes flashing with a ruthless aura that only berserk beasts would have. Gulp. Zhao Daodu swallowed his saliva, then grabbed the bars and shouted, "Jun Patriarch, can you change my cell? I don't want to die." Creak. At this moment, the door opened. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei walked in, then tied the evil man up with chains and took him away. Phew. Zhao Daodu let out a long sigh of relief. Back mountain. The evil man was tied to a wooden stake. 100 feet in front of him, Xiao Ziji had already picked up the god-modified RPG rocket launcher. Pa. Pulling the trigger, the shell suddenly shook the space and shot out at the fastest speed. The evil man's pupils contracted. Boom, billowing white smoke rose. Creak. Not long after, the cell door opened again. The evil man, whose body was charred black, was thrown in, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Zhao Daodu, who had just relaxed, saw this and immediately held in his heart, "Why did you send him in again?" At night, the evil man's self-healing ability was activated again. But the next day, he was pulled out again and was bombarded again. This cycle repeated over and over again, causing him to be unable to completely recover. Patriarch. In the main hall, Li Qingyang said worriedly, "Since that guy is a spirit beast and has a beast army, we must be on guard." Makes sense. Jun Changxiao ordered Zhen Dishui to set up multiple lightning arrays at the foot of the mountain. Then, he ordered Shui Rengue to let the members of the Wolf Rider Hall enter a state of alert, ready for any unexpected situation. Patriarch. One day, Li Luoqiu hurried over and said, "I just received news that a large number of berserk beasts have entered Death Valley these few days, and all the warriors who went in to train have no news." Oh? Jun Changxiao was quite surprised. Ding. Side mission triggered. Another mission. Jun Changxiao opened the system panel. The mission was, the Beast Army will soon attack the sect, rescue the Purple King. The host needs to lead the disciples to defend the position. Elite mission. The Beast Army will attack? Jun Changxiao frowned. Could it be that the berserk beasts that entered Death Valley are that guy's subordinates? Wait a minute, the Purple King, why does it sound so familiar? Damn. Jun Changxiao suddenly remembered what Feng Feisha had said before. His expression was very interesting as he said, that guy is the miserable demon that was sealed before he could succeed? No, that was an existence that many Wuxing sealed. How could it be so weak? How could it be captured by me so easily? What's more, it was an ambitious demon, which could be seen from the army that was previously gathered to fight with the humans. Now that it had escaped from the seal, it would definitely make a comeback. If I capture it, wouldn't it be the same as, inadvertently saving the people from the fire and water? The arrival of the side mission not only revealed the evil man's identity, but also warned in advance that the berserk beasts would attack the sect of all times. Such a spoiler was simply insane. Death Valley. More and more berserk beasts gathered, and the number had already reached hundreds of thousands. However, their king had not returned. Big brother, the sect of all times won the Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy. They are very strong. I'm afraid the king is in trouble. A spirit beast said. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, streams of light pierced through the sky and flew into Death Valley, entering the glabella of a few spirit beasts. The spirit beasts exclaimed in unison, our king has been captured by the sect of all times. Go. The right-hand spirit beast said with a murderous aura, go and save the king. Roar. Roar. On this day, hundreds of thousands of berserk beasts rushed out of Death Valley, rushing towards the sect of all times like a tide, and their roars shook the heavens and earth. Sect Master Jun had unwittingly saved the world. If the relevant departments in charge of this matter were unable to find the purple craggy demon king, the entire continent would be plunged into a bloodbath once it recovered its strength and charged out with its underlings. However, the price of doing a good deed without leaving a name was that the beast army would not attack others. Instead, they would target the sect of all times. Come on, come on. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall, holding the side of his face with one hand. Whether or not I can complete the side quest, it all depends on you guys. Patriarch. Shui Rengue walked in wearing his armor and cupped his hands. The defensive line has been set up, and the villagers along the way from Death Valley to Ironbone Mountain have been evacuated and settled down properly. Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded, and then with a thought, he temporarily closed the sect protecting Great Sect, and only saw a few streams of light that had been blocked, finally flew out and flew towards Death Valley. Everything was ready. They were just waiting for them to attack. Although there was a mission component, this kind of action of using one's own sect to fight against the beast army was truly worthy of respect. Heh. He. Feeling that the distress signal he released had flown away, the Purple King, who was lying in the cell, suddenly laughed strangely. However, because it involved his injuries, his smile was abnormally sinister. Sect of all times. Your end is coming. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of Wolf Rider Hall members were already in position. They were wearing armor, holding excellent weapons and equipment, and exuding an aura of a veteran. Without a doubt. During this period of time, under the training of Shui Rengue and Tao Yuan, the members of Wolf Rider Hall had not only increased in number, but also in strength, of course. Jun Changxiao would not only let Wolf Rider Hall fight against the incoming beast army, but also mobilize the entire sect's strength. More than 10,000 disciples were all arranged at the front line. Senior brother. Long Xiang scratched his head and said, why does it feel like there's going to be a war? Li Qingyang said, I heard from Patriarch that there might be a strong enemy coming soon. A strong enemy? Long Xiang's face turned serious. Mobilizing the entire sect's strength, this matter was definitely not simple. On Mount Ironbone, Xiao Ziji had already summoned the field artillery and placed it in the cannon firing area. It could be said that the sect of all times had already entered level 1 combat readiness before the Death Valley Beast Army had even received the king's distress signal. Although they were few in number, with all kinds of equipment and firearms, the combat power they could unleash would definitely be terrifying. even if Xianxia County mobilized all their troops, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Furthermore, the strongest part of the sect of all times was not the various firearms and cannons, but the hundreds of martial king disciples. When humans fought humans, they couldn't fight. Humans were naturally not restricted from fighting beasts. It was no wonder that Xianxia did not panic at all after receiving the side quest. From his point of view, the beast army attacking the sect of all times in order to save the Purple King was just giving them experience points and crystal cores. Boom boom boom. About 4 hours later, the disciples of the sect of all times heard the sound of the earth shaking. Then, they saw dust billowing in the distance, like a monstrous wave rising from the sea. "It's here," Li Qingyang said with a solemn expression. "Oh my god." Long Xiang stared with his eyes wide open. Such a big commotion? Zhongyi shook his head, picked up the cloud-piercing blade that was stabbed into the ground with one hand, and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Shwa! Shwa! 2,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall raised their conqueror spears. After strict training, they would not be afraid of any battlefield. They only had the thought of going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Xianxia, who was sitting in front of the mountain gate, waved his hand and said, "Carry that guy down." "Yes sir." Su Xiama and Li Fei dragged the Purple King down the mountain and tied him up in the life and death arena. Roar! Roar! As the monstrous dust rolled over, a furious roar rang out, and the entire space seemed to tremble. At this point, the disciples of the sect of all times realized that the so-called strong enemy was not humans, but a herd of beasts. Exciting! This is too exciting! Long Xiang and the other inner disciples' eyes flashed with passion. The beasts killed in the life and death secret realm were just illusions. But now, they could fight against a herd of beasts with real weapons. It was definitely a different feeling. Boom! Boom! Dozens of half-human spiritual beasts rushed at the front of the team. Their strength was at least comparable to a martial king, and a few of them were even comparable to Wu Huang. Kikik! The Purple King, who was tied up in the life and death arena, saw his right-hand man leading the charge and laughed strangely again. Stupid humans! He suppressed the pain all over his body and said with a ferocious face, "Accept your punishment." Roar! Roar! The tide of beasts rushed over quickly. However, when the leading spiritual beast saw that its king was tied up, it stopped in its tracks. The rest of the beasts also stopped. For a moment, looking down from the sky, the scene was that the tide of beasts and the disciples of the sect of all times were 100 feet apart. The atmosphere was tense. "King!" the spiritual beast roared. Many beasts raised their heads and roared, as if they were crying for the wounded the Purple King. "Hey, hey!" a loud voice sounded. Xianxia was holding a megaphone. After testing the sound, he said loudly, "Your king has been captured. If you don't want it to die, put down your weapons and surrender." The side mission was to defend the sect of all times. If they were persuaded to surrender, it would be considered completed. Swoosh! Su Xiama took out his true yang sword and placed it on the Purple King's neck. This move was very effective. The dozens of spiritual beasts standing at the front became nervous when they saw that their king's life was in danger. "My people!" At this moment, the Purple King shouted, "Back then, even Wuxing couldn't hurt this king. How can this bunch of trash do it?" That's right, their king's body was so strong that even Wuxing couldn't kill it. He could only seal it. How could it be hurt by a sword? The beasts regained their fighting spirit and burst out with even stronger hostility. "My people!" the Purple King roared, "Although this king has been captured, you must remember that the beasts will never be slaves." The last 4 words were so loud that his voice cracked. One had to admit that this guy's body was really strong. After being bombarded several times, he could still shout loudly. "The beasts will never be slaves." The right-hand spiritual beast clenched his fists tightly and said with a ferocious expression, "Go!" Roar! Roar! The beasts roared angrily and rushed over with red eyes. More than 100,000 beasts moved together. Not only was it like a surging wave, but it also shook the ground. Swoosh! Tao Yuan stood on the high ground and waved the war flag. After Zhongyi received the order, he raised his sword, break through the enemy lines, only death, kill, swoosh. Swoosh. The hurricane wolves started to run. The entire Ironbone Mountain seemed to have turned into a cruel battlefield as the humans and beasts charged. Qingyang City. When Xie Guangquan received the news, he jumped up from his chair and said in shock, "The beasts are attacking the sect of all times? Quick, quick." He hurriedly ordered, "Send the army to support them." At the same time, the other city lords also received the news of hundreds of thousands of beasts attacking the sect of all times. Therefore, they sent the warriors of their cities to support them. In an instant, the 8 cities of Qingyang County were all mobilized. Meanwhile, in the farthest Zhongzuan province, when the beasts rushed out of the Death Valley, the globe-like sphere in the ancient altar trembled violently. "Not good," an old man in charge of guarding it said. In shock, "There's a beast riot in southwest Yangzhou. To make the Earth Spirit Sphere give off such a strong warning, it must be the Purple King's doing. Damn it." The person in charge of the altar said angrily, "This demonic creature actually escaped from the northern desert province to southwest Yangzhou and began to wreak havoc in such a short time. It should have completely recovered by now. Quickly contact Mu Changhong of southwest Yangzhou. Tell him to hold on until reinforcements arrive no matter what." Yes. Contact the city lords of the West Cloud Province and South Baron Province. Tell them to send experts to reinforce as soon as possible. Yes. Contact City Lord Han and tell him to head to southwest Yangzhou immediately. Yes. Announce to the 5th class and above that the Starfall continent has entered a state of alert. Tell the 3rd class and above to send their elite disciples to southwest Yangzhou immediately. Yes. The person in charge of the altar issued several orders in succession. From the extremely fast speed of his speech, the situation was very critical and urgent. Buzz. Heavenly Mandate Imperial City, City Lord's Mansion. Mu Changhong, who was sipping on his tea, suddenly heard a voice. He jumped up from his seat and exclaimed, "The purple craggy monster king has broken the seal and is leading a horde of beasts to attack our southwestern Yangzhou city? City Lord." At this moment, an array master hurried in and said, "According to the transmission from the altar of Zhongzuan State, the beasts are rioting at Mount Ironbone in Qingyang County. This is troublesome." Mu Changhong immediately took off and sped toward Qingyang County. Yi Tianqing, the owner of the Certification Institute, and Situ Haoyun, the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, went with him. Both of them had also received the news from the altar. In the 2 imperial cities of South Baron Province and West Cloud Province, Wuhuang cultivators flew out one after another. What's going on? Many warriors were surprised. With so many Wuhuang cultivators flying out together, something must have happened. Sect leader. In the Xianxia sect, Ma Yunting rushed over and said, "The altar sent news that the Purple King has appeared and is leading a herd of beasts to attack Qingyang County." What? The Xianxia sect leader's eyes widened. Whoosh, whoosh. Ma Yunting, Wang Donglin, and the other elders of the Xianxia sect flew down the mountain gate and sped toward Qingyang County. Although the altar didn't say that the 5th-rate sects would provide reinforcements, they were allies with the sect of all times. If Qingyang County was rioting, they would definitely help. Xianxia of Miaohua Palace also received the news and said, "The beasts are attacking Qingyang City. June Patriarch's sect will definitely be affected. First elder, second elder." She hurriedly ordered, "Go and provide reinforcements." Yes. Although Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue hated Jun Changxiao, they couldn't sit back and do nothing when the altar sent news that the beasts were rioting. June Patriarch. Shi Jingxian grabbed the corner of her clothes and said worriedly, "The entire continent has entered a state of emergency. You must hold on until reinforcements come." Whoosh, whoosh, City Lord Han of the Great Sage Imperial City had already received the news. Wuxing activated his cultivation and rushed to southwest Yangzhou as fast as he could. His weathered face was filled with determination. Purple Craggy Demon Monarch was extremely powerful. Back then, many Wuxing could only seal him but couldn't kill him. Without the help of an expert of the same level, he might not be able to return. Even so, he wouldn't back down, because if he cowered in fear of death, who would protect the common people in this world? Ironbone Mountain, in front of the sect. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair, holding a bowl of fried rice in one hand and eating with chopsticks in the other. He praised, "The fried rice made by this girl is getting more and more delicious." The Earth Spirit Instrument had issued a high-energy warning, which meant that there was a large-scale beast riot. The person in charge of the altar firmly believed that only the Purple King could do this. Since it dared to attack, it meant that it had completely recovered from the seal. If so, the situation was very serious. The news of the Purple King's reappearance spread to all the states and forces, and the whole continent became very nervous. If it was just a beast riot, they would not be so worried. The main reason was that the demonic creature was very powerful. Many Wuxing had failed to kill it back then, and now that it had made a comeback, the whole continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. So, after receiving the news from the altar, all the sects and powerhouses were mobilized. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. Just as the whole world became nervous and mobilized, Jun Changxiao, who was at the scene of the beast riot, was leisurely eating his fried rice. He could not be blamed. He did not know that the powerhouses were coming to help, and he was really hungry. Bang! Suddenly, the field cannon on the mountain fired. The shell dragged a stream of light and drew a beautiful arc, accurately landing in the midst of the charging beasts. Boom! The power of the explosion swept the surroundings, rolling up gusts of wind. Pfft! Jun Changxiao spat out the fried rice in his mouth. His eyelids rolled up as he leaned against the back of the chair, and a buzzing sound came from his ears. The side effect of using the Heaven and Earth talisman was still there, and he did not have any cultivation now. The young man who wore sunglasses to spy on him had also mistakenly said that he was flying over the mountain gate. Huff huff, the dust dissipated, and a deep crater appeared in the explosion area. Tens of thousands of dire beasts had died tragically. The Purple King, who was tied up in the life and death arena, suddenly widened his eyes. What was that? It could explode with such a terrifying power. Bang! Xiao Ziji fired again. The shell dragged a stream of light as it flew over the Purple King and landed in the midst of the beasts again. Boom! The second shell exploded again, using power to explain the art of explosion. After the two shells, countless dire beasts were killed. Broken limbs, blood, and crystal cores were scattered everywhere. The air was filled with a nauseating smell. Kill! Zhongyi bellowed angrily and charged forward with his men. Puchi! Puchi! The members of the Wolf Rider Hall immediately clashed with the incoming horde of beasts, their sharp spearheads mercilessly killing everything in their path. Among the beasts that came to rescue the Purple King, apart from his right-hand spirit beasts, who were relatively strong, the rest were nothing more than a ragtag army that had been temporarily formed. They had been hastily gathered in Death Valley, so their battle prowess could be imagined. Of course, no matter how messy they were still stronger than the White Tiger Corps of the past. However, in the past few years of development, the Sect of All Times Wolf Rider Hall's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and it was easy for them to take care of such miscellaneous soldiers. Puchi! Puchi! Zhongyi led his troops like an indestructible spear, ruthlessly tearing through the beast tide. Then, he turned the spearhead and continued to kill his way back. Although their strength was formidable and they were unstoppable, there were simply too many ferocious beasts. After this charge, a large number of ferocious beasts had already approached the defensive line. Boom, boom, at the same time, an explosive sound came from the sky. Powerful psionic energy and explosive hostility came wantonly. A few Emperor-level spirit beasts had already started fighting with the evil Saint of Five Treasures in the sky. In terms of numbers, they had the advantage, but their opponent was Wuxing. Although they were only Emperor-level cultivators, they could still contend with him with ease. The spirit beasts that were comparable to king-level spirit beasts in the army of beasts had also been stopped by the F4 of the Sect of All Times and lured out of the battlefield for a fierce battle. In terms of high-level combat strength, the Sect of All Times was not inferior to this group of beasts. Moreover, Little Long Long and Xiao Maxian had yet to fight, and the Grand Elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace was still sweeping the ground in the outer courtyard. Jun Changxiao put on his ears and said, "Other than their numbers, their strength is really weak. I'm afraid they've lost their minds to attack our Sect of All Times." He was a little smug. It was also the purple King's fault for being too arrogant. He thought that a fifth-rate sect was very weak and came alone, but in the end, he was reduced to a prisoner. If he had first retreated in Death Valley to recover his strength, and deployed more and more powerful beasts, the situation would definitely be different when he came to ask for the eggs. One wrong move. He had lost the whole game. Damn it, the Purple King, who was tied to the life and death arena, watched his people fall one by one, and his eyes gradually turned red. Roar! Roar! The beasts rushed over without caring about their lives. They didn't have intelligence, but they only had one thought in their minds, and that was to save the king. Boom! 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 However, when they were about to approach the defensive line of the Sect of all times, the space suddenly shook, and thunder attributes splashed out, causing a series of explosions. Zhen Dijuan covered his face with one hand and laughed strangely with his shoulders shaking. Art comes from explosions. Seeing that tens of thousands of his clansmen had died, the Purple King's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and the anger in his heart had reached its peak. However, there was nothing he could do. Because of the continuous bombardment, his body was still seriously injured. Give up. Su Xiaoma, who was standing at the side in charge of guarding, shook his head and said, "If we let them continue to rush over, they will only make unnecessary sacrifices." This was a kind reminder. Because the Sect of all times had a large number of Martial King-level disciples who had not made a move yet. It was undeniable that there were many beasts attacking the Sect of all times, but under the suppression of the top forces, the low-level beasts were definitely like Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. One by one, one by one, one by one. Roar! The beasts that crossed the thunder array with the bodies of their companions were still charging angrily, and they were getting closer and closer to the defensive line. Swish! Swish! The Sect of all times disciples at the front raised their AK-47s. Although there was a monthly purchase limit for this weapon, Jun Chongxiao would buy it as soon as the cooldown was off, and then distribute it to the Drizzle Hall. Now, the number was close to 100, a group of 100 people guarding the life and death arena formed a line in front of them, and there was a dense pack of beasts charging over from the opposite side. The scene was very vivid. Roar! Roar! The beasts were still charging forward dauntlessly. Fire! Da-da-da! Da-da-da! It was as if an endless stream of photon bullets were shooting over, either piercing the heads of the beasts or turning them into beehives. The scene was extremely tragic. Plop! Plop! The beasts fell one by one, and the following beasts took their place. They relied on the beast-tied tactic to attack the defensive line, all for the sake of saving their king. Li Qingyang and the others stood behind the defensive line and did not make a move. Because at the moment, although the beasts were not afraid of death and were charging forward dauntlessly, under the suppression of firepower, they might not be able to reach the defensive line. Boom! Boom! In midair, the evil Saint of Five Ultimates completely unleashed his cultivation. Evil Chi filled his hands, and he was evenly matched with several Emperor-level spirit beasts. On the other side, Xianxia and the other three had successfully restrained more than 20 martial kings, so that they could not help the beasts break through the defensive line at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the sentry tower behind the defensive line, the Drizzle Hall members were equipped with AWMs and Type 88 sniper rifles, and they were accurately killing the beasts in the herd. In a short time, the Beast Tribe army suffered heavy casualties. Judging from the current situation, they were charging forward dauntlessly like moths to a flame. Don't you think it's cruel to let your subordinates die like this? Jun Chongxiao walked over and stopped in front of the Purple King. He put the blunderbuss next to its mouth and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't let the tragedy continue." The Purple King clenched its fists tightly, and the anger in its heart was indescribable. However, after seeing its subordinates and people fall one by one in the charge, it still roared unwillingly, "Stop! Stop!" The Purple King's weak voice was amplified through the loudspeaker and resounded throughout the entire Ironbone Mountain. For a moment, the beasts that were charging forward stopped. The dozens of high-level spirit beasts that were fighting with the evil Saint of Five Ultimates looked at their king in shock. The Purple King lowered his head, and Jun Chongxiao moved the loudspeaker down. A moment later, A voice filled with unwillingness and anger was heard, "All of you, get lost." Beasts would never be slaves. But they would not make unnecessary sacrifices. This small fifth-rate sect had great power, forcing the Purple King to give up his attack. "King!" His right-hand spirit beast shouted. It and its kind did not care about death. As long as they could save their king, it did not matter even if they had to bleed to the last drop of blood. "Get lost." The Purple King's voice was slightly weak, but there was no doubt about it. The king's order was an imperial edict, and it had to be obeyed. So the right-hand spirit beast gritted its teeth and said, "Retreat." Roar! Roar! The remaining 100,000 beasts roared in grief, then dropped their battle bodies and retreated. The patriarch did not give the order, and the disciples of the sect of all times did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. In a short time, only the corpses of the beasts that had died tragically were left on the battlefield, as well as the crystal cores that had not been completely trampled. This battle between humans and beasts started quickly and ended quickly as well. Because of the great disparity in strength. Ding! Side quest completed. Host has received 10,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 199,602,0000. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the side quest. You have received the hidden reward of a high-grade Gate Master's Ball X1, Experience Talisman X2. After hearing the reward, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was worried that he could not subdue the Purple King, and the quest immediately rewarded him with a high-grade Gate Master's Ball. This was really timely help. "Bring it back to the sect." Xianxia shouted. "Yes." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei dragged the Purple King away. The latter angrily said, "Darn humans, this king will remember this." As a noble beast, even if it was captured, even if its subordinates were defeated, it still had to say what it had to say. Otherwise, it would lose a lot of face. Xianxiao shook his head and said, "I'll let you eat fried rice later." Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked over and said, "Many crystal cores have been crushed. There are only 20 to 30,000 left. It's all right." Xianxiao glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "Skin, bones, whatever you can." "Yes." Li Qingyang was just about to order his fellow disciples to take action when he saw Xie Guangquan and the others leading a large group of cultivators rushing over. They were the closest to the sect of all times, so naturally, they were the first to arrive. However, when they saw the ground full of ferocious beast corpses, they were all dumbstruck. "Thank you, City Lord." Xianxiao said, "Why are you all here?" Xie Guangquan came back to his senses and said, "Jun Patriarch, I received news that a beast horde is attacking the sect of all times, so I brought the army here to help." "You're too late. They've already been defeated." Xianxiao said, but he was very touched. After all, this was a true friend in need. Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched. From the time they received the news to the time they gathered reinforcements, it was less than an hour. It was said that hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts were defeated. This was too fast. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Mu Changhong, Yi Tianqing, and Situ Haoyun landed in the arena of life and death. They looked at the ground full of ferocious beast corpses in a daze. They knew the severity of the situation better than Xie Guangquan, so when they did not see any living ferocious beast, they asked in unison, "Where's the beast horde?" "It's been taken care of," Xianxiao said. Xie Guangquan and the other city lords were very close to him, so it was normal for them to know about the beast horde's attack. How did these cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Royal City know? Whoosh, the space trembled, and City Lord Han appeared out of thin air. His aura exploded, and it was clear that he was ready for a fight. But, when he saw the corpses of ferocious beasts all over Mount Ironbone, and saw that there was not a single living ferocious beast, and saw that the disciples of the sect of all times were being skinned and deboned, the expression on his face gradually froze. "City Lord Han?" Xianxiao said in surprise, "Why are you here?" City Lord Han had been in battle for a long time, so he quickly calmed down and said, "The beast horde is rioting and harming the people. I'm here to help." Xianxiao, it was just a group of small fries. Even Wu Xing was alarmed. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. June Patriarch. City Lord Han said, what about the demons? As he spoke, he exuded an aura of self-sacrifice. In this era where martial emperors no longer cared about worldly affairs, as Wu Xing, he had to take responsibility. Demons, were they referring to the Purple King, Whoosh? Whoosh, not long after, the elders of the Xianxia sect, led by Ma Yunting, also rushed over. They had come with the determination to live and die with the sect of all times. In the end, they did not see the beast horde and were all stunned on the spot. Seeing so many people coming to support, Jun Changxiao immediately realized that there must be something fishy going on, so he hurriedly asked Mu Changheng in a low voice. When he learned that a very powerful department in the Zhongshuang state had captured the beast horde rioting and contacted the major sects to issue a level 1 alert, his expression immediately became interesting. Oh please, was there a need to mobilize such a group of beasts? Jun Changxiao could not understand because he did not know how strong the Purple King was at his peak. Whoosh, whoosh, not long after, the experts of the Western Cloud State and the Southern Barren State rushed over one after another. After seeing the ferocious beast corpses all over the ground, they were collectively dumbfounded. The altar had released the news as quickly as possible, making it seem like a great disaster was imminent. They had rushed over in a hurry, but the situation was not as serious as they had imagined. Naturally, they were devastated. 2 hours later, many experts gathered at the foot of the Ironbone Mountain. It could be said that they were a gathering of heroes. However, when they confirmed that the beast horde had been killed and retreated, they stood in the same place in a mess. The altar was also depressed. Because after the beast horde retreated, the earthly spirit instrument suddenly stopped trembling. Why did it stop? Several elders were stunned. At this moment, the leader received a message from City Lord Han. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. We were wrong. It was not the Purple King who led the army here. It was a small group of beasts that were agitated and have been annihilated by the sect of all times. No way. Everyone was devastated. Maybe the spatial vibration from the great sage's imperial city last time affected the earthly spirit instrument, so its warning is too sensitive, the leader analyzed. That's possible. The others agreed. Pass down the order, lift the level 1 alert, and remind all forces that the news of the Purple King's reappearance is not to be spread casually to avoid causing panic, the leader said. Yes. Ironbone Mountain, Life and Death Arena. Looking at the experts flying in the sky and standing below, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, my sect of all times is in trouble, and all of you have come to help. This Jun is really grateful. The corners of the experts' mouths twitched. Who the hell is here to help you? We are here to help the entire continent. However, Jun Changxiao said again, this is indeed a small group of beasts that came to attack. They were very weak and have been destroyed by my sect of all times. Please don't be nervous. He would not tell anyone about the Purple King. After all, he still had to subdue it for his own use, so he could only minimize the problem. All right. The city lord of the West Cloud State Imperial City said, we came for nothing. Let's go, let's go. Since the Purple King was not wreaking havoc in the world, they would not stay for long. Dojo Master Yi. Just as Yi Tianxing was about to leave, Jun Changxiao smiled and said, the battle of dragons and tigers is over. As for the spirit stones. End of chapter 735. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.